Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you. Thank you. Until 10 a.m. Can I get another one? I didn't expand our show by another hour or anything.
Oh, good job.
Cut it short.
You never mess that up.
Nah.
That's the same every day. But Tuesday, you spit that right out.
Dude.
Hardly a pause.
I've been on a roll. I've been on a roll now for pretty much all of the calendar year of 2026.
Helps since you stopped drinking a fifth of whiskey per night, I noticed.
Yeah, I've cut back.
Yeah.
I do sleep a lot better when I don't drink during the day, for sure.
I sleep a lot better, but I don't pass out near so good.
No, that's exactly right.
I dream now.
I do.
I dream, Seth. I dream.
I had vivid dreams last night. Yes. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I had a dream, Sean. A dream of Peter Lambert. And you know what? By and large, Peter Lambert was fine last night. Hey, look, he went 7 innings, which is all you can ask for these days out of an Astros pitcher. And it got dicey there in the second and third innings, but it rolled on through. Problem is, Yordan Alvarez and Christian Walker, they're slumping. Jose Altuve is whatever Jose Altuve is at this point in his career. And then you've just got your random DeZenzos and Shoemakes and whomever else out there.
Yeah.
They're just a pedestrian quality start by a starter just isn't enough to get it done these days. The pitching is finally stabilized, and now the bats have gone dry.
They can't hit. 2 runs in the last 3 games, and Yordan is a mess right now, and he had a chance to tie the game at the end. He hit a home run. He was a tying run at the plate, closed out the game with a strikeout. I know he took a golden sombrero on Sunday. He struck out 4 times. What did he strike out last night? 3 times last night for Yordan? Yeah, 3 Ks last night. So he struck out 7 times in his last 9 at-bats. It's not good times for you, and yet his OPS is still over 1,000. Like, that's how good he's been.
I blame the LED lights. That's that's what we're going with now. Yeah, it's gonna take another decade to adjust for the Astros.
The LED lights,
Remember that was the big story when the LED lights first came in?
I remember there was an issue with the batter's eye at one point.
There was a batter's eye, but there was also the LED lights that people were having a hard time adjusting, which some visiting teams still complain about. Yeah, it's like a dimmer environment than a lot of places.
Good. I hope they keep complaining. Peter Lambert, you and I were texting last night during the game, and Peter Lambert's last start was really good too, where he pitched like 6 or 7 shutout innings, and one of the, I think I'm 90% sure it was McTaggart just based on the voice, but after that Peter Lambert start, McTaggart was like, "Were you concerned that Lambert didn't get a lot of swing and miss tonight? You know, after he had pitched several shutout innings," and Joe Espada. And I took up for Joe Espada at the time. Joe Espada's like, "We don't really care." I'm paraphrasing. "We don't really care how he got the outs. We're just happy to get a nice quality start and get a win. We haven't won a lot of games this year." And then the first 2 or 3 innings, the very first inning, actually, first batter, like a smoke shot to Isaac Paredes.
But there were a couple of really nice plays.
Yeah, the defense was bailing him out. Cam
Smith made a great play.
Sliding catch in the outfield, and I'm like, ooh. And then the inning where they put up their first couple runs, there was all sorts of good contact that was finding its way, finding holes in the infield and things like that. And that's what I texted you. I'm like, hey, maybe McTaggart had a point. But Lambert settled in, though. He settled in nice, and he ended up pitching, as you said, pitched 7 innings, 96 pitches.
A quality start,
Struck out 6 guys. Didn't, unlike a lot of Astros, hardly walked anybody. Mm-hmm. So Lambert was good. Lambert was far from the problem last night for the Astros. Their problem is they can't hit, and their problem is that other teams in this division are going to start winning some games here at some point. I don't think the winner of the AL West is going to be a team that's 2 games above 500 forever.
Talk about kind of a popcorn fart of what could be a great matchup between these 2 teams. Yordan is slumping, and Cal Raleigh came in 0 for 32.
I didn't know it was that bad.
I didn't know it was that bad either.
When Callis said, "Well, that's 0 for 35 or whatever it was."
It ends up being over 36. He was at 4.
Crazy.
By the end of the game.
Yeah. I didn't know it was that bad. I mean, you look at his batting average; it's 157 in mid-May, so it's obviously been really, really bad. But I didn't know. I mean, he was He was 60 home run guy last year.
I know. He's bad this year. He's got a 559 OPS.
Yep.
Or he's been bad so far.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll swing around right in time for an Astros series.
Yeah, probably this series if we know anything.
Well, Sean, we got Imai. Got Imai on the mound tonight.
Oh, okay.
I think Lance is still the probable starter on
They
Wednesday.
were talking about that last night. He's penciled in, so that wasn't something where it was just some intern just going in order of who started games and putting Lance's name in. They legitimately
got a priest sprinkling holy water on that index finger.
On that
pointer finger.
Yep, on the pointer
Where
finger.
Is pointer fingernail? Where is pointer?
Here I am. So Joe Espada, we'll get to Imai in a second because that Imai is a huge story tonight. But I want to get to this Espada because we're talking about last night's game. And Espada met with the media before the game. And I think everybody feels the urgency with this week of baseball here. You're playing 7 division games against your 2 most hated rivals. These games are all at home, so it's a chance for you to get the home crowd on your side a little bit here, and it's a chance for you to kind of climb back into the race a little bit. You don't have any games with the A's in this week. That's the team everybody's trying to catch right now, but you can at least bring the Mariners and Rangers a little closer to the windshield. And Joe Espada had a long answer to a question last night about the sense of urgency with the team, and he talked about it's only the quarter pole. We've got plenty of baseball left. Oh, but yeah, we're urgent. And this was interesting. Just sort of the resolution to the whole thing here as to what the Astros need to do.
We know how to run this race. We have run a race like this before. And we all got to do it together and stay calm and continue to play our good baseball. We do that, we're going to be just fine.
Okay.
We continue to play good baseball.
Continue to play good baseball.
Just continue to play good baseball.
Continue to score 2 runs in 3 games.
Yeah.
All will be well. I know. If you score 2 runs in 3 games, it's a guarantee that you're going to lose at least one of those games.
Well, in the last however many games, they've scored 80 runs, but 20 of them came in 2 games. and there's just been so many 2 or fewer run output games in this stretch.
They're finding the water level of a team that probably isn't as good as they were at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Some teams have figured them out a little bit. They're not walking nearly as much as they were at the beginning of the year, and they're missing guys right now. You're missing Jeremy Pena. Carlos Correa is going to be out for the year. Jose Altuve is starting to look 36 years old. 3 hits last night, notwithstanding. He's, that was my fear. I was glad they signed Jose. I was glad we celebrated. He's going to finish his career as an Astro. But when you look at Spot Rack and you look at the salaries for Jose Altuve next to the age for Jose Altuve, you get a concern about this being $30 million well spent. Unless, Seth, part of Jim Crane's rationale is, look, this guy was the catalyst for the greatest golden era of Astros history. You could argue he was underpaid all those years.
There's a little bit of the old Kobe Bryant's last contract.
Yeah.
Lakers fans get it, where the rest of us are like, what are you giving him, a gold watch?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. You've got room for 1 gold watch on your roster, I guess, or you're just, okay, this is what he's earned and deserved. If you look at Altuve, his OPS plus might be the simplest way to look at it.
Yeah.
As a credit to him, he's aging gradually instead of falling off a cliff.
Yeah.
But if you go to 2022, where he was just as good as he was at the peak of his career, he had a 161 OPS plus.
Wow.
So for those
really
who don't know, OPS plus 100. It's standardized, so 100 is the average baseball player at the plate. Then he goes to 151. Then he goes to 124. Then he goes to 113.
Oh, wow.
And right now, as we sit here...
Can I guess? Let me guess.
Yeah.
He's 95.
101.
101.
He's
so
1 tick above an average baseball player on the season, but let's remember he started off on a heater. So
everybody
since
did.
then. But so far at the quarter pole or so, he's about an average baseball player.
Yep.
It's still a lot of baseball left to play, but I mean it's not a huge mystery if you just look and see what happens to a guy when he's going from age 33 or 32 to now 36 years old.
Yeah. God, I just want him to get to 3,000 hits, but you just rattled that little verbal graph off to me, and I'm like, I don't know if he's going to make it. So they lose the first game of this really important week. Tatsuya Imai. Okay, we gotta address it. How are we feeling about Tatsuya Imai tonight, Seth?
Yeah, that's a great question. What's the analogy for how I feel about Tatsuya Imai?
I will tell you how I feel about it. Look, their record is at a point now where I'm just finding ways to try to be intrigued by this team.
Yeah.
It's super intriguing tonight is how I'll describe it.
I feel like I'm about to deliver a presentation to a client where I know the client's already made his decision.
Yeah.
Like I'm a salesman, and I'm sitting in the waiting room at General Motors, and some guy that basically Don Draper walks out. He's finishing off his whiskey as everybody in the boardroom is celebrating and patting him on the back. And I'm about to go in, and I know that I phoned it in on this presentation.
Been there.
I got a couple
That's
of.
a terrible feeling.
I don't even have a PowerPoint. I've got a couple of placards.
Yeah.
What
Yep.
do you do in those situations? You just go for it?
You go for it, yeah. You go in, you do the presentation, you do the work, and you realize sales is a game of numbers, and if you put in the best for this one, knowing you're not going to get it, there'll be something good down the road.
Have you ever, when a client said no or a potential client ever said no, did you ever just lose it and say, your wife's a whore?
No. I felt like it many times.
I didn't want your business anyway.
Right. I'm just doing this because my boss told me to.
Your widgets suck. Yeah.
Oh, man. So,
that's how I feel about Imai.
That's how you feel about the Imai start tonight?
There's no evidence whatsoever that his mysterious arm fatigue has gotten any better with rest. Yeah.
No, zero. Super intrigued. We'll watch. Yeah.
I was just thinking about, he's having a hard time adjusting to the lifestyle of American baseball. Nothing like a trip to the minors to get a really good.
Oh my God!
That's even a weirder feel.
Yeah,
where nothing's comfortable in the minors.
No. This is America right here, Tatsuya. This is America.
He's probably sleeping in somebody's spare bedroom. One of those nice families that take in the minor leaguers.
Oh yeah. Oh, the host families
trying to learn how to eat meatloaf.
I love that. Oh, that'd be great if you had a host family in Sugarland.
He's eating meatloaf with some host family that's like, here, I hear you folks eat with chopsticks. Here you go.
We're just trying to make him feel as comfortable as possible.
He's staying with some host family that does not realize there's a difference between Japan and China.
Oh my God.
Like, so, what's it like there in Beijing anyway? Yeah.
So we're starting to get to the point where people around baseball are talking about the Astros and what this is going to look like a month from now.
Talking about, but not in a good way.
Not in a good way. No, not even
like in a buzzworthy way.
No. Like, what team is a sleeping giant right now? This team that scored 2 runs in 3 days.
By buzz, you mean they're already doing the postmortem on the Astros, despite the fact that they're 4 games out of the playoffs.
Right.
4 games out of the disrespect.
Yep.
From these bastards.
Yep. Like Ken Rosenthal, for example.
You bastard.
This is Ken Rosenthal.
Let's stuff that bow tie down your throat and make you swim in a deep pond.
Basically creating a shopping list for the other 20 teams that are going to be mathematically in the postseason run here come this summer. Here's Ken Rosenthal listing the Astros that could get moved at the deadline.
If they don't turn things around, who are they trading at the deadline? Give it to us. Give us the names. Let's go.
Well, Kevin, the Astros might be tied for the worst record in the AL, but they're still only 3.5 games back in the wild card race. So their owner, Jim Creighton, we've seen this before. Even with all the injuries, he's not the type to concede. But you want names? So here's some names. Isaac Paredes. He would be the most obvious if they are out of contention. Josh Hader and Christian Walker. They would be 2 others who would draw interest, but both have really high salaries, so that would limit the returns. And Hader also has a full no-trade clause. And then this is the one to keep in mind, maybe not so much for the deadline, but the offseason. Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena is an eligible free agent after next season, after 2027. So come this offseason, he'll be in the same position Kyle Tucker was a few years back. And remember what they did with Kyle Tucker? They traded him.
What about Yordan Alvarez, Ken? You left that rather large name out of that. Just your thoughts there.
I'd be shocked. And again, Jim Creighton is not one to concede. He's not going to concede the future as well as the present.
Yeah, the consensus of all the articles I've read, Seth, and the audio bites or video bites I've seen, audio that I've heard, whatever, is that the Astros, people would be very surprised if they traded Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah. That's the thing that's interesting about this year in the AL is because there's so much parity, or if you want to call it mediocrity, to the point where the Astros are 4 games out of the playoffs somehow with this abysmal record, is that it might really create a buyer's or a seller's market, just because there's going to be so many teams that are close to the playoffs. That's the point at which, if you can be cold-hearted about it or cold-blooded about it, both cold-hearted and cold-blooded
completely
about
cold,
it,
yes,
that it's a really good opportunity to trade away somebody that can do some damage for a team that's a genuine championship contender.
Yeah. Create an auction environment. The more teams you got, the better it is. Of all those names that Rosenthal just said, the most interesting one to me is Pena, because they, as he pointed out, they traded Kyle Tucker when they were still a good baseball team. Yeah. They traded Kyle Tucker coming off a division championship in December of 2024, I believe, is when they traded him.
It was a big step in the development of this era of the Astros.
Well, it was the first time they'd done something like that. Yeah. And so if they were willing to trade Kyle Tucker, and by the way, I'm looking at estimates for what Pena's salary is going to be in his last year of arbitration. Mm-hmm. It's a big number. That's kind of a bit of the myth of like, we got team control on this guy for 6 years. If he's a good player, the last year of his arbitration is going to be essentially like the first year of a new contract. Pena is going to make like $25 to $30 million in arbitration for a team that might win 72 games this year. So I think of all those things that Rosenthal just said, if I had to bet on any of them happening, honestly, it'd probably be like Isaac Paredes getting traded for a couple, like a minor league pitcher or two or something like that. But as far as like big splash, I think there's a better chance Pena gets traded than I thought Tucker would get traded back 2 years ago.
One thing about Pena is, as of right now, one of the marks against him for how much he's contributing to the Astros is that he doesn't actually play much baseball. That's been a bit of a disappointment.
Yes,
it's like playing 10 games of baseball.
Yeah, and going back to last year, even now, the first he had 2 injuries last year.
Yeah,
both in the first one was right before the All-Star break, because I think it was right around the All-Star break, because he made the All-Star team last year. That's when he got beamed in the ribs by that Cubs pitcher. I can't blame him for that. That's just bad luck. But then at the end of the year, remember, he missed. I mean, he's your best player, and he missed the last week of the season because he had an oblique injury. And then he broke the finger in the World Baseball Classic exhibition game. Can't blame him for that. But then he gets this weird knee hamstring thing going on, and so he's had 4 different injuries since June of last year.
Yeah, he played 125 games last year.
Yeah,
but and especially if you start the clock in June. Yeah, that he hasn't played a lot of baseball.
It's wild.
He's only been out there for 10 kind of limited games this year.
Is that all he's played this year? Is 10 games?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And yet
he hasn't played great. No. I mean, he's been out there.
Yeah.
It's he's sitting on a 653 OPS in 10 games.
Yep.
But as we know in baseball, it doesn't matter. They just
continue to
take a look at your best seasons and figure out what you're going to do, and
Seth,
his number won't change.
If Jeremy Pena just continues to play good baseball, as Joe Espada would say, they're going to get plenty for him at the trade deadline. No worries at all. But
that's the thing that's going to really suck, is if they end up trading him and all of a sudden, lo and behold, he plays the rest of the season and on into the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
that's a lock.
You might get to that point where you start making business decisions about, like, well, all right, you're talking about trading me, and hamstring doesn't feel 100% pristine right now.
Ooh.
And then all of a sudden he gets traded to the Dodgers.
And he's running 30 feet a minute down the line. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's get to the Texans. Boy, there's some bullish opinions out there about the Houston Texans. For a team that's not getting a ton of buzz nationally on the offseason they had, they sure are getting boosted by some folks here when it comes to the pantheon or the tapestry of the AFC. This was some good stuff from a couple of guys yesterday that we'll get to coming up next. I got to tell you, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp. And BetterHelp is
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, there are people out there who are really bullish on the Texans, and they had a good offseason. We were thinking about this last night, Seth. I was doing my thing with Reggie and Landry last night on the stream, and talking about the areas they've improved the most, and they're definitely areas of improvement on both sides of the ball. I picked safety as my first one just because it's easier to pick out individuals than it is groups. Until we see this offensive line in action, I can't say they've necessarily improved. They've got better players, but I don't know if they've improved. But we started thinking, like, man, is there any place that they've gotten worse? And the only one I can think of is the one that you bring up frequently, which is Derek Barnett and Danico Autry 2025 versions are better football players than Dominique Robinson and Dylan Horton.
Yeah.
The depth at defensive end.
Yeah, so for generating that pass rush consistently, even though you're resting Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, or if one of those guys gets injured, it's dicier right now than it was last year.
It is, but when backup defensive end is the only thing you can bring up, you're in a pretty good place as a team. And obviously C.J. Stroud needs to improve. That we know that. We know that.
But if you're just comparing this year to last year, that's the difference.
Yeah, I think they're right. I think they're a better football team.
So I gotta give you one little thing. I was thinking about telling you this in the previous segment, but just so you know, we're about to play some really positive reviews of the Texans offseason by Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson from the 33rd team. I think they were going through an exercise where they basically made a case for various teams to make the Super Bowl, to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So they went through and
So this
now
was
they only did it with a few teams, but I think it was they landed on definite possibility for the Texans.
Okay. Well, here are the reasons for optimism on that defensive side of the ball we just talked about.
And they're all back,
and they may be better now,
and maybe enhanced. With Logan Hall coming in, with Caden McDonald's coming in. They're all back in it. With Ed Reed Blankenship coming in, they're even better on the defensive side of the ball. Strength becomes even stronger.
Yeah, which is a serious thing. I mean, that defensive line, that has the potential to be utterly ridiculous now. You know, you've got the two edge rushers in Anderson and Hunter. Caden McDonald is not just going to solidify the center of the defense against the run, but I think he's got enough to push the pocket and squeeze quarterbacks towards those edge rushers and really act as a force multiplier for what those guys can do on the edge as well, because now they're not just, attacking the edge, getting around, getting to the top of the pocket, but all of a sudden that pocket is collapsing from from up front, right? Caden McDonald is pushing that pocket back into those guys. So that defense could be genuinely special this year.
Okay. I like that.
I you know what? Now, actually, I'm glad we played that because that is at least a little bit of a salve on my concern about the lack of depth at edge rusher, is that Logan Hall can play inside or outside, and especially when it comes to stopping the run, there's going to be times where they might decide to give Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter a blow by having Logan Hall out on first and second down at defensive end.
That makes sense.
Then when it's third and long, you bring in your heavy hitters at pass rusher, and they have more. I think they've strengthened their potential for impact players on the inside, which evens things out a little bit more than what it was last year, where you felt awesome about the edges, but at any given time you weren't quite sure exactly how well they were going to stop the run or rush the passer from the inside.
Yeah, you need the same level of health with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter if the roster stays constructed this way.
Yeah.
They got to stay healthy like they did last year. So that's Palazzolo and Monson talking about the defense. Now here they are talking about reasons for optimism on the offensive side of the football.
Like, we've seen high-level play from C.J. Stroud. He's become a bit of a question mark now, but like that, the potential is there for that offense to be really good as well. Like, there's a lot of talent there.
Year 2 of Jaden Higgins, who I'm still a big believer in. Jalen Knoll as a vertical threat. A full year of Nico Collins, who's in and out of the lineup and is a legitimate number one right now. And then the volume attacking of the offensive line. The volume additions from Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller and Keelan Rutledge and returning Ed Ingram, and there's a lot there coming back.
And what if they get Tank
David
Dell back?
Montgomery. And Tank Dell.
Tank Dell's back cutting now for the first time.
I mean, Tank Dell might that was like the cutoff, and Stroud's regression a little bit.
Tank Dell changes that offense. I mean, he's a really, really good player who's just unfortunately now been injured a couple of times, and this one was serious. But if if Tank Dell comes back healthy, then he definitely changes that offense.
Okay, they're out over their skis a little bit more on this side of the ball, I would say.
Yeah, and especially, I think they're given a bit more of a positive review of the impact Tank Dell had on the offense in 2024.
Yeah, it was 23 where Tank was really what they're talking about there. So
2024, we had 3 awesome receivers going into the season, and you're wondering midway through the season, hey, where's this high-flying offense, this aerial attack we were talking about?
I was told Tank was going to be awesome. Yeah. But the two things the Tank Dell thing there were 2 things I wrote down. The other thing, also wide receiver, where I think it was Palazzolo just said, as this matter of fact, a full year out of Nico Collins. They've never gotten a full year out of Nico Collins. Nico always misses a couple of games.
And then and last year, it was at the worst possible time against the Patriots.
That's right.
Where it sure could have helped. It would have been nice to have. The loss of Trent Brown, too, in that game. Not to get sidetracked about the health of everybody on that team. But I think the biggest thing really is that they are, and they have been for the last 3 years, an offense with a philosophy of, hey, we want to run the football and we want to marry the run game to the pass game and be a lot like you are in San Francisco. So, and I'm not even talking about whether you're a Shanahan system or not, but a philosophy of we want to be able to run the football. We want to be able to use the run game to our advantage. And when you can't run the football effectively or consistently, it really screws everything up.
Mm-hmm.
So, because sometimes when we talk about this, people will make the understandable objection, hey, aren't there a lot of teams in the NFL these days that don't care that much about the run game, like the Kansas City Chiefs? Sure, but it's a different philosophy and methodology. If the entire philosophy and structure of your offense is we want to be able to run the ball and you can't run the ball, it makes you really predictable everywhere else and easy to defend. And that's one thing that C.J. Stroud has never really had is, hey, he's running this offense that would really like to be able to establish the run. They can't establish the run, and then all of a sudden defenses are dictating terms to them. So the offseason focus on doing everything they could to bring in guys who are wired to run the football that is the pivot point for whether or not the Texans look like a better offense this year. Is just simply, yes, can they credibly establish the run this year in a way that they haven't in C.J. Stroud's first 3 years?
Yeah, let's talk about C.J. for a second here. This was Benjamin Solak from ESPN talking about the challenges for C.J. Stroud this season.
Yeah, Sorry, just he starts off talking about the entire first 3 years that C.J.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Since C.J. Stroud got drafted, the Texans are 31st in rushing success rate and 31st in EPA per rush. Only the Raiders are worse. To me, that is the C.J. Stroud stat, far more than the Davis Mills went 3-0, the turnovers in the playoffs. It's the fact that Stroud cannot throw in manageable down and distances, and the Texans cannot manipulate defensive personnel because they can't run the football. The hardest environment for a quarterback to throw the football is on 3rd and long, right? Defense knows a pass is coming, the ball's in their court. Stroud has 183 dropbacks on 3rd and 7+ over the last 2 seasons. Only Caleb Williams has more. But it's not just late downs. As a rookie, Stroud saw base defense, 3 linebackers, 4 defensive backs, on 26% of his dropbacks, led the league. And that's obviously easier to throw against than nickel and dime. But as defenses realized that Stroud was dangerous and the Texans' running game wasn't, they stopped putting base on the field. Stroud saw on about 15% of his dropbacks last year, 6th lowest in the league. If you can't run the football, you can't create manageable down and distances, you can't force opposing defenses to put run-defending players on the field, and it's just going to be plain hard to throw the football. The Texans obviously know this, and they're trying to address it. They draft Keelan Rutledge in the 1st round, and then Marlon Klein, the blocking tight end out of Michigan, in the 2nd round. This after they traded for David Montgomery to be a thumper between the tackles, and in free agency, they added Wyatt Teller, they added Braden Smith. They're trying to retool this offensive line. That's why you're just not going to get C.J. Stroud concerned from me. I haven't seen him play in a healthy, balanced offense, and I think once I do, I think he'll look a lot more like he looked as a rookie.
Okay. I was distracted by the birds chirping in the background on that cut.
Benjamin Solak's been showing off he's a homeowner now, I think.
Is he?
So
Okay.
he's got a backyard with the elevated gardens and everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just pictured him sitting there under a tree, like in a Snow White outfit with all the animals gathered around him. The birds sitting on his shoulder and him feeding the squirrels and things like that. Like just like a male Snow White outfit.
Maybe a good gimmick for him.
Yeah.
Dress up like little Little Bo Peep. And yeah,
sheep
one of those
over
little
here.
shepherd's cane and everything.
Yeah, and just talking about C.J. Stroud underneath a tree. Yeah. He was kind of echoing what you were just talking about there, about what they're trying to do to make life easier on CJ.
Yeah, and I think that was, remember after his rookie year, that was my big concern going into the second season was, all right, man, like you guys did a lot of really good things, but you're running an offense that's predicated on having a good rushing attack, and they didn't have a good rushing attack in 2023. So let's see what happens in 2024, and then we saw what happened. And they've been stuck in that rut, even though Nick Caley, he runs a different style of run game and everything else, but they still want to be able to do both of those things, and they weren't able to do it consistently last year.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We'll talk some more Texans for sure. We will talk some more Texans at the top of the hour. Their schedule, by some metrics, easy. By other metrics, the one I believe in, hard. We will talk about that and more in the 7 o'clock segment. Nice long one coming up. We got headlines coming up next. We'll circle back to the Astros. We'll hit some NFL, more schedule nuggets got dropped yesterday. A few Texans signed some contracts, so we'll get to all of that coming up next in headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. But I want to tell you,
So stop by one of our locations or visit us online at ewaldkubota.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Got him. Throwing the changeup to strike out Jordan to end this game. Seattle wins the first game of this 4-game series. Final score 3-1. Astros out hit the Mariners 9-7, but dropped the opener.
All right, they dropped the opener to the Mariners 3-1 last night. The Astros have scored 2 runs in their last 3 games. They lose the first game in what is a really important week if they're going to climb back in this thing here in mid-May. Peter Lambert, really good last night for the Astros, pitched 7 innings. They've started to get more the starters have started to stretch things a little bit more and take a little burden off of the bullpen. Unfortunately, that's the positives we're taking away from these games. It's like, well, the bullpen didn't pitch as much in this game. Okay, I mean, you still lost, but
they've been okay. They've been fine pitching over the last 11 games or so.
Yeah.
But the offense has just fallen into a deep ditch. Yep. Other than a couple of 10-run outputs, they've just it's 2 runs or fewer the majority of the time.
Yeah, it's been bad. So they're back at it tonight. The big story tonight is Tatsuya Imai is going to pitch for the first time since he left the team for, quote, arm fatigue.
Yeah.
He had 2 minor league starts. Neither of them were great. We'll see what happens tonight against Seattle. Carlos Correa.
Brian Wu will be pitching tonight.
Brian Wu, yep. Brian Wu.
Not a great pitcher, so here we go.
Yep. Carlos Correa had successful surgery on a tendon. I forget the name of the tendon. It's not his Achilles. In his ankle yesterday. Apparently, they were telling the story during the game last night, Seth. He FaceTimed the team after his surgery to kind of give them the thumbs up. And this was the big thing. He said when he's ready, when he's allowed to go back out, with his surgically repaired ankle, he wants to sit next to Joe Espada in the dugout every game. So basically, he wants to essentially become the bench coach of this team. I am here for it. I'm here for anything. I'm here for any remedy. We're throwing stuff against the wall. If Carlos Correa, the strategist, is what we need.
You know what we need is an argument between him and Espada.
Yes.
Yeah, them arguing about which reliever to call in or something like that. It was the peroneus brevis tendon.
Okay.
I don't know where that was on the odds board or not. You were right. You were right. My question immediately was, man, usually you hear about a guy just popping a tendon out of nowhere. It's the Achilles tendon, which like that they don't usually say that's an ankle tendon, and
right.
So it turns out that was a dumb thing of me to say. I have zero clue what the average recovery time is for a peroneus brevis. Well, but I know it's not this season.
No. Carlos said in his interview before the surgery it was going to be 6 to 8 months if the surgery goes well. Sounds like the surgery went well, so we'll see what happens. I do an injury update on the Astros, but it's too long for this segment. The big one is Jeremy Pena is going to be playing some rehab games coming up here soon. He hit in the batting cage last night.
Well, and then Imai, we can only assume, is no longer fatigued in his arm.
Right.
So there's your update.
It's a good update there, Seth. Yes.
Has he recovered from arm fatigue?
From arm fatigue.
Not based on performance, he hasn't, but otherwise they're going to pitch him in a Major League Baseball game. And then Lance McCullers' fingernail continues its arduous recovery.
We'll see. Yep.
And we might see him on Wednesday.
Climbing that hill with that fingernail, man. Yep. Texans signed running back Evan Hull, who was drafted by the Indianapolis Colts a couple of years ago. They cut Luke Lachey, their 7th-round pick from last year, the tight end. He's gone, Seth.
It's probably for Luke Lachey. He might be happy about that just because they signed Moreau in the offseason. They draft a tight end in the 2nd round. You've already got Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover.
Yeah.
It was going to be tough sledding to make this squad,
no
so
doubt.
Maybe he ends up in a better spot.
Yep. They signed 3 of their draft picks. Kamari Ramsey, Lewis Bond, and Aiden Fisher all signed their rookie deals. So practically everybody signed now from that Texans rookie class. Schedule nuggets dropping yesterday. We mentioned on the show yesterday, Texans-Jags in London. That's the only one it's sort of a prime time or holiday or whatever that I've seen. But the ones that got dropped yesterday, during the show, Cowboys at Giants, that'll be Sunday Night Football Week 1. The Bills will unveil their new stadium in Week 2, Seth, of the season on Thursday Night Football against the Lions. That would have been one of those games like 2 years ago. They would have said, this could be a preview of the Super Bowl.
I got to say, pretty impressive by the Bills to pull off this the new stadium with zero disruption. And I know they just installed the turf not too long ago. I guess that would be the big thing to watch was just how well is the turf taking root and everything. But it's a big matchup. Sean.
Is it going to be? Is it a grass field or is it going to be field turf?
It's grass.
It's grass. No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I just remember seeing an article where they had to plan it by a certain date.
Gotcha.
To get it to get it ready for the season to where it wouldn't be a sloppy mess. Hey, real quick. Rich Eisen, is he still doing these London games?
I don't think he is.
I don't think he is.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm pretty sure he's not.
A couple of people DM'd me about that yesterday, and I feel like an idiot for not having brought it up because that's one of the things you and I hate most about those London games or any game that Rich Eisen does.
Yeah, I want to say because now NFL Network is under the ESPN umbrella.
Yeah.
That they've got access to some ESPN people to do those games.
Better people is what you're saying.
Better play-by-play people
Actual
for sure.
Play-by-play people.
Right. Ravens
sedated interviewers.
Exactly. Yeah. Ravens Cowboys Week 3, and then Ravens Cowboys Week 3. That's in Brazil actually. And then Eagles at Cowboys will be one of the Thanksgiving Day games. So we'll get some more. Schedule. Each network, I guess, gets a chance to drop one of the games they're going to have throughout these couple of days, and then Thursday will be the full drop of the schedule. Thursday night, we'll know exactly the when for all the games for the Texans. All right, we'll get to some Rockets too a little later in the show. The Bucks proclaiming to Shams Charania they are open for business for Giannis trade talks. We'll talk about that maybe a little later on, perhaps in the 7 o'clock hour. But up next. I just want to mention it in headlines there so everybody knows. Bucks open for business. The Texans, by the lazy measurement, have a fairly easy schedule. The Texans, by the measurement that I think is much more relevant, have a tough schedule next year. Which one of these are we believing here? And we'll dig into it and tell you why. We'll do that coming up next.
Trajan Wealth. Believe in Trajan Wealth.
Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we're going to get the schedule in full later this week on Thursday night. There was actually, Seth, while we were away during that last break, there was another schedule nugget that dropped. Monday Night Football, Week 1, Kansas City and Denver.
Oh,
in Week 1, that tells me that. And I know we've heard news on Mahomes that Mahomes is going to be able to do some things in OTAs. Maybe not a full participant, but he's going to be able to do some things, which I think was more. That is a more optimistic outlook than when he first injured that knee, because he tore 2 ligaments in that knee. He tore the ACL and the LCL. So people were talking about that like he might not make the start of the season. Like, who was going to be the backup quarterback in Kansas City was all of a sudden a relevant topic to the standings in the AFC West. Mm-hmm. I would guess that the league has some pretty good intel from the Chiefs that Mahomes is going to be ready for Week 1 if they're putting the Chiefs in prime time.
Yeah,
they're putting them on Monday Night Football in Week 1.
I like that conspiracy thinking.
Yeah,
because they do the schedule makers. That's why one of the reasons it takes so long for the schedules to come out is the league. The league is in communication with all those teams about what their scheduling conflicts are and everything else like that. So yeah, at some point, did they have a conversation with somebody about Pat Mahomes and just whether he's going to be available or not?
Yeah, I'm not even mad about it. Like, it's just business.
No. That makes sense. Yeah, so it just might be a good little bit of a breadcrumb that Pat Mahomes is going to be back, and there you go.
Well,
yeah, all is well. I know we were all so concerned about it. Oh no, are we going to be able to hear Chris Collinsworth talk about Pat Mahomes?
I know. Yeah.
Even if he's not playing in that game,
right?
Yes, we will.
He will.
Is this a Monday night game or a Sunday night game?
Monday night game. Yeah. So I don't know what
Collinsworth.
I don't know what Troy Aikman's affinity is for Mahomes. Dallas kid, so he probably has some experience.
Aikman, I feel like Aikman's pretty even-handed.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
I never worry that he's too much. If anything, I feel like he overcorrects and he's a little bit more critical of the Cowboys than you'd expect him to be.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Or than any other guy is.
Yeah. And he was mad at the Cowboys that they didn't hire him to be an advisor like the Dolphins did recently.
That's true. Yeah, he's genuinely, actually, if anything, he's probably more critical of the Cowboys because he's disgusted with the Cowboys at any given time.
Yeah, they're easy to be mad at these days. Yeah, for sure. So the schedule's coming out later this week, and there'll be a lot of talk about strength of schedule, who's got the hardest schedule. There's 2 ways that generally people do that. The lazy strength of schedule that gets put out there frequently, and I saw it again yesterday, is here's what the winning percentage was of all the teams that you played last year. Or here's what the winning percentage was last year of all the teams that you play this year.
And by that one, it looks like the Texans have an easier schedule.
Correct. Yeah. Yep. They're like
false.
That is 100% false, because that's that. It's a different product that you're basing the winning percentages on. Like, these teams have all made changes, some for the good, some for the bad.
Some guys are coming back from injury, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. There was a draft. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but there was a draft where they got new players on their team. There's free agency. They got new players through free agency. I like the way that Warren Sharp does it. Warren Sharp of Sharp Football Analysis. This speaks right to me because it incorporates the gambling community in it. The season win totals, the projected forecasted season win totals for all 32 teams. Warren Sharp's contention is the way to forecast strength of schedule is to take what we think these teams will be this coming season, not what they were last season. So take their season win totals of your 17 opponents, add them up, and that's your strength of schedule. The unfortunate thing is that by what I consider to be, and many consider to be, the more accurate way to forecast strength of schedule has the Texans with one of the hardest schedules in the league. The 7th hardest schedule in football, according to this. And I think you do. If you look at the teams and the divisions they cross over, it's not an easy schedule. Where they really caught some bad luck is that in the AFC East and the AFC West, you play the team that you finished in the same place as in the division, and the Texans finished second in their division. So they are catching the Bills out of the AFC East and the Chargers on the road out of the AFC West. And I would submit that this coming season, the Bills and the Chargers could be better than the Patriots and the Broncos, respectively, in their divisions.
Yeah, and I think if you think about the Chargers specifically, because their offensive line was just so battered by injuries last year, they get their two starting tackles back,
who are good players.
Right, yeah. That and Justin Herbert, despite all that, managed to have a pretty respectable season last year. That people are the Chargers are a team where the record last year, even though it wasn't a bad record, I think doesn't tell the whole story about just where they are as a team.
Yeah, so the Texans didn't really catch a break there. They're crossing over with the AFC North, which means by winning percentage, that's not a great division by that metric, because the Ravens had a down year last year. Yeah. The Ravens probably aren't going 9-8 again this year, or whatever they were. They were 8-9. Okay, they're 8-9. 9-8 would have won the division for them. So they were 8-9. I don't think the Ravens are going 8-9 again this year, assuming Lamar Jackson is healthy.
I think the one thing is, though, I think that some of the win totals for the teams in the NFC East are maybe a little bit more optimistic than they probably should be.
What are they?
I mean, like the Commanders were 5-12 last year.
Yep.
And right now, I want to say their win total is 7.5 or so.
Okay.
And I don't know. It's 7.5. I don't know. I think that's a lot of faith in Jaden Daniels that maybe as of right now you shouldn't feel as great about that, and that the issues with the Commanders' defense are just going to get rectified so easily.
You know what it feels like they're doing with that one, Seth, is that Jaden Daniels has been in the league for 2 years now. The quarterback is going to drive a lot of this stuff for all these teams. And in his first year, they won double-digit games and went to the NFC title game. And then this past year, he was banged up, and they won 5 games. It feels like they just split the difference. Yeah. I don't know if they should be 5, or I don't know if they're double digits. Let's just split the difference and go 7.5.
So the other team in the NFC, which I like this team and what they've done in the offseason, and I like their head coach, but I think knocking the Giants up to 7.5 wins after they had 4 wins last year.
I'm with you on
when you've got a quarterback that I'm not convinced is going to play more than 10 games next year because he's a freaking kamikaze, an unapologetic kamikaze who said he's not going to alter his style of play. I think John Harbaugh is going to be a better coach there for sure. I just don't know if. I feel like jubilation over their draft and their offseason is fueling a little bit more optimism about them than's justified.
I think it's totally John Harbaugh fueled. I think that is. There's not that many coaches that move the needle like that when it comes to season win totals. John Harbaugh is one of them. Just the perception of John Harbaugh.
Cowboys, I think the Cowboys were 7-9 last year, and I think that makes this year's schedule, if you just base it on win-loss of your opponents, better. It makes it look like it's an easier schedule.
Yeah.
But I would take the over on them getting more wins than that this year.
What's Dallas's win total?
Over under this damn one that I'm looking at.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the Warren. Warren Sharp has them at 8.5.
8.5.
Yep. 8.5. For what it's worth, people are probably wondering, hey, what's the Texans win total? 9.5. It's been 9.5 the last 2 years. I think it was like 6.5 D'Amico's first year, and he sailed past that. Won 10 games. And then 9.5 2 years ago, they won 10. And then 9.5 last year, they won 12. I don't know why I wouldn't take D'Amico. The reason I would take over on the Texans 9.5 is not just because I like the Texans. It's their defense. These teams with good defenses that are not hyper quarterback dependent.
Yeah.
I don't think I think it would really help if C.J. Stroud had a good year for the Texans. I don't think he needs to be great for them to win 10 games this year. He wasn't great last year, and they won 12 games. So I would go over on the Texans at 9.5.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's
even with the hard schedule.
And people tell you it's harder to depend on a good defense every year, and there's good reason for that. It's because so much of it depends on multiple different people, players on defense. On offense, having a genuinely good quarterback is one of the easiest things to predict. Okay, you're going to have a respectable season. But defense, it gets a little bit dicier. The difference with the Texans is that they're returning all their starters.
Yep.
It's all of the reasons that a defense might fall off. The classic ones, they're just not there right now. So barring a bunch of injuries, it's reasonable to expect that they're going to be a really competitive team in a division that's only got 2 good teams. That 9.5 wins is really, really attainable.
Yep. So, how do you feel about like the Warren Sharp's way of forecasting this thing? Are you down with this too? Do you think
well, in general, yeah, it's tough. It's a tougher schedule than when you look at the conventional strength of schedule.
Yeah.
I think it's a much tougher schedule. And all those teams where I said, okay, well, maybe they're a little rich here on the over-under, there's always going to be a few surprises, and there's going to be some, teams that either overperform or underperform. It's always dicey. But last year, the daunting statistic last year was that the 49ers, the Patriots, and the Saints were expected to have the league's easiest schedules.
Okay.
And all three of those teams ended up really benefiting from it.
Yeah.
And then likewise, the teams that had the hardest schedule to predict, it was a lot dicier for them.
Yeah, the Giants, the Browns, and the Lions were reported to have the most daunting schedules, and of all those, I think
the Browns did beat their 4.5 game win total.
They
so
did.
Good for them.
Shador got a couple upsets at the end of the year. They did beat that. But the of those three, Giants and Browns were teams last year. It doesn't matter what their schedule was; they weren't going to be good. The Lions are the big one there. The Lions had a really hard schedule, and the Lions missed the playoffs. A lot of people thought they were a Super Bowl team.
This is the messed up thing.
Yeah.
And it just I feel like we have to explain this 99 times. There's a lot of people that don't understand that, listen, this is not determined by the league who your opponents are going to be. That's just that it's all, there's a formula, and that's how. But Miami and Arizona have the two toughest schedules in the league. Based on
by the Warren Sharp, by
this season
method.
Win totals one. Yeah.
Oh God. Oh dude. So take the under on those two. The under's probably going to. What's their season win total? Those two.
I don't
teams?
know, but my God, and the Cardinals have it. It's by a pretty healthy. Just looking at the graph, the Cardinals have by far the hardest schedule.
Okay,
in the league.
Boy, you got to play some guts poker to take these win totals. Would you take under?
You know what though? That's awesome for those teams in a year where there's supposed to be a good quarterback draft.
No, I guarantee you.
If there's a year you want to tank and want to be assured that you're tanking, you don't mess up. The last time the Dolphins tried to tank, they ended up winning 7 games or whatever it was.
Yeah. They ended up picking 5th instead of 1st. Would you take under? 4.5. Just for those that aren't really indoctrinated into the season win total bets. If you are forecasted for season win total prop bets for double-digit wins, that means you're even just 10.5. That means you're a really good team. If that's your Vegas season win total, the lowest you're ever going to see is probably 4 or 4.5. Both the Dolphins and the Cardinals have a projected season win total, both of them, of 4.5, and I think I would take the under on both of those teams.
Yeah, the weird thing, and you pointed out this out at the time. And I didn't realize just how weird it was because we hadn't watched the Dolphins' entire offseason. But the fact that they signed Malik Willis to the deal they did while tearing everything else down.
So weird.
It's really, really weird in that it's almost one of those situations where Malik Willis, you're thinking, okay, well, maybe it works out. We'll take a flyer on Malik Willis and maybe we'll end up liking him. But in what world is he set up to show anything at all on that football team other than maybe win you a couple more games than you should?
Yeah.
But even then, it's not going to be the kind of performance where you feel like, oh, yeah, he's the guy we're glad we missed out on getting the number 1 or number 2 overall pick.
It makes no sense. That's why when Troy Aikman is talking about being a consultant for the Dolphins and how invested he feels because his fingerprints are on that, I'm like, dude, why would you admit that? Why would you admit your fingerprints are on that debacle? Because it makes zero sense. They're taking a $99 million cap hit to get rid of Tua so they can pay Malik Willis $20+ million a year. And theoretically, they should be trying to finish near the top of the draft board. Just throw Quinn Ewers out there. You might throw Quinn Ewers out there, and he might be the next Brock Purdy. Who the hell knows? But throw Ewers out there for $1 million a year or whatever he's making. Go lose your 15 games and then draft a quarterback.
It might be one of those things. We'll have to ask Texans Cap about this. It might be one of those things where you have to spend above the salary floor.
Oh, like a floor?
Like cash spending. So maybe they said, all right, well, we'll spend it on a quarterback, and then at least maybe we get and maybe we end up liking him or something, but we got to spend that money anyway.
Yeah, it makes, honestly, Seth, for the two sides of this thing, the team and the player, I'm more curious about the player side of it. It makes me wonder if Malik Willis had any really good offers out there. Because why would you, other than it's Miami and you can hang out on South Beach and the weather's nice and all that other stuff, why on God's green earth as a quarterback would you choose to go to Miami in free agency with what they're doing right now?
Well, and that's the other weird thing about, too. They're set up for extreme failure, but they desperately want to hang on to Achane.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, all right, what, you're going to run him into a brick wall the 400 times this year, and then have to make a decision on whether to give him a contract or not,
or franchise tag him,
like out of a running. And is he gonna? There's not a chance. You're right. He's not going to want to stay there.
No.
So there's still a chance that they end up trading Achane at some point.
They're a train wreck, man. I've been saying that. I have no idea what they're doing in Miami. I have no idea what the thought process is in Miami at all.
And not to mention they drafted Caden Proctor, which is of all the teams that probably should have drafted a guy where people aren't quite sure about his maturity level
South
or anything.
Beach.
It's like, this is the environment you're bringing him into.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So the one schedule nugget that we've not gotten, or one of the big ones that we haven't gotten yet, is who Seattle is going to play on opening night.
Yeah.
The opening night game is going to be on Wednesday this year, and that'll be Seattle, the defending champions, hosting one of a handful of teams here. There are 5 teams left that Seattle could play. And I had seen, and you saw the same thing, I think, Seth, that Kirk Minahan, who used to be a host here with Odyssey up in Boston, he's a Boston media guy, just kind of casually dropped on Twitter last night that per sources, it'll be Patriots Seahawks in the season opener, which is way more interesting now than it would have been a month and a half ago, because a month and a half ago, all it would have been was a rematch of a lopsided Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Now we get Vrabel and Rossini talk leading up to the first game of the year. If indeed
possibly.
Nobody else has confirmed this, by the way.
Right. Kirk Minahan he's broken news before, but he's also had some real big misses. So I never know with him whether he's just kind of trolling or just casually throwing something out there. But so there's a chance that that's a logical one. We've done that a bunch of times where you have the Super Bowl rematch in week 1.
Yeah.
And I'd be game for it, just if only because I wanna see Drake May out there again, which potentially having another really challenging game versus a really good defense and without Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
And maybe with AJ Brown, but we don't know if that deal's actually going to go through.
Drake May pooped the bed against the Seahawks on a neutral site.
Right.
With the 12s out there?
Yeah.
In Seattle on opening night, and they're raising a banner and they're getting their rings and everything.
There was a decided Seahawks advantage to that Super Bowl crowd, but it was nothing like
that.
What it's going to be like at that stadium when they're raring to go.
The 5 teams that Seattle could play to open the season, I guess we can cross one of them off. I'll delete the Chiefs right now because it's just been confirmed in the last 20 minutes that the Chiefs, their dance card is filled for week 1 already. They're going to play the Broncos on Monday Night Football. Which I guess now we know that the Texans definitely won't have a primetime game in week 1 because there's no Monday night doubleheader. It's Monday Night Football, Kansas City and Denver. It's Sunday Night Football, Cowboys Giants. Wednesday night is the season opener. Thursday night's the Australia game. So the Texans are going to play a Sunday afternoon game in week 1. So we know that much just by process of elimination. I would say if it's not the Patriots, Seth, the other 3 teams are the Bears, the Cardinals, and the Chargers. So we know it's not going to be the Cardinals. You may as well just delete them. Would you rather watch Seahawks Bears or Seahawks Chargers on opening night?
Oh, man. Boy, I want to see Mike McDaniel's newfangled offense there. Mike McDaniel's already just had so many notable sound bites. He's thrown shade on Greg Roman and everybody else that's worked with Justin Herbert by basically saying, hey, he ain't never been in a system like this before.
Yeah.
So I think that, but I also. But the Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud conversation and comparison is so interesting that I want to go with the Bears. I want to see as much Caleb Williams as possible.
Are you talking for the Texans or are you talking for Seattle?
I want to see Caleb Williams play in that game.
In Seattle?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
I want to see Caleb Williams on national television as much as possible.
Got you. You mentioned CJ, so I got confused.
No, I did. That's why I want to watch Caleb Williams is because of the comparisons.
I got you. That makes sense. It sounds like the rumors I've seen is it's going to be the Bears, but that's just rumors. Is it going to be the Bears? So we'll see. I'm hoping I'm hoping for the Patriots, Seth, because I love me a good train wreck, and I think that this Vrabel until Rossini does an interview, and until Vrabel, I think kind of comes out and just doesn't dance around it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. It just it's such a weird, odd situation, and I don't think there's a proper way to handle it. Yeah. And we're just in an era where there's so many of these photos that are going to be leaking out at random times. Does it Vrabel coming out and saying like, "Yep, I did it"? Does it really change anything? I don't think it doesn't. It's not going to change the trickle of photos and videos.
No, that's a good point. And nothing's going to stop TMZ. You're right about that.
There's nothing that Vrabel can do right now that's the right way to handle this in terms of a PR standpoint. I don't think. I think it's just going to be a lingering story as long as TMZ wants to spit out videos.
Yep. Did you see that Rossini and her husband were spotted kissing each other in front of their New Jersey home yesterday, on Mother's Day? I think it was.
Yeah.
They were kissing each other. So. All is well in the Goldschmidt-Rossini household, apparently.
I don't know about all is well, but maybe they're trying to make a go of it.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that was in front of their house.
Yes.
Oh man.
I know. There's photographers across the street.
They're going to be living under. You never know, too, because there's very little actual detail about any of this. Who knows? People sometimes people are in marriages where they agree to stick together and whatever. You're on the road, and I don't want to. Whether it's an open marriage or whatever. Who knows what the deal is with these people?
Yeah. They might have an arrangement. Who knows?
That still does that. And again, when people ask, well, then how come Vrabel wasn't fired and Rossini was? Because as much as journalism has changed, it's still very, very frowned upon to have any kind of an intimate relationship with one of your sources.
Yeah,
it's just a big no-no. Yeah.
Yep. Someone saying on the text page, Seth, that at the end of the show you revealed during the toss that the two people in your life that look at you funny sometimes because we don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
your wife and me.
Yeah,
that I just proved the point by not knowing. But you mentioning CJ and me not knowing what was going on there.
Oh yeah, but I probably didn't explain it well enough.
That's okay. Yeah,
I was jumping around from place to place.
Seth told you yesterday that you always tell him you know what he's saying, but you really don't. You and Brandy, you just proved his point. LOL. And we both love him dearly, Texter. By the way, all right.
They claim. Yeah.
So this was Keelan Rutledge on his – we played this yesterday, but for the late arriving crowd, if you weren't here yesterday, this was Keelan Rutledge on what his rookie goals are. This is from rookie minicamp over the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, rookie years just come up first and soak it all in, soak all these vets in, and then obviously go out there and compete. Don't want to put no goals on myself, just say I'm going to go out there and perform, get better every day, attack the grass the same way every day with his head down, hard-working mindset, and, them goals and aspirations, they'll come.
That's okay. So he's not setting any goals up front, really. He's I'm just showing up to work with my lunch pail and my hard hat and my hammer, and we're going to go put a building together. That's what we're doing today, just one day at a time. Kamari Lassiter, you brought this up yesterday.
Yeah, because it's and we'll build up to just why Caden McDonald's goal setting kind of just made me raise my eyebrows a little bit.
Yeah.
Usually, whenever a guy's on that defense, and I'll restrict to the defense, are asked about their individual goals, they almost always bring it back to something about leadership or the team or something very specific about something that they need to improve. So on Texans All Access, John Harris asked Kamari what his goals are for this year.
I feel like I want to be a good leader on our team, for one. I feel like we have really good leaders on our team, and I've seen the leadership, whether it's from guys like Petrie, who don't talk a lot, even Sting, who doesn't talk a lot, whether it's guys like Will and Aziz, who are more vocal, even CJ, just guys who I want to be like a good leader on our team. I feel like, year one and year two, those are like your younger years. Once you get into year three, you got to go ahead and make that transition. Yep. So I feel like that's something that I really want to work on. And then on the field, I feel like I just want the ball. I want the ball. I want more ball production.
Okay.
Yeah, and that echoes something that Aziz said they talked about in the team meeting this year, which is that they need to take the ball away more. They need to cause more fumbles that aren't strip sacks. Kamari's great at breaking up passes. He wants to reel a few more of those in.
Yeah.
So that's kind of in line with what we typically hear from those guys.
Yeah. Well, a few more turnovers. The big one, the one he spent 95% of that clip talking about, was leadership. So you got Keelan Rutledge, a rookie with really no goals at all. He's just coming to work every day.
Yeah.
You got Kamari Lassiter, whose goals are largely centered around leadership. He's in year 3 now. He's got to really take control from a leadership standpoint. Here was Payne McDonald in his press conference, rookie defensive tackle on Friday, with what his goals are.
Like I said, win a Super Bowl, Rookie of the Year, All-Pro first year. These are realistic for me. I wrote this down, and I'm blessed to be here, and I got a chance.
I like that cut 3 days later more than I liked it at the time.
It's the part where he says these are realistic for me.
Realistic part.
And this is where I struggle with this so much. And some people were mad at us yesterday because we were acting like he shouldn't have high goals or aspirations or anything. So I was thinking about it after the show. I'm like, why does that kind of bother me a little bit? And I think it's a combination of two things. One, it's just from years being in locker rooms where rookies just don't know what they don't know. And every now and then somebody comes along who's got kind of like a prize fighter personality, and I'm going to be champion of the world, and they actually do it and pull it off. But the vast majority of the time, it's guys just talking who don't know what they don't know yet.
Right.
And they start making all these bold proclamations, and you're like, all right, just settle down, killer. Make the team first. Be a starter. It's not a guarantee that you're going to be a starter right off the bat. So there's that. But then I think that other part of it is the not knowing what you don't know. Like those are really lofty. You should have unrealistically high goals. That's great. But being rookie of the year and being an all-pro in your rookie year, those are extremely rare no matter how good you are, because part of it is you don't necessarily have a lot of control over a lot of things that go into that.
That makes me feel like he just doesn't watch football or hasn't followed the NFL to know how hard it is. It's not like making all Big Ten. It's not the same thing.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's not a big deal. Like it's honestly, he's just a rookie. I think it's more of just an illustration of how young he is.
Yeah.
And which is a good thing too. It's just I think
it's good.
I actually sat and thought about it for like a half hour.
He wrote it down. He said he wrote them down.
Which is awesome. That's great.
No, my daughter did that. My daughter did that going into her senior year, and we didn't know it at the time. My ex-wife or I. She was an ascending runner her junior year. She didn't become she became great her senior year, but she sat down between her junior and senior year and wrote down 5 goals. We didn't even know about this. My ex-wife, her mom found the piece of paper like in a drawer when she was already off to college. And it was all stuff like, All-American, break the state record, all these things. And I'm like, damn, that's really cool that she didn't share that with anybody. Like, she was writing that down for herself.
This is what, so this is the thing. This is why, and Judy works her butt off and ended up like, how many of those goals did she actually achieve?
She hit them all.
She hit them all.
Yeah.
She hit all of it, right. So that's the thing when somebody young, and it's one thing, you write them down or you have conversations with people or anything, but when you proclaim them like it's no big deal, that's why, and I can go back to so many conversations with rookies where they say something like that, and then you're like, okay, so what's your plan for doing that? I'm just going to show up, man.
Yeah.
I mean, like, all right, okay, well, you got to have a plan for how you're going to go about doing it.
Yep.
So a lot of the rookies just don't know. They don't understand how lofty that goal is and what you need to do and sacrifice to get to it.
Yep. It's you know what it is? It's doing all the stuff Kalen Rutledge is talking about doing.
Right.
Coming every day and get a little bit better and blah, blah, blah. Hey, let's play a little more Payne McDonald. We didn't get to him yesterday on the show other than the goal setting. The emotions of being at NFL minicamp.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Just getting out there with my teammates, rookie minicamp, we all got energy, all enthusiasm, it's a great opportunity, At the end of the day, we want to get to L.A. and win the Super Bowl.
I did like that. I did like him mentioning the Super Bowl multiple times throughout that press conference.
Yeah, that's a team-oriented.
Team-oriented goal. Yeah, I did like that. And being with his teammates. How did he look at this? How did he look at Houston throughout this process? Especially, probably, I would imagine, once day one was over and Houston's near the top of the board.
Yes, sir. I thought it all the way through. Texans, they made it clear who the best D-tackle was. And like I said, it's a blessing to be here. And like I said, I'm ready for the opportunity.
Okay, that's the chip on the shoulder speaking right there.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I guess he gave really short answers for a guy, which I appreciated. For a guy that's got a lot of personality and energy.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't the first defensive tackle taken.
He was the third, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly. Maybe they made it clear that he was their favorite defensive tackle.
Right.
Yeah.
He did get drafted to the best defense. I mean, he wound up. If you're going to fall from day one to day two, if you're going to show up at the draft, show up in your suit, your whole family's there, and have to endure the night after day one, like after the draft is over, of sitting there going, man, 32 teams just passed on me, whatever emotion, and he was highly emotional through that whole thing. If that's a tribulation that you've got to go through to get to wherever it is your destination is, landing high in the second round with the best defense in football, where they need you at that position. Like that he landed in about as good a spot that you can land in outside of being a first-round pick and having your contract. Well, he did get his contract fully guaranteed. It was just less money, that's all.
I could see, as far as him being the top defensive tackle, when he claimed there, he was the third defensive tackle taken.
Yeah.
I could see the Texans being scared off by Caleb Banks. His multiple foot injuries, for one, that maybe he wasn't on their board. Peter Woods, they might not have felt was necessarily what they were looking for, or wasn't like Peter Woods was. There's some questions about, okay, for a guy that's not a huge defensive tackle, does he make up for it with his playmaking ability and his speed and all that? And so there are questions about him. So I could see that. I could totally see Caden McDonald being the top defensive tackle on their board.
Yep.
And may have told him that at some point. Teams will tell you that sometimes. We've only, you're our top guy at this position, or we've got a couple guys above you, but if you're there in the second or third round, we'll take you.
Yep. This was last one from Caden McDonald. We still got time on his skill set being suited to today's NFL, which is leaning more and more heavily on the run game.
Like I said at draft night, got to help out the DNs, get them the second and long, get them third and long, let Will and Daniil and all the other guys get off the edge. And like I said, it's going to work out. 3 and out, get off the field, give it back to CJ, go score.
There you go.
Yeah, the big thing about Caden McDonald, I think that probably was the final stamp of approval, was the fact that he played for Matt Patricia.
Yes.
So Matt Patricia, with ties to multiple people in the Texans organization, was the defensive coordinator at Ohio State last year, and I'm guessing, he had a lot of positive things to say.
A lot of positive things, and Patricia coming from the Belichick tree. Yeah. If Caden McDonald had any of those elements to him that would be toxic, that you might fear somebody who's declaring they want to be first-team All-Pro in their rookie year might have, I think Patricia would have given Caserio an honest assessment in that realm right there.
And that's where it's fun because he's different in terms of just him talking in interviews, and I'm talking about multiple interviews and in that press conference and everything. He seems like he's a different personality type than most of the guys on that defense, which is interesting.
It is.
Which can be fun. It can be a good thing. But I think a lot of it is just he is very young.
Yeah.
And I like that some of the old heads in the D-line room are gonna be there to educate him.
He will be one of the more interesting people to talk to as you get deep into training camp, because you'll start to see if maybe the older guys are rubbing off on him a little bit.
Yeah.
If he does dial it back.
The only thing I worry about sometimes with rookies is the guys that are that really want to play great football versus the ones that want to be great football players, if that makes sense. There's a certain love for the process and love for the game on the defensive side of the ball. And it kind of echoes and it comes through in their interviews, because you can see how much those guys just love actually playing football more so than all the accoutrements that come with it.
Kamari Lassiter. We just played his audio 5 minutes ago or whatever. Yeah, that's that. All right, coming up next, the Milwaukee Bucks are open for business. They are seeking trade offers for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Should Rafael Stone be picking up the phone to call the Milwaukee Bucks? We will discuss that coming up next.
Home Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so should the Rockets be on the phone? Oh, by the way, Pettycast at the top of the hour. Ooh.
Already?
Yeah, show's flying by, man. Should the Rockets be making phone calls to the Milwaukee Bucks? I know some of you want them to, some of you don't. Here is Shams Charania of ESPN yesterday saying Milwaukee is open for business on potential Giannis Antetokounmpo trades.
League and team sources tell me that the Milwaukee Bucks are officially open for business on all trades and calls, offers for Giannis Antetokounmpo, the two-time MVP, entering the draft combine this week and over the next 6 weeks before the NBA draft. This has been a 12-month-long saga between Giannis and the Bucks, but co-owner in Milwaukee, Jimmy Haslam, last week said that this will either end in a long-term commitment from Giannis or a trade elsewhere before the June 23rd NBA draft. And this all surrounds one very important element. Giannis has made it clear for a period of months now that he believes the time has come for both sides to move on, to part ways. The Bucks have resisted over the last calendar year a trade, believing that they can still win and compete with Giannis, but that's depleted their asset base, their talent on their team, and now they are in a reality where they will be listening. They are fully open for business.
Okay, so they're fully open for business. Now, Shams would go on to say that Giannis has all kinds of leverage because he's in the last year of his deal. And the extension, this is where I get scared away. I've actually, Seth, I've soured on Şengün of late, and I feel like there's a sell-high element to Şengün right now. I feel like he's topped out in his game right now, and that if you can find a veteran that's an all-star and Şengün's part of that deal, then I'm cool with it. This is where I get scared about Giannis, is when I read these articles, and at the very end they just drop in like, they all his accolades, all these quotes, everything else, and then at the very end they're like, he only played 36 games this year because of calf, groin, and knee problems. And I'm like, that's like the trifecta of old guy injuries right there.
Yeah, the big man, old guy
injuries.
Yeah.
Soft tissue, knees, all these things.
Multiple.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the extension that I guarantee you, if Giannis is going to get traded, he's going to force the issue saying, you got to promise me you're going to give me the extension, which is 4 years at nearly $70 million a year.
Yeah.
For aging and deteriorating, physically at least. His game, when he plays, he's still really good. He averaged 28 points a game this year and nearly double-digit rebounds. He's still when he's healthy, he's still a top 5 to 7 player in the league.
Yeah.
But when I see calf, groin, and knee, I'm like, oh God, not in this town. Not in this town.
Not in this town,
yeah.
right? Yeah. I don't know. And yet there's a part of me that I get to this point in the offseason in the NBA, and all of those things that I would typically deplore, I become those things.
Yeah.
I want big names. I want shiny things.
Dude.
I want hard to spell names.
Yeah.
I want all these things. I want them to trade for Antetokounmpo and then find out that Kevin Durant hates the Greek and it's all over his burner account or something. Not just that Greek, the Greek.
The Greek.
The Greek people, yeah.
All of them.
He's a long-standing hatred of the
It's
Greek.
the weirdest xenophobia of all time.
Yeah.
Yes, the Greeks. Look, if they did it, I would find a way to get excited about it, I'm sure. And again, we've made this point multiple times. They're in a Western Conference where if you're going to try to win a title in this era that we're in right now, you might have to take a big swing like that.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City and San Antonio are young and built to last, and you're not going to get these guys. You're not going to catch them as you're currently constructed.
And there is a part of, I can't remember how we phrased it last week, but it's that, I appreciate Rafael Stone keeping the long term in mind when he didn't just go out. He spoke down on somebody that could dribble the ball and pass the ball as if you can find them anywhere. So he chose to just not have any of those guys on his team.
Right. It was
do it by
strange.
committee. We're going to do it by committee with guys that can't do that.
We're going to dribble by committee, yes.
So he chose not to bring a point guard onto the team because you can. Why have a point guard when you can have guys who aren't point guards play point guard for you? That there's a part of me, and this is a dangerous place to be in, where okay, well. If you at the very least get Fred VanVleet back, I don't trust that this coaching staff is going to do anything elegant offensively. Mm-hmm. But if you have enough veteran playmakers out there, they'll run their offense, and you'll get some stuff done. If Fred VanVleet has the option between Antetokounmpo and Kevin Durant and everybody else out there, whoever remains from the young core after they make the trade, you're cooking with something there.
Yeah. Now, if Giannis got to $70 million, he could pay cash for this penthouse condo that you sent me yesterday in the Ritz-Carlton residences.
A record price for it said for condos, but I think it's a record price for a home in
I think you're right.
Houston.
I think you're right.
It's $30 million for a condo.
It's a 9,000 square foot now it's under contract, so maybe Giannis is buying it preemptively. Maybe it is him that's buying it. 9,000 square foot. Part of the or planned as part of the Ritz-Carlton residences, which is they're beginning putting that building it in Uptown. It's a luxury hotel and condominium tower. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm looking. According to the MLS, the listing services, a Memorial area mansion set the record for $20 million in 2022. That's the highest price home that's been sold until now.
Previous record for condos was $7 million.
Yeah, that's in the Huntington Tower, right up Kirby. I can see it right out my window.
There's a good chance that this is a Houstonian who bought this because they said that 80% of the sales have gone to people who already live in the Houston area.
Okay.
A $30 million condo. This is the kind of extreme luxury living that I would actually be interested in. My days of living in big houses are far gone.
Oh, yeah.
To live in a $30 million house and the estate that would entail and all the employees you'd have to have around all the time.
Yeah.
Screw that. I don't need that maintenance and upkeep.
No.
A condo that's at the top. The condo that's in a hotel.
Yeah.
Where you've got access to all of those hotel services and everything.
Yes.
I could... my favorite mode of living is when I don't leave my property.
Yes.
For weeks at a time. Sometimes this would be the dream. I might never go outside except when it's on my 2,300 square foot loggia ever again.
Yeah. Is that how big the
2,300 square foot with room for a pool?
Oh my God, loggia, is that like a fancy word for like a patio or whatever? I'm
going to pretend I know what it is. And say yes, that's what it is. It's the loggia. Let's retire to the loggia. That's the way I invite my dinner guests to our after dinner drinks.
A 9,000 square foot house is gigantic. A 9,000 square foot penthouse condo.
It's got 30-foot ceilings.
Oh wow! So I would bet you could divide that up if you wanted to.
Look, and it's the entire 45th floor of the tower.
Yeah,
I did this once. We lived in this small condo on Jacksonville Beach.
Mm-hmm.
That it was a really small building, but we had the entire floor to ourselves. And it was awesome, man.
Yep.
Like just to be able to step off your elevator and walk into your home and all it was the best.
Yeah.
The thing that scared us off of that place, so they built this small condo. It was a bunch of doctors that got together in the 1980s and built this condo.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the deals was that there was this grumpy old man that was like a lifelong employee of one of the doctors. So he was like the caretaker for the place.
Okay.
And he lived in this one room apartment on the first floor right next to the elevators. Over time, he grew grumpier and angrier to the point where he was just like berating people. Anybody and everybody who showed up who he didn't know, like any of your guests that would come over, he would just start screaming at them. But there was nothing anybody could do to get rid of the guy because it was like written into the agreement that he had a job for life.
Did he get grumpy because of the meager accommodations of a one-room apartment? Maybe they gave him a bigger place.
It was a nice one-room apartment.
Oh, it was? Okay.
He was crazy.
Yeah.
And he was one of these guys. He kind of had a screw loose when he was a younger man, but as he got older, it got worse and worse. So it got to the point where it was the dream scenario, but nobody could figure out how to boot the guy guy out or didn't have the heart to, so we had to leave. I would have kept that place.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
You know where that guy would have fit well, Seth? The Pettycast.
Oh, yeah.
He would have been good at the Pettycast.
Oh, he would have been so good at the Pettycast.
He would have been good at the Pettycast.
I'll tell a story about my favorite story. He was a great old guy, except for when he was berating you 3 times a day.
Save it.
When you could catch him when he wasn't berating you, I'll tell you a good story about him.
Save it. We'll do that coming up next. We got the Pettycast, the Tuesday Pettycast, 8 a.m. The segment everybody loves coming up next. Stay there. But first, West Point, Lincoln, to Sugar Land. That would be Ruben Mendoza, my friend Ruben.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, petty cast time. We do it at 8 a.m. every Tuesday. I would say our show's fairly petty a lot of the time, but we amp it up. We take those petty PEDs at 8 a.m. every Tuesday, and we amp up the pettiness. We play petty audio. We get petty about the audio. There will be some version of petty, and if you would like to send in anything you're petty about, we'll read your text if you send in a text to 713-572-4610.
We celebrate pettiness in all its forms.
Yes, every day, but big time at 8 a.m. on Tuesdays. This is J.J. Redick. This was actually following a game over the weekend between the Lakers and the Thunder. If you missed it, the Thunder swept the Lakers last night. Thunder 8-0 in the postseason now. I'm a little petty about that.
Dylan Brooks was there.
He's at the game?
Yeah, sitting like underneath it. Sitting behind one of the baskets.
Oh, that's fun.
With a big smiling at LeBron while he was at the free throw line.
Oh, that's like a WWE thing right there.
Like Dylan Brooks is a genuine villain. Was the caption that I saw.
Literally something that would happen in WWE if someone bought a ticket on the front row to watch their rival wrestle. Right, Byron? That's what would happen.
This was on that.
Yeah.
This is on the hater report. Nah, man, Dylan Brooks a real villain. Bro showed up to Game 4 just to hate watch LeBron.
Yeah. Okay. So this is J.J. Redick following one of the games in this series where he said that LeBron James doesn't get any of the calls.
Along those lines, I mean, LeBron has, I think, taken 5 free throws here in 2 games. Have you seen him be like attacking and downhill, and are you surprised he hasn't been able to get to the line more?
Well, he gets clobbered on that one, with Jalen Williams coming over trying to block the shot when he spun baseline on Dort. That was in that stretch as well. LeBron has the worst whistle of any star player I've ever seen. I mean, I've been with him 2 years now. There's, again, the smaller guys, because they can be theatric, they typically draw more fouls, and the bigger players that are, built like LeBron, it's hard for them. But he gets clobbered, and he got clobbered again tonight a bunch, and that's not like a new thing. That's not specific to this crew or, this series. He gets fouled a lot that doesn't happen. I mean, guy gets hit on the head more than any player I've seen on drives, and it rarely gets called, so...
Okay.
Poor LeBron.
What are we talking about here?
I don't know. It's like you might as well say, like, listen, man, I'm here because LeBron wanted me here, and I
have to say these stupid things about LeBron.
Yeah, it's the plight that he's had to endure his entire career in the NBA. It's just a shame.
LeBron has fouled out 6 times in his 2-decade career.
Yeah,
he hasn't fouled out since 2017. And that's just at the end where they would be calling fouls on him. He's talking, obviously, about LeBron going to the hoop, not getting calls, things like that. What are you talking about, J.J. Redick? What the hell? Plus, LeBron goes down like he's shot every time he goes to the floor.
Yeah, the theatrics, that's the part that got me where, the smaller guys can sell the theatrics better. He might as well have said, LeBron really tries to sell the theatrics, but it would be a lot more effective if you were skinnier.
That would have been honest, at least.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm petty at JJ for J.J. Redick being petty about the referees. All right, next one. This is Stephen A. Smith yesterday on First Take. The Knicks are on a heater right now. The Knicks just swept the Sixers. The Knicks, I believe, have the best point differential for a 10-game period in the postseason or over their last 10 games, whatever it is.
And Stephen A. Smith is a Knicks fan?
He's a big Knicks fan.
Okay.
Yeah, he's from New York. Yeah, and he wears that on his sleeve. Good and bad. Obviously really good right now. The Knicks have been blowing teams out, and they just swept the Sixers. Here's Stephen A. Smith amending his title prediction.
New York Knicks going to the finals. I think they could win the championship. Yes, I do.
KP, before you go, I just want to make sure I'm hearing correctly as my man goes on an incredible soliloquy about all the reasons why the Knicks are playing at a great place. Are you taking the Knicks to win the title? It's not an if question.
I'm taking the Knicks to win the title. I just
want to hear you verbally say it. I just want to hear you say it.
I'm taking the Knicks to win the title.
Okay.
We winning the chip.
Okay.
We winning the chip.
All right.
We winning the chip.
That's what I wanted, KP. Go ahead.
Okay, you know why I'm petty about that.
You don't like Chip. You don't like people saying Chip.
I hate Chip. It's so stupid. It's 5th on the list of things that annoy me on my phone. Meh? Or nah?
Yeah.
My guy, when people call people my guy, hey, my guy. When people express period, period, point, period, like, period, this, period, on Twitter, like they put a period for emphasis in between each word, like, I am going to the... I hate that.
Do you hate the slow clap in movies? Like the dramatic slow clap when...
I don't...
and then it catches on?
No, because it reminds me of the movie Lucas, and I always liked the movie Lucas. Starring Charlie Sheen and Corey Haim back in the day.
Is that the one where Corey Haim was a nerd and Charlie Sheen took up for him?
Yeah, he took him under his wing kind of a little bit, Yeah. I thought that was a good 80s movie, man. It was a good feel-good movie. So I don't... No, not enough. It is annoying, but not enough to be on the list of things that annoy me.
I hate the slow clap.
Okay.
It never used to bother me, but Brandy just despises it. And now I see where she's coming from.
That's good. You're simpatico with Brandy.
In a movie, it's almost, the problem is that it's the only time it's good anymore is when it's funny, is if somebody tries to do this dramatic slow clap and nobody else catches on
that's
to
good.
it. Yeah, but it's like as soon as somebody does the initial slow clap in a movie, like, all right, here we go. All right,
I didn't know that about you. The slow clap, not a Payne thing. Does not
worse
like
than
it.
Chip. Yeah,
I hate Chip so much. That's why we played it. All right, another thing that I'm petty about and that I hate. Kids at press conferences.
Oh, you hate it.
Joel Embiid using his little son as a human shield against hard questions from the Philadelphia media.
Yeah.
Nick Wright did not know this. Also simpatico with me.
And he made a good distinction. We referenced this yesterday, but Nick, I think, laid it out exactly the way you would agree with him.
Yep.
Bringing children to press conferences after losses should not be allowed. And when we first saw it with... I think it was Steph's daughter, Riley.
Right.
It was, not only was it adorable, here's the other thing. It was in the midst of them always winning, and all the press conference stuff was just celebratory. And so it was cute, and there was never oh man, I kind of need to ask him an awkward question, but he has this adorable child with him. Whether intentional or not, the ultimate effect is your kid is shielding you from what could be tough or uncomfortable questions. That is the point of those press conferences. I don't think after season-ending losses, when you're talking about your future with a team, that you should have your kid on your lap. I know I'll just get ripped for it, but I know I'm right. I disagree.
Coming up next.
That's classic Nick at the end.
Yeah. I wonder if he did get ripped for that or not. I feel like this is one of those things where 90% of people agree with him, but 10% of people will be just disgusted that you would ever suggest that you shouldn't bring your child into something like this.
I just think it's cowardly.
I think you're using him as a human shield.
Yeah.
You're using your own children as a human shield.
Yep.
And
I would if that makes me petty, then color me petty.
At the same time as he's kind of describing that, I'm thinking, man, it might be a good thing to do when if you're trying to treat people more civilly. Maybe just imagine, you're about to give somebody a performance review. Let's imagine I'm giving Joel Embiid a performance review for his work as a data entry person or something. I'm going to imagine that he's sitting there with his child. That I'm going to deliver this in such a way that it doesn't seem abusive or, like I'm denigrating them. I'm just going to give them feedback as if their child were sitting there with them.
Okay. Like polite feedback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, at what point did you decide that it was a good idea to go visit these adult websites while you were on company time on a company computer?
Yes, yeah.
And knowing full well that we have access to seeing exactly where you're going on the internet.
Yep. That's it's a good guardrail right there. Yeah.
Instead of really tearing into the guy.
Yeah. All right, so I have not heard this one yet. You sent this one to me yesterday. I wanted to save this. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wemby's face.
Yeah, so after Wemby, this was before it was announced that Wembanyama would not be getting what?
No fine, no suspension.
No fine, no
I'm just
suspension.
laughing at what you're about to say. Yeah.
For elbowing a person in the face.
Yeah.
This was Draymond's reaction to it. It looked like he might have been. I think he was sitting at a locker of some sort.
Okay.
The shot of the night was Wemby's elbow shot on Naz Reid's neck. Got a flagrant 2.
ejected from the game. We found out this morning Wemby won't be suspended, will not be fined, and that life just goes on. And then I saw Mitch Johnson's press conference. I was like, whoa. He took matters in his own hand, and if the referees ain't going to call it, I'm happy he did. But there's intent, guys. I'm not one to ever want to see guys get suspended because I think that is whack. But Jaden McDaniels and Joker just got fined for much less. I would say to the Minnesota Timberwolves, hey, guys, this is fair game. There's no suspension. There's no fines. This is fair game. Coming out there tomorrow night and doing it to Wemby. Who's going to elbow him in the face? That's what I would be saying. You got to get your get back. If nobody's coming back at those guys, going back at Wemby, you lose the war. Because what he just did was set a tone. And you either go full force at it or you get rolled over.
Boy, that
Frontier
is
justice.
That is, I mean, I know it's the Pettycast. That is fascinating audio to me right there.
It was heavily edited. That wasn't me doing the edited.
No.
Editing. That was him, yeah.
But it was like climbing inside the brain of a serial killer in a way.
Well, I don't know. That feels like more of an old school sentiment of, hey, all right, like they're not going to enforce it, but
right.
We're going to do. I don't know. Okay.
No.
Now I'm wondering if I'm a serial killer because I kind of see where he's coming from.
Yeah. No, that's because we've seen Draymond do that so many times. It was just fascinating to listen to him process it. And talk through what his thinking would be right there. Because we just see it in the games, and we just go, "What Draymond? What a jerk! He just elbowed a guy. He just kicked a guy in the nads."
Yeah.
That was calculating. that was. I am planning to get back at this person.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, and it all starts where it's one of these Family Feud type things where. Not the TV show, but the old school Family Feud.
Hatfields,
all right, well, it was when Wembanyama was doing it in retaliation to Naz Reid shoving him in the back while they were running down court earlier in the game. Does this escalate more and more and more? I guess the difference would be that, Draymond, I haven't heard whether he's cried victim on this where like, oh, if I had done that, I would have gotten ejected or something. Nobody got more beneficial treatment for stuff he should have gotten suspended for in the postseason than Draymond Green. It was nuts. It was nuts.
Not just the physical stuff, but the abuse of the referees, too.
Right.
That was the big one. Like, you would have given somebody else would have gotten a technical by now.
I've seen people say, oh, if Draymond did this. I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah. He got away with it over and over again in the playoffs.
Yes.
He got most favored nation status all the time, despite his reputation, whereas Wembanyama doesn't have that reputation. And I think that, ultimately, I think it's – I don't know if I agree with him when it comes to, that means this is all fair game. I think Wembanyama got a little bit or maybe a heavy dose of preferential treatment here. Yeah. Partly because he's a star, partly because he's not known as that type of player.
Shams said that yesterday. He said a big part of it was he has no priors with Wembanyama. Like, this is the first time he's ever been in the crosshairs like this.
Yeah, and I don't think that players on the court are necessarily going to feel like, all right, I've got carte blanche to do whatever I want.
Yeah.
News alert, Wembanyama's going to get preferential treatment.
Yeah.
Compared to everybody else pretty much on that court.
Yep. Well, and the other thing, too, I think they really want San Antonio and OKC in that Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
So they can talk. The de facto finals here, Wembanyama against the defending champs. And the fact of the matter is, if they had suspended him for Game 5, that would have been really dicey for the Spurs. Even though they're at home in Game 5, no Wembanyama. Minnesota has already proven they can stand toe-to-toe with the Spurs in this series. They win that game, and then they're going back to Minnesota, and you're staring at the Spurs not being there. And I think the league really wants the Spurs in that Western Conference Finals. It's the Pettycast. I just want to read this text because this text is making me a little petty. This is from a listener. We just got done, Seth and I did, in the previous segment, talking about a $30 million condo that's under contract for the new Ritz-Carlton high-rise that's going in, hotel, with condos in it as well. And it's $30 million. It's 9,000 square feet. This is a condo. It's really nice. Text message. If you live in a condo, your neighbors are literally one wall away from you. If they're messy or there's roaches, bugs, or noise, you're stuck. The bugs will follow to your condo.
This is a classic complaint of people that live in $30 million condos.
Yeah, you hear about it all the time.
The slobs. Well, plus, the condo we were talking about, you have the entire floor to yourself.
Yeah.
And it's a penthouse. I don't know if it's the top. They said there's multiple penthouses, so I don't know if this is the top floor one or not.
Yeah.
But, I don't think the typical, hey, my neighbors are slobs and they don't keep their dogs, on a leash or whatever it might be. I don't think they have those same concerns.
Well, I heard it was listed for $35 million, but they were able to get it down to $30 million because of the rampant bug issue.
The roach issue that they have.
In the 9,000 square foot condo.
Those slobs in the 7,000 foot condo down below us are they never clean up their food at night.
Yeah.
So they got roaches all over the place.
Yeah, this just in. High rises, not big roach issues or whatever.
I've never had an issue in a high rise that I stayed in.
No.
With anything like that.
Nope.
Yeah.
And noise, Amy and I live in a high rise, and we've had no noise issue. It's awesome. It is like living in a hotel. It's great. Ours is not 9,000 square feet.
Real quick, I was going to tell you the story about Tom, my angry superintendent at the building that I used to live in.
Yeah.
So he used to just berate everybody. He's super grumpy, emotionally unstable man that nobody could get rid of. So one night, he would sit out, at the entrance to the lobby, screaming at people.
Sure.
And one night, one of my teammates, John Wade, one of my teammates with the Jaguars, lived next door. He came over and he had a bunch of fireworks because it wasn't the 4th of July. It was like 2 weeks after the 4th of July. But he still had his fireworks. So we went out to the beach, and he starts setting them off. And John was crazy. I don't know. It was like an artillery shell he had. I would call it a bottle rocket, but this thing was definitely illegal. He sets it off, and we're setting it out over the water. This thing goes straight up and then veers back towards the building.
Oh, jeez.
And blows up right in front of one of the units.
Oh, no.
And immediately John's like, we gotta go. He runs off towards his building, and I run back in towards ours, and Tom's coming out fuming. And I see Tom coming up the path to the beach, and I'm like, oh crap, what do I do? I said, Tom, I chased him, but I couldn't catch him. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. And from that point on, I was Tom's hero.
Oh,
he would
really?
tell stories about how I chased those hooligans away on the beach. Yeah.
Now you've got an answer to if ever the question of the day is about honesty or sometime that you lied.
Yeah.
That it was beneficial to lie. That was a good lie right there.
Mm-hmm.
That was good. And you were like his right-hand man after that, huh?
You know what I learned that from when I was a kid? Sean and Casey Sanderson, fraternal twin friends of mine. We were out back of their house tearing down this shed that was on their property.
Yeah.
We were like 7 or 8 years old.
Yeah.
We were just like, let's tear down this shed.
Right.
Turns out it wasn't actually on their property. It wasn't
belonged
their
to
shed.
somebody.
It was the neighbors. So the neighbor comes back, and we're sitting there. We got hammers, and we're just hacking into it and everything. And the neighbor comes back. He's like, what the hell are you guys doing? He's yelling from when he's up at the house. He's running back. Old guy bald. He's like, what are you kids doing? Casey, this diabolical little bastard, Casey grabs Sean and I by our shirts and says, I got him, sir.
That's good. That's quick thinking.
The guy bought it.
Oh,
he bought it.
That's quick.
He let Casey go,
dude.
Sean and I got spanked by Mr. Sanderson.
Oh my
That's back
God.
in the day when one of your neighbor's fathers was allowed to spank you. Yes. Spanked the crap out of me.
God.
He was big too.
We are so far over on the clock, but I'm glad we did this. I'm glad
His name was Bear Sanderson.
Oh,
You're
Bear.
like 6 foot.
You got spanked by a guy
Big old
named
Bear
Bear.
paws. He goes, yeah.
That's the last shed you ever vandalized. Oh, my God. All right, C.J. Stroud, the challenges he's faced these last few years, the pressure that's on him this year, and what if the Texans had to move on? What would that look like for the Texans? We'll do that coming up next.
The Texans' schedule is coming. We know who they'll be playing and where. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Here's Benjamin Solak of ESPN.com laying out exactly what the challenges have been for C.J. Stroud the last few years.
Since C.J. Stroud got drafted, the Texans are 31st in rushing success rate and 31st in EPA per rush. Only the Raiders are worse. To me, that is the C.J. Stroud stat, far more than the Davis Mills went 3-0, the turnovers in the playoffs. It's the fact that Stroud cannot throw in manageable down and distances, and the Texans cannot manipulate defensive personnel because they can't run the football. The hardest environment for a quarterback to throw the football is on 3rd and long, right? Defense knows a pass is coming, the ball's in their court. Stroud has 183 dropbacks on 3rd and 7+ over the last 2 seasons. Only Caleb Williams has more. But it's not just late downs. As a rookie, Stroud saw base defense, 3 linebackers, 4 defensive backs, on 26% of his dropbacks, led the league. And that's obviously easier to throw against than nickel and dime. But as defenses realized that Stroud was dangerous and the Texans' running game wasn't, they stopped putting base on the field. Stroud saw on about 15% of his dropbacks last year, 6th lowest in the league. If you can't run the football, you can't create manageable down and distances, you can't force opposing defenses to put run defending players on the field, and it's just going to be plain hard to throw the football. The Texans obviously know this, and they're trying to address it. They draft Keelan Rutledge in the first round, and then Marlon Klein, the blocking tight end out of Michigan, in the second round. This after they traded for David Montgomery to be a thumper between the tackles, and in free agency, they added Wyatt Teller. They added Braden Smith. They're trying to retool this offensive line. That's why you're just not going to get C.J. Stroud concerned from me. I haven't seen him play in a healthy, balanced offense, and I think once I do, I think he'll look a lot more like he looked as a rookie.
That'll be nice if they can bully some nickel and dime defenses that teams throw at him out there. You know, some of these physical guys.
Yeah, teams based over the course of the last 3 years, teams have basically been able to settle into like, okay, we just we need to take away the passing game. The run game will take care of itself because it's not that hard to stop the run versus the Texans. And here we go, off to the races.
Yep.
And I think that's why I was so encouraged by the strategy this year in the offseason to go full bore into, look, it's really hard no matter who you are as a quarterback if you're completely incapable of running the ball. And sometimes the stats don't tell the whole story. People will point out Pat Mahomes and say, well, they never run the ball. Right, but it's not like they can't run the ball. They're very capable of it. Mm-hmm. They choose not to do it all that often. The Texans have been incapable of it. And then you compound that by the fact that they're philosophically a team that's wanted to run the football and marry that to their passing game. And it's just been too easy for defenses to dictate terms.
Yep.
I want to point another thing out, which is ever since you mentioned all those birds in the background in that audio, I had a hard time understanding. I was listening to the birds, too.
I was so distracted by the
Yeah.
birds. Someone tell Solak, stop sitting out with the birds outside.
I'm jealous of guys like Solak because, it didn't sound like he was speaking in a loud voice or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So he could be comfortable doing a video like that in his backyard.
Yeah.
You know me, my voice, it's weird. It carries no matter what.
Yeah.
So to the point where if I want to do something quietly in the backyard where the whole neighborhood isn't going to hear it, I have to basically whisper. I had to record some ads once in the New Orleans airport, and oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah, like
the
sitting
hardest
there,
thing I've ever done in my
sitting
life.
at the gate, yeah.
It was, no, I went and I found an empty concourse, and it was still, I could hear my voice echoing way down into the people in the food court.
For sure.
Gates away were looking and trying to figure out what all the commotion was.
Yeah, man. Here's Jason McCourty, former New England Patriot, now football analyst on TV. Here is Jason McCourty on the pressure that C.J. Stroud is under this year.
There's a ton of pressure on C.J. Stroud. One, the contract. Two, to be able to just rebound from what he did in the playoffs this past season. I think if you're C.J. Stroud, you like the fact that you don't have a contract offer in front of you because I don't want to negotiate coming off of the 2 games that he played in the playoffs. I want an opportunity, to your point, 5 new offensive linemen. This is a chance with a brand-new running back in David Montgomery to go in there and set the tone for this offense. Nick Caley, the coordinator, it'll be his second season. They got rid of some coaches and brought in some guys that knows Caley's system. So now for C.J. Stroud, you're setting yourself up for success going into a season healthy with an opportunity to prove that you're one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Now you're negotiating from that standpoint. So, yes, it's a ton of pressure, but it's also a runway to be able to get the bag and get paid.
It's Jerry Shaplinski becoming the quarterback's coach, I think, has probably been under-discussed. Outside of Houston, maybe inside of it, too. Other than that, Shaplinski was the guy that was working with C.J. Stroud when you saw him on the sideline last year. That was most often the dynamic. I think the biggest thing over the course of the last 2 years is that it feels much more like there's actual alignment on the coaching staff. If you go back to Bobby Slowick as the offensive coordinator and Chris Strausser as the offensive line coach, I don't know if those guys were ever aligned in any way, shape, or form.
Or even Cole Popovich and Strausser inside that offensive line room.
Right, yeah. No, some of the stories about 2 years ago when they started getting the run game going at the end of the year, some of the offensive linemen credited Cole Popovich.
Yeah.
Arguing for making some changes, and they worked out.
That's a great point.
So, yeah, I think that whether you hate the fact that they tapped into that New England well or that pipeline or not, I'm a fan of alignment. I like guys philosophically being on the same page, and I think there's a lot more of that now than there was in the first couple of years. And you started to see it take hold in the second half of last season.
Who would the names be out there? Let's pretend that the pressure that Jason McCourty is talking about, that CJ doesn't handle it well, that whatever happened in the playoffs last season affects him this season. and that this season does not live up to expectations for the Texans. I personally think that there's a 90 to 95% chance that we're going to get an outcome of either, like the bucket, the 95% bucket has two outcomes in it. One of them is he gets a contract extension. The other is that he's not the quarterback of the Texans anymore.
Yeah, if you go into next year and CJ has a good season, I think that we know this organization and the way they operate, there's going to be an extension. They're not going to be dragging their feet for financial reasons. The other side of it is, okay, if he doesn't have a good season and they decide, all right, at this point, if it's, you don't stick around with a lame duck quarterback if they've soured on him. But the question that you asked yesterday, which is like, well, okay, well, what's your option?
Yeah, what's the plan B at that point? Yeah.
Lo and behold, The Athletic had a list of notable 2027 free agents.
Oh, that's serendipitous.
And let me ask you,
if
a name like Matt Stafford intrigues you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Look, before the draft, Les Snead, the GM, said, "Yep, we've had talks about an extension. You know, there's probably." And then they go and they draft Ty Simpson in the first round, and we know a couple things. Matt Stafford, yes, he's old, but he's still playing at a very high level.
He's the MVP last year.
We also know that his wife, Kelly Stafford, seemed at one point to be leading the charge on getting him the hell out of L.A. not too long ago.
That's true. She might be our best friend in all this.
Yeah. Now, she called Ty Simpson after they drafted him.
Of course she did. That's his backup. That's what she does.
I know. It's just weird.
Going all the way back to Georgia, yeah.
So she's trying to make it all look like, oh, yeah, this is all cool and everything. I don't like that. That kind of shocks me. I hadn't really thought about Matt Stafford as a free agent. But Baker Mayfield's also going to be a free agent potentially after this next season.
I would sign up for a little Baker Mayfield action. You're not going to be in position to draft a great quarterback because I think even if CJ is not good this year, they're going to win 8 games by accident because of the defense.
That's what I always say, and then I always remind myself that the Browns had a hell of a defense last year, but that's an extreme situation.
Yeah. And I mean CJ, even bad CJ is still better than what the Browns were putting out there last year.
CJ wasn't bad last year. He was mediocre.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So like a bad year for CJ is still a mediocre performance statistically. Yeah. And that it's hard to envision the Texans having the kind of draft where they're going to be up at the top and it's going to be tough to trade up into the top of the draft next year because there's so many good quarterbacks.
Yep. Yeah. What he was last year was good enough to go 9-5 as a starter.
Yeah.
Davis won the other 3 games. So, but that's interesting. Baker Mayfield. So he's only got 1 year left on his deal. Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, that's right. He signed that deal, that extension 2 years ago.
Okay.
So he's coming into the remaining year of that 3-year extension.
I think the other market. Those are guys who could be free agents. Like the other market is guys that are just either approaching the end of the line with their teams and might get traded. Guys who are disgruntled with their team might want to get traded. This
Russell Wilson might not like doing television.
So you bring him back to be the third stringer?
Oh, God, no, Russell Wilson.
No.
Baker Mayfield. The thing that shocked me about that was that Baker Mayfield is only going to be 32 years old next year. That's and then I know like the math works out. It just feels like he's been around forever, but he's still a relatively young quarterback.
He's drafted in 2018. 32 feels old. I always think of guys as being like 21 or 22, but he transferred a couple times. Like he was.
You know what it is he's been so many different places that it just feels to me like he's been in the league forever.
Yep.
But it's,
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's circle back to the Astros for a minute. What are executives saying?
Sorry, Sean. He'll be 31 this year. But he'll be 32 when he's a free agent.
When the contract comes up. That makes sense.
We're going into his 32-year-old season.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. What are executives saying about Yordan Alvarez? If the Astros were to start to entertain any trade talks, what does the list look like? And what is Joe Espada's advice to his team right now, given that they have the worst record in the American League? That is coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played one.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. Top of the hour, we will circle back to the NFL. Schedule's supposed to come out on Thursday. Thursday.
Do we know what time?
7 o'clock Central Time. Yeah, 7 o'clock Central Time. The schedule comes out, and we'll be breaking it down for you for the rest of the week and probably into next week, and can't wait for the season to get here. But what are some of the other things on the calendar? What's going to sustain us NFL fans, sports fans here in Houston? Mad at the Rockets, mad at the Astros. What's going to sustain us for these next couple of months? We'll go through that list at the top of the hour. Speaking of the baseball team here in town, the Astros, this was Joe Espada. Let's skip to that, Byron. This was Joe Espada before the game last night. Was asked about the sense of urgency with the team, made a point that we still got a lot of baseball left to be played. Here's what he said the team needs to do to get through this rough patch.
We know how to run this race. We have run a race like this before. And we all got to do it together and stay calm and continue to play our good baseball. We do that, we're going to be just fine.
I would say starting to play good baseball would be
continue to play good baseball.
Yeah,
which is the now. This was before this would become a 3-game losing streak,
right?
But still, yeah, it doesn't feel like they've been playing good baseball. Sean.
Last I checked, you can't continue to play good baseball until you start to play good baseball.
Pitching is stabilized somewhat. Can we call that? Can we say that they've been
stabilized?
They've been pitching good. Could be varying things. At least they've been pitching like an average baseball team pitches.
Okay, let's play a little game. The Athletic just put out their the latest power rankings for MLB. Okay. And the Astros are tied for 26th in the power ranking, but the category that they have for each team, they do that thing in the Athletic where here's the power rankings, here's category, and here's what it is for each of the 30 teams. The category is every team has at least one reason to believe, right? So what is, if you're an Astro fan, Seth, what is the one reason to believe right now?
They're not okay. Over the last 11 games, they've got a sub-4 ERA.
Okay,
which is good. That's better than average. But there's not a single pitcher with anybody outside of Houston's going to say. Nobody's going to say believe in Peter Lambert,
right?
Or believe in Tatsuya Imai.
I think there's some that would even say believe. They would have the same, maybe not as extended a reaction, but even Spencer Arrighetti doesn't have a huge body of work or anything like that. He's your ace right now.
Yeah, and I shouldn't have thrown Imai in with Lambert because Lambert's giving you reasons for encouragement at least.
Yeah.
So you're right.
We'll learn more tonight about.
No,
Imai.
I think you go with if I'm writing up 30 different teams and trying to come up with a reason to believe, it begins and ends with Yordan Alvarez because everybody knows who he is.
Yep.
And he's still, despite his current slump, he's having a hell of a season.
Yeah.
So it's Yordan Alvarez and a dollop of Christian Walker, who's slumping as well.
Yeah, I would say, for me, and I'll read what the Athletic has in a second here, because what made me think of this was what Joe Espada was just saying. But for me, it would be once everybody's healthy, once you get Hunter Brown back, once you get Jeremy Pena back, it's a talented baseball team. It's not a bad baseball team in terms of just the top to bottom talent. Josh Hader, once you get your closer back, maybe bringing back Josh Hader gives you a better version of Brian Abreu because he's, he can resume his role as setup guy. I have no idea. They just don't seem to want to touch Abreu these days. Yeah. But I would say, you get Pena back, you get Hunter Brown back, you get Josh Hader back. Look, those were 3 of your 4 All-Stars last year. Uh-huh. So those guys are all not playing for you right now. They've hardly played at all this year. And I know you lost Correa, but I think they have the talent to make the postseason. If some of these other guys they're getting contributions from pitch well, if Burrows looks more like he looked like in his last outing, if Arrighetti is what he's been so far, if Lambert can be a solid 4 for you, and then Imai, you're right, Imai is a total wild card. You can start to see when healthy the sort of the semblance of a good team. That would be mine, just the talent level on the team when it's healthy. This is what the Athletic says. And this kind of plays into what Joe Espada just said. When Joe Espada said, we've run this race before. The Astros have done it before, the one reason to believe. Back in May of 2014, they were 16-25. or 2024, sorry, May of 2024, they were 16-25 and in last place. They were finally cooked an unceremonious end to a long run of competitive teams, but the vets got old or left. There weren't enough new young players to replace them, and then they went on to win the division that year. Even if they had to struggle to get to 88 wins to win the division, this looks like a division where 88 wins might win it again. This looks like a division right now where 84 wins might win this division at the end of the year. So I think that's a good one. I think this is what people need to understand. This is an owner who is going to find every reason to believe before he breaks this thing up. You know, trading Kyle Tucker was not breaking the team up. Trading Kyle Tucker was avoiding paying him $30 million in the last year of arbitration and making sure that you got something for Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, this is, and it's tough because if it's in a year where the AL is just so mediocre in so many ways that you end up making the playoffs. I don't know how much of I think as an owner, you're always thinking of like, okay, well, you got to give the fans hope. You got to give them reason to do, I think we roll into the playoffs unless things really come around. It'd be one of those years where you roll into the playoffs as a fan and you're like, all right, here we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, like let's see if they can win a series. Yeah. But you don't necessarily go into it genuinely believing that, they just got to click and catch fire, and then there you go. Yep. They're right now, like I brought up their ERA in the last 11 games. They're still dead last in ERA baseball? In the league. Yeah, by a really healthy margin. The Colorado Rockies, mind you. So it's the Rockies to begin with. They're second to last with a 4.84 ERA. Oh, yeah. The Astros are at 5.5.
Okay. Well, they were over 6 for a while there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
like over the last 11 games, they've been better than average. Yeah. But it still doesn't, to really fully illustrate how cataclysmically bad they were. Yep. They're still way worse than even the Rockies.
Yeah. Hey, tell me if you think this audio checks out, Seth. This is Rick Sutcliffe, who is on the broadcast for the Chicago Cubs. I don't know if he's their regular color guy, but Rick Sutcliffe won a Cy Young for the Cubs back in the 80s. Cubs legend. Of course, we know Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman have both played for the Cubs in each of the last 2 years. Tucker in 2025, and now Bregman is there this season. And the Cubs are the best team in baseball. The Cubs have had 2 10-game winning streaks so far this year. This is Rick Sutcliffe comparing Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker.
And that one down and away. Luke, I know you did too. I had a lot of people in spring training ask me about Tucker and Bregman. What's the difference? Is this just the same kind of deal? You got the same kind of player? I didn't know then. I know now. No. Yeah, their career averages are 272, both of them. But this is a completely different guy. This guy is there to help everybody. Nothing against Kyle Tucker. He was quiet. He just didn't he didn't really do anything with anybody other than himself and his computer.
He was sitting on his laptop the whole time, on his iPad.
It sounds like he's playing Zelda or something.
Yeah.
That
checks out.
Yeah, that's 100% the difference between Alex Bregman. And really, in fairness to Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman, compared to most Major League Baseball players, has a reputation for being that guy that is almost, whether you want to call it a player coach, the guy that saves Hunter Brown's career, whatever it might be.
He would be the guy who would sit next to the manager if he tore an ankle tendon.
Yeah,
would sit next to the manager for the rest of the year, giving his thoughts and advice and whatnot.
Yeah. That's what Carlos Correa says he's going to do.
That's right. I think what's interesting about that cut from Sutcliffe is he's talking so glowingly about Bregman, so glowingly about what he's meant behind the scenes. And again, the Cubs are good this year. The Cubs have had 2 10-game winning streaks. They're 4th in these power rankings I'm looking at. Alex Bregman's not having a good season in Chicago statistically right now.
Yeah.
His OPS is 661. His OPS plus is 95. He's a below average Major League hitter right now.
Sometimes this stuff gets overstated so much about the player-coach dynamic. But with certain guys and individuals, I think it's real. It's 100% real. And the fact that people will talk about Alex Bregman the way they did when he was in Boston, the way they did when he was here in Houston and now in Chicago, there is an X factor to him and what he provides for your team. But that also we know with Tucker, even when he's not hitting well, he's still giving you really competitive at-bats.
Sure.
He's the classic kind of guy that he's going to go out there, he's going to see 12 pitches, and he's going to come back to the dugout with some tips for the guys behind him.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more to it than just his actual performance as a batter. It's everything else that goes into it. And he also saved Hunter Brown's career by doing the illustrious the scores of NASA scientists and pitching coaches the Astros have. Alex Bregman's the one that thought to tell Hunter Brown, hey, maybe you should throw your sinker. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
and
right.
all of a sudden he's completely different.
Bregman is just he's never been on bad baseball teams. There's just something about him. He's a winning baseball player. Like you said, he's batting 233 this year, but his on-base percentage is 100 points higher than that because the guy walks a bunch. He's going to make pitchers work. He is a winning baseball player, man. And Chicago's finding that out. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
I just can't. It just always shocks me when people bring up not you, because you're saying batting average because the clip we had just played was. It's just. Nobody cares about it anymore.
No,
they don't. I'm just always amazed when baseball, a broadcaster does, because it's just the teams tell you openly they flat out don't care about batting average.
Right.
It just so I don't like it when somebody brings it up as a negative or something, or a positive. It's like, yeah, that's not the way they're talking about the game anymore.
No. Yeah, I'm just bringing it up as a comparison to the on base percentage. Like when the on base percentage is 100 points higher. That means that guy has a good eye and is walking a ton, too.
With Sutcliffe there, it brought it up.
Yeah.
And it annoys me because I know that that's not how they're actually being evaluated.
He's an 80s pitcher. He's also, he probably loves wins.
Yeah.
Pitcher wins. That's his deal. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Let's take a look here. Schedule release coming Thursday. What is the food? What is the nourishment that is going to sustain us as football fans here until we get to training camp? We will give you our list, and you can join us on that coming up next. Stay there. But the Men's Tea Clinic is what I want to tell you about right now. I went to the Men's Tea Clinic.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we're kind of a downtime here basketball-wise. We're, seeing if the Rockets do anything. The Bucks are open for business on a Giannis Antetokounmpo deal. We don't know if the Rockets are interested in any of that. And quite honestly, Seth, when it comes to basketball, I was thinking about that this morning. We're staring at a conference final round that will be the Knicks possibly against James Harden and OKC likely against the San Antonio Spurs. I don't like any of these teams. There's nobody I'm rooting for. Somebody that I'm not a fan of is almost guaranteed to win an NBA championship here.
There's not a single player that you can look to on any of those teams?
Not really.
This is my guy.
Yeah, no, not particularly. No.
Yeah.
And so basketball, and we'll talk about it on the show here. We have already today, and certainly anything Rockets related.
We only talked about it because we only talked about the NBA at large because Wembanyama got away with elbowing a guy in the face.
And there was a lot of NBA in the Pettycast today too. It was almost an all NBA version of the Pettycast. You're right. So until the Rockets do something, and the Astros, I'm watching the Astros like I watched the last 2 seasons of The Office now. I know you like those seasons. I hated the non-Steve Carell seasons. I watched it. And that's what I'm doing with the Astros right now. That's no fun. Tatsuya Imai tonight, I'll watch.
I'm excited about this one.
Yeah,
but not for the right reason.
Yeah, this is like you liked James Spader on The Office. I thought he was horrible.
Imai is the James Spader.
He's James Spader. He's Robert California.
Oh,
yes.
No.
He's Robert California for Seth. So baseball is a painful thing right now. So football must nourish us, and we've got OTAs, we got minicamp coming up. Those are what they are. But as far as other things that will sustain us, Seth, through the long, dark days of June and July, we got the schedule release coming up on Thursday. I love the schedule release. It's one of my favorite days of the year. It's like Christmas morning. You know what your presents. You know the list that you gave Santa, but you don't know what versions of it or what order you're getting them in.
I've come around on this, Sean. I used to just feel like, what the hell's, why do people care? And then I realized, because other people plan ahead.
Yeah.
Something that I'm wickedly bad at. But now, because of the schedule release, I've turned into a more mature person that does start to plan ahead and think, Oh, all right. Oh, cool. So this is what I can do during the bye week. Oh, this is the game I'm going to be looking forward to.
Yeah.
Make sure I don't accept any invitations to any social engagement.
That's exactly
this
right.
weekend.
That's exactly right. Well, the other thing too that I like seeing for me and you especially, because I'm doing pregame and postgame, so my whole day's taken up. You do KHOU at night, so you're really stretched thin. I like scoping out the weekends where I actually don't have to do anything on Sunday, where I get to
watch football.
Get to watch football. Like, so if the Texans are playing Thursday or Monday, even if they play Sunday night, I get to watch the early games, bye week, obviously. And we've started to get more of those. Back when it was David Culley and Lovie Smith, Sunday noon, all the time. And this is kind of fun. So I like scoping that out. Amy and I travel for the bye week, so we like that. What are the other nuggets you like to get out of the schedule release?
Well, honestly, the first few games, like going back to 2020, that might have actually been the first time I really perked up when the schedule release came out because Bill O'Brien had made some really drastic and aggressive moves.
Yeah.
Some might later call them idiotic moves in the offseason. And you're wondering, all right, what are we going to see out of this team right off the bat? And it was a hellacious schedule to start the season. So those first few weeks I'm always really intrigued by.
Yeah, what kind of start can you get off to? Reminding everybody, Texans got off to an 0-3 start last year. I
also, the biggest thing now that we've talked about it all week long, and I've done a couple of videos on my YouTube about it, is I really, really, really hope that we weren't duped by this.
Me too.
This leaking of the Texans playing against the Jaguars in London in Week 6.
I did a deep dive for the Houston Press in my article yesterday about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really embarrassed if we genuinely got duped, basically because people told me to trust this one random Twitter account.
I think we're okay. I think
haven't
we're
heard
okay.
any pushback to it yet.
No.
If I'd heard pushback, I'd be nervous.
Right. Like, guys, don't pay any attention to that. So there's that too. When is the bye week? Like I said, it would seem
probably going to be
week 7.
It would just because if the teams have the choice of taking their bye week after the international game if they want, and week 7's a pretty good week to take a bye week.
Yeah.
If you've had bad luck with injuries early on, it gives guys a chance to rest to rest.
Mm-hmm.
But then also, I always like having it somewhere around there. So if you've got a young offensive coordinator, for instance, hopefully it's a week where they can kind of sit back and get a bigger perspective on what's worked, what hasn't worked, and maybe tweak things a little bit.
Yeah, week 7 would be the week after the Jags game this year. For a little context, bye week was week 6 last year. It was week 14 the year before that, and nobody liked that.
No.
Privately and publicly, nobody liked that in the building over there. So it looks like they're going to steer clear of getting a December bye week again.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many primetime games they had last year?
I think like 5. I think like 5. I'll call them games like where they had the platform to themselves. Because for example, the Chargers game was a Saturday afternoon game where they played at like 4:30, but nobody else was playing at that time.
Yeah. You know, one thing the Texans have going for them was that the Texans-Patriots game, was it the Patriots or was it the Steelers
Patriots
game? It was the Patriots, the highest ratings ever for an ESPN game.
That's right. Yep.
You know, so for when they're making the schedule and they're trying to think about who's going to give us a boost, the Texans have maybe entered a different category.
I think people like watching. I think people outside of Houston enjoy watching this Texans defense.
Yeah,
I think this defense is a TV draw.
Yeah.
They got a lot of guys that have big personalities that are really good players. And so I think and if CJ can ever get his game back close to what it was a couple of years ago, then this team will be a really fun team to watch on TV, regardless of whether you've got a rooting interest or not. As far as other things going on, Seth, around the league, how intrigued are you by Aaron Rodgers' watch? What level of nourishment is that for you?
I'm enjoying it partly because the Texans play the Steelers this year.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of waiting and wondering and looking to see whether Mike McCarthy, a guy who at least reportedly, notoriously, did not see eye to eye with Aaron Rodgers, now has to wait on Aaron Rodgers deciding whether or not he's going to play football.
Yeah.
And last year, it wasn't until minicamp in June that he committed to going to the Steelers. Now, we know that he loves to string it out when he's already currently employed by
all
somebody.
the time.
Or at least he's not technically employed by them, but they've got control over him.
Yeah.
By that weird unrestricted.
Oh yeah, they put the tender on him. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm intrigued by it.
Yeah.
I just, but I don't. I guess I'm just anticipating that he's going to come back and play.
It seems like most people anticipate that. I'm intrigued by it for the reason you brought up. The Texans play them this year, so I look forward to the defense bludgeoning Aaron Rodgers. I don't know that ayahuasca is going to get him to back where he was when he was winning MVPs 5 years ago.
Would you rather face Mason Rudolph or Drew Aller? Who is the
rookie, man?
Yeah.
Give me the rookie, Drew Aller.
The A.J. Brown trade would be another thing that might be imminent if we're looking forward to things that should or should not happen. So all of the reports, going back to before Vrusini, the Mike Vrabel, Diane Rossini escapades, were that A.J. Brown was going to get traded to the Patriots. The deal was basically in place. They just have to wait until after June 1st for cap and contractual reasons. Are we still feeling like that's a lock?
A.J. Brown to the Patriots? Yeah, as much as I felt it's a lock at any point during this saga, I don't. The league is not stepping in and doing anything about Mike Vrabel, so I don't think they're, as far as but
I guess it's not even the Vrabel Rossini stuff as much as just I don't necessarily trust that the deal's always going to get done just because they've got an agreement in place.
Oh, yeah.
These things fall apart at times, and maybe A.J. Brown at some point decides not to go, but it feels like that's all but a certainty that he's going to be there.
It seems like it, and June 1st is a key date because that's the date where you can start to take cap hits and spread them out over multiple years and things like that, because there's going to be A.J. Brown just signed an extension like a year or two ago, so there's got to be a bunch of dead money the Eagles will be probably getting hit with. How intrigued are you by Anthony Richardson's future in Indianapolis as we go through our nourishment for the dark days of summer?
I think, this is why I'm intrigued by this, is that what I would hate is, as the schedule comes out, if the Texans play the Colts early in the season, and Daniel Jones is still a couple of weeks away from coming back off of his Achilles tendon tear, that Shane Steichen has 2 or 3 weeks where he just says, we're going to run Anthony Richardson
YOLO
20 times
Richardson,
a game.
yeah.
We know he's going to get hurt at some point, but we're just going to smoke him while we got him. And that you come out and you got to face Anthony Richardson, where Shane Steichen has zero regard for whether he stays healthy for an entire season or not. Because that's a huge wild card.
Your relationship with Anthony Richardson fascinates me.
Really?
Yes, because I feel like you are the tracker of his completion percentage. So you have. I think you've got very little respect for him as a passer, like a conventional NFL passer, rightfully so. And yet, I think at the same time, I don't know anybody who probably has a more healthy fear of the potential of Anthony Richardson than you've had over the last couple of years.
On any given Sunday, he's terrifying.
Yeah,
because he can make these incredible throws that they go on the highlights and people will say, "Oh, I thought Anthony Richardson wasn't accurate." Yeah. Because he's not accurate, but he is capable of making some incredible throws at times, or reeling off a 30-yard run for a touchdown. It's terrifying.
It's just very intriguing to me because I feel like literally in some of the same segments, you've had him out of the league in 6 months, and at the same time, you've got him in like the top 5 Texan opponents you're most afraid of at the same time.
It's like if somebody has a shotgun and they're standing a large distance away from you. You can sit there and talk about how inaccurate the shotgun is from a long range all you want.
Yep.
But if it's aimed at your chest from a long ways away, you're still kind of scared of it.
A little bit.
Know?
Yeah. Yep. No, that's a good analogy. What about Brandon Ayuk? I'm just looking at this list.
I know. I was looking at this list of things that are coming up in our potential news ideas. In my mind, I forgot that Brandon Ayuk was still on the 49ers roster. Yeah. I know it. If you had asked me intellectually, I would have remembered, they'd like to do something with him, but they can't. But it feels like he's in some weird void of time and space where the 49ers have 100% moved on from him, but nobody seems to be interested in him because he is apparently such a weird head case.
He was a weird head case when they were before he signed the extension, he was a head case.
They had a deal in place in Pittsburgh and he just put the kibosh on it.
Well, the funny thing, they voided all of his guarantees last year.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay. That's no fight, no pushback, just voided all the guarantees.
Nobody knows that they can't get a hold of him. Right? Kyle Shanahan doesn't know where he is.
Literally.
Kyle Shanahan probably has to be reminded that he's still on the roster.
Yeah. So that's an interesting one. The only reason that's interesting to me from a Texans perspective is DeMeco Ryans was in the building with Brandon Ayuk for a number of years. If he's seen a different version of him, and they have brought in head cases before in a get him in the building situation. Deontay Johnson, major head case. Deontay Johnson, and it didn't last. Turned out he was still a head case. But there you go.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
And C.J. Gardner-Johnson, another one, yeah. What about any of the lingering free agents? Any intrigue there?
Let's see. Stephon Diggs.
Who's been cleared of all charges.
Now that he's been seemingly exonerated completely.
Not
I don't
guilty.
think nobody's making an argument that, this was he said, she said, or anything like that. How long did the jury deliberate?
90 minutes.
90 minutes, he's in the clear.
Yeah.
I don't think right this moment it would necessarily make a lot of sense.
No.
But I'm keeping an eye out.
What if you relive some of the magic? Could I get your buying bug going a little
bit?
The
magic of his performance versus the Texans in the playoff game.
Yeah.
Here's Brian Baldinger. Look, he's doing this while showing a video, but you guys remember that incredible catch he made while Jalen Reed was defending him for a touchdown. Just envision that while Brian Baldinger gushes about Stephon Diggs.
Just follow the flight of the ball here. Drake May to Stephon Diggs. 3.5 minutes to go in the first half. Put the Patriots up 21-10 in this game right here. Keeps the ball off the ground. Shows the referee the ball. Jalen Reed all over him right there. Classic 7-yard touchdown catch by Diggs in traffic. Like, that guy's got great hands, sticky fingers, clutch. I mean, what a season he had. Where's Diggs going to play next year? What team wouldn't want these kind of catches? Like, Reed's trying to dig that ball out of his hands, and he ain't getting it out. That's a vice grip right there by Diggs. with that catch to put the Patriots up
I love
21-10.
No, tapping out. I got it. He is talking about. I remember the catch very well, and now it's even more vivid through ball. And I love Baldinger, but no, I got it. He was clutching the ball with the tips of his fingers,
and it was a beautiful throw. It was an incredible catch. Remember, in ridiculously bad weather conditions.
Yeah.
And I think the rain had relented at that point, but it was beautiful, and it is. He's in one of these weird. They're in a weird spot to where the Patriots just said, "Yeah, we've had enough." Yeah. Despite him being really
who's good,
one of the most valuable offensive pieces they had last year,
for sure,
on one of the best offenses in the league.
Yeah.
Versus a bunch of patsies along the way, but still, he's out there. I think he's going to get a much better deal than the Texans would be comfortable paying right now.
Yeah.
Even if there was an injury or something, I think he's going to end up having a nice
he was good last year.
Contract.
He was good last year, and there's plenty of teams out there that are willing to accept the Diggs drama. Yeah. As long as there's no, if he doesn't have any legal issues chasing him around, then he's unfettered right now.
Pass rushers who are free agents.
Yep.
Jadeveon Clowney, Cam Jordan, Joey Bosa, AJ Epinesa.
Okay.
I feel like Cam Jordan is the one that I'm intrigued by.
He's old. He's really old.
I know he's really old.
Yeah.
At any given time, Sean, the Texans have 3 49-year-old defensive linemen on their roster.
That's true. Yeah.
And I feel like they're short one right now.
That's
With Danico Autry gone, I feel like and Derek Barnett, they don't have enough 30-year-olds for what they typically
Daniil
like.
Hunter doesn't have anybody to play canasta with. So
Barnett's in his 30s, right?
Barnett is.
So I think that I'd be intrigued by him. AJ Epinesa doesn't intrigue me as much. Joey Bosa would be the one that's really interesting. I just wonder if he's, where he is in his career, and he's been healthy. He's been healthy the last couple of years.
Yep.
But I think that he might be too rich for the Texans right now.
Yeah. All right. The interesting free agent list, man, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Okay. We played this audio last week. Let's do it again. Draymond Green dissing Charles Barkley in a not very well-delivered joke. At least that's what it appeared. Draymond explains himself, and then this weekend, Draymond gets skull-drug at the Kevin Hart roast. We've got some funny audio for you from that coming up next. I get to tell you about Houston Powder Coaters right now. The owner's name is Flavio, and he's an awesome guy. And when I went to Houston Powder Coaters a few weeks back, he took me around the place and showed me exactly the process that your patio furniture is going to go through, or your grill. He showed me a boat that they were powder coating, and this is an amazing business. If you anything metal that you've got either in your backyard, or if you work for a municipality and you're listening to me right now, benches, garbage can holders. If you work for big companies like Tesla and Samsung, these are some of the companies that are doing business with Houston Powder Coaters. They're great. The largest ovens in the southern United States. They're not just big, they're fast. The company works quickly. Same day turnaround with prior approval they'll do for you. They can do it all. And they've got over 100 in-stock colors. They can customize virtually any color that you need. They come pick up your stuff. They bring it to their place. They powder coat it. They paint it. They bring it back. It's like you just got new furniture, new whatever it is you let them do the work on. Email photos or drawings to sales@HoustonCoaters.com. They'll send you a quick quote. Photos or drawings to sales@HoustonCoaters.com, or visit HoustonPowderCoaters.com today.
The Texans' schedule is coming. We know who they'll be playing and where, but Thursday we'll find out when. How will it all shake out? You'll hear it here first on Houston Sports Leader and your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Well, if you weren't here earlier for Seth and I to
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so last week, Draymond Green was on Inside the NBA, and Charles Barkley basically told Draymond to his face, "Your dynasty is over. It's done for the Warriors." And on we go. And Draymond, I think a lot of the guys with the Warriors kind of know where they stand as a dynasty and as an organization. But they were talking. Charles was talking about how, hey, look, when guys get into the late 30s, they're not winning championships anymore. And so Kenny Smith wanted to get Draymond Green's reaction to that contention, and here's what it sounded like.
Always is. Sports are for young people. You hope to have a great long career. But sports, nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I want to hear if he believes what you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform. Yeah. Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the part that nobody believes. I saw it.
I'm looking up how old Draymond is right now. So Draymond Green is, I can't find it. But anyways, he's born March 4th, 1990. So he's 36. Yeah. So that was about 30 years ago when Charles was. So Draymond was in elementary school. He could have watched it, I suppose.
Yeah. I think, honestly, the way I had taken it, it was weird. It was like an awkward moment where the joke fell flat. I felt like, if anything, and giving Draymond the benefit of the doubt, where I thought he was going to go with it was kind of just when you see a player in a uniform that you don't associate them with or whatever. It didn't necessarily have to mean that Charles Barkley was some broken down, pathetic version of himself or anything. But it just, everybody was, it sounded like it fell really, really flat. But there was more to it than that.
Yeah. So here's Draymond on his podcast explaining the jab that he took at Charles Barkley.
I want to provide a little bit of clarity. Kenny called me and he said, man, I didn't hear you say you when you were talking about the Rockets. He said, so I didn't really understand what you were saying. I thought you was talking about like the Houston Rockets like right now or something. He said, so I didn't catch the punchline of the joke. If I caught the punchline of the joke, I thought that was hilarious. I just re-listened to it, and I actually thought it was hilarious. I needed to play on that, so I just didn't catch the punchline. The reason that I would even say that, what Chuck makes fun about in his career is actually the last 2 years in Houston. I was going to get that free money. That's what he says. Everybody tried to make it like this whole, oh man, Draymond think he better than Chuck. I found that interesting because what it shows is how bad y'all want me to do bad.
Okay. Draymond found a way to turn this whole thing around to where he could make a chip on his shoulder out of all of it. What I learned is you guys want me to do bad.
In reflecting on this past weekend, I did, because I was all over social media, people either debating about it or joking about it or whatever it might be. It was kind of weird if you think about it, when that somehow Draymond went on a show where they're known for just having an irreverent discussion about anything and everybody, bagging on each other, all of those things, that somehow I think it is a little bit of an indication of how people feel about Draymond.
Yes.
That was the moment. We're like, whoa, he's gone too far. What did he say? Something about Israel and Palestine?
Right.
No. He besmirched the good name of
39-year-old
Barkley.
He said
in his tenure with the Rockets.
Right. He said 39-year-old Charles Barkley wasn't good at basketball.
That's where we've gone too far.
Right. You do realize he's kicked 100 players in the junk over the course of his career. This is the worst thing.
But I think that's why. If it's not Draymond, if it was somebody else, the joke had fallen flat. He is that polarizing. And I think, again, we talked about this a little bit, and it said, I don't know, maybe he's just not cut out for this part of sports media or whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, it's sports talk on television. If it gets a bunch of clicks and views and everything, he's doing his job. Yeah.
Yep, success. Now, the delivery could have been better for Draymond.
That's the thing about, I would say with Draymond, again, because there's so many different things you can do in media when you're done playing these days, and everybody has their different skills. I think that the thing about guys like Barkley or Shaq in his own weird way is that they're gifted verbally.
Yes.
Like the job is being entertaining.
They're performers.
Talking.
They're performers. Yes.
So it's not like you're not an orator or anything, but they're entertaining speakers. And I don't know if Draymond, just by the substance of what he says, and if he's got to carry on a conversation and everything, is necessarily good in that environment.
Yeah.
I think his podcast, I've never watched his full podcast or anything, but it seems like he says a lot of pretty interesting things on his podcast.
Yeah.
But that's a different tempo than sitting up on a stage. I just don't know if he could keep up with those guys and their type of banter.
Their comedic chops.
Like that.
Yeah, they're comedic. I don't know if he could either. I said it the other day. I think Draymond's a really, really smart guy. I think he's an incredibly intelligent basketball player. Hell, we played Pettycast audio of him saying that teams should target Wemby's face because he didn't get suspended for targeting Naz Reid's face. And my reaction wasn't even a petty reaction. I'm like, man, that is really interesting audio. I did that an hour ago.
It was really interesting, but it was heavily edited, to cut out a lot of dead space.
Yeah,
and
that's
here
true.
And that and everything, which you do. People do on social media, especially to make things crisp. But I think when it comes to just really whipping out like one-liners and everything else that they do on that show or shows like that, I don't know if that's necessarily the venue where he's going to be best.
We'll see. Now, Draymond could maybe take a hint. He was at the Kevin Hart roast on Netflix the other night. Live on Netflix, they roasted Kevin Hart. And Draymond took some strays in that whole thing. This was Jeffrey Ross, the master of ceremonies for the roast, roasting Draymond.
Steph Curry couldn't make it tonight, but he did carry Draymond Green all the way here. Love you, buddy. I'm not going to make fun of you because you're violent. You've been ejected more times than a Kevin Hart DVD.
There you go. See, that's the delivery right there. Even just a subtle laugh at your own joke that's not over the top can get other people laughing.
It's a professional comedian.
He's the man. Yeah. This was pretty good, too. Draymond was taking some. This was Shane Gillis, noted comedian and Notre Dame football fan. This was him taking shots at Draymond.
Now we're going to talk about Draymond Green. Draymond Green is here. Yeah. Draymond Green has 4 NBA championships the way Ringo Starr has 11 #1 albums. Draymond's always taking credit for the accomplishments of his more talented friends. See, Jeff, it's not just you. Draymond is the first player to make 4 All-Star teams for just setting picks. Thought that would get more. You guys, you don't know ball.
That's my favorite part. At the end, he goes, you don't know ball. You don't know ball. Oh, man.
I thought it got a pretty good pop off of that.
I thought it was the same as the other ones, yeah.
I think Shane had that. He was prepared to say that, whether the joke went well or not.
Yep.
He just wanted to say, you don't know ball.
That's it. I'm glad he did.
It's the most triggering phrase you can say in modern sports.
To me, it's on my list of things that annoy me.
You don't know ball.
You don't know ball knowers. It's on my list, man. It's on my list. Last one here. This was Tom Brady. He didn't take a shot at Draymond, but he does take a shot at Kevin Hart and Cowboy fans.
And it looks like we actually have some real Eagles fans here. Yeah. Not like Kevin, who only shows up at the big games when the Eagles are playing well. You know, Kev, we actually have a name for those people. They're called Cowboys fans.
It's kind of bold for Tom Brady to do, given the fact that he's probably going to be on the call for about 8 Cowboys games this year.
It's also a roast. Yeah. I saw Skip Bayless saying that he thought Jerry Jones would be upset about that. I don't know. If you take anything seriously as somebody says at a roast, I feel like you don't get the whole notion.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. I just wonder nowadays with so much roast stuff winding up online, because roasts used to be done like what happens at the roast stays at the. It used to be much more private event.
Yeah.
Now with them being on Netflix and video leaking out and whatnot, I feel like the younger generation the lines might be a little more blurred for them as to what's actual roast,
that's
how
true,
serious is he?
You see clips of, and especially because people love doing that now, is they take the one little snippet of a roast and say, oh, look, if they torch this person, they don't show the reply or anything else like
I think you're overestimating the ability of society these days to draw the line.
To
draw the line between a roast and real life.
I feel like Cowboys fans have actually grown kind of self-aware in the last few years about how how delusional they had.
I think so too, actually.
They stopped going to training camp in California.
Yes.
They realized, it was weird. The last couple of years, it feels like for the first time, Cowboys fans started realizing, hey, wait a second.
Yeah.
Jerry keeps talking about the 1990s Cowboys, and you know what? That was a long time ago. I think it's these people who are 30 years old that realize, wait, I wasn't even alive then.
I haven't. Now I'm realizing I haven't seen anything significant happen in my lifetime with this team on the field. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the fellas got going on In the Loop. We'll get you set up for tonight, too. I think there's a couple really intriguing things happening tonight. How long does Tatsuya Imai keep us around tonight on the Astros game? We'll get set up for that and hit a whole lot more here in the final segment. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played 1 of 6 months of baseball. 1. And we'll just pack it up. Like, this is the dumbest conversation we can be having in baseball right now.
I don't know. I think
it is the dumbest. And the idea of trading Jordan, even dumber. It's way too early to be talking about blowing things up.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call. This traffic report is brought to you by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland. Stop and go traffic continues at alternate 90 eastbound after South Post Oak. That accident still affecting a right center and the feeder lane. Emergency cruiser at the scene. South Sam Houston Tollway eastbound before Cullen. Heavy truck stall over to the right shoulder. Another one still sitting over on 225 westbound after Borough. It's a heavy truck stall. That one's over to the right shoulder as well. 70 degrees this morning. This afternoon sunny and a high of 84. Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Metro is working to move the Houston region forward, from upgraded platforms and safer sidewalks to cleaner corridors, green spaces, faster contactless pay, and smarter transit connections. We're enhancing mobility and delivering results. Visit ridemetro.org/metro now to learn more.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Hey, Sean Pendergast for the Men's T Clinic. Hey, do you go to the gym and you're having trouble putting on muscle? Or are you gaining this unknown weight that all of a sudden is just popping up around your belly? The Men's T Clinic has treatments for all of that and a whole lot more. A lot of it can be traced back to low testosterone. Go learn more about the long menu of male wellness treatments they have at any of the 5 Houston area locations for the Men's T Clinic, just like I did 6 years ago. menstclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic. 1-800-246-OT.
menstclinic.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Tatsuya Imai tonight. People are already weighing in on the text page. Someone texts in, over under 2/3 of an inning.
Hey, come on.
Yeah.
Let's show the guy some support.
Give the guy a chance. The guy's coming off major arm fatigue, okay?
Yeah.
His
you guys
arm
act
was
like
tired.
Arm fatigue is something that resolves itself in, how long has it been? 3 weeks?
3 weeks. I'm actually emceeing a charity event for arm fatigue next week. It's an affliction that is many suffer from, okay?
You're raising money. A lot of times people inaccurately say we're raising money for arm fatigue.
Right.
No, we're raising money to fight
To combat arm fatigue, right.
Yes, yeah.
And
common. I get it. Look, go out and do your 5K walk.
Yep.
They do, when you do a 5K walk to combat arm fatigue, you don't swing your arms the entire time.
That's it.
You just you walk without the use of your arms.
Seth, I'm more about the charities for kids. So the one I'm going to it's for kids with arm fatigue.
Well, adolescent boys, I get it.
Yeah.
But it's the arm fatigue is real, and we need to stand with him in support of his battle against arm fatigue.
Right.
Someday, we never know. He might end up. You don't want to be the guy that's making some crude joke about arm fatigue.
No.
And then 2 months from now, Imai's up there giving his Lou Gehrig speech about how he's the luckiest guy in all the world because we stood by him through his arm fatigue.
Yeah. They're making incredible advancement these days in
struck dead at the age of 24 by arm fatigue.
Yes, arm fatigue. So what would be text back in? All right, fine. An inning in 2/3. What would be the minimum that you need to see from Imai tonight to come away feeling encouraged?
Encouraged?
Yeah. I think innings-wise, it's got to be a minimum of 5 innings.
I was going to say 4. If it was like 4 really clean innings, and then they take it easy because you don't want to test arm fatigue. We've seen this far too many times. The guy goes out, and you think he's all the way back from. The old saying about arm fatigue is you want to wait until you feel 100% for a good couple of weeks before you come back from arm fatigue.
You got to be back 100. It's like hamstrings. You got to be back 100%. Now that's interesting. Do they lean into the arm fatigue storyline by only throwing him out there for like 70 pitches or something like that, even if he's dealing?
Right. Yeah, I think no. It's kind of boy. If you weren't in the middle of yet another 3-game losing streak, you might say, look, you'd take the win, get him off the mound before any trouble starts setting in.
Yeah.
You finish the shooting session with a made basket.
That's right.
I'd feel like, all right, look, you got 4 clean innings. Let's not tempt fate. Let's get him off of the mound. But you're also in the middle of 13 straight games.
Yeah.
Where you'd like to keep these relievers. This weekend seemed like the first time I ever heard Sparky was talking about how fresh the relievers were.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? In the year 2026, are you sure, Sparky?
That's why I think like 5. There are 2 things, Seth, that I think there, and it's ironically neither of them is a win, but there are 2 things that I think are crucial with this start. One is innings. Yeah, I think 5 innings is the minimum for me because you're finally getting into a good place with the usage of all your guys here.
Yeah.
You know, Lambert and Arrighetti and Burrows on Friday and others. You know, the pitching has started to normalize a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's why innings. The huge one for me is walks. If he goes out there, even if he pitches 5 innings, if he walks 5 guys, that's not going to make me feel great about where he's at. His control was such an issue.
McCullers' fingernail fatigue is the other big thing to monitor.
Yeah.
You know, to see if as he worked back up to, his fingernail, can his fingernail withstand the barrage of more than 3 1/3 innings?
That's the charity I had to say no to
fingernail fatigue,
to MC the arm fatigue charity was fingernail fatigue.
We were talking about men getting manis and petties a while back.
Last week.
I would imagine that Lance probably wears some kind of like strengthening something on his index finger because it's such a big part of the spike curve.
Good question. The extent of my work on my nails is me clipping them. That's it.
Yeah.
Because I was the one. Oh, you know what it was? It was something that people. It was a question of the day. It was something people do that people regularly do that you don't do.
Yeah.
And I said, never gotten a mani-pedi, not one time in my life, nor do I plan to. My nails are.
What are the things that were traditionally considered like too effeminate for a manly man to do, but now have become more common? This whole
mani-pedi for sure.
This whole looks-maxing thing that the kids do feels a little bit too egotistical. I feel like back in the day, you'd be really careful about admitting that you put that much time and attention into your physical appearance.
Yep.
Where now it's just standard with these kids doing their muling exercises and whatnot.
I'll give you one. Body lotion. Like body lotion with very kind of feminine fragrances to them.
Oh, okay.
Guilty as charged.
It's a very white guy answer.
I love the Lush coconut. No, that's actually not a very white guy answer. You know who made me think of this? Every single Texan that we get on the postgame show.
Yeah, no, but black guys have no, I'm saying white guys getting on. White guys being new to body lotion is a very white guy.
I got you.
thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
well that's.
I didn't know a damn thing about cocoa butter until I made it to the NFL.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's mine. Yeah, that would be mine. It's
Bill Burr's got a great bit on that.
What did he say?
On just learning about actually using lotion. Until he had black friends, he never realized like the benefits of lotion.
It's awesome.
It's
awesome.
He never realized he was ashy before.
Yeah.
And then he started. Yeah, you got a couple of black friends, and they clued him in on what he had to do.
I'll tell you right now.
You're a super white guy. I didn't know it. Ashiness was never something that had ever been. I had ever heard about or anything until I got to college, actually. Yeah. And, start talking to guys about it. And I'm like, oh, I actually am ashy. It just doesn't show up on your pasty white skin the same way it does on other darker
That's right. No, the Rock has a great set of grooming products called Papa Tui, and his body lotion and his facial lotion, outstanding. Didn't know we were going to go here with a Tatsuya Imai segment, but here we are. Here we are talking body lotion. So I would say, Seth, if he's walking a bunch of dudes, I will come in tomorrow feeling not great about Imai. And if he gets punked in an inning and 2/3, then we're talking about like, okay, this is okay.
Let me ask you this: Are there any? Have we exhausted all the possible explanations / excuses? What are we still waiting to hear from Imai in terms of explanations for why he's not
a legitimate injury? Something that's not made up arm fatigue, that it's a legitimate injury.
And that's at least a legitimate excuse.
Yeah.
It's one that you're not like, all right, come on, do that. Like, okay, you're injured. I can't think of, the texters will probably come up with some things.
Here's the scariest part of this whole thing is that if and it's just one start tonight, but if it looks like the ones in the minor leagues, and if it looks like all but the one where he actually pitched 6 innings. He pitched one good game. So it's in there somewhere. He's done it once. But if it looks like what the rest of the season has looked like, the scary part about this is the contract. And the scary part is it's $18 million a year for 2 more years after this where he holds the hammer. He's got the player option for both of those years. And it's almost one of those things, Seth, where you've got to root for him to be so bad that the only way for him to be happy is to go back and pitch in Japan and opt out of the contract. Because I brought that up on the air. I think I brought it up on Twitter. And people are like, who's opting out of guaranteed $18 million a year for the next 2 years? And like, no, you don't understand. Like, he's he's going to have to play a real game of chicken with the Astros to just sit around and be miserable in the United States.
Well, or there's also the option, too, that maybe he takes less money, but that a team like the Dodgers that has a lot of experience with helping Japanese pitchers and players through adjusting to American baseball, they might look at Imai and be like, distress. Let's see, we've addressed this a bunch of times. We've addressed this a bunch of times. We've addressed this a bunch of times. Come on in, and it'll be a more comfortable environment.
So you're saying he opts out and then says, you know what? The $18 million I would have got from the Astros to have a 7 ERA would have been nice, but I've got pride and I want to be good at pitching. So I'm going to take a low-level deal with the Dodgers and prove myself, and then get back to that bigger contract.
Yeah.
It's as good as any other possibility out there, you know.
He made. Sorry, never mind.
Are you looking? I was curious.
I was looking up his Japanese salary.
Yeah. Were you able to find? I was curious about that.
I didn't. No, that's what I was telling you. I didn't. I looked up the wrong thing, so I didn't have it with me.
Okay, damn. Because if he can make $18 million back there, then he's not losing any money. You know, he just goes back and he eats dinner when he eats dinner. He's comfortable with the lifestyle. He likes the way the mound is sloped. They're not telling him what to do. Attack weaknesses. They let him throw his slider whenever he wants to. These are all legitimate. There's no pitch clock. These are all excuses that Tatsuya Imai has legitimately used over here since he got here. All of those things go away if he goes back to Japan. Back to normal.
His salary, his final reported salary in Japan was $1.2 million.
Okay.
That's a pretty drastic leap, man. I don't know.
Yeah. Astros are going to be on the hook, man. Astros are going to be on the hook. Oh, that's brutal. And this could end up, they've had some bad contracts. I mean, think about this is the team that gave Lance McCullers $85 million to pitch poorly for like 2 years. This is the team that gave Rafael Montero $11 million a year to basically get DFA'd or get sent out. He was horrible. The Jose Abreu contract, if you ask around baseball, was one of the worst contracts in this century, probably. Mm-hmm. And this might be worse than all of those if he comes back and he's garbage.
The only thing about the Astros side of this that I wonder about is, okay, are they at least evaluating themselves and saying, all right, you know what, looking back, we should have figured out that this might have been more of an issue. All of these different adjustments that he's had to make. Is there any way that we can make this onboarding for him smoother and more streamlined?
Yeah.
And what are they doing to fix it? And maybe that ends up being it, like just creating as much of a predictable and comfortable environment for him. And I know there might be people listening and saying, like, why would you pander to him like that? Because you're going to pay him $54 million. That's why.
Yep.
Don't talk to me about how it should be. Let's just figure it out and just maximize this situation as much as possible.
That's a great Dana Brown or maybe even a Joe Espada question, but probably more Dana, maybe even Jim Crane, which is, did you guys research this at all before bringing him over here? Like all the different things that other teams had done to help make the transition smooth for guys coming over from Japan?
You hear the stories about when there were very few Hispanic players, or not, Latin and Spanish-speaking foreign players from Latin American countries, about how just difficult it was for them to operate. Now it's at the point where most teams there's a bunch of people and resources for the Latin American players.
For sure.
But the teams that were more successful early on just figured out ways to make it as seamless as possible.
Yep.
And the Astros have nobody's going to be better at bringing a Cuban player in and understanding exactly what his specific challenges might be, because the Astros have had so many of them. But I'm guessing they don't have the same number of resources for Japanese players.
I'm guessing not, at least not for this one. Okay, text message. I had arm fatigue when I was single. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Seth, for that one. More like I miss my mommy syndrome is what they're saying. Tatsuya Imai has. Come on.
Bring her over. Whatever we got to do. Remember, how are we on our project to get specific chants and cheers for Imai and songs and whatnot?
I haven't seen a groundswell of support for that yet.
Okay, yeah. I guess I got to maybe follow up more than just saying it once on the radio.
You need to go to the game and start the chants yourself.
Yeah.
You need to take it on yourself to do it.
So whatever we can do to make it more like a Japanese environment there when he's pitching and make him feel more at home.
Yes, that'll help. Sean, go get a mani-pedi with your wife at a salon. They do free drinks there. Then you're scoring points with your wife while drinking for free. She wants me to go really, really badly, Amy does.
Yeah.
And I refuse to go. But maybe someday. She listens, so she's probably listening right now like, yeah, you jerk. You won't go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez are here. I'll ask you guys the same question I just asked Seth. What would be the minimum performance from Imai tonight that would have you encouraged moving forward?
Ooh, good question. No, he's got to go 5 innings. If he's back, or he's over it, however you want to put it.
Yeah,
I think he's got to go 5 innings.
Innings and walks are the two big metrics for me tonight. Innings and walks, usage and control.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the big things for me. What about you, Reggie?
5 innings. Like, if you give up 3 runs, I'm not going to lose my head.
No, as long as it's not like bombs that you know what I mean? Like that's when you start to give up runs. Like then contact comes into play. Like okay, if they were kind of some of the stuff Lambert was giving up last night, some seeing eye singles and stuff.
I feel like because I'm trying like hell to just take the arm fatigue reports at face value. I feel like if he gave 4 super clean innings and they pulled him, even if at 70 pitches or something, if it were super clean, it would be less than 70 pitches. But you know what I'm saying? Let's say they pull him at 50 pitches or less, but it's 4 really clean innings, and they pull him, I'm going to be cool with that.
Oh, if the intent is to pull him after 4 innings and they were 4 good innings, I'm totally cool with that too, 100%.
I don't know if I am, because that would scare me a little bit more. That would say that it's in their heads too.
No, that just means they're leaning into the arm fatigue storyline. That's all.
Well, they've been stretching all these dudes, no matter what the fatigue factor is, trying to get to the bullpen. All of a sudden, Imai gets the special treatment.
I'm just saying the minimum. I'm just saying I would be encouraged by the performance of him. Now, the strategy of the team, that's a separate argument.
Okay,
but if it was 4 good innings, I would be encouraged by that. I get what you're saying, Reggie, and I said this to Seth a few minutes ago, which is they feel like they're starting to normalize a little bit as a pitching staff. It's not all this using 7 guys, your starter's going 1 inning because his shoulder hurts or because he sucks or whatever. They're starting to get normal quality starts from guys. They're getting 6 or 7 innings from guys. And it would be nice if Imai, if they passed the baton to him. I'm with you. 5 is my threshold, John. But the Seth 4 totally clean innings, and they take him
work.
after 7. It'll work in terms of
Pitch
making
count,
me feel good.
and all that stuff.
I understand Reggie's point.
He threw 63 pitches in his last appearance.
Yeah, yep, in the minors. So does he go from 63 to 98 pitches? Look, if he's in position, to pitch 98 pitches, that's a good thing.
98. Oh boy.
Yeah. No. I'm just throwing that out there as a number. I'm just throwing. Sorry, Seth, I interrupted you.
Oh no, that's all right.
Yeah.
I just like the way it was phrased. Continuing his recovery from right arm fatigue.
Yeah.
But they said there was nothing there.
Right. The MRI didn't show anything.
Yeah.
But only he knows how tired his arm was, John.
Yeah.
If he says it's tired, it's tired. I told Seth I'm emceeing a charity event later this week for arm fatigue research.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, for arm fatigue research and making sure that kids that suffer from arm fatigue, that I want to.
That's a good.
I want to live in a world where people's arms are not fatigued anymore.
We've got
dream about that world.
We're having some rubber bracelets made that they're extra large, so you don't have to strain to get it over your hands.
Yeah.
You don't want to fatigue your arm putting on your arm fatigue awareness bracelet.
Yeah. That's right. In fact, if you guys would like to donate, I've got a QR code right here.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
money.
Don't pay any attention where I erase the words "human fund" over the top of it. Yeah. All right. So you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day?
I thought you were going to take this
I'll
here,
tell
John.
you.
Yeah.
Because we watched Dylan. I'm still laughing about it. Dylan.
I didn't see this. Seth brought it up, and it sounds hysterical.
It was and he was iced out, sitting at Crypto.com arena watching Game 4 of Thunder Lakers.
But it was like a cartoon character, like a villain in a cartoon that goes,
yeah.
He's staring at LeBron.
That's what
kind of rubbing his hands together.
WWE villains do that. They buy a front row ticket to watch the guys they hate.
So I mean, he showed up front and right under the basket too, because he knew eventually LeBron would shoot a free throw.
Oh, not if you ask J.J. Redick.
That's
LeBron
right.
never gets to shoot free throws.
That's true. But just poised right there as a villain, hate watching LeBron.
Okay.
Like, who do you love hate watching like that?
Okay.
Yeah, like it was like I said, it was like a cartoon. It was crazy.
Yeah, my biggest hate watching things There's definitely some WWE stuff that I hate watch because it's just so bad. But I would say, like on TV, I just brought one up earlier. I hate watched the last 2 seasons of The Office after Steve Carell was gone. Just because
that's a good one.
I will hate watch seasons of series that I was into, but now I'm not really liking it. I will hate watch just to get to the end.
Is it specifically hate watching, or is it just a need to complete it? Are you at this point acknowledging
both?
Okay,
yeah,
like you're not necessarily watching because you love hating watching it.
No. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like am I purposefully hate watching it?
I would say I think I've told you guys this before in response to another question, but when one of my teams is getting beat really, really bad, I do start hoping they get beat even worse. As punishment. I remember the Texans playing against the Dolphins. Remember? Oh gosh, this is like in 2015. It was
2015. Mm-hmm. It was against Dan Campbell, the interim coach.
They could not. I was hoping that the Dolphins were going to score triple digits. Like you bastards. You bastards. This is what you get.
Yeah.
You just sit there and take it. Damn it.
Yep. Arian Foster tore his Achilles that day. That was a bad day.
I wasn't happy about that.
That was a bad day. No. I know you weren't.
He was in like the fourth quarter of a ridiculously bad blowout.
Really
and tore
stupid.
His Achilles tendon.
Yep.
When cocky players get theirs. Like when cocky players get theirs.
Oh, they get their
I love hate watching
comeuppance. Yeah, I like hate watching Aaron Rodgers. In a football game. The advanced age Aaron Rodgers. I'll hate watch a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL.
I liked watching Drake May.
Yes.
In the Super Bowl.
Yeah. It's almost like hate watch and Schadenfreude are kind of like cousins of each other, right?
That was a tough thing about the Super Bowl was that Drake May ended up with a statistically respectable game because they did some things in the fourth quarter where it wouldn't have mattered.
He had 295 yards passing in that game.
Yeah, you look at the box score, you're like, wow, what a performance.
Courageous almost. Yeah. So those would be mine. This will be good. Hopefully it's not hate listening and people are texting in Payne and Pendergast or something like that.
That's right.
I mean, if they're hate listening, it's
I don't care. No, you're right. Blow to the ego, but as long as you're coming into the store and ordering the product, then who cares?
That's right.
And we love it, man. Talk back to the show. Give us a little bit of your mind, and we'll go back and forth.
Yeah, sass us. Yes,
sass us.
Yeah. All right, Seth. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and I encourage everybody to open their hearts and wallets for arm fatigue awareness.
Yep, arm fatigue awareness.
You can buy our $29 bracelets somewhere on the internet. As soon as tomorrow morning. I'm just gonna figure out a way to really scam some people.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Do we have a thought on who does the anthem for the arm fatigue awareness?
Sarah McLachlan.
Sarah McLachlan, of course.
She just has Sarah McLachlan. I didn't know if
in the fatigued arms of an angel.
That's exactly right.
The drooping arms of an angel.
The research grants that we are going to give out with this charity for arm fatigue. It's going to be a great work.
I can't wait to get some government money for
arm fatigue.
Oh yeah. Get a grant.
Lots of fatigue.
If we don't end up on Nightline over this, we don't know what we're doing.
Big fatigue, lots of fatigue, tons of fatigue. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
I would like to take this moment to make it abundantly clear. The Nigerian had no parts. In that particular organization.
Is that irony?
Don't do it. I ain't do that. I just want that to be clear.
Their keynote speaker is actually the son of a deposed prince.
And that's one thing ND Kalu really appreciates is when I forward him all my emails.
What a great move that is.
Yeah.
You know this guy? Is he trustworthy?
Yeah, I do. ND's hilarious with that stuff.
Oh, goodness. Always appreciate the fellas, Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, I'm going to start doing that to you so bad.
Oh, goodness.
So
gracious.
much.
You know that you already go directly to spam. I don't understand that. Is this really a prince?
Yes.
This is going to go directly to
Hey,
spam.
you're Nigerian. Prince or no?
You're going to have to do this in person. I feel like
or nah.
We're gonna have a every break occurrence where Lopez just shows me his phone. You know this guy?
That's right.
This name sound familiar to you?
That's right.
All right, let's get going here on a Tuesday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You heard him. That's OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, looking extra Nigerian today.
You really are.
Yeah. Just for the hell of it.
Even.
Yep, that's right.
You gotta say your whole full name now.
I don't know.
Your full name.
I don't even know if I know all the names in there.
You got to do it, man.
What is your entire name?
At least government-wise, Reginald Bankole Adetula is the name. I put a little sauce on it for you.
You got to do that for the rest of the show now, man.
I will, actually.
I want to hear Big Voice Guy do that.
You daring? Oh, Big Voice Guy quit on my last name. He was like, John Lopez and Reggie. Yeah, no, he's not doing the whole name. We can go Figgy Fig. I don't know if you want me to put the whole name out there.
I don't care.
All right.
Good, man.
Edward Figgy Fig Gilliard on the ones and twos. And you rolling with
Edward Boyce Gilliard the third.
Oh, okay. Not the third coming out. You'll love to see it. And, of course, we always love you getting involved with the program on the text line, 713-572-4610. That's always available to you. Also, appreciation to the Mokaram and Lawyers for the live stream.
If we're doing
We keep it 100.
What are we doing?
John Philip Lopez de Montemayor.
Ooh, I didn't know there was an extra sauce on there.
Yeah.
De Montemayor.
John Philip Lopez de Montemayor.
I didn't know that there was extras.
Yeah.
Is that your maternal side of the? Is that okay? That's the tack on there. It's De Montemayor
or Juan Felipe.
Is that what's on your driver's license?
No, it's just John Philip Lopez. Yeah. We got rid of De Montemayor.
I feel like you need to put that back in there. There's a lot of Lopez. I don't know if there's Lopez de Montemayores out here. You know what I mean? I feel like you could really corner the market.
Stand out, man.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a bunch of John
things you didn't know in 18 years on the radio here. Things you didn't know.
Yeah. Still telling us new stuff, and I appreciate the text line coming in with the arm fatigue charity sounds real Enron-ish.
Yes, well, because it is.
Whoa! That's very accusatory, sir. Do you want to accuse the Houston Astros of anything?
What can we accuse the
Astros of?
False advertisement.
Okay,
the picture that's starting tonight.
713-572-4610. What can you accuse the Astros of? I don't know. Can you accuse the Astros of what Joe Espada wants to accuse them of, which is good baseball?
Bad luck. Yeah, bad baseball.
Bad luck
and good baseball.
Well, yeah, he's saying that good baseball, but bad luck is where he's going after the Astros with somehow this is the scoreline every night for them. It seems like 3-1. Of late, they get the loss in the first iteration of a 4-game set versus the Seattle Mariners here at home, and it was another good outing on the mound for the most part, right? Another quality. No, it wasn't a quality start, technically, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Did it hit? Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's right.
7 innings, 3 runs or less.
Yeah, he went 7. That's right.
Yeah.
It's weird because they're doing this a lot more, and yet you're still ending up with losses.
Yeah.
But that is, it does feel like it's stabilized. We talked about this last week. Does it? Is it? Are they getting here? That's a few quality starts in the last go-round of your starting pitching. Offense just didn't show up.
You know why he lost that game? Do you know why Peter, not Brady Lambert, lost that game?
That's right.
Do you know? Bad baseball. He lost that game because of bad baseball.
Here we go. Here comes official score.
Well, that's part
John
of it.
Lopez.
I texted you about that, the old hidden error thing that I always talk about. Astros would have been a tight game at worst. Had they not had that hidden error in left field. It was Cole, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was that cold.
Yeah.
Can I mention that I do love Space City Home Network for moments like this where they put up the outfield graphic where they go, what is the stoplight colors on
red,
these
yellow,
outfielders?
green.
Red, yellow, green. And it's like, Cam Smith, red, do not run. And I'm like, cool. In center field, Bryce Matthews, go ahead, big dog, you got it. And then Zach Cole, they're like, I don't know because he's in left field.
Let's throw yellow on there.
Go ahead and make that green too.
No, they put yellow on him.
No, I know they did yellow, but I'm saying.
Oh, gotcha.
You can go ahead and make that green too. Right? Like that, because it showed up in this game, and it's one of the reasons why you weren't able to maintain the closest on what would have been a 1-1 game at that point. But honestly, if your offense isn't showing up to the point, and even the frustrating thing is that they did, and Joe Spada talked about it, they did the things that ostensibly lead you up to having good offense. They made George Kirby throw a lot of pitches. He had a number of pitches on him by the time you get to the 5th inning and whatever. But still, right, you are not able to capitalize, and it feels like this has been the plight of the Astros of the last couple seasons. Is you get one side and the other side falls out to some degree.
What exactly did Joe Espada say? Was it like we're playing good baseball and keep doing what we're doing? I'm paraphrasing like a mofo here, but it was something along those lines. And I'm sitting here. Do we have it?
No. All right, here we go. This was Joe Espada talking about the need to play good baseball.
We know how to run this race. We have run a race like this before. And we all got to do it together and stay calm and continue to play our good baseball. We do that, we're going to be just fine.
It's not good baseball. Continue to play good baseball and we'll be just fine. Okay, so you mentioned the hidden error. For those who weren't watching or don't know what I'm talking about, believe it was runners on second and third. Or first, whatever it was. Two runners on base.
I believe it was first and third.
Yeah, it was first and third. That's what it was. First and third. Ball goes into base hit to left field. So there you go. 1 run scores. Cole bobbles the transfer and gives the runner an opportunity to score. And so that's one that they would have absolutely gotten them. That's not good baseball. That's not clean baseball. But it's not just that. They're in a situation. Let's talk about base running in general. Maybe not necessarily particularly last night. Base running has been really, really bad. Let's talk about plate discipline. Remember that? Remember way back in the day when plate discipline was, we were kind of all marveling at it?
A point of emphasis.
A point of emphasis. They now rank 18th in MLB, bottom half of the league in plate discipline. The offense has bailed them out a lot. Let's talk about just defense in general. Cam Smith, we know he can make some spectacular plays and some plus plays, as I like to call them, but he's in the bottom third of all outfielders in fielding percentage. So none of that is good baseball.
And that's without talking about the fact that the offense over the last 3 games is batting a robust 172.
Yes.
With 2 runs, 2 doubles, a singular home run, and just a putrid 1 for
28
9.
strikeouts.
Yeah, 28 strikeouts, 1 for 9 in situations we're running in scoring position.
Yeah,
right?
so when the offense finds its level, you start to see this is not good baseball. What are you looking at? Are you just trying to put a good spin on things? Cam Smith is spiraling now offensively. The offense is coming back to earth.
Cam Smith is spiraling.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve hasn't been particularly great, even though this was a 3-hit night for him, interestingly enough. Yordan Alvarez even hasn't been like
he's been in a little bit of a
There's been a little bit of a setback, and you mentioned it right a number of times, as everybody noticed. There was going to be a moment where this happened. This is where I think I understand where Joe Espada's trying to come from, which is if you were trying to. If you're trying to talk to your team, it's like, hey, continue doing the right things, which I think in some ways, right, you want to, try and keep them doing what they did last night, right? It's making George Kirby see pitches. The problem is it's not consistent enough. Is that sometimes it's here, sometimes it's not. And then you mentioned the little errors that, in obviously literally errors in some instances, but in other ways, kind of just general, the concept of errors that keep popping up and they stack up. You got to be a lot cleaner all the way around, especially when your back is against the wall in the way that it is.
And even if you just talk, forget the hidden errors, forget the obvious things. Like I mentioned, Cam Smith, bottom third in defensive percentage rating, et cetera. If you just go to the eye test, like who on this active roster right now is a plus defender? I came up with one name, Christian Vasquez. That's it. Because Correa's not around.
It's been great having. How much, actually, can I ask you this? Because you talk about the defense, and I know, obviously, the first thing that comes to mind for you as a stickler of the catcher position is being able to throw out dudes at second, which he has been able to do. How much of this seeming stabilization of the pitching do you attribute to Christian Vasquez having to play more at catcher because Yainer Diaz is on the IL?
I think you have to attribute some. You put a percentage on it or put a number on it. I couldn't do that, but they're better. They're absolutely better. They're better defensively, which also helps the pitcher. At the catching position, he can make some stops that I would have to say the advanced numbers say he's in the top half of the league in that. I didn't look at those. I'm going to surprise you. I actually looked at some advanced numbers this morning.
Whoa! Whoa!
I did.
All right, what'd you find?
Well, I was looking at all the defensive stuff, and that's where I found that stuff on Cam.
According to PPR stats.
Hey, man, go ahead. If you're going to do it, go ahead and do it all the way.
But that's what I was saying. I was like, well, Cam Smith makes some big plays, but where is he really? He's not really in the top. He's in the bottom third.
And this was a concern that you had coming into the season, right? Your outfield, the inexperience of it, was that going to show? And you're seeing it, especially with the additional injuries that you have where Jake Myers isn't in this. Like, it's worth stopping down and acknowledging once again the injuries are taking a toll to some degree.
Well, sure.
Right? We can hit them over the head for not playing good baseball like they say they're playing. Right? How many times have we had that? Carlos Correa, before he ultimately gets injured, says that, hey, this is a good baseball team, just not showing that.
Right.
I don't know that you can necessarily say that to some degree. Joe Espada yesterday saying they need to keep playing good baseball. Those things I will quibble with to some degree. However, right, you come back around to and now I've lost where my train of thought.
Well,
I lost where I was
going. The thing about it is, I'll take it from here.
You got it.
The thing about it is,
I was going somewhere. It was going to be good too. I promise you.
I know it was going to be good. you can talk about all these advanced numbers, and I dabbled a little bit this morning in those. You can talk about the eye test and all that. What you really are talking about here is when you watch this team, does it look like a good baseball team in the margins? We always talk about the margins with the Texans and the Rockets, When you talk about the little things with this team in the margins,
right.
are they a good team in those? They're not. They absolutely are not. By the way, George Kirby pitched really, really well, a lot of strikeouts, but had a lot of pitches. He was kind of ripe for the taking there if you just had some good at-bats. The whole, plate discipline thing, they're in, they started out so well, and now they're in the bottom half, and it's still, just May 12th?
Yeah. I remember where I was going because I was mentioning the IL. This team has 3 dudes whose OPS plus is over as 100 or better that are currently on the IL.
Yeah.
Right? Those things are showing up. And then similarly, there's not that many guys pitching-wise whose ERA plus is above 100. Like, these are the things that are coming together, and you're seeing the injuries take away. You could talk about the other guys that are injured pitching-wise that would have helped you in your ERA circumstances. But, yeah, like, these are things that come together that ultimately show the signal of not a good baseball team, if we're going to be completely honest. It does oddly feel like they're stabilizing, but the thing that is more frustrating about them than them not being a good baseball team is right now they don't feel like a lucky baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
And when we talk about sports, a lot of times we neglect the concept of luck because it is, it's not easy to quantify, and it's not the easiest thing to talk about, but it's necessary if you want to be a team that gets somewhere.
Yeah.
And I would love if, in this instance, even if they're not, right, we could look at it and say that they're not good right now. Maybe there's opportunities to get back. If they could be a little bit lucky.
Yeah.
And right now they've been pretty damn unlucky, which I don't think helps them in their endeavor.
Hey, Tatsuya Imai on the to the rescue.
Well, this would definitely be a little bit of luck if you can get Tatsuya Imai looking some level of right.
I was being facetious.
No, I know, and that's what I'm saying. It's like you would definitely need some luck to get him right, or only God knows if maybe he somehow found God and coming back to Dyken Park will get him right. But he's on the bump tonight, and it becomes important because that first game of 7 that we've deemed to be very important, maybe the most important on the season, was a loss. Would not enjoy having another one, especially because you're already 0-5 versus the Mariners this year.
Can you imagine that? Boy. And Cal Raleigh hadn't gotten a hit in a month.
Yeah, he's
I'm exaggerating, but I think he's 0 for his last 34.
Awful.
Yeah.
And yet still.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man. I don't know if it's just you have to go over and above. Find something within yourself, Tatsuya, right? You can really get yourself back in the good graces by coming out and putting a smoker out there. And I feel like they're going to need it. Likelihood of that happening, John Lopez?
Not good.
Okay, fair enough.
No.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we mentioned something that the young buck K-Mac, Caden McDonald mentioned, but we haven't talked enough about it. He's talking about Super Bowl. Is it really a Super Bowl or bust year in the way that it seems like the Texans are talking about? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like for the
2.
Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
The see your way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yep, happy Tuesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Tuesday. Is it really Super Bowl or bust? Because we obviously we kind of chuckled a little bit at what was the entirety of the Cade McDonald. I guess I shouldn't say chuckled at it because it makes it seem like we didn't take it seriously. We definitely did. But, there's definitely the personality of Cade McDonald that we were getting a little bit more familiar with over rookie minicamp that happened over the weekend. And can I stop and say this real quick? You will hear me hesitate when I get to saying K-Mac. I think I'm just going to start saying K-Mac because every time I go to say Cade McDonald's name, I get tripped up by the fact that his name is Caden, and for some reason in my brain, and of course, this is a me problem more than it is anything else. For some reason, my brain sees that man and does not think Caden.
He doesn't look like a Caden. I'll give you that.
Plus, we got two Ks. Like, you got Keelan in this draft.
Keelan look like a Caden.
Yeah,
he look like a
if we had switched those first names, they feel more right in my head. And again,
Keelan McDonald,
not an issue with them, an issue with me. Yeah. I will take this on myself.
He don't look like a Keelan either, to be honest.
You don't think he look like? I think he looked more like a Keelan than a Caden.
He look like a Jalen. He look like
K-Mac, Big Mac,
Jalen McDonald.
I don't even know if he looked like Jalen. But either way,
he definitely don't look like Caden.
No, he does not look
Keelan.
like Keelan. He does not.
If you hear Reggie saying K-Mac, understand that what's happening is my brain is frazzled every time I go Caden McDonald.
You just gotta be like, hey, bro.
Yeah. And also,
big man, chief,
big dog.
Hey, cowboy. To be even more fair, Reggie does like to say nicknames as if he's very, very personal with these guys. Like
do I?
Barry.
All right.
Barry. Who?
I still don't think that's as big of a reach y'all try to make it. However, K-Mac, Big Mac himself, Cade McDonald.
Big Mac is good.
It is a good one.
Yeah.
It is a good one. But I also hope that if we throw that at him at training camp, that he does not take offense to it because it makes it seem like we are fat shaming for some reason.
Oh, that's true.
Which I do not want to be the impression at all. But Big Boy has very much high aspiration. We talked about this. This was him talking about, what it feels like to, be on an NFL team at this point and the emotions of being in minicamp.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Just getting out there with my teammates, rookie minicamp, we all got energy, all the enthusiasm, it's a great opportunity, At the end of the day, we want to get to L.A. and win the Super Bowl.
Now, that sounds very evident. That sounds like the thing that anybody would throw out. But, again, he threw out that. He threw out All-Pro. He threw out Rookie of the Year, and he said that they all feel realistic. And, again, I took this from a place of a lot of things that he said, feeling like more of the carrot being put out. Does it feel like this team is in Super Bowl or bust circumstance? Because Nico Collins also echoed this.
Look, I think that's a great question. That's not something that, this team in particular is ever going to say, but they kind of don't have to. I think here we are. What are we going into, year 4 with D'Amico, right?
Yes.
Yeah, year 4 with D'Amico. The culture is set. The defense is the best in the league, if not second best, or definitely up there. They've made all the moves. This is their third offensive coordinator. They've brought in, they've addressed the big, questions on the offensive line.
Second offensive coordinator.
Well, they had Slowick and then Kaylee, and so this is their second offensive coordinator.
I was like, damn, did I miss somebody?
But they are Super Bowl or bust, whether they say it or not, right? I mean, in my mind, they are.
I think even how it played out last year, where I felt like they were so close, and they probably figured they were really close and really had a chance to get to the Super Bowl.
I think the close has a lot to do with it because the eye test thing, they would have been in the Super Bowl.
It was right there. The cards played out right, and it just didn't happen that way.
Yeah.
I have a hard time getting.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
All right. So here's the thing. The few things that come to mind for me. First and foremost, I don't think we can ignore the fact that this team has not been to an AFC Championship game.
No, you can't.
Right? So the hypothetical situation in which they get the AFC Championship game and they don't get over, it would definitely feel bad. Does that feel like a bust situation here for them?
Yes, I think it does. Look, just because you haven't hit that threshold doesn't mean that you are not expected to be a contender for that threshold, if not one of the favorites. I mean, aren't they one of the favorites to get to the AFC Championship game?
Ooh, I wonder what the odds actually have here.
You can look at some of these teams. Obviously Chiefs with Mahomes, who knows, with his injury, and just go down the list. Bills, okay, maybe not. Well, how their postseason goes. You look at the Patriots. Are the Patriots better equipped right now than the Texans? I don't think so.
I mean, this defense.
Their quarterback. Obviously,
I'm about to say they got the nod on the quarterback,
right?
But yeah. I think that's probably about it.
And they've added to their offense. There's still the expectation, although we'll see if it comes through.
They have the history the Texans don't have.
Yeah, the Texans, interestingly enough, are tied for the 6th best odds in the AFC to win the AFC Championship. Still, the teams that you would imagine, the teams that took a step back last year, but you imagine maybe take that step back forward. Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, which is interesting depending on how Patrick Mahomes' recovery continues. The Chargers, who I am very fascinated by. I'm interested to see how much what a potential step back
Chargers
would happen
are ahead
defense.
of them?
Yeah, the Chargers have a plus 825 odds rather than the tied odds that the Texans.
That got to be strictly because of quarterback.
Yeah.
I imagine. Well, also don't forget their biggest weapon, Black Mike.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
That's
still
a reach.
Yeah, quarterback getting a lot of love for them, man.
Well, also quarterback, but then don't forget they're getting back 2 of the best tackles in all of the league that they didn't have last year. So I think that in Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. So I think that probably factors in to some of what we're talking about here. But then the Texans end up being a plus 1,000, which is the same odds that the Broncos have as well. So
Well, I didn't mention Broncos would be up there for sure.
There are teams that are, and that's another part of it. There's a number of teams that feel like they can be contending. Here's the ultimate thing that I land on where I go, the or bust is tough to get here because clearly it's going to be hard to go away from the Super Bowl.
I look at it more as an expression,
right?
Not like you're going to tear it apart.
No, but that's the thing is, what is the outcome on the other side of this if they do not win a Super Bowl?
Immense disappointment.
Does DeMeco Ryans have any level of heat on his seat if they do not get a Super Bowl?
I mean, obviously it depends on how the season plays out, but the answer is no.
Nick Caserio?
No. Maybe it's a little more than DeMeco might.
I think it depends how it plays out.
Especially the offensive line.
Yeah.
I actually have a hard time getting there. Right? Maybe we start looking at him more closely, and really I think it's less about us and more about that building. It feels like those guys, DeMeco and Nick Caserio, are pretty lockstep, pretty locked in.
I think there'd be more heat on Caserio.
I think that they would. I don't know that it'd be enough to actually make something happen. And so that's where I come to where I go, hey, is this going to change the way that they do business if they do not make the Super Bowl?
See, I look at Super Bowl or bust in most cases and more as an expression than the bust. Taking the bus literally, like heads are going to roll, tearing it apart, resetting or rebuilding or whatever. I don't think, and the Broncos wouldn't do that. A lot of these teams wouldn't do that. But they are Super Bowl or bust just in terms of the expression.
But here's my thing when it comes down to if we take away the threat of the or bust of the Super Bowl or bust. Are we just talking about the thing that everybody talks about at this time of year, which is we want to win a Super Bowl? They do have more reasonable cases than a lot of teams in the league,
right?
But I mean, of all the teams that we mentioned, they're all Super Bowl or bust then? Are we just going to have the entire AFC be Super Bowl or bust?
I just look at it as last postseason, how they were almost there, man. And I just think this year, I feel like they felt they should have been in the Super Bowl. I ain't saying they should have won it all or anything, but they had a clear path to the Super Bowl. And so I think their goal is to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you said, is the entire AFC? Absolutely not. There are people who are going to be talking, hey, we want to get to the Super Bowl. And everybody's going to kind of like, sure, sure, Jan, as they like to say. But there are teams that you can legitimately say Super Bowl or bust, and it's not some outrageous, dream. And I think the Texans are right there.
This was Nico Collins when Aaron Wilson, KPRC2, brought the Caden McDonald, we want to be in LA for the Super Bowl to Nico Collins.
Absolutely, man. You got to take one play at a time. We know what our mission is. We know where we want to go. But at the end of the day, we got to take one play at a time. We got to move the stick. We got to continue to put points on the board for the defense because we know the type of defense we got. So excited about this year, second year with Bailey, and let's rock.
The rookies are already talking about the Super Bowl. They're setting the goals as high as it gets.
For sure. You got to set the standard early. You got to manifest for sure. And I believe in that. So, and it's starting now, though. The rookies just got in, and the work starting now.
When you look at this team and the players, and you just heard Nico there, do you think that they would be only one team from the AFC can get there? But there are like 4, 5 teams. You said 6. That if you do not get to the Super Bowl and you're healthy and you play well and you reach most of your expectations, it's an immense disappointment. And I think for this squad, that's why it fits. That's why I think it is Super Bowl. It would be an immense disappointment. Yes, baby steps. AFC Championship game is first, but that's not what they're looking at. Hey, we just want to get to the AFC Championship.
No, I mean, yeah. I'm with you, right? Yeah, I also would like to see a Super Bowl in the Texans' near future, right? I think that we're all in that case. I just don't know that this actually, like, the stakes of this are as high as we would want them to be. And I'm not saying that that's inherently a good thing. I just feel like if we want to be real with the situation, I don't know that it's Super Bowl or bust. Because also, the defense pretty much is signed up for not just this year, more than 1 year, right? A lot of what you're doing offensively feels like it is set up to be able to hopefully progress into a second year of what you're talking about. Like, I think that the idea, now the big thing is, and the person for whom you can maybe get to the or bust of this all is C.J. Stroud, right?
Sure.
Is the question
that might be a literal Super Bowl or bust, or
right?
Success or bust.
And so I think that, but here's the fun thing. I think we were talking about this, Figgy, the idea that this team seems to be situated, and I don't know that this is unintentional. I think this is very intentional, that if they want to move on to find another quarterback, the idea that we're going to play defense and run the football seems to be situated for you to be able to slide something else in there and keep on trucking. So again, I ask you, like, the idea that this is Super Bowl or bust, it does not feel like that's the way, at least in the way that I think about it.
It does to me. It does to me, because you are counting on C.J. Stroud coming in and doing at least enough to fill that role.
Now, the hope is that they can execute in such a way where we don't have to do very much of this arguing and we can see the Super Bowl portion of it. But, the landscape has changed in some of these teams that are coming back and getting stronger. However, you need to prove that you have also changed. You heard Nico Collins talking about it. Like, they're first and foremost, got to make sure that you can get points on the board and check those boxes off before we even get to Super Bowl circumstances, and that continues through the offseason. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. If you were watching a little bit of playoff basketball last night, especially the Lakers Oklahoma City Thunder closeout basketball game of Game 4 there, you would have seen one Dylan Brooks sitting on the sideline, iced out, looking like a cartoon villain. He just loved hate watching LeBron James going down in the playoffs. And so that brings us a question. What do you love to hate watch? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Texans' schedule is Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get to our question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What do you enjoy hate watching? Actually, you know what? Let me fix that. What do you love hate watching? Because if there's something that Dylan Brooks loves, it is being a menace, and it feels like letting the hate flow through him. We saw that up close and personal when he was here with the Houston Rockets. Honestly, we kind of came to enjoy it to some degree. Mm-hmm. The unhingedness of the way that he operated, right? The way that he would become a bully or whatever, or like even antagonize other great players. He took that to another level last night when he decided to go and sit courtside at the closeout game, or what would eventually become the closeout game in Thunder Lakers, the Western Conference semifinal series that was happening in L.A. He's sitting there. I'm talking about blinging. I don't know that I've ever seen him wear this much money all at one time, right? I think did he have a grill in too, Fig? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
I think he might have had a grill in as well. Just sitting there, and he was clearly smiling at the opportunity to talk trash to LeBron James as LeBron was on the court, and he did. Like,
he was leaning in, as they say, like big time. Oh, actually, overemphasizing his expressions and stuff. Like, he
ended up on the Amazon Prime broadcast a number of times, and I don't think that was an accident.
No.
I think that he knew that this would be something that would be picked up, and as you mentioned, he was playing it up. He was playing it, but he was excited to get after LeBron James, a dude who he notoriously kind of tries to get at, and so that got us thinking: in what ways would you be like Dylan Brooks and love hate watching something?
Well, let me count the ways. There are so many. It's part of what we do. They were mentioned earlier, Schadenfreude. Now, Schadenfreude is just kind of, you get contentment in someone else's pain or
Correct.
Whatever.
That's right.
But I'm talking about like you literally would have that Dylan Brooks look on your face when you see it happen. Like absolutely reveling in them, in hate watching them or that team or whatever it is. More recent, I'm thinking of some recent ones here. Draymond getting cooked. For some of the things he does and says. I love watching that. I mean, I do get that mischievous look on my face, and when he's doing that. More recently, the Lane Kiffin chaos.
Oh, you did enjoy that.
Well, even today, there's Lane Kiffin chaos.
Yes, there is.
and here's the funny thing about that. I had no feelings toward Lane Kiffin one way or the other until he brought him up. With all his actions and the way he was behaving, and now this stuff with the Ole Miss and LSU thing and all that. We'll get to that, I'm sure, today. I laugh. I can't help but smile.
That's you know what?
Yeah.
My dumb self had not gotten to the realm of college football, and that's absolutely
there's a lot of hate watching.
There's a lot of good hate watching to be had in college football, especially when you get like the major upset. Like think App State getting Michigan.
Yeah.
Think Vandy getting Alabama. Right, those types of things absolutely hit you. But more to the point, I think that where I end up being Dylan Brooks like is seeing the big time phonies in my opinion.
Yeah.
And those are usually coaches, because coaches stand loom largest. The phonies of coaches being exposed warms my heart. It really and truly does. Like when Dabo Swinney right now is having a Clemson team that does not look like they are worth a damn, or they're very much not meeting the expectation. Love it, right? The dude who got out here talking about if players ever get paid, I would quit my job.
Yep.
Still out here coaching his players getting paid because you was out here grandstanding. Not just grandstanding, because people grandstand from time to time. Grandstanding to keep other people from making money.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That was your position. You ain't staying on it, and you out here getting done up. Yes, I am out here hating. I do enjoy that. So yeah, that's a great point to bring up. Maybe not Lane Kiffin as much, but very much the folks that feel like phonies, like a Dabo. Yeah. I'm there.
Figgy, the ones for me that non-sports related, and we come across these on social media almost literally every day, is that person like at a fast food restaurant or at a restaurant or someplace, like acting belligerent.
Oh yeah,
like acting like just an a-hole. Just acting like that, and then the little guy behind the counter just pops him, knocks him cold or something.
Just the comeuppance.
That's better. People that are belligerent and cocky and all that stuff, getting their
humble.
Yes. I love that. How about you?
Yeah, so some ones. I got a couple sports ones. I ain't gonna lie. I was hate watching the Texans back in 2020 when they traded DeAndre Hopkins because I wanted Bill O'Brien gone at that point.
Yeah.
So I was kind of waiting for the disaster, that 0-4 start, and then I finally got my wish. I was hate watching LeBron the year he left to go to Miami.
Someone just sent that in.
Yep. Him losing to the Mavs was amazing.
Yeah, I think the Mavs got so much clout off of you became America's team for a moment just because LeBron James situated himself as a villain, and he tried to lean in early on. I think he learned within himself that he wasn't actually a villain, but he tried to embody it. And people were like, cool.
Yeah.
You will be the villain then. We want to see you lose.
Yeah. I hate watch Tyler Perry movies.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like if they on, I'm like, look at this fool. Look at this dude wig, man. Look, this person cannot act. Sometimes I just sit there, just point and laugh.
That's one of mine. I don't do that nearly as much now, but I used to be like just a terrible movie. Because this is the thing. I feel like the worst film that you can have is just like a middle of the way movie. Give me just the really bad boom microphone in the shot, terrible acting, awful edited film that we could just sit around and laugh at. So I'm with you.
I was watching the recent one I was hate watching. It wasn't a Tyler Perry movie, but it was a movie called Ballerina. It was
the Anna de Armas.
It was like a John Wick spinoff or something like that.
Is that bad?
It was rough to the point we didn't even finish the movie.
A John Wick spinoff.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. So we were just sitting there pointing like, what is she doing? Man, why she keep getting her ass kicked? Why she keep doing this? Whoever wrote this part was stupid. That was a corny line. I was just going on and on, just hate watching at this point.
I might have to do that one. We might have to watch that one. No,
anything Mavericks or Cowboys related that is an abomination or a struggle. Like the Mavericks, I had such a good run there when the Mavericks traded Luka. That was just so much fun.
Yeah, because
that was so much fun.
They were wallowing as well.
Yeah.
So if you have real hate for the Mavs, you got it on all levels, right? You could talk about how stupid they were, trade away a generational talent, but then you could look at all the fans just absolutely going through it, and you could dance around them on that as well. I think the Cowboys one is the easy one.
Easy.
Cowboys fans, one, amongst us, right? Two, like there is the long history of the Cowboys fan making a fool of themselves in the "this is our year" of it all, right? There's the delusion that hopped up there. There's that one. That one is good and easy.
Texter brought in Jack Easterby. Anything Jack Easterby. I was giddy.
Yeah.
I was giddy.
I ain't gonna lie. I hate watch just New York fans in general. Whenever they team lose, I'm like, all right, I got to check out their radio station so I can hear these callers.
They're insane.
Oh, that's a good one. The radio, seeing what the opposing team is saying when you embarrass them or something. Yeah,
they need to fire everybody. James Dolan, he need to sell the team.
Well, they're not wrong.
Start getting all of those. That ain't happening though.
Yeah,
they're not wrong. The best part about the New York Knicks fan is that when they're going great, they act a plum fool in the positive sense, and when they're going bad, they act a plum fool in the negative
total
sense.
opposite.
They are just always on this.
They need to trade Jalen Brunson. Get him out of New York.
From the 713, Bryson DeChambeau.
There's a lot of golfers that fall in this category.
Do you think we're still here with Bryson?
I think he's kind of not quite the villain that he was in the past, but there are some, like Patrick Reed, real cocky, mean. John Rahm.
I was there with Lefty.
You were there with Phil?
Yeah, I was there.
You
with
didn't
Lefty.
like Phil?
Yeah, man.
Well, it ended up you were right.
Yeah, I was there with Lefty.
You were there.
Like just something about his face. Actually, speaking of the something about his face category, hello Eli Manning.
Oh, see, I would never. You know how I feel about the man.
I just hate the way his stupid face looks. And what's funny is that we've come to a point where after he has left football and he's in media, I like him more than his brother.
Yeah, he's not that bad.
He seems to be somehow as affable or somewhere in the same vicinity as his brother, which I did not think that was the case because one of the things about Peyton Manning is such an affable dude, you forget that he is capital R rich.
Yes.
Like he comes off as not every man, but a lot closer to every man.
He really kind of does sometimes.
Like the Mannings grew up with real money in New Orleans, and he does not feel like that. And so I thought that, oh man, Peyton Manning just got a different level of charisma. Here comes Eli Manning. I'm like, oh, you're kind of that way too.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh, yes, from the 713. Someone speeding or driving recklessly, getting a ticket.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. When they pass you,
so
get pulled over.
when they're driving dangerously and they pass you, and then you pass them later on and they're pulled over.
See, that's why you got that ticket now.
That's right.
The 832. This is an easy one, and honestly, you have an opportunity to maybe get this again this year. The way that things are situated. Hate watching Deshaun Watson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, that was the thing back in real time when he was traded and all. Man, my eyes was glued to Cleveland just in general because it was a disaster.
And it felt karmic, right?
Yes,
If he had gone and balled out there, I don't know. I feel like there would have been really tough to navigate the waters of those emotions because clearly, I think there was something to start with. He quit on the team here.
Sure,
now, I don't think that he was entirely at fault there because I think we all understood what the Texans were in that moment. But then also seeing, I think the personal betrayal was probably bigger. We thought he was the best dude, right?
Yeah, the fraud of it all.
We thought he was such a good dude. Come to find out, he was out here being the nasty.
He wrote
man.
a book about it.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah, I forgot about the book.
He wrote a book about how great of a human being he was. Well,
from the 504, Reggie, why do you hate his face? Have you seen it? The Eli Manning. I mean, I'm surprised that this is a question. Are you just young there? And I don't say that as a judgment. I'm just asking the question because we all watched the Giants and saw him with that stupid face where he just had the 1,000-yard stare.
I liked him. You're talking to the wrong guy.
Figgy, am I alone here?
No, you're not alone.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. 504, can we hate watch SGA? Absolutely. The only thing about it is I don't think that the hate is going to go in your favor.
No.
Because SGA...
In fact, you'll be called for a foul.
He's really good at what he does. So if you're hating to maybe see his comeuppance, it's not going to happen there, and you're not going to get any help from the NBA and the officials.
Right.
Because he has the advantageous whistle in this moment.
He really does.
Somebody said Oklahoma women's softball coach. Okay, see, this is where I have a blind spot here because I actually enjoy watching the team there because they're so damn good.
They're amazing, yeah.
I never pay enough attention to see what's happening with the coach themselves.
Yeah. I don't know the story there either on the coach.
Yeah, maybe I need to tell.
You know what? I'm kind of hating watching what's his name with the Giants that went from Tennessee, the manager.
Vitello. Was it Tony
Vitello?
Yeah, because I wasn't hate watching.
I said it when I hired him. I said, it's a big difference. Yeah. It's a big difference.
He's the first coach to make that jump from college coach with no experience in the majors to then or in pro baseball.
How's it going?
Poorly. Who do you want me to put in?
Very poorly.
Which pitcher do you want?
Yeah, making calls to the bullpen and they don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Honestly, that almost feels like they're trying to get him out of here.
But yes, but I don't think it is. I mean, well, maybe they are eventually, but they were literally like, he called the bullpen. Okay, we need a pitcher. Which one? There were two warming up. They were literally palms up. Like,
just send one of them. Whichever one you send out there to be fine.
Who do you want?
Who you got out there?
Who all's out there?
That'd be great. Which one you got?
Like you going to a party. Who all there?
Is it a lefty out? No, it's two righties. Damn. All right. I think I'll deal with the first one. All right. Appreciate you. All right. That's a little question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Feel free to keep them coming in. And of course, I should make mention. Somebody said, this is real hate. 713. Still hate Bud Adams and he's dead.
Sure.
Well, I mean, and we forgot the number one answer in this. Number one seed, Floyd Mayweather. And that was just,
yeah.
He did that intentionally.
Yeah.
That's what somebody said.
Somebody wanted to see him knocked out so bad.
Somebody said it on Twitter about Dylan Brooks. Like he's like the guy that goes to the funeral to make sure he's dead.
Yeah. That's that Canadian hate.
100%. All right, fellas. Let's keep it moving here on a Tuesday in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We go around the NFL where the Texans made a couple of moves around the edges, which I don't think are so small. Plus, did the Kansas City Chiefs just undercut the excitement of this week? We'll talk about that more next.
All right.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played 1 of 6 months of baseball. 1. And just pack it up. Like, this is the dumbest conversation we can be having in baseball right now.
I don't know.
It is the dumbest. And the idea of trading Jordan, even dumber. It's way too early to be talking about blowing things up.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. executive Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in a loop on Sports Radio 610. A few more answers coming in here on the text line for our question of the day. What do you love to hate watching? The way that Dylan Brooks loved hate watching the Lakers last night. Somebody said they hate watch Russell Wilson, which you're going to have an opportunity to one way or another this year. Actually, one of the opportunities is more. The instance that he takes the CBS job that's out there would be more of a hate watch opportunity than him going and being the backup with the Jets.
Torched too, isn't he? Whether he's good or not, people are just going to be this guy.
Well, I don't even know if he's going to be torched, but the jokes will fly.
Right.
Yeah. But maybe that's what you were going for. We were talking about this in the break. I don't know if this is a hate watch or if this is just enjoying the Schadenfreude. Before he ended up getting these green jackets, the Rory McIlroy on a Sunday definitely used to hit. It's like, how does he manage to make this one go away?
I have a very, very much a love-hate relationship, which is a different topic, with Rory McIlroy. Only because I used to keep picking him, and he would choke, and so I'd hated him. And then when I didn't pick him, he would win, and I hated him again. So it's like...
All right, let's go around the NFL here. And we begin with the Texans, who signed a running back. Evan Hull, who Northwestern guy, was first made into the NFL in 2023. Last year was the New Orleans Saints. He signed up after a tryout. And happy trails to one Luke Lachey, the tight end out of Iowa that you got. Was it 6th round last year? He was waived in order to accommodate.
Oh, he's like a 7th-round pick.
Yeah, 7th.
Was he a 7th? Oh, yeah, it was a 7th. Yeah, apologies. One of those late day threes. Ultimately, he was basically a practice squad guy last year, and he goes in favor of the running back. Which side of these do you feel is more interesting? Because both of these position groups for the Texans are interesting ones: running back room, tight end room. Does it say more to you that they added somebody in the running back room, or say more to you that they took someone away in the tight end room?
Probably tight end if I had to pick one or the other. I think they're both meaningful. Running back, we know at the top who the top two are, but we've been talking and we're going to talk about that third running back, Jawar Jordan or whomever it might be, behind him. And by the way, I mentioned to you, good for Hull. I mean, that's a very impressive thing. You come in for that brief tryout. You get a contract out of it, and you're now able to showcase, whether it's preseason, camp tape, or whatever, to maybe hang around the league for another year. But I would have to lean tight end in terms of maybe more meaningful. I don't know where you would lean, just because I think it does say, I mean, that's a draft pick. It was a 7th-round draft pick, which are a little more dispensable, but it's still a draft pick this past season in 2025, not this most recent draft. So it kind of means something. That how they feel about their tight ends.
I feel like I was already kind of in this place where I thought that this is the way that they viewed Luke Lachey. And they have, outside of Luke Lachey, 5 tight end possibilities, right? A few of them we know are going to be there, right? Dalton Schultz is going to be on this team. It feels like Foster Moreau would probably be on this team, but I don't want to say that with definitive certainty. Marlon Klein should absolutely be on this team as a 2nd-round pick. And then Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan, one, maybe both of those guys. Like, there's a number of guys working in here. I think it's more interesting that they brought in a running back because it feels like maybe they are a lot more comfortable with the running backs that they have than we think. Because if they were bringing in a running back, I would have wondered if it would be someone who maybe profiles more as a possible contender for running back 3. This is somebody on the back end of this that maybe is, a guy that helps fill out the roster, maybe a guy that's in your practice squad type circumstance. And then, maybe special teams type circumstances.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think we're still up in the air on Jawar Jordan. It was almost that they had to play him.
But are they? Because this feels like, hey, instead of going and getting somebody to contend with Jawar Jordan, which again, there's still time, maybe they do that. This is, hey, let's get someone at the back end of this rotation, which maybe makes me wonder, or not rotation, but the back end of this depth chart, which makes me wonder if they go, yeah, we feel good about Jawar Jordan at third. Now we need to add some depth into the running back room.
Oh, I don't agree with that. I think, behind the top two, Woody Marks and David Montgomery, it's going to be open competition. I mean, it was last year. Jordan, we didn't know where he stood last year. And then once they finally got him on the field, it was because they literally were out of bodies. So they were kind of almost like, well, okay, I guess I think it's going to be a legit competition, behind the top two.
On the text line from the 832, who are the top three running backs on any given team? I feel like y'all are a little too focused on needing a running back. The reason why we get there, for me, is, and it's not just about, hey, a running back that is incredible. It's a running back that you can depend on. Mm-hmm. This is a team that wants to be specifically a running team.
And look at last year. They needed it. They needed that third running back. A lot of teams do.
Right, and so that's where I come from more than anything, is that this is a team that very clearly wants to utilize the running backs a lot. Now, maybe this feels a little different if this does indeed become a fully David Montgomery joint where he is the bell cow and Woody Marks is more of just kind of secondary. But I think in teams that you look at that go, all right, maybe they run the football a little bit more consistently with two guys. Having a third guy that you could turn to in the instance that one of these guys gets injured, I think matters. And it does feel like, at least in this situation, before we get OTAs, before we get training camp, I would be more. I would feel a little bit more plausible in the idea that there's going to be a little bit of a workload share here, right?
Yes.
Now I understand that Dave Montgomery did want to be. He wanted more of a responsibility as last year, and in the more recent years with the Lions, his carry share had diminished in favor of Jahmyr Gibbs. But if he is getting, let's say, 60, 65%, and then 35% goes to Woody Marks, that feels like something that he would be comfortable with, but that you would also be utilizing both of the guys. Now, what happens if Woody Marks, who notoriously had stepped into that blue medical tent a number of times last year, if he goes down, are you comfortable with this all just going to David Montgomery? Are you comfortable with Jawar Jordan stepping in for that 35%? Those are the questions that we're asking when we talk about running backs. Yeah. We'll see what it ultimately feels like. You were mentioning tight ends. How many of the tight ends do you think would end up sounding like Charlie Kolar, the newest tight end for the Los Angeles Chargers, previously with the Baltimore Ravens? He was one of the beneficiaries of this offseason that feels like tight end, where teams really started valuing the tight ends that are not the ones that you typically think of, not the guys that are going out catching passes, but the guys that are in line, maybe a little bit more. This was Charlie Kolar talking about the concept of blocking. You got a Fig?
I don't know if I didn't like blocking. I just didn't really know something so beautiful about you're up by 6 points. It's 3rd and 3. You're running it. There's 2 minutes left in the game. They have no timeouts. You get it first time the game's over. You're running it. They know you're running it. Your wife knows you're running it. Their wife knows they're running it. And you still run it. That is more satisfying than any touchdown I've ever had. And that's kind of one thing I've grown to appreciate.
When do the Texans trade for him?
You say that. I also was like, oh, so this is why he's playing for Jim Harbaugh. Because that sounds like something that Jim Harbaugh under his khakis are getting real excited about. You know what I mean?
Your wife, my wife, everybody's wife knows we're running the ball, and we do it. And you know what? It is kind of beautiful. I mean, that is what every coach, not just D'Amico and Harbaugh will want to hear, but I'd love that, to be honest, and there was a lot to it. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily all the way true, but there's a lot to it.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. He could get to that place. I would love if you could point to one dude that you on this team that you go, oh, okay, there you go, because it seems like they really want that. So if there's one guy that exhibits that kind of mentality, that'd be really cool. It does seem like you have more feasible answers than you previously had on this team. But salute to Charlie Kolar, at least giving us a fun quote. And very much making it clear that he is in the right locker room, because that very much is the Jim Harbaugh. Any of the Harbaughs, I imagine, go really excited for that. So it makes sense that he went from one to the other. All right, we continue around the NFL where schedule release week is happening, and we're getting a little bit more information, including now we know what the first Monday Night Football game of the season is. It'll be Chiefs-Broncos. A lot of these division games showing up in these first instances of games out here. But the thing that I found to be the most interesting, and I don't know if you saw this at all, John Lopez, on Twitter, the Chiefs put out a thread of, and let me make sure I get this right here so that I don't bastardize this. They put out a tweet yesterday that said, presenting our 2026 opponents as sourdough, a bread thread, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And it literally goes, what feels like week by week with various different breads, which is like this one is breads, but with Rocky Mountain oysters, which would be the Denver Broncos, right? Which is indeed
the first game
of the season. They go to a sourdough bread with the image of Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305 Pitbull on it, obviously from Miami, and they've tagged teams in these pictures. Did they kind of just release the entirety of their schedule, including one that just has crumbs, which would be their bye week?
Oh, that's well played. Why do they go with the bread? I don't understand that.
I don't
understand that.
I think they're just trying to be cute.
That's just another little dorky thing.
This is the most important schedule release ever for social media teams. Would you agree?
You're going to have to sell me a little bit more. Why?
Given
why
all the Rossini and Vrabel stuff, all the international games, the pressure that has mounted. Like, there is pressure on every social media team because of how...
Do you feel like this is their Super Bowl now?
This is their Super Bowl. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Because of all the success and buzz, which translates into, engagements... Titans, Chargers, just go down the list. Some of the other good ones that have been out there. I really feel like people are ramping up. Like, they have had multiple meetings in that building about how we're going to do this. What are we going to do? How are we going to say it? What's going to be the gimmick? All that stuff. And maybe this is just sort of them kind of, I'll bet you their schedule release is going to have some semblance of like the bread this is the old Easter egg, as they like to say.
I think this is something like a little side thing because remember the Houston Texans, they did something. Remember they were smashing everything.
Mm-hmm.
They had all different opponents and they had that look. I guess it was a TikTok trend of watching something smash,
right?
Just different items.
I'll bet you that's going to tie in with their schedule release video.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. But I don't know. And maybe I'm just being the curmudgeon about the schedule release. But I'm like, if we're going to do the schedule release, you kind of did half of it on the front end to where how much excitement are you going to be able to build up for the other part of this when you then release it Thursday, Friday,
Do you feel like that was a mistake? They did that on a mistake, maybe had it scheduled or something?
Well, I mean, they did the whole thread. And I guess this
sometimes
is one of those
you can have stuff scheduled.
Yeah. If you have the schedule, by the time you put it out, you can't reel it back in.
But this wasn't an actual schedule release video. It was more of, it was kind of a tease, right?
But it's not so much of a tease if you got the whole damn schedule in here. Now, of course, we don't know what specific days. Is it a Saturday or is it a Sunday game? Is it a Monday game? Is it we kind of just have week 1, week 2, week 3, generally who the opponents are. But that feels like a part of this, no?
No, it does. It does. And by the way, tomorrow morning, I think it's Good Morning America. It might be the Today Show. All the international games are going to be officially announced. And that means the Texans, Jaguars game will become official if it's in fact true, which I think we all think it is.
Right, for sure. Yeah. And yeah, it is indeed tomorrow where they're announcing the international games. I believe that the international games will not be on Good Morning America. They'll be on NFL Network. 9
it's on NFL Eastern, Network? I thought it was one of the morning shows.
8 a.m. Central at the very least. So I will definitely be locked in there so that we can confirm one of the things about the Texans if they are indeed playing overseas. One of the things that we know that's going to be happening here in Houston and a number of cities around the U.S. and the North America, obviously World Cup, but it ties in because FIFA does not allow their players to play on artificial surfaces. It's all natural grass rather. NFLPA was like, that's interesting, right? They came out here and they reminded folks that hey, all of these owners are installing high quality grass for FIFA. And you know what they're basically getting at. It's like, hey,
good for them.
If you can do this for the soccer, why can't you do this on a more permanent basis for the football so that to make sure that you can help limit injuries of players on these fields?
I think that was well timed. And when I saw these things, by the way, I've heard some things about how they're putting in this natural turf in all these stadiums. Apparently, it is like next level. Yeah, like really expensive, really detailed, really, one of those things that is very expensive for one thing, but the NFL has money. You can do it. I like this.
Did you actually see, I know that there were some videos. I'm pretty sure Houston Public Media had one of them, but of course there's been a number of people in the world of sports here in Houston that have posted as well. Videos of the initial layer that goes down of like the black plastic underneath that then on top of that would be the irrigation system. And then ultimately you get the sod that has been grown, I believe, in Denver.
Yeah.
Or somewhere in
it was in Colorado.
In Colorado that is being brought to Houston to be then laid down for FIFA.
It's going to be gorgeous. I can guarantee you that.
I'm sure that the turf will be I do think, though, with the nature of having to have these turf farms that they're going to bring for simply a month plus of footy, I guess I should say here, it does ring a little hollow. I know the NFLPA is trying to get a point across, and the point is well taken. I think you also have to acknowledge the long lengths that that they're going through to have this. I don't know that this particular situation is sustainable over the course of an entire season as it is being done for one big tournament for one time in a 4-year cycle.
No, I get it, but I feel as if some of these stadiums, like Reliant Stadium. How much you
getting back to it?
How much? Hey, I'm in, baby. How much sun does it really get over the course of 20 weeks or whatever it might be? Because
they can open that joint up.
They can, but again, how much would it be enough? Would it be effective enough to keep the grass growing? I'm saying
they do it at Daikin.
They do it at Daikin, so we'll see. But that is a question that needs to be answered. All I'm saying is I'm glad the NFLPA did this because they do need to do this, and they are capable. They're proving it right now. It is capable of something that you can do.
Yeah, for sure. So, I really am on the side of I would love to see natural grass. It feels like you have the better opportunity for the best version of the game, and obviously the NFLPA has done a lot of campaigning towards this end, and I think they do have enough science behind it where I'd be willing to rock with them. I acknowledge, though, that this is a little tough, and I know that they're not going to get this over the line if for no other reason than imagine all of the work that we've seen FIFA put in to put these turfs in. And then the NFL being like, well, now that pretty much takes away the opportunity for you to have other events. That's a non-starter.
Yeah,
that's a non-starter for these buildings if they can't have Taylor Swift come through and play the arena or whatever.
I mean, they do it in Wembley. They do it in Europe. I mean, concerts in all these stadiums. Events in all these stadiums. I really feel that it's something that absolutely needs to be done at every stadium and can be done.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Coming up next, our guy T-Mill, producer on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. He had something to say, and I'm interested if you agree with him because I'm not sure that I do. I'll tell you what he said next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like for them to move on from Şengün, but we got to get something in return. We ain't just getting out of the business.
Yeah.
I think you can win with Şengün with the right system, with the right people around him. I think Şengün's a good player, but I don't look at it and go, yeah, this is what we're going. This is the run we're going to make is behind this dude right here.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters has been part of countless memories. Every wall tells a story, and we've been proud to help write them. We are more than just your local painters. With care, craftsmanship, and certainty. From the first brushstroke to the final smile, our promise is simple. Your home, beautifully painted and worry-free. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about the running back situation for the Texans because, one of the news items was that the Texans signed running back Evan Hull to go in with their running back room. That is, pretty robust at this point, right? Like there's, at least when it comes to numbers-wise. That's the thing that we were kind of going back and forth with in the break is, the notion of because someone texted in on the text line, would you take a flyer on Najee Harris? And I was like, I know that he's kind of fallen from where he previously was.
Mm-hmm.
You could sell me on the possibility, but then the question is he playing special teams? Because whoever's that third running back needs to play special teams. It's one of the reasons why a reunion with Nick Chubb feels unlikely, even though Nick Chubb, I feel better with just his capabilities as a running back 3, but he ain't playing special teams, or at least he hasn't. And I don't imagine that this is the time where you teach the old dog a new trick in that way.
he ain't gonna do that.
And so but you look at the depth chart at running back and Montgomery, Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, but then you remember Noah Whittington and Josh Pitzenberger, like these dudes that they brought in as UDFAs, and now you add Evan Hull, and I just go, all right, even if you're competing for running back 3, what is the competition that you're having here? Like, what is the capabilities of the guys that you're bringing into the competition? Because it could start feeling a little bit like what we were doing last year with offensive line, where we're like, all right, the cream will rise to the top, but what is the makeup of the cream that we're talking about here?
Well, I just think it's a lot different than last year in the offensive line because you're talking about, we have competition for starting positions. This is competition for the third running back and an element of the special teams. To me, that's a world of difference, and that's why I'll be very, very happy because he had that one big game and that one big run. I'd be very happy if Jawar Jordan ends up winning it. What I'm saying is, he ain't penciled into nothing. I don't think he's penciled into a dang thing. They brought in these UDFAs. They signed Hull for a reason because they want to see, can we find a cut above as our third running back? Not necessarily someone who's going to get a lot of reps unless he has to in the running back rotation. But if we had to go there, could he be a cut above what we got out of Jawar Jordan? Because outside of that one game, he was not that good. So I think
they really just did not use him.
They didn't use him, but he was used some. It wasn't just the one game that we saw him because of injuries and such. But no, I think it's a legit competition. I think it's a lot different than last year, just simply because you're talking about the third running back and someone who's going to be involved in special teams.
Fair enough. We'll see. Of course, there's OTAs will give us some level of insight, and training camp will absolutely give us a lot of insight into what they're handling. But our guy T. Mill, shout out to Tyler Mill.
Shout out to Tyler Mill.
Definitely
he doesn't get enough love.
No, he definitely doesn't. His nipples are exposed a lot during these
I wasn't going
shows, but
correlate that with him getting a lot of love. But go ahead.
Why not?
I'm not a big male nipple guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Today we learned.
Yeah.
But T. Mill yesterday was clearly watching some hoops. As we mentioned, Lakers are done. They get swept out of the second round of the playoffs by the Oklahoma City Thunder. And Dylan Brooks on the sideline, full grin, Cheshire grin, excited to see it happen. But as this game is going on, T. Mill sends out a tweet that I found to be interesting. In essence, he says, if the Lakers do indeed get swept, which they did, you should feel even that much worse about the Rockets. And I'll read this verbatim, right? If and when the sweep of the Lakers happens tonight, the Rockets fans should be just as, if not more, embarrassed than at the conclusion of Game 6 of the playoff loss.
When we were talking about this off air, I was like, absolutely not. Every series is different. The matchups are different. Clearly, Oklahoma City is a different opponent. But the more I thought about it, and I kind of changed my mind on this, I think it, because we're talking about what you feel, not what's real. The reality is different opponent, all those things I just said. But what you feel is like, well, damn, it's so much of what we do in this game in sports is about the emotions that are that are drawn up, that you have in particular instances. So I've kind of changed my mind. It is a little bit I don't know how you feel, Figgy. I don't know how you feel, Reggie, but I'm just like, that it doesn't feel right. It does make me feel a little worse.
Yeah. I ain't going to sit here and say I should feel awful or anything, but for the simple fact, you guys, they swept them like they wasn't nothing. I'm like, damn, and the Rockets was on the verge of getting swept.
Mm-hmm.
So I think from that point, I'm kind of like, damn, man, like, and look, OKC is the best team in the league right now. So that's, I can't be too mad at that.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, they made the Lakers look like they were just straight up ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I felt like we already kind of had that understanding that the Thunder and maybe you talk about the Spurs, maybe you talk about the Timberwolves, especially after what we've seen. They're kind of on a different level.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of understood that to be the case, especially with the Lakers team, sans their best player in Luka Doncic. And I think we were talking about this as that first-round series was going along, is no matter who else gets out of this, they're going to get dog-walked by the Thunder.
Yeah.
We kind of knew that this was what was on the other side waiting for.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I felt like if we would have known Kevin Durant was just going to play one game, would y'all would have thought they could have possibly got swept by the Lakers? Or it would have been maybe 6 games, 7 games.
Right.
Because it seemed like it wasn't. It kind of got a little interesting when the Rockets won 2 straight games.
Right.
But it felt like it wasn't even a series.
This
man.
is where I am. What you're saying and what I laid out earlier is logical. Logic says, it shouldn't have an impact. Logic sometimes doesn't have anything to do with it. With how it makes you feel. I talk about that all the time, and the feelings that it emanates and all that. So logically, you're right. Realistically, I don't agree. It just makes me feel like, oh, well, damn, man. That made him look bad.
And not to mention, you lost to a 41-year-old LeBron James,
who
pretty much put the team on his back.
Yeah. And Austin Reeves really wasn't there for most of the series. In the series that you played, he plays in this series, and they get wiped. I can see where you come from if you go, hey, this is some level of indication of just how far off you are from the top of the West. But I would have felt like we already knew that, but sometimes playoff basketball illuminates it anew. So I could understand if you're in that place. And this is where I guess maybe the embarrassment happens, not necessarily because of the way that the Rockets played, but maybe more of the way that the Rockets have signaled afterwards, the way that they feel, and the just how much of their intention of getting better is built on, well, we just build from within. Now, of course, this is talk. We'll see what the actual actions are because they've been in this place before where they've kind of talked in a way where it felt like running back and they made some adjustments. But it does feel like a frustration that you can have with this team where you go, damn.
So it didn't make you feel any way at all.
This game?
You're talking logically, but I want to know how it made you feel about the Rockets losing to this squad that just got swept. Nothing?
I
felt nothing.
Because I felt nothing because I felt like I knew exactly what this would look like with the Thunder. Actually, the only thing I felt like is, damn, maybe I have not been giving the Thunder enough credit in just how good they can be out here. Yeah, that's the thing that was frustrating.
I'm kind of looking at it as the Rockets almost got swept by this Lakers team that got swept by the world champs.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even close.
And here's the thing, and the 832 goes to this place on the text line. It's simple. The Rockets were the worst team in the playoffs, it felt like. It was like we were free eats in the West, right? You were food, as I like to say. At least in the West. I don't know. The East had some situations that were a little funny, although you had a number of first-round series go to some depth. But remember, before we were dealing with a Luka Doncic injury, before we were dealing with a injury to Austin Reeves, that was kind of the conversation. You don't remember going into the final stretch of the NBA season where teams were like, oh, yeah, we want to get the Rockets.
Yeah.
You were food. That was the place that you were in.
But we were also
that's embarrassing.
We were also talking about we want the Lakers.
Yeah, that too.
And that was less of a, oh, man, yeah, we want to pick our opponent and so that we can maximize our opportunity to get far. It was like, hey, this might be our only path forward. And I knew that. And maybe we got to a place where we deluded ourselves. We were like, all right, because they have injuries, because of the situation, you should be better than this team and you should be able to move on. But that never took me to a place where I was like, yo, that means that this team is now where they're supposed to be. And I think a lot of people had smoke for the Rockets in that place because of that understanding. And I think that was part of the reason why, even when we came in talking about they should be able to get beyond the Lakers, some people weren't all that jazzed because they were like, okay, so and then what happens? You go to the Thunder and you're not able to compete.
Yeah.
This was just a clarification of that, but I felt like we were already there.
Yeah, I just can't separate. And again, my first inclination was to think of this logic. No, it doesn't really matter. Everything's different. All the things you just said. But when I'm sitting there watching it, and as you pointed out, that I think that matters. Like you easily could have gotten swept by a team that got swept, and that just makes you feel a certain way.
Yeah, and like I said, you got a 41-year-old LeBron James who didn't have no Luka, and he put that team on his back, man.
Yeah.
And that's probably why they got swept, because he put everything into that first round.
Now, where again, the place where I feel any emotion off of the game that happened yesterday is, okay, this is the chasm that exists, right, between not just the Rockets and being a better version of themselves, but the Rockets and where you actually want to be, of being in some level of championship contention.
Well, that's part of the feeling. That's part of the feeling. It's like, well, okay, even if you can separate all the details of how good Oklahoma City was and everything else, it does make you kind of go, okay, they got a long way to go. They got a long way to go.
And this is, I think you would agree with me when I say this. This is the biggest jump in sports, right? The jump from being a bad team to a serviceable team, that happens. We see that a lot. The jump from being a serviceable team to a good team, we see that. The jump from being a good team to a great team, that's such a big jump to happen.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you're looking at, is the Rockets are a pretty good team, and I know it didn't feel like it at times because we had high expectations. But they won 52 games.
Yeah.
In the NBA, if you win 50 games, you're a good team. I'm willing to say that flatly.
Not anymore. Go ahead.
But I still think that. I'll stand on that one.
10 teams lost 50 games?
Good. Lost 50 games?
I think 10 teams lost 50 games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Those teams are not good teams.
But I'm just saying because of all the prevalence of tanking now.
I'm with you.
50 is the new 48.
Okay, so 52 games then?
New 50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that means they were good.
50 isn't that impressive.
They won 52.
Yeah.
So we're here, right? We're still in the same place.
We're parsing here.
But the ability to jump up to that next level is tough.
Winning what they did is not the same as it was 5 years ago.
No.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
One more thing, though, from this game, the actual game. Was that the last time we'll see LeBron James? Because that is worth noting, right? His contract with the Lakers is up. The possibility of him returning might not be there. He said that he has to go and consult with his family to see what the next step is. Is it possible that he just walks away? Because also, there's thoughts that, LeBron James goes and plays somewhere else. Are we certain that other teams are just going to be like, hey, we want all the things that come with LeBron James that's maybe more of a high-level role player than he is a star?
I think clearly it's all up to LeBron. We know that. And I do believe he's going to ponder this a little bit. But I also feel in his heart of hearts he knows already. He's just going to make sure whether he wants to come back and play or not. And you talk about the teams that take him on, maybe 3 or 4 teams at the most. People talk about the Knicks.
Yeah.
That's the last little box to check.
Yeah. And
takes over New York, takes him over the hump.
Yeah, and I think LeBron, he's at a point, he's kind of, I guess this was a tough year for him because he was the third option, pretty much. And I think he's at a point where either I'm going to stay with the Lakers, give it one last try with them because I'm already living here, or either go back home where I'm loved and I can have my farewell tour. That's the best place to probably have it, to be honest.
If they want him, if they don't feel like that doesn't stop their development, which now they're tied 2-2 in their series, so maybe if they are able to progress, I was thinking maybe if they flamed out, maybe they would look at that as a way to go and pivot for the Cleveland Cavaliers. But I don't know.
That probably wouldn't be the way to do it because you can't depend on somebody like a LeBron James like that through a whole season.
Can I ask you an uncomfortable question? If it comes at barely any cost, would you take LeBron James on this Rockets team?
Sure.
What a convincing answer.
I would.
Here's where it gets.
That's a playmaker.
Here's where it gets dicey. That's why I said sure, but it gets dicey. It has to be a head coach that he truly, truly respects. I'm not saying he doesn't respect Ime.
Ime's out here calling him a B word all the time.
Right. Yeah, and so there is that. Like it has to be a coach that says, listen, you're going to be our third option at best. You're going to be in this very defined role.
Well, that's what he was this year.
But he respected J.J. Redick. He was his best friend.
Sure.
And so it has to be someone that he can kind of respect and take that role and actually do that role?
From the 281, Rockets took OKC to overtime in the first game of the season a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Yes,
I forgot about that.
I did too. What a time. What a time. And this is where we are. We're like,
they
oh,
ain't
yeah.
even in the same ballpark.
Not even close, bro. They might not be in the same league. It seems like. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including you mentioned Lane Kiffin got people in a tizzy. Oh, buddy, I want to talk to you about this. We'll do that next.
All right, guys, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We have to change the ticker. 0 days since a quality start for your Astros. Unfortunately, did not lead to a victory. Shout out to Peter, not Paul, and Mary Lambert, who go 7 innings, but still manages to lose the baseball game in large part because of the defense being lackluster for your Astros as they fall in Game 1 to Seattle Mariners 3-1. And man, it feels like that was one that you really needed to win when you get that type of pitching performance, especially considering the importance of this series here.
Yeah, the defense that let them down. We talked about just all the little, the little things that they are just not doing well. The big thing that they are not doing well 3 games in a row now is, that offense thing that has been carrying them. Is it now 2 runs in 3 games?
That is correct.
3 extra base hits in 3 games?
That's the power outage is the crazy thing.
26 strikeouts in the last 3 games?
Well, yeah, that's not good.
That's one where, and I've talked about it, we've talked about it. There's going to be a lull. This is a bad time if the lull continues. This is a really bad time.
And what I really, really hate about it is you have the lull, but you're getting, there's 9 hits in this ballgame for the Astros, but they leave 10 on base.
Right.
That's the thing that really stinks. And Joe Espada made mention of that is that, man, especially George Kirby, they had a whole bunch of pitches on him by the time you get to the 5th. But if you're not able to, wear him down and then get that pitch that you hit, then what does the wearing down actually benefit you? And ultimately, you didn't get the benefit of that. So a 16-26 Houston Astros team will go again today with Tatsuya Imai on the bump.
All right, so Tatsuya Imai, I have a thought on this, and I'm curious on what first of all, it's must-see TV. It absolutely is, given where he's been, what he's been through, what he's talked about, kind of getting somewhat rushed through in his rehab assignment. And that's where I'm going with this. It kind of feels like an act of desperation by the Astros.
It 100% is.
Does? You too?
Yeah, they just don't have dudes.
Yeah.
They don't have dudes that they could throw out there.
Yeah. Because this goes against everything that they are and everything that they've done when it comes to bringing a player, much less a pitcher, back from whatever issue they may have had. They're calling it arm fatigue. Again, sure. I feel it's something else. I feel it's between the ears, and maybe that's a factor. Like, they know his arm is actually okay. It's more than that, and they've been sort of working with him, I'm sure, to get him going. But this act of desperation to bring him back, if it compounds itself and he struggles again, I said this last week, and I wasn't kidding, and I certainly wouldn't be kidding if this is the case here. Just go home. You gave it a shot. You tried. They worked with you. You tried to get out of it. It didn't work. I think this is going to be a 1-game test of whether he actually is an Astro. I know he's getting paid and he'll be here all year long.
Yes, I don't think that's going to happen.
No. Realistically, I'm saying, realistically, is he going to be part of your plans? I think this is going to be a big test here.
I hear what you're going for, and I'm the dude who was like, this week is going to be the most important week of the season for them. I'm not there. I don't think that they're there because, all right, if he continues being bad.
I could see him putting him on the IL.
Quite possible. Well, yeah, but the thing about it is you put him on the IL, where the hell are the arms? Like, you just don't have dudes.
Okay, you're right, but if this guy blows up and walks, his last outing in the minor leagues was 5 walks in, 3 innings?
I believe so.
If how is that good? Like, we don't have arms. Let's throw this guy out there.
And the alternative, right? Like, it's just there's just not really alternatives. And again, the money's there. You just keep throwing them out there, man. Like, I know it's not an advantageous way to go about this. It's probably not a good thing to have to do. It's where you are.
Yeah.
It's an acknowledgement of where you are. That's you started there, right? There's a desperation. The desperation doesn't go away just because he's bad.
Look, I think, if he's that bad. Now, hopefully we're all wrong.
I hope we're all wrong.
And he actually, shows something, and we're all, okay, maybe, baby steps, whatever. Maybe he can come around and be a legitimate part of the rotation. But this is, to me, is one of those games where if it's bad, it's really bad. And long term, looking at the long term. I would have zero confidence. You talk about they don't have any arms. They got to have something better than 3 innings and 5 walks.
One would think, however, you go look at it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're counting the days too. You can get Colton Gordon? Which is that the right one of them? Cody Bolton and Colton Gordon are basically the same dude in my mind, and it's a problem. Again, a me problem. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think Colton Gordon is coming up near on the time where you could bring him back after his last option. Like that's the guy that I'm looking at could possibly come in and do this. Hunter Brown is still in a situation where they're not ready. They're still building him up to the possibility of having his rehab starts. Mm-hmm. Sorry, fake sneeze came through. But yeah, look, Jeremy Pena should start a rehab assignment this week, but he play on the other side. Like maybe Jeremy Pena coming back helps you with some of this power outage that you're talking about. When it comes to pitching, the reinforcements aren't there. So again, I get what you're saying. I understand the sentiment, and I feel you on the sentiment. I just don't think that in practice it's going to be the change that's actually going to happen. So ultimately, we all got to be crossing our fingers. Come on, Tatsuya Imai. Right, get some pitches across the plate.
Talk about something you need. You need an effort from him tonight.
Get the pitches across the plate. Do not walk dudes. Don't put yourself in that disadvantaged situation where you're dealing with runners on base, because that's a whole nother level of stress that he does not need in this moment. And hopefully the biggest thing that I could hope for is actually something that does not involve him at all. If the offense can do something to help him out, lower the leverage of the entirety of this circumstance for him. If we can get out here and score runs in the first inning, put a crooked number up then, and then ease through the prospect, that would be very, very huge. As we continue in what's popping, one of the things that's popping is, hey, Daryl Morey. Obviously, he was here for a long time. You can, depending on how you felt about it, you can feel different ways. He went to Philadelphia and took over that role. His job is expected to be evaluated, according to Howard Eskin, who works out there in Philadelphia in radio. Says, but it feels like it's all but a done deal that he's going to be done with his job. How do you then view this in respect to Daryl Morey, and then maybe even tying it back to his time here?
I think Daryl Morey he put on a masterclass, an absolute masterclass of using the media to gain favor and extend your career. I mean, I like him. Everybody who's been around Daryl Morey, and he's gone out of his way to sort of cultivate these relationships with national NBA writers and local media members in wherever he's been. He's impossible not to like. He's really good at recruiting the media and gaining favor. And I think it's been a masterclass of sort of diverting people's attention. Because the reality is, he's been a general manager for 19 years. 19 years. That's incredible. Yeah. You would think, hey, Hall of Fame general manager, right? Not even close. Not even close.
Should he be a Hall of Fame general manager?
No.
Just off the years alone?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The years alone.
Off the years alone.
The years alone would make you
got to get a trophy or something.
Participation. The years alone make you think that's got to be a Hall of Fame general manager, right? No. He's been so good at being well-liked in the national and local media that he's fooled everybody.
That's impressive, though, man.
You know how many times
that's super impressive.
19 years, Figgy. How many times would a Hall of Fame general manager get to at least the conference finals? Just give me a number. 19 years, how many conference finals do you think he should have been to?
At least 2.
That's exactly the number that he's been to. How many championships do you think he would have won?
At least 1.
Hadn't even gotten to the finals. Hadn't even gotten to the final. In 19 years, he's taken teams to 2 conference finals, which my number would have been like 5 or 6, by the way.
Yeah, I would hope that you could, especially having that longevity. Usually, if you're not having very much success, or if you're having to do a lot of building during that time period, you would have lost the opportunity to do this job a little bit earlier on in that tenure.
I respect Daryl Morey a lot, and again, he's taken me to lunch several times. I like Daryl Morey. I like being around him. I still text him.
Got you in his pocket.
But he doesn't, because I'm saying what I'm saying.
You're just trying to make it seem like that.
Oh, yeah, I see you, Fig.
Got you on the payroll.
Fig got his third eye open, bro.
He probably hates me now if he gets wind of this. But I'm telling you, it's almost like I don't know what it is, but it's armor. He's got media armor, and I think it's finally getting stripped of that.
Because he does the smart guy thing, right?
Yeah.
Isn't he a big part of the MIT Sloan Analytics Conference? So he ends up coming across as the smart guy, and he was very. And you can say when it comes to doing executive type things, getting big ticket items. He did it. He did it 3 times here, making those big swings. Those are the things that are interesting, that are entertaining, but also those are some of the reasons why you can look at it and go, oof, has not landed in the way that it should under his tenure in both here and Philadelphia. All right, one more thing here in What's Poppin'. New LSU head coach Lane Kiffin.
Oh, boy.
Previously Ole Miss's head coach, and that's going to be important here. He apparently was willing to mention one of the struggles that he had at Ole Miss, and one of the reasons that I imagine he was a little bit more willing to make a move away was the idea that, hey, man, the way that the University of Mississippi embraces the Confederate flag, the Colonel Reb, and the nickname Ole Miss itself, all of those allusions to Confederate times, made it a little bit more difficult to recruit, he says. Quote, talking about how top recruits would tell him, hey, coach, we really like you, but my grandparents aren't letting me move to Oxford, Mississippi, so on and so forth. He got the college football landscape and really the South in general bumping. Like they started talking, man.
I think he needs a history lesson, for one thing. He goes from Ole Miss, which, again, I'm not necessarily saying that there aren't some elements of things that would make a lot of people uncomfortable.
Oh, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
Like, these are things that a lot of black folks have indeed said.
Exactly. But he's kind of wrong on, going to Louisiana and some of the history. By the way, do you know where the nickname Tigers came from?
I only just learned this today.
It's the LSU Tigers. How do you think they got their name, that name?
I have no idea, man.
Yeah? You have no idea?
Nope.
The Confederate Tigers it was a battle. It was an army.
Was a battalion out of
battalion or
Louisiana?
unit? I think it was a unit. Like a specialized unit that did some very heinous things during the Civil War, like lynchings and stuff. Nothing huge. That stuff. This dude needs a history lesson. Here it is. I just found it. The Louisiana Tigers, Confederate Union unit that did a lot of things. Let's say they were enforcers. I'll put it that way.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, that's how LSU got its nickname.
You're not wrong. LSU had at least the decency to over time be like, actually,
right.
We got an actual Bengal tiger.
Yeah.
Ole Miss is like, we still out here bumping this one. And I think that there is something to be said for, and he's ultimately come out and apologized because, of course, you have.
Yeah.
Like, you're not trying to ruffle feathers, although he's Lane Kiffin. He tends to do that. He's not wrong. Like, these are things that have been vocalized. And so he is right that I'm sure that this did not help Ole Miss do their recruiting. Hell, we understand what Ole Miss is in the larger scope of things. I just wonder, do you feel like this is prudent to say out loud?
No, God, no. He could come up with something else. He lies a lot. We know that from we know that from when he was at Ole Miss.
He does indeed lie a lot. But hey, shout out to you. Like, I do feel like there's a lot of black folks that are like, thank you. But ultimately, for him and himself, I'm like, well, you did it to yourself now, didn't you? But all right. Now, the thing that helps him a little bit, this won't hurt him. LSU recruits itself.
Oh, sure.
So he'll be fine.
Yeah,
he'll be all right. Yeah. There just might be some people who might not put as much money in the bucket, possibly. Who knows? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, are as confident as we've been about the Texans and their approach, and I feel like we've been fairly confident. Have we been crossing our fingers a little too much on some of the things that are happening? Let's take a step back and evaluate next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice man, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on the text line 713-572-4610. We're already getting involved in this conversation about this Texans team, right? This Texas team that we feel pretty good about the way this thing has come together, I think, and the approach that they've had. That was the big thing that was fun to see in a lot of the offseason type circumstances is as it fully unfurled, once we got over our anxieties about whether or not they would do the things that we felt they would need to do. It was kind of widely respected by the football folks of America going like, I kind of like the way the Texans have handled this.
Kind of hard not to, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. However, let's take a step back and make sure that we're not just, partaking in the hopium, sipping on the Kool-Aid, so to say.
Yeah.
Are they crossing their fingers too much is a question. Because we've definitely seen this Texas team in recent history be in places where they were banking on too many things swinging their way, and they saw the downsides of it at times.
Yeah.
Are they in that place again at all?
Well, you hear this thing, you make your luck. Good teams get lucky. All this
strong agree.
Choose your favorite cliche, and as I often say, cliches are there because they're often true. I do think good teams, get the good bounces, so to speak. But there is still an element of luck, that just happens. And so I started thinking about this. Actually, what made me start thinking about this was the whole schedule thing. Because we're talking about the schedule. The release is Thursday. International games tomorrow.
They're not being played.
Will be announced tomorrow.
All the international games tomorrow. You better be ready. Let's go.
6 games in the middle of May. And I started thinking, okay, well, hopefully they don't play Green Bay in December, and right. Eagles, and on windy, early December or late November.
That's a great point because they do have all the potential of their schedule.
Commanders, Browns, Eagles,
all on the road.
Packers, all on the road. So that's kind of how I said, well, they kind of
don't worry about it. They won in Pittsburgh in the playoffs. They weren't in Kansas City week 14. Those things are dead and gone.
I think they play Pittsburgh on the road too.
Don't worry about it.
That's 5 right there.
They've done it. They're capable of doing it. And you don't have to worry about cold weather ever again.
So in thinking about
Kaimi is good.
Well, you're going to hear Kaimi again because I started thinking, well, they kind of got to get lucky, on the schedule, when it comes out, and that's one of the things we'll be talking about. But that got me thinking about other things like, are we sort of fingers crossed a little bit on? Well, let me go down the list.
Let's do it.
Injuries.
Somewhat.
The obvious one. They were really healthy last year. Defensively
is really the big one. Offensively, you had your instance, and even the places where you weren't, like Jalen Petrie missed a couple games with the concussion. Azeez Al-Shire missed a game, but that one fell, and we saw the difference, right, versus the Raiders in what that was. Yeah, their starters were really healthy, and the one place that you could nag at this team or pick nits if you chose to do so is depth. That would show up a little bit different. I think that they've tried to do a good job of having the places where they could, make that work. But it's the car crash sport. That's a great point that they haven't dealt with injuries.
Now you're just talking about the defense?
The defense in particular, they were incredibly healthy.
Okay.
And I guess they're kind of counting on being incredibly healthy again. But you mentioned, the car crash sport, and boy, I hope so. Obviously we all hope so. But that's the obvious one.
How do you feel depth-wise, though? I mean, and we've talked a little bit about this, but the number of games missed was fairly minimal. I think that they have the kind of depth that I feel good about in short spans. I don't know if they have the kind of depth that I feel good about if they have to go through a third of a season with one of these guys having to step into a space.
And in particular injuries as well. And we're all knocking on wood like crazy here, but they have been so lucky defensively. I don't know if it's asking a lot, but you do have to get lucky again on the injuries.
But, I think that this is one where I'm willing to go, yeah, that's football.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? I feel like you get to a place where we're talking about major injuries to one of your major players. That's the nature of football. And they have, again, I feel like they have the type of depth that I feel okay with if they have to go a game, maybe 2. If they have to go thirds of the season, then I'm in a different place. But that I feel like any football team in America is in that place as well. So I don't feel as concerned about that. I'm confident still.
Okay, let me ask you about this one.
Okay.
Turnovers. This is a team that, with their talent, with their greatness, individually, especially at the cornerback position, safety, you can throw that in there. Pass rush, you got to figure they're going to create a lot of turnovers. But turnovers are very weird in the NFL. From year to year to year, turnovers, even great defenses can maybe not have as many turnovers as they did the year before. I mean, are you kind of like, hey, fingers crossed, it keeps up?
Well, can I answer your question with a question?
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in seeing what kind of gambler you are, right? Because there are certain gamblers that go, hey, I've hit a couple of times, that means I'm hot.
Mm-hmm.
Or there are certain gamblers that go, I've hit a couple of times, and that means I'm due, and so let me get the hell out of here.
I am not the second guy.
Okay, so if that's the case, right? And I love that for you, because I am very much the second guy. I am scary gambler if I am ever a gambler.
I've made $800. I wonder if I can double it.
Yeah, right. And I think that's where we are. Because remember, we were having this conversation last offseason, and that was a question I had, being with my anxiety type of things popping up, going, turnovers tend to be tend not to be sticky.
They're viral.
They yes, that's a great way of putting it, right? And then they went and they turned the ball over a decent amount, not exactly in the same way, but they turned it over in a decent amount. And so I think that if you are somebody that maybe leans into hey, there's maybe more of a trend here, and this is more causal as opposed to flighty, then I think that you feel good. And not only that, I think the way that they generate turnovers matters. Right, this is not just a whole bunch of interceptions where the ball's thrown in bad places.
Right,
this is strip sacks,
pass rush.
This is pass rush. Forcing quarterbacks to speed up. This is fumble recoveries. I think that these are the types of turnovers that feel a little bit more sustainable, especially when you look at the style of play that they have.
I totally agree, and that's why I feel pretty good about this one, just because they're going to cause a lot of pressure. They're going to bring a lot of pressure. They're going to cause a lot of turnovers. They're going to be able to pick the ball. Their ball skills, with Derek Stingley in particular, are going to be causing turnovers. But the ball still is oblong. It's still an oblong ball. Let me ask you about this.
Before we move on, what would the step down in turnovers have to be for this to be the thing that scares you? Because again, they were
what they end up with 19,
which was third best when it came to turnovers or takeaways. I guess is the way that I should say, to make sure that we differentiate between offensive turnovers and defensive takeaways.
I mean, the way the game played out, the season played out, 5 fewer would be a big drop
because of how tight the games were with the way that they played.
Which leads to my next one: winning close games. Winning close games again kind of points to the oblong ball.
Yeah.
The Bills game in particular, that crazy play they made, the hook and ladder and all that, but they made a play at the end. The play goes the other way, things change, and winning these close games are the kind of, hey, we'll do it. Our defense is great. Or is that something that can be a little bit viral, to use that word again?
Maybe. In theory, they are building a team that, if it goes the way that it should, that they should be more immune to these things, because the idea is if you have a small lead at the end of the game, what is the thing that a football coach wants to do? I think Bill Cowher was talking about this. I think I saw a video of him talking about this recently, where he was he had a really great record in one-score games because games in which they had an 11-point lead because he shut this bleep down.
Right.
He's like, we are just running the damn ball. They seem to be built to try and do that. And the thing about it is, I do think that they cross their fingers a lot on this. Now, if they can score more points, I think if they're capable of it, they will, because, who in their right mind does not just go, let's go score?
Right.
But I think that the way that they talk about, one-score games, you just got to be in it at the end. The mentality that they bring to this has always been uncomfortable to me. It's always been scary for me.
They play so many. Well, here's the other part of that. You're not always protecting a small lead.
Sometimes you need to go.
You might have a small deficit.
Yeah.
Or a larger than small deficit, and that points to the offense is a big factor here.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And this is the thing. One of the things that still remain to be seen. This is one of the things I'm real interested about once we get an opportunity to see this team is how explosive can they be? Because that was the thing that we wrote off last year entirely. They just could not be explosive. And I think that this is less about their style of play than we wanted to give it credit for. Or maybe we did get to that point. It was a long season. We talked about a lot of stuff, but. There's ways for you to be a running team and explosive. There's ways for you to be a team that is fairly conservative and still explosive. This was just not a team that was capable of being explosive. Can they find those in here? Because that's what would be necessary for you to go and get it out the mud in times. You know your defense can go get you the ball back. In fact, there was a number of games where they did it multiple times late in games because your offense could not capitalize on those instances. So you know your defense is the type of defense that even if it's just 3 and out, the ball's coming back to you after 45 seconds or something, right?
Right.
That is still a capability that I think this defense has. The big question is, can this offense go explosively down the field and capitalize?
Here's another one that ties in with that. Field goals. They love them some field goals. Ka'imi Fairbairn has been awesome. Every kicker ever has had those days. Has had those days, those seasons, I should say, where it just kind of starts to go the other direction.
Yeah, that's yes. Yeah. This is one of the places where the cross your fingers absolutely feels like that, exactly that. Like you're going to need the luck, because I think we all agree Ka'imi Fairbairn's a good kicker in this league.
Yes, he is.
As reflected by the amount of money that he made. Now, shout out to Chris Boswell going up in that number again. But, he's making big money here. We've seen it. We've seen it in the NFL where guys just kind of lose it. And it is very much of the positions in the National Football League that are prone to the yips.
Yeah.
It's up there, baby.
And once they start, it tends to compound itself.
Right. And
snowball.
You needed him a lot this year. And we're still not certain that we feel good about the possibility of, hey, does David Montgomery mean that you're able to punch it in? Does the more hefty looking offensive line mean that you're able to punch it in the red zone? Sure hope so.
Yeah.
Does, another year of Jaden Higgins and possibly a Merlin Klein, do those guys help you score in the red zone? I sure hope so, but none of those are givens in my mind.
Yeah.
And so the only given that you have had when it comes to red zone is we can get 3 out of this. You got to hope that remains the case and you're not having to go and find on the fly a kicker, because that's the real thing, is if you end up, sorry to use fancy football
so-and-so was in for a tryout or a workout.
Right, and now you're having to cobble together flyers of kickers for the remainder of the season because Ka'imi is, in a headspace, knock on wood, right? I would hate for that to happen. So, no, that's very much fair as a crossing your fingers moment that they're doing a lot of.
Well, let me ask you a couple more here. If you feel like this is a crossing your fingers a bit too much, David Montgomery being able to dial it back up, being the bell cow.
It's fair to acknowledge this here. I think that this one I feel pretty comfortable about because of the circumstances, but you don't just have to stop with David Montgomery. There's David Montgomery, there's Wyatt Teller, there's Braden Smith. All these dudes have shown slight declines in their play in the remaining years, and you went and got them all at pretty reasonable cost, some of them in free agency, one of those in a trade circumstance.
Yeah.
But there is a question of, okay, does this rev back as high as we once saw, or is whatever decline we saw not just the circumstances that we saw, but is this something that is telling of those players? I hate to invoke it this way because I don't think it fits quite the same way, but there's Shaq Mason possibilities, right? That you've seen a dude who is very much a good player, but might just not be in the same player that he once was. And so, no, those are things that are fair to acknowledge. I feel better about it, though, because I do think that circumstances, at the very least, in what you mentioned, David Montgomery, that felt so much more about Jahmyr Gibbs and where he was going as opposed to David Montgomery and what he was doing.
And again, a lot of these I feel really good about, and most notably turnovers. I don't know about injuries. Who knows? The winning the close games, I feel like they can close out a lot of games. But
close games and Ka'imi are the ones where you really get me on we're doing a lot of hoping here.
Yeah, well, I got 2 more for you. Nick Caley's play calling.
Yep.
Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Fingers crossed.
Yep. And here's the thing is, I would love to go, this was just his first year. Think about, of late, how often we are able to tell real quickly that a offensive play caller in the modern NFL is good. It's happening a lot more lately that you see a dude and you're like, oh, I think he's pretty good at this. Even if they're not fully formed. Like, you don't have to be Clint Kubiak. But there's guys that you go, ooh, I feel really good about this. Was there a time last year where you went, I feel really good about this?
No.
And I wonder how much of that now here, we have this under a microscope. We're watching Nick Caley intently, whereas the other teams, we're not watching in that same way. Maybe in other places there's been this feeling. But it hadn't felt like this.
Right.
It feels like more often than not, if a dude's good at this to some level, you have a pretty good idea of that early on.
Yeah.
And I didn't have that. So there's a fair possibility that you get to Nick Caley year 2 and we go, oh, there's not the improvement that we were thinking about that would happen.
Last one, and it's a big one, so we'll obviously dig in on this in various ways as we move toward the season and into the season. But C.J. Stroud being a good soldier for 18 weeks. Are your fingers crossed on that, or you think he'll do it?
What a punch in the gut. What a punch, nigga. You're a real jerk for this one, man.
I'm not a jerk.
No, you're not. You're not. I would like to hope yes. Because the
I'm kind of crossing my fingers on that one.
The capability of the dude is there.
Yeah.
We've seen it. We know it. You
but
cannot
the capability of him, sort of souring.
And that's the
is
thing,
there
because
too.
last year really did if we did not have the final two games, the playoff games, and we're just going off the regular season, I go, yeah. Because he still played really good football last year. But it's soured by the fact, and I'm not just doing the soured by the fact that the actual numbers were the way that they were in those games.
Yeah.
But the idea that it looked very much like it just fell off a cliff, and it happened in some ways between the ears.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know that I can say that C.J. Stroud won't end up in a place that whatever was happening that ultimately took him to a place where he's turning the ball over to that place, where he's kind of taking things into his own hands in some instances where it feels like he shouldn't. Now, of course, the second game was maybe even more so about the fact that you just couldn't run the football. You couldn't get a lot of these things done. The targets were not there to be able to connect on the other end of some of these things, right? Those things did factor into the New England game. But yeah, man, that is very much one of the things that you're holding that you're crossing your fingers on. I would say, though, they seem to be doing a little bit less of crossing their fingers on because, again...
No, they're planning on a lot of things, and they're doing all the steps that they feel necessary to get it done. There is some luck involved in a lot of this.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to our lunchtime confessions, as we often do, and we'll do those next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm starting to get a little bit nervous about how we, as a city, and in fact, maybe the real confession is not that I'm feeling that way. I think it will be this way. I think we're going to be humiliated about how we handle the World Cup. And it's really FIFA's fault. You saw the latest thing with the tickets.
What was the latest thing?
The latest thing is, like, they've been slow rolling out these tickets, trying to artificially inflate the price. And now there is concern that most stadiums, especially in the first round games, are going to be barely more than half full because people are just not buying tickets. We talked last week about
the transit,
hotels and transit, and airfares or hotel bookings are way down and all that. The thing about that's making me feel bad is, like, this is one of the greatest events on the planet, and I just feel as if that because of FIFA, the United States and Houston in particular are going to look like a bunch of big buffoons. I think we're just going to look like a bunch of fools. It's going to be, I'm getting more and more convinced that it's just going to be a giant bleep show of a presentation.
I hear you. I think that you're right. I've been getting to this feeling as well. Mm-hmm. On the ground, I think that the stadiums are going to look the way that the stadiums kind of tend to look on broadcast because they do it. They're good at this, right? Mm-hmm. They're good at just kind of keeping it to the game. Now, there's only so much that you'll be able to cover up when you're when you compare it to other instances where they turn to the crowd and they see the excitement. I think those things will still be there to some degree because of the nature of the situation. But TV won't show it, but we'll hear reports on the ground of people being like, "Oh man, it doesn't have the same." I think it's going to be a disaster. I think it's quite possible.
I really think it's going to be a disaster, and what a shame because it's such an opportunity. Hadn't done it since '94. It's incredible. I think the games are going to be great. But we're just going to come off as like, nah, don't ever go back there. don't ever. And it's in 3 countries, too, which very rarely, I don't think ever has happened.
Yeah, the thing about it, though, is I do wonder if this does hamper their opportunity to do it before because a lot of the reason that's happening here, right, the general, current events of what's happening is not going to help at all, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about gas prices, when you talk about ability to ingress into the United States and these various different places, not nearly the easiest as one would have thought. It also feels very much like FIFA thought, oh, we got a country or countries that have a big sports, like a sports kind of
appetite,
and especially with the amount of money that they have typically to do this, and we can go and bleed them dry. And
it didn't happen.
It didn't happen like that.
No.
I do wonder if those things that they see still exist here in the United States, if coming back around another time, assuming that this goes the way that we're thinking, if in 12 years they don't go, we can go back, but we just handle it a little different. Try not to be as greedy.
I think a big problem is most countries where you go to a World Cup, that host a World Cup, you can get to any of the host cities within 2-3 hours on a train.
Yeah, but that's an issue that's just the nature of this
country. And we're
country.
like Canada, U.S., and Mexico. Like games in literally New York and L.A. and everywhere in between.
Yep.
It's like an 8-hour flight, 6-hour flight, whatever it is.
Do you see all the people that supposedly were anticipating walking from accommodations in New York City out to the Meadowlands?
Oh, we'll just walk to the stadium.
Not going to go the way you want.
That is a nightmare.
Not going to go the way that you want, big dog. You're not going to enjoy that.
Yeah.
346 on the text line rather says, we don't care about the World Cup, and if the rest of the world wants to bag on us, go ahead. We didn't ask for this tournament. Literally did.
Literally asked for the tournament.
You literally put together a host committee bid, and you bid for FIFA's ability to give you. Literally did.
And by the way, they cleaning up around here too, man.
Oh, I've told you all those times that I've been in traffic because they're cleaning all the shrubs off the walls and power washing the highways.
Trying to knock out some of this construction.
Yeah,
they're like, hey, man.
Look, clean it up. We got company.
We've all done this. We've all done
Pick that
people come to the house, sweep some stuff under the rug, put some stuff in some closets. No, we got to look good in front of company.
Yeah.
That's maybe the best part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
These are my confessions.
We've mentioned it a couple times today. The Lakers-Thunder Game 4 of the Western Conference Semis. Not about the game itself, but about who was sitting at the game. Former Rocket, current Phoenix Suns player Dillon Brooks, noted antagonist, let's say, was at the game, just being a hater. I mean, fully blinged out with a diamond grill that apparently he got while he was in Houston because, of course, he was out there making sure that he was seen being an absolute hater.
He was.
And I just got to be honest, I sincerely believe that the NBA and really just sports in general needs more Dillon Brookses.
I totally agree.
We need more of these.
Oh, we thrive on that.
He's an insane person.
He is insane.
He's an insane person. I say that's probably a little cavalier to use that word, but you get what I'm trying to go
Maybe
at.
not.
He's an insane person.
Maybe not.
However, I kind of hate that we're getting closer and closer, especially with the sterilization that we're getting from a lot of media training and everything. Hey, man, sports are getting to be less fun with the personalities.
You are absolutely right.
We used to have crazy people all up and down sports, and that was a part of the fun. The personalities were there. It feels like we have fewer of these, or fewer than we previously did, and I feel like we need to restore the feeling. I need more crazy people in my sports.
Totally agree. You're right. Everybody's filtered now, and we need more unfiltered.
And, of course, crazy in this way. Like, obviously, I hope people get the mental help that they need to help them. But, like, you know what I'm trying to get
at. That's a given.
Like, I want more Dennis Rodmans.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I want that.
More Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, and that create more storylines like this because this wouldn't have been a story.
No.
This probably wouldn't have been a confession.
This might have been the most fun part of that game.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just the backstory on it and like, oh, he don't like LeBron and all that stuff. No, make a good storyline.
I mean, even just the idea that this is a dude who was willing to do stuff like that and call out, poke the bear in various different places. It adds to the context. I still remember that Lakers Grizzlies where he was out here talking about he wanted LeBron and he
big
could
time
score.
Yeah, that's kind of where it really.
That's where it started.
It hit the forefront. Yeah,
I love that. Right,
and the Grizzlies ain't been the same since he left.
That's right.
That series does not hold any historical relevance to me if he does not do that.
No,
you know what I mean? Like
absolutely.
these are the things that I think stick in our minds. These are the hooks that make sports fun. And so, shout out to Dillon Brooks for doing that thing for us.
I agree.
These are my confessions.
So remember, I think it was last Friday, Skip Bayless made his return back to First Take.
He did.
And it was him and Stephen A. Smith. I got to confess, man, it was pretty good, man.
I didn't get to watch it. I meant to go back and watch some clips.
I thought it was pretty good. I think that's something they missing, man. And I'm not saying he should be on there every single day or nothing like that. Like, I wasn't a big Skip Bayless fan, but I did enjoy First Take a lot when he was on it. But they got to have him on at least a Friday or something.
Oh, like the Mad Dog Russo once a week?
Yeah, no, to me, I thought it was clean. It was polished. It wasn't too much going on. Because usually when you watching First Take, it seems like it's like 5 people on there.
Yeah.
And you have a random wrestler on there. And it's just so much going on. I really enjoyed it being him and Stephen A. Smith just going back and forth. And I thought it was clean, man.
Did you get the feeling that it was, as we kind of alluded to a little bit last week, kind of a precursor to more of a regular?
I kind of got that feeling from it. Yeah, I kind of got that feeling from it. It seemed like, I mean, remember, Skip did have a little heat to him at one point with the FS1 stuff going on, the drama there. But it seemed like Stephen A. is kind of testing the waters a little bit.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, because, I mean, it's First Take. You know what they're there for. What was the take for you that you were like, oh, okay.
It's back.
No, to me, I think the classic LeBron is ranked 9th on my list.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, that's
yeah, and then Skip Bayless teasing Stephen A. about the Knicks and how they're like Cowboy fans and all that stuff. To me, that's what made First Take. And I think that's what brought it back to me. Look, like I said, I don't think he should be full-time there. It shouldn't be First Take with Stephen A. and Skip all the time. But they need to do this more often, man. It kind of brought back that nostalgia a little bit where it started.
There is something to be said for, like, 2 people back and forth. Like, or even in a studio sometimes, just a host and a commentator. Like, I was watching post-game of, I don't know, it was the Rockets or one of the other playoff games or something. And they feel compelled to go through all 6 people on the panel to ask questions of the person. Like, they go Haslam, and then they go Dirk, and then they go, whomever else. And we're like, dude, this is just like they're just like feeling compelled to do it. It's just getting two people up there.
And then honestly, them two, Stephen A and Skip, they are probably the best at arguing insane things.
Oh yeah,
like this.
Oh yeah.
Like say what you want about Skip, he always back up his point with some notes and all that type of stuff. So I thought that was good rather than the Kendrick Perkins of the world just screaming and yelling and all that type of stuff.
Had to bring up Kendrick, didn't you?
Yeah, he had to bring up Houston. So
that's right.
So what now?
That's on him.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I got a brief one here, and this is just me confessing that sometimes I do go a little bit too far on these things.
Really?
I guess I do.
Huh?
So
wouldn't have imagined that would come up here.
You're familiar? Someone said, okay, so let me go back a little bit. I was at the store. I was actually at Home Depot getting stuff, totally random.
What you about to build?
I was I was restaining my deck. And
nobody was okay. All right, thank you.
And there was a lady in front of me in line. You know how you self scan, all that stuff. She was talking to another girl, and she just said, "I can't believe I did this." She had said something to me earlier, like, hey, you go ahead. And I was like, no, I'm good, or whatever, because she had a bunch of stuff. And so we had already kind of initiated a conversation. So then she said to her friend, I just have so many hunger pains. These hunger pains are driving me nuts. And I just kind of leaned in. I said,
pangs?
It's pangs.
I knew it. You jerk.
Man.
A total stranger. I can be so bad about like the grammar and the usage and the vocabulary and all that.
You are sick, man.
But see, here's the thing. This is in my defense.
Did you tie her shoe too?
In my
when it was
defense.
loose?
Hold on. In my defense, maybe this is y'all need to be the judges here. She had initiated a conversation with me already.
She's still not your homie. He did this like they were longtime friends. Excuse me, Sharon. It's actually Pangs with a G.
Pangs. Now, I didn't spell it for her, but
why not? At that point, you already did all the other stuff. But she probably didn't hear the difference. She's like, yeah, that's why I said Pangs.
We were already kind of chatting, just very cordial. And then she turns, and I'm standing right there behind him, and she goes, these hunger pains are driving me nuts. It's pangs.
What did she say?
As soon as the words came out, she goes, thank you.
But did she say it like that?
No, she said it was a regular sounding thank you.
Okay.
But I'm guessing in her head she was like, get out of my face, a-hole. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, y'all be coming for me.
That was a little embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it sounds like something Reggie would do, to be honest.
No, I do it in my head. I keep it to myself. I have learned that the theory that I believe in. Ain't nobody trying to hear that.
That's right.
I keep that to myself.
She heard it.
I'm glad that we have this space for you to be able to confess that. Do you feel better? Is that off of your conscience?
I felt like, as soon as the words came out of my mouth, I was like, yeah, that's kind of an a-hole moment.
Yeah, you got a problem.
And a fair point by Brandon on the YouTube page. So you did that to a hangry woman?
To a hangry woman, I did.
You lucky you still have your head.
She said thank you.
That's not what she thought. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. All right, coming up next, something happened to you this weekend that got you thinking, didn't it?
It's going to be fun. I promise you that, and I don't make those kind of promises.
Here come the promises. Let's see if he's right next.
All right.
222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Here at the studios, we have a big old TV where we keep on, something sports related at all times. And right now, it happens to be the Pat McAfee show, in which Kirk Herbstreit is there. And if Kirk Herbstreit there, he got to take the damn dog with him.
Yep.
So they're in like the headquarters of the NFL's like replay system, are they not?
Correct.
And they got the dog in there.
Yep.
I hope he chews a wire.
He peed on the floor.
Did he really?
Yeah, did you see that?
I missed it.
Mm-hmm. They had to get towels out and everything else.
Honestly, it's to a point where I don't understand why it makes me so mad.
Trained?
But it makes me so mad.
Most dogs would just hold it and hold it and
he's
hold it.
He's been on air for like an hour with McAfee.
Mm-hmm.
Dogs be having some good bladders.
Unless Herbstreit like spilled some water or something, he was on the floor with towels in each hand, wiping a puddle of something. It's too big of an assumption, but it sure did. They were laughing. It sure did seem like.
I feel like he should not have enough juice to just be taking the dog everywhere, and everybody accommodates him.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Yeah,
have some couth.
How much juice McAfee got doing the show in the
replay
at the
booth.
headquarters?
Yeah.
I hope
ESPN ain't even hiding it.
Yeah.
Nah, not at all. All right, John Lopez, you were doing something this weekend.
All right, I was doing something this weekend. Now we're going to get to a point here where I'm going to tell you some things that you didn't know were true but are, and the gist of this is what happened this weekend.
Okay.
So, what I'm about to tell you guys probably needs to come with a warning. I'm serious.
All right.
And if you're listening, it probably needs to come with a warning. So if you're prepared, I can tell you this.
Do I need to do anything special to prepare?
What I'm about to tell you, Figgy, you will never unsee it. Ever, ever, ever. You will never unsee it. Not only that, but the next time you get in your car and you're driving down the road or the highway, you're going to start looking for this, and you're going to try to disprove that this is true.
You're setting this up.
But you won't disprove it. It's true. All right? So I was driving along this weekend, and my wife told me, well, that's clearly or however she put it, that's an electric car right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, that's not I was looking at the brand. I said, are you sure? She goes, yeah. You know why?
Is it lack of a grill?
Every electric vehicle, all electric, and I'm not talking about hybrids, have one thing in common. The door handles are flush to the door. They're all flush. Like, you know how your car has a handle,
I don't
right?
get it. It's true.
I didn't either. I can't. Every time I get in my car now, I look at an all-electric vehicle, and I'm like, I'll be dang.
This has been nagging you.
Dude.
This has been eating at you.
Why does this make any sense, first of all? From Tesla to Rivian to all the other EVs, the Cadillacs, the Honda. This blew my mind. Every electric vehicle, you're looking it up.
I don't believe this is true.
Yeah. Every electric vehicle.
I thought you were going to go with the grills because they don't need, obviously with the combustion engine, they don't need that airflow in there.
The door handles don't. I did it this morning. I'm driving up. I'm like, I'll be damned. Every electric vehicle, the door handles are flush. They pop out when you turn on the car. They're flush to the door.
And there's a fair point made on the text line that says there are indeed non-electric vehicles that have flush door handles as well.
Well, okay, but every EV, again, not hybrids because they have the actual handles. When you're driving home today and you see whatever electric, like I said, Rivian, Tesla, what's the other one, Civic or something like that.
Buddy, I don't have the money to know.
And you start looking at to determine if it's an electric vehicle, the door handle is flush to the door. Blew me away, and I have not found one yet that's not the case.
I wonder why that's the case.
I have no idea. It shouldn't be. They should be able to have a door handle, right?
I don't even think that's true.
I didn't either. I'm telling you.
Now, is this a John Lopez fact?
Dude, look. Okay, let me show you these.
There's people on the text line like, I got an EV and the handles aren't flat.
Look, these are the top electric vehicles. Look at those door handles. Every single one. Every single one. The door handle. Look at this. There's the Cadillac Lyric.
I see it.
Optic.
I see it.
Vistic.
I see what you're talking about.
Hyundai.
There's a lot of them with it.
Hyundai.
It's clearly something that is prevalent.
Reggie still ain't buying
Look
your
at that.
theory,
Look at the door
man.
handles.
It's prevalent. I see what you're doing
Reggie
here.
ain't buying your theory.
Kia.
I see it.
Lucid.
Which is a very pretty car, mind you.
Look at this Lucid. Look at the door handles. They're flush to the door.
Look, I hear you. I see what you're talking about.
Nissan Leaf.
However,
Nissan Leaf.
look at all the people on
Those
the
are
text line
probably
right
hybrids. Those are probably hybrids. Dude, look at Porsche.
Full EVs.
Look at this Porsche. I'm going through 2025 Tesla. Look at the door handles.
We need to find out why that's the case.
They're flush.
Well,
I don't know why. It's driving me nuts. I keep trying to disprove it. Every time I drive down the damn road, I'm looking at an EV. I'm like, damn, it is flush.
Just look at the text line.
They're wrong. Look at them. We're looking at all the EVs right now on this website.
You think we got all the EVs ever made on the website?
These are John Lopez facts.
Reggie, car and driver, top 25 electric vehicles.
I hear you. I'm not saying that there's not a lot of them that have done this. This is definitely a trend that's happened, especially since Tesla, became very popular and kind of led. It seems like that's something that a lot of people want. But there's clearly people that have EVs that do not have flush. Clearly.
Somebody just said.
This ain't one person on the text line right now.
Somebody just said BMW, not BMW. Yes, BMW. Look at every BMW. I'm calling it up right now. Look at the electric vehicles.
Why is he fighting so hard on this?
Because it's driving me nuts. Because I hope I'm wrong. I hope they're right. Look at these handles. Yes, there's a little indentation, but the handle is flush to the door.
Google it. Google it.
I've been Googling it.
I'm just saying. Google why does EV cars have this?
I don't know.
It got to be an
that
answer.
looks like a handle, but it's flush. They're all flush to the door. It's driving me nuts. And every time I get in my car, I look at them. Kia owner has to flush. Like, I'm telling you, it's nuts. People are saying regular door handles. There might be a place to put your fingers, but the door handle is flush. It pops out, And I don't know why. It's bizarre.
Okay. I will go with you on this just so that we can resolve this moment here.
So, other things that are hard to believe are true.
Okay.
But are. What's the biggest fast food chain in America?
I'm going to say McDonald's.
I think it's Subway.
Subway, not McDonald's. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was a point in time where people were getting into Subways crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I remember this because my mom was interested in possibly franchising at one point.
Yeah.
And I was surprised. I don't remember exactly what the number is, but it felt real capable. I think it might have been like 4 figures to get a franchise, if I remember at all correctly.
Would it surprise you if I told you that during World War II, the Allied forces actually enlisted animals into the service? Wouldn't be a surprise, right? Dogs. Like they give them rank and stuff. Birds,
yeah,
maybe.
There was definitely a horse that was some level of sergeant or lieutenant or something like that.
You said birds?
Birds, dogs, horses, that they actually enlisted their services and actually gave them rank and put them in a unit and all that. That wouldn't surprise you, right?
No.
What if I told you they actually enlisted a bear?
Was it a Russian?
A bear. Was not a Russian.
Okay.
It was Polish.
Close enough.
And the bear was Wojtek, who actually had a rank, smoked cigarettes, drank beer, and helped carry artillery shells.
Hell yeah.
During World War II.
Hell yeah. How do you think you feel if you're an Axis force, soldier, and you're like, all right, let's get out here, yeah.
Where's Wojtek? His name was Wojtek.
Hold on.
What kind of bear was it?
They got a bear?
I don't know what kind. He didn't say what kind of bear. But he smoked cigarettes and drank beer and carried artillery shells.
Don't do it.
Probably not.
Figgy, don't do it.
You probably shouldn't.
I see it in your eyes. Don't do it. Don't you dare.
Probably shouldn't do those 3 things at the same time.
What? Smoke cigarettes,
drink beer, and carry artillery shells.
What? You are you in the military? You think you could talk about a ranking military bear? You think you could tell him what to do?
He could do whatever he wants.
That's right.
This is another one that blew.
Thank you for your service. By the way.
Thank you for your service.
Appreciate that.
Bear. This one blew me away. And I bet you our listeners, 99% of them are going to get it wrong. What's the biggest pizza food chain in America? In terms of stores, biggest pizza food chain.
I feel like because you're asking this, it's not going to be like Pizza Hut or Domino's.
You are correct. But you think it would be Domino's, right?
I'm guessing like Little Caesars. Like in the community.
I was going to say Pizza Hut, but yeah.
The biggest pizza chain in America is none of the above. It is Hunt Brothers. those little pizza stores that are in the gas station all over the country.
I guess that makes sense.
By over 1,000.
Really?
Yeah, they have 1,000 more stores.
I've never had pizza there.
Yeah, I have. Not bad. Not bad in a pinch.
Okay.
Want a couple more here real quick?
Fair enough. Some people are coming in on the text line saying that the door handle thing is probably air resistance thing.
Could be. All I know is every time I get in the car now, I do DoorDash, and you're not wrong about the EV handles. People can be thinking about this. Like I said, it should have come with a warning because it's going to get in your head, and you're not.
Did you do this while you were daydreaming during the middle of an Astros game? You were just like,
no, we were driving, and I
don't want to think about what's happening here.
And I said, "Is that an EV vehicle?" We're just chatting. She goes, "Yeah, because of the door handles." I said, "Because of the what?" All right, a couple more here for you. Which fast food restaurant makes the most money per store?
Oh, I have no idea.
Per store.
I have no idea.
I thought it would be a pizza place because that's low overhead. You know, pizza is so cheap to make. Chick-fil-A.
Huh. Would have never guessed.
Chick-fil-A.
Well, I guess it seems like it's fairly premium, at least in the way that they sell it and stuff. So I could get behind that.
Things that you did not know were true but are. A United States president was once stopped for speeding. Can you guess which president was stopped?
So if we're talking about driving, so we're not going too far back, right?
Yeah, driving.
And
if they were driving themselves, it feels like it's got to be a minute ago.
And was it like an active president?
Yeah.
While they were
active, sitting U.S. president was stopped for speeding.
I don't know why this feels like a Bill Clinton thing for some reason.
It does to me.
It feels real Bill Clinton-y.
It felt that way to me. He was number one on my list. Clinton. Actually, it was U.S. Grant. He was speeding in his horse and buggy.
See?
Yeah, he was speeding in his horse and buggy.
Yeah, he got us on that.
I thought we were talking about okay, fine.
Yeah. All right, I'll give you one more. Bonus pick here.
Also, you called him U.S. Grant. Do people actually call him that? People don't go with the full Ulysses S. Grant?
I've always called him U.S. Grant. Ulysses, right, exactly.
I have never heard that before.
All right, see if you can guess this one. Which grocery store in the United States sells the most organic food?
Well, you want to go Whole Foods, don't you?
I'm going to throw a curveball. I'm going to say Aldi.
Aldi don't have organics.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Clearly, you ain't been to no damn Aldi.
Not recently. Or as my mom would call it, the Aldis. I'm just going to go ahead and do the thing, even though I know it's wrong. I think it feels like it's a Whole Foods.
I thought it was Whole Foods. Costco.
Huh. Oh, well, I guess that makes sense in bulk.
Costco.
Got you.
So, see there?
You're
not going to be able to drive the same again, I promise you. You will not.
Well, at least you have something to think about while the Astros continue to frustrate everything.
Yeah.
All right. I'm glad that you made that problem everybody's problem here.
I did.
In the loop
That's the
here
main
on
reason I
Sports
wanted
Radio
to do
610. Somebody said every car with flush door handles is an EV. Okay, rephrase it. Every car with flush door handles are EVs, but not every EV has flush door handles. I don't think that's the case either. I'm very confused. Again, the perimeters, the edges on this don't feel very clean.
All I know is we looked at about 30 different brands.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
How the hell do you rate the speed of a horse and buggy? That's a great point. I feel like Ulysses S. Grant had a complaint. Like, what you mean I was speeding? Where was your radar gun? Oh, wait, that does not exist yet. What you getting me?
Probably like, oh, he looked like he going fast.
He looked like he going fast. Hey, come back here. I need to talk to you.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, NFL Network or NFL.com put together a list of the top built rosters. Where are the Texans in their estimation? 713-572-4610. We do that next.
Area 45 with Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I love you, text line. I appreciate all you fine folks getting on the text line 713-572-4610, especially the ones that are going. No, I know about 10 cars that are EVs that have handles. Thank you for this. This is very useful. I appreciate you to no end. And then shout out to the 713 who has a fun fact on Ulysses Grant, who got pulled over. He actually told the cops he was on the phone with Tiger Woods.
There you go.
I see what you did.
That's right. That's right. Shout out to you.
I was talking to the president.
Also,
that wasn't a bad Tiger, by the way. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was decent. It was decent. I mean, Tiger's got
I was talking to the president.
Shout out to the Houston Texans. If you do not follow them on social media, definitely do that. Particularly Instagram ends up being a big one if you could use it. There's more videos of folks out here working. Rookies, Demo, all the folks that you're looking forward to seeing out here working out there on those fields. Very important to see as much as you can about the Texans as we gear up to what is going to be a very important season. And again, we talked about this a little earlier. We feel pretty good about the way they put this team together in this offseason, or at least the approach that they took to doing it. How good do people around the league feel about this? Because NFL.com put together a list of the most complete teams in the NFL as of right now. And this is the top 10, mind you, most complete teams. Where do you think the Texans rank?
Well, they're high. They should be high. Not necessarily top 3, maybe bumping into top 5. I'll say 6.
Okay.
Just because the question's on the line, but I think now that they are answering, this is post-draft, right?
Yes, this is post-draft about now. Like this week.
I'll say 6.
It's this total rankings.
This is just how complete of a team you feel the Texans have.
I'm gonna say 9th.
Figgy hits it here
on the button.
Are you surprised to hear that that the NFL and this Eric Edholm of NFL.com puts the Texans as the 9th most complete roster in the NFL?
I guess yes, I'm a little surprised, but I probably shouldn't be. There's still so many questions but I would have thought, like, after the free agency, the agents they signed, and after the draft and the focus on the offensive line, that would kind of like answer some questions. But I guess they're not proven here. There are some proven players. Obviously, go down the list of
how complete do you feel like the offense in general is for the Houston Texans? Like, where would you personally rank the Texans offense right now?
Well, ultimately, it just comes back to the quarterback. I think the tight end room was somewhat, it was a little lacking a little bit, but answered some questions there, at least in terms of, Moreau and bringing in other players. Offensive line, I mentioned. Running back, David Montgomery,
Well, can I press pause here?
Yeah.
When we start talking about tight ends, and we've both been very high on the addition of Foster Moreau.
Yeah.
You don't hear how that sounds?
And see that
you don't hear how that sounds? Like, hey, we brought in Foster Moreau, baby. It's something
that's
else.
Where I was kind of that's why I want to know how you personally felt about it, because I wonder if the league look at this offense like, oh, this is a pretty good offense, or is it a lot of question marks with this offense? Because there ain't no question marks with the defense.
My point is,
but to make it a full, complete team.
Well, like I said, I know the tight end room was lacking outside of Dalton Schultz, but they did bring in. I mean, he's a veteran that's been around the league,
Sure.
and they obviously. Whatever you think of Kate Stover, and Brevin Jordan, and maybe that's too far into the weeds. They're not one of the top tight end rooms in the NFL. But they did address. I'm talking about like they addressed these things.
Yeah, but at this point, we're not talking about addressing. It's just what is the roster point blank period as of right now.
Just kind of what how the league feel about
you. Would you like me to go into a segment that I like to call reading?
I do, but let me just say this: like, if tight end is your one big
I don't know if that's the only,
because I think it still needs to be proven. But they brought in 3 veterans on the offensive line, and they drafted 2 dudes. So to me, that's looking better. We're all saying that.
I agree. I definitely think it's looking better. But I think, again, you're doing relative to itself, relative to the Texans. You're putting this up against the remainder of the league, I think, is ultimately.
Yeah, I'm just wondering overall, like, how do you feel about this offense overall? And I know C.J. Stroud is a big part of that, but how do the league look at the Houston Texans offense?
Especially when we're just talking about the roster. It's interesting. It's an interesting question to ask because there's a lot of still upward development also that is being asked because you were strong about talking about the wide receiver. I think you could look at the wide receiving core and at least from the outside of Houston looking in, they go, all right, there's one proven and a whole bunch of we'll see.
Yeah.
You know? Like that is a question that I imagine that people are asking. Now, I'm very high on Jaden Higgins. We saw some of the sparks that Jalen Noel provides, assuming that he gets opportunities. And if Tank Dell is healthy, which is a big if at this point, at least, or when maybe is probably the better question to ask. What production do you get there? But you look at the wide receiving room as a whole, and honestly, you look at the pass catching room as a whole. And I understand why someone would look at that and goes, okay,
yeah,
cool.
So what's the top ones?
Well, let me give you what he put out here, mentioning that obviously the top 10 spot is based off of the defense, devastating pass rush, talented deep secondary. All that sounds good, right? Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, best pass payers in the NFL, sure. Anchored by a strong interior that is boosted with K-Mac, Caden McDonald. Behind the front, Kamar Lassiter, Stingley, Petrie, Kalen Bullock. Interesting that he didn't mention any of the linebackers, but I guess that makes sense. We view them very highly. I wonder how the rest of the league looking in views them. Texans questions, as I continue, arise on offense. Houston spent vast resources to upgrade the troublesome O-line, which you mentioned, adding talent and competition, which with up to 3 new starters. We'll see how much difference it makes. But it will be a surprise if the unit isn't stronger. Throwing David Montgomery in the backfield mix, and there's hope that a stagnant run game can squeeze out more production. Listen to the words that he's using here. Even with the upgrades, there's hope that you can squeeze out more production. That is the way that this team is still being viewed from the outside looking in. And, of course, he goes to the key lies in the play of C.J. Stroud. Since his eye-opening rookie performance, the quarterback's level has leveled off, rather, so on and so forth. He mentioned Nico Collins, strong wide receiver 1, Dalton Schultz, reliable second target. And there's playmaking upside with the good core young talent. Will it all come together is the question that he has. And then he goes as far as to say, if the Texans come together, it's a top 5 roster. But it's the ifs. It's the thing that we were talking about earlier.
I just think all of this, and those are all valid points. I'm not saying that. I'm not throwing a giant bucket of cold water on it. But I do think that so much of this is influenced or tainted or whatever by C.J. Stroud, but by the quarterback. Like he's saying some accurate things and his opinion on those things, but I think so much. Like I'm just going to randomly, and I haven't looked at the list.
Yeah, who are the rosters that you think are above?
I'm going to randomly just tell me what he says about team number 4.
Team number 4 fell off last season. Well, there's some identifying things in here.
Well, no, that's fine. I'm just saying. I just randomly. I think there are some of the. My point is there are some of the same questions and need to prove it things.
Offensive line could round into form.
See what I'm saying?
Even after the departure of a lineman.
Yeah.
Depth stands as a major worry.
See all the things that he said about the Texans. He's saying about team number 4. Which, by the way, what team is it?
You want to take a guess?
Okay, tell me the whole thing.
Fell off. Longtime head coach is gone. Still a deep well of talent. New skipper. They've endured ups and downs in the quarterback's play and injuries from him a year ago, but he remains a centerpiece of a talented, still dangerous team.
So who is it?
I was going to say Baltimore.
That's it. Baltimore Ravens.
Right.
4th best, most well-rounded roster, according to.
But you get my point?
Yeah.
I think because we're all conditioned like C.J. Stroud. Yeah. It's all up to him. How is it going to be? And all this other stuff.
I think they were kind of conditioned with that, too, with the
little bit.
We'll see.
Yeah.
When they say we'll see.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like there are legit questions for all these top 10 teams. I think the Texans kind of were bumped down because it's such a big question at the quarterback position.
All right. The number one team. Actually, real quick, I think that Ben Solak of ESPN, he looks a little bit like a child, but he has a child himself. Very good in my estimation at talking about football. This was Ben Solak talking about the struggles that C.J. Stroud had.
Since C.J. Stroud got drafted, the Texans are 31st in rushing success rate and 31st in EPA per rush. Only the Raiders are worse. To me, that is the C.J. Stroud stat, far more than the Davis Mills went 3-0, the turnovers in the playoffs. It's the fact that Stroud cannot throw in manageable down and distances, and the Texans cannot manipulate defensive personnel because they can't run the football. The hardest environment for a quarterback to throw the football is on 3rd and long, right? Defense knows a pass is coming, the ball's in their court. Stroud has 183 dropbacks on 3rd and 7+ over the last 2 seasons. Only Caleb Williams has more. But it's not just late downs. As a rookie, Stroud saw base defense, 3 linebackers, 4 defensive backs, on 26% of his dropbacks, led the league. And that's obviously easier to throw against than nickel and dime. But as defenses realized that Stroud was dangerous and the Texans' running game wasn't, they stopped putting base on the field. Stroud saw on about 15% of his dropbacks last year, 6th lowest in the league. If you can't run the football, you can't create manageable down and distances, you can't force opposing defenses to put run defending players on the field, and it's just going to be plain hard to throw the football. The Texans obviously know this, and they're trying to address it. They draft Keelan Rutledge in the first round, and then Marlon Klein, the blocking tight end out of Michigan, in the second round. This after they traded for David Montgomery to be a thumper between the tackles, and in free agency, they added Wyatt Teller. They added Braden Smith. They're trying to retool this offensive line. That's why you're just not going to get C.J. Stroud concerned from me. I haven't seen him play in a healthy, balanced offense, and I think once I do, I think he'll look a lot more like he looked as a rookie.
I mean, that's the hope, and clearly the bigger hope is that this run game and the offense and the play calling is enough to get into those shorter third down situations. But yeah, I mean that he was right on point.
And so it almost feels like the conversations that are being had here, or with some of the larger conversations, are chicken and egg type situations where it's like, okay, C.J. Stroud has not played the best. Not to say that he has not played well, because I would think that would be a false characterization of what happened, because you've not been able to run the football. But then also we're talking about the things that they're doing in order to be able to run the football with the context of, okay, is it complete if C.J. Stroud isn't playing all that well, which feels like it's tied into one another.
Right.
It feels like there's this weird feedback loop that the Texans can't fix until they get on the field and show people.
No, I totally agree.
All right, so when it comes to the other teams that Eric Edholm of NFL.com viewed as more complete than the Texans, do you agree that these are the case? All right, we're going to go down from the team that is ranked number one, the Los Angeles Rams. Obviously, quarterback Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams have a good wide receiver core there, or at least some guys that you look at. Kyron Williams, Blake Corum in the running back room, just really fun tandem that you have there. Cornerbacks, remember they added Trent McDuffie, and then they also have Jalen Watson as well. Like they've got some cornerbacks together. The secondary looks really good. Strong defensive line that's gotten pressure. Like, you look at all the pieces that you would typically go to and you go, all right, really well put together, right? Fair.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
Seattle Seahawks, Super Bowl winning team.
I thought they'd be one, but yes, either one of those two teams.
Philadelphia Eagles, that's not hard to get to. The way that they typically, Howie Roseman continually gets praised, the way that they put things together, seems like it's really well situated, right? You mentioned Baltimore. Go ahead and stop me when it starts going, I don't know.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills.
Sure.
Complete roster?
Well, I mean, again, there are some little things that you can pick at, but I think most of their roster you could say is complete.
Detroit Lions, right? Quarterback, obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs, big playmaker. Will be interested to see how their running back room comes together. You know that they got pass catchers, Amon-Ra, Jamison J-Mo, Sam Laporta. Defense, you know that they've got Hayden Hutchinson healthy, good to go. Brian Branch, Jack Campbell. They've got names, and they've got that all together, right? Fair enough. Denver Broncos?
Yeah, Denver Broncos I can go with. Yeah, I can get down with.
San Francisco 49ers?
I don't know.
We're starting to get to that place.
What number are they?
8th.
Okay.
And then you get to the Texans. So, like, again, you kind of see what's happening here, but it does feel like the Texans would get more love if there was more belief in C.J. Stroud around, which
I think that's the big part.
That does, in some ways. Okay, so let me ask this question. Do you think that C.J. Stroud is being underrated nationally?
No, I don't think he's being underrated. I think, it's not a matter of he's being underrated. I think it's a matter of people are trying to find out what's real with him. There's no rating. It's like you had him rated so highly, and then now he's rated lower, and so you're trying to think, okay, where's the real C.J. Stroud? Which one is it?
Yeah. So in the same way, and in the same way that we've talked about, it feels like everything kind of falls into the lap of what does C.J. Stroud look like. And again, it'll show up. It'll show up depending on, especially if they've got this run situation together, getting out here in base. I did see something that kind of pointed to C.J. Stroud not being that good throwing against base last year, but it's fair to ask the question.
He kind of alluded to it there.
It's fair to ask the question. Well, he alluded to not having very much opportunities.
The highest, but yeah, the 26%. Yeah.
Right. So if you have more opportunities in base, is C.J. Stroud able to take advantage of it more, or was it just simply there was not enough opportunities to take advantage of it?
Right.
These are questions that are worth asking. But again, the thing that's frustrating about me right now is that there's no resolution until we get on the field and see these guys. So excited for the first opportunities that we get when they come around. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Looking at the clock, it's about that time where we typically hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Man, so I got a crazy story about a guy who have a rare condition and end up losing his job over it.
Over a condition?
Over a condition he didn't know about.
Ain't that illegal?
I think it is.
Oh, let's hear about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like
602-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. I know you guys are smart, so y'all probably know what this is, but I never heard of it until I heard this story about a man who have auto brewery syndrome.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it
myself. Get out of town, for real.
Auto brewery syndrome.
Damn, yeah.
Never heard of it.
Dang,
we are not smart.
Man, I'm sitting here. I thought y'all was, yep, I know what that is. Yep. So, for those who don't know what it is.
I've heard of this before.
Mm-hmm. See, I was right.
I didn't know. He just heard of it before.
Yeah.
I might have heard of it before. Tell me what it is.
All right, here is what it is for the people who don't know.
Yeah.
If you were to eat lots of carbs and sugar and you felt dizzy or even drunk after, you might have what's called auto brewery syndrome. This is a rare condition that affects fewer than 100 people, and it's caused by a rare stomach fungi that converts foods high in sugar or carbs into ethanol. As a result, some people can actually get very drunk without having a single alcoholic drink.
That sounds like an excuse to me.
What you mean an excuse? So I ate a sandwich and now I'm drunk because in my stomach it turns that into alcohol.
That's an excuse.
How is that an excuse?
I'm not saying I might not ever use it. I'm just saying.
How is that an excuse? This is a medical condition, John Lopez.
How many people are there in the world? 7 billion?
Oh.
8 billion? Something like that? I don't know. 100?
Yeah.
That's an excuse.
Apparently this is a thing, man. So here is a guy by the name of Mark Maggiardo. He was on the Tamron Hall show talking about this rare condition and how much trouble it put him through.
You had not had a drop of alcohol.
No, I was an athletic director at the time, and I was leaving a boys' golf match, and I bought both school districts dinner, a hot dog, french fries, soda. I ate with them. I pulled out of the parking lot. I called the Board of Education vice president. There was a bullying situation I wanted to check up on. I got pulled over for having a phone in my hand, and again, it was right around 0.18.
What was harder at that time, like the legal consequences or not being believed?
Not being believed, 100%. You know, just it was friends, colleagues, family. You know, my parents, my wife's parents.
You lost your job.
I did lose my job, yes.
And your wife Gina even said she was ready to potentially leave you.
That's correct.
Because they thought you were hiding something.
That's correct, yes. And
when you were told this, I've read your story like 50 times, and I still have no words.
It was so overwhelming, and it was
How did
so
you
much
process that?
much joy actually when Dr. Wick just came into the room and shook his head and he said, "You have auto brewery syndrome." You know, it was so overwhelming for me, and it was years of people judging. You know, relationships strained with my family, my wife's family. You know, and it was just so much joy at the time when I was finally had my answer.
0.18 is crazy.
That's crazy.
That's really high.
Because he said that they had hot dogs and fries.
Yeah.
That's not that much carbs.
No, fries are. That's a lot of carbs.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Dang, I didn't know that would give you 1.8.
Yeah, I was like, you had to be drinking.
Like legit drunk.
Man.
Yeah, my thing about it is, I get why you were like, I didn't drink nothing. Why am I drunk? I feel like you should have had some level of feeling that you were quote unquote inebriated.
Well,
right?
he probably did.
He might have he might have a high tolerance, or
I guess so.
Or built it over time because of this.
Yeah,
disease.
that's fair.
Yeah.
He's literally lived with it the whole time.
This man almost lost his family over this.
Yeah, that was the thing. I hadn't considered the idea that everybody was just like, so were you hiding the flask? You like, what flask?
Man.
Like I just had me a burger, some fries.
Yeah.
Oh, right, John.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We know. This is intervention, damn it. It's like, what do you mean?
The thing about it is, it's completely unbelievable. Like they shouldn't have believed it,
right?
Yeah. Because no, really, I've got this auto brewery syndrome. Okay,
honestly, even the syndrome sound fake. I'll be honest. Like it makes sense when you break it down, but it sounds fake.
They should have called it something else.
Yeah,
it needs to be something in Latin that make me feel
Otherwise,
better.
I got the same thing too.
You said auto brewery?
Yes,
brewery.
Yes,
word. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Imagine all the people at the bar. I got that too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I had it for years.
Yeah, but salute to him, man. I'm glad he got it straightened out. I'm guessing he probably can't eat as much carbs.
Yeah, it's got to be something like that.
Have some type of limit.
Yeah.
This is the one person for whom I will not roll my eyes when they say they on the keto diet. You know what I mean? Like, it's all right. You got it.
Totally get it.
Hey, you need to stay on that keto diet. Don't get behind the wheel.
Yeah. That's oof. Man. That's tough. And he said he was an athletic director.
Yeah.
Like he was working with kids.
Yeah.
I hope he ain't never drive the bus.
That whole community was talking about it.
He's a drunk. Yeah.
The thing, could he get his job back after we found all this out? Because at first they were like, man, they thought he was a drunkard. And yes, understood.
Yeah.
Once we found out, like it's kind of bad just to be like, damn, that sucks, bro.
Yeah.
And then move on.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
He had fries.
How many have you had today, sir?
It's a couple.
I think I just had one large.
I mean, I did supersize.
Did a few fries.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
Just a glass of fries.
How about when he gets in the group with the other people with auto brewery syndrome? Hey, you want to get crazy? Got to supersize. Let's get crazy,
man. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So I ran across this headline. This is from Time magazine.
Mm-hmm.
California mayor resigns, admitting to being an agent for China.
Who?
A California mayor.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait, what? Mm-hmm. An agent for China? So I had to go to this story to check it out. So here is, I guess this is from, is it Time? I forgot who is from. But, this is News Nation with the story or more on that.
All right, other news from across the country tonight. This one comes in from our Los Angeles affiliate, KTLA. How about this? The mayor of Arcadia, that's in Los Angeles County, just north and east of downtown LA, now facing federal charges of acting as an agent of China. Eileen Wang is set to appear in court this afternoon, expected to plead guilty in the coming days to one felony count of acting as an illegal agent. Wang faces a potential sentence of up to 10 years in prison. The charges stem from a website that she ran a few years ago called U.S. News Center, which was meant for Chinese Americans. The site is accused of posting articles and executing directives for the Chinese government. According to Arcadia's website, Wang has already resigned from her role as the mayor of that city. Wow.
The thing that I'm having a hard time with, if you knew you was some level of double agent or whatever, the mayor of all jobs.
Yeah.
That's the one that we wanted to, the one that has this very public presence.
The perfect cover. Hide in plain sight, as they say.
Is it?
Yeah, hide in plain sight.
Word.
It's making me look at all these other mayors. Like, hey, what you do on the side?
Yeah.
What country you think Whitmire is? You knew that's where you were going. Come on.
That's what
I wasn't the first one who got here.
Like,
who's Whitmire?
Is he from Germany?
Who's Whitmire?
Is he from Russia?
A spy for? Who's he spying for?
He's a Russian spy. Let's find out his real name.
Yeah.
Because that's too white of a name, Whitmire.
Of all the jobs to have, this just, I mean, it feels like you'd be able to go a lot better under the radar than being the damn mayor.
Well, again, I just think, whatever. I think maybe he was hiding in plain sight. It was the perfect cover. But beyond that, even if you don't agree with that, I've always, there are certain things that you're just better off not knowing. Because when you start thinking about it, there's got to be spies all over.
Man.
All around us. Like, think about it.
Why do I need to think about it?
Man.
I don't got no important information.
That's why I'd rather not think about it.
Hey,
but
I used to think that all the time with Mike Meltzer being up here acting like a robot.
Maybe.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Maybe
He was like a sleeper agent.
Maybe Meltzer is a spy.
Hey,
for who?
I heard that a couple times, man.
Russia? And his parents Russian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that quite a few times. That he's actually a robot.
No,
I can see that.
But it truly is one of those things. Like, if you think about it, it just makes so much sense. Like, all these countries including the United States and other places, but all these countries, why would they not? Why would they not have, hundreds among us?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah.
The question I have is, especially as the Cold War has thawed, the whole idea of espionage, and honestly, this speaks kind of to the movies. You notice that like the spy thrillers, they don't have the same like feel because we're not dealing with the same like kind of landscape. I do wonder what espionage looks like in modern day and age, and how much of it actually looks like the way that we think it does off of the TV.
I think a lot of it is just business related.
Yeah,
in terms of trade secrets, corporate secrets, how they do things.
And again, I don't have none of those neither. So
yeah.
You got it, big dog. You trying to spy? You picking the wrong person.
Who's a spy right now here?
Here?
Yeah.
Who gives more spy? But this is the thing. The more that you give spy, the less spy-like, right?
So it's almost like who's the least likely.
Which I feel like now we're thinking too much about it. Either way, T-Mill.
Yeah. Most or least.
That's
T-Mill.
right. I can see that.
That guy is awesome. He is an awesome.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Remember last week when I played that audio clip of the win, the Philly beating Boston?
Yes.
And they pretty much crashed the broadcast desk.
Yes. Yeah.
And Brian Scalabrine start chanting, "You are ugly." So I think Philly kind of got their, they kind of got the same result.
They got their comeuppance?
Yeah, they got swept by the Knicks. And it was a reporter out there in Philly trying to do a hit after the game in the concourse, which is a bad idea.
Really bad idea.
There was a bunch of Knicks fans there, and this is how it sounded.
Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne live inside Xfinity Mobile Arena tonight. Cheyenne, this game was brutal.
Walter, you would think that I'm in New York right now instead of Philadelphia. This is absolutely not the way that fans are hoping to end the Sixers season. You can see that I am surrounded by Knicks fans.
They all in front of the camera.
Oh my gosh.
She's full shout right now.
Yeah.
Dang.
Man.
I got to see that video too.
Yeah, that ended immediately. I'd have just been like, you know what? Back to you, Bob.
Yeah, they should have did that, man. Or probably should have went outside. It was the bad idea trying to do it in the concourse after a sweep like that against the Knicks.
Yeah.
That was bad, man. They saw that camera and they're like, we over here.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, but what's the place to be safe here, right? Doing it inside the arena, I understand why you wouldn't want to do that. But, like, outside the arena, I feel like there's more people available. If you're familiar with their kind of sports complex, all three of their major sports complex or buildings are in the same complex.
Yeah.
So they just out there in the lots, all of them.
You got to do it from the car or something.
This is
bad. Yeah, this is bad. Yeah. No, this is bad. I mean, if it's another team, it probably won't happen.
Yeah.
But you talking about the Knicks.
Yeah.
Nah.
And that's been the story there, too. Like how the Knicks are taking over, which, by the way, Joel Embiid didn't really help his plea for some from Sixers.
You mean that his child ain't help him at the podium?
Oh, well, that's the worst. That's the worst.
Yeah, man. I will say, though, people are everybody's going hard on the, hey, man, stop bringing your kid to the podium at some level of, like, shield, and I get that. But now everybody is on that, and it feels like, it doesn't hurt me too much.
Oh, come on. That's
so you side with your boy Nick Wright on this one?
Me?
Yeah.
I side with reason and logic.
Sure.
Because like it's a shield. Why are we even pretending it's anything else? Why are you? What else could it possibly be? I want to see my kids. Well, you'll see them in 5 minutes.
Spending time with his children.
You saw them before, and you can see them in 5 minutes after. 10 minutes after. Weak.
I don't think it really changes the dynamic of things, though.
It absolutely changes.
Ask your damn question. Ask your damn question.
Who are you?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
Insane?
Look, I ain't no journalist like y'all, but I would have lit him up.
Yeah.
Who is y'all?
Y'all
Me? No, that's the journalist.
Y'all are, man.
I'm not a
y'all
journalist.
are. Don't sell yourself short, but I would have asked the heavy questions on there.
Reggie likes to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I get it, and it's admirable in a lot of ways. It is so not admirable.
I wish
right
Reggie
now.
was a judge.
It is
man.
so
We'd
not
be a better
admirable
place
right
around
now.
here.
It is very clear what they're doing to everyone, to the kid. It's clear. Daddy, well, you never hold me in your lap at these press conferences. Well, I am today.
That's
Junior.
right. Come on, boy.
I am today.
It's like on a day like today, the thing that matters most to me was clear.
Was your love.
Family. Family is what matters most. Not no stupid championship ring. Nobody needs those. What you need is the love of your child. That's right, Joel. Way to keep your priorities in the right
I feel like
place.
you're coming around now, finally.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Payne and Pendergast. You should listen to him every single morning like I was. I woke up, I hit the Odyssey app. I was listening to him on the way in. And I like when they go off on random topics and tangents on stuff. I feel like I learned more about Sean and Seth. And specifically, I learned a little more about Seth.
Okay.
And they was having a conversation about lotion. Somehow. And my jaw kind of hit the ground a little bit because I did not know this about Seth Payne.
I didn't know a damn thing about cocoa butter until I made it to the NFL.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's mine. Yeah, that would be mine. It's
Bill Burr's got a great bit on that.
What did he say?
On just learning about actually using lotion.
Yeah.
Until he had black friends, he never realized like the benefits of lotion.
It's awesome.
It's
awesome.
He never realized he was ashy before. And then he started. You got a couple of black friends, and they clued him in on what he had to do.
I'll tell you right
when
now.
you're a super white guy, I didn't know it. Ashiness was never something that had ever been I had ever heard about or anything until I got to college, actually. Yeah. And, start talking to guys about it. And I'm like, oh, I actually am ashy. It just doesn't show up on your pasty white skin the same way it does on other darker
That's
complexions.
right.
Man, he ain't know nothing about Ashy till he got to college.
I mean, you got to think about it. He's a white dude from rural New York.
Hey, like I said, my jaw hit the ground. Y'all probably know about it more than that, but I just grew up knowing about don't you be ashy out here. I knew about lotion, cocoa butter, all that stuff. I never thought about that.
I only because of the school I went to is very integrated. That's the only reason probably. But yeah, what you're talking about, and plus, I think. And maybe this is going to sound harsh or whatever. I think black people call it ashy. Hispanics and whites call it something else. Your skin's dry. Your skin just feels dry. I think it's the term as well.
I think also the level of dryness that you would need in certain people to determine it to be dry is different than I think what some folks would consider ashy.
I think you can just feel it. I usually only
by the time you feel it, I feel like we're well beyond ashy though. That's my general
maybe. But again, me, it's just my hands is generally the only thing. I meant elbows sometimes.
Our saying when I was growing up, you don't want to be out here looking like Pookie from New Jack City.
I will say though, Seth does bring up something that is one of my favorite things in sports, which is how sports operates as a exchange of culture. Right, like this is a small portion of that, and it's one of the things that I kind of hope. Or at least I hoped before we saw all the negative sides of this that like we would get to see with Tatsuya Imai, because nothing makes me happier than seeing like the foreign player that comes and learns about U.S. culture through the sport, especially basketball. When you hear the dudes who are talking in a way that that they don't talk in the home country because they are just in that locker room hanging out. Right, there's a lot of these instances, and so I was kind of excited for the possibility of what does Tatsuya Imai latch on to first about American culture, and apparently. None of it is latching on very well, and it's not helping his baseball that much. But yeah, I feel like that. I would love to see what the moment was for Seth when he got in there and his teammates realized that he didn't know nothing about like, hey, what is that y'all rubbing on y'all?
I think he tried Popeyes for the first time once he got to the NFL too, if I'm not mistaken.
Did he make the crucial faux pas of the biscuit with nothing to drink?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, like these are the things that I think I enjoy quite a bit of, like one person learned about other culture, or like the White Boy Wednesdays come on in the joint, and all of a sudden dudes are like, hey, this song is actually really good. What's this? Hey, no. Where's the aux? Let me find out what this song is so I can put it on my playlist. These are the things I love about sports.
Yeah, shout out to Payne and Pendergast. Shout out to Seth Payne. I thought being ashy was a universal thing.
I think it's the term more than anything that is new to a lot of people or different to a lot of people.
The idea of moisturizing, and look, I can't speak for our white brethren because I'm not that. That's not my experience. Let me know if I am wrong or if I'm right, whatever. I feel like in more of our white brethren's homes, lotion is reserved and moisturization is reserved for the ladies, right? The smell good and stuff, those types of things.
Yeah, not in my experience.
Okay,
right. I mean, more so because they do it like every night. And I'm like, I just need to do it. You use lotion when I need it,
Which is every night. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit Figgy Fig on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. It's Imai on the bump today. What are you hoping for? And what do you expect? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
The Texans schedule.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I don't think you understand just how excited John Lopez is for this schedule and the schedule release.
I am.
Tomorrow is Wednesday.
Putting the pieces together
May 13th,
here.
And we will know at, did I say 8 a.m.? On NFL
I believe
Network.
you said 8 a.m.
They will be. I'm guessing it'll be a little bit in on 8. I don't think they're going to start the top of the hour and go, here they are. But in the 8 o'clock hour in the morning, I imagine that they're going to be giving us the international games, and so we'll get an idea on whether or not the leak that we heard earlier on in this week is indeed correct, and the Texans will be playing in London versus the Jags. Keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610. I am certain that Payne and Pendergast will give you the latest whenever this comes
real
up.
time.
Real time,
Wow.
not just information, but analysis of what that is. So Sports Radio 610 remains your Houston sports leader and your home of the Houston Texans. This is where you want to be. But I'm excited to get a feel for that. But also I want to see some of these other international games, the way that they're trying to situate this. Because also it does feel like the NFL has kind of shifted where they've been. Early on, it felt like, let's be honest, it felt like they were exporting not the best teams, because I imagine that the NFL was still in a place where, like, hey, we want to make sure that we're keeping our best products where we still get the biggest bang for our buck, which is stateside. As this has grown, they've sent out more quality games over there. And so I want to see if there's a continual push towards that. Are we going to keep seeing more like division games start going over there? Because early on, it felt like that was not as much of the case. I'm interested in seeing what especially as we know this is a huge thrust for Goodell in the NFL. What their plan of attack seems to be in continuing to push towards international.
I think you almost have to start saying, I mean, just because of the numbers game, you're going to have to start sending good games over there, and you have been. What was the Chiefs-Chargers in Brazil? I think you don't have a choice. And I think that part is good for the international fans, because they are knowledgeable enough to know, this is a division game, or this is a big AFC game, or whatever it might be. Yeah, no, I think it's important. But yeah, I was just looking at things. There was this thought floating around out there that maybe the Commanders, might also be a part of a Texans overseas trip. But the math doesn't quite add. The schedule doesn't quite add up there on that one. So it'd be interesting to see how it all plays.
At least
out.
based on the leaks.
At least based on the leaks.
Which the leaks tend to be fairly accurate, but you can never say definitively. Just especially for you as an actual capital J journalist, I have never gotten those accolades, and I don't want the.
You don't want to start now.
Nope, don't want to pretend like that's the case. But yeah, you have to be careful with the way that you say that until you're entirely certain. But appreciate you guys rocking with us here on this Tuesday. A little bit of sad news just in the world of sports, not particular to Houston at all, but Brandon Clark, who was a veteran for the Memphis Grizzlies, passed away, age 29. No cause of death was given, but just a really sad thing to see. For dude, had children, kind of established himself nice in Memphis as a nice role player. It's always really sad when you see an active player pass away
at that age.
Yeah,
29. Nuts.
No, absolutely. So obviously condolences there. And one more thing to get to before we cross-talk with the fellas of the drive. Astros playing today. Game 2 of a 4-game set versus the Mariners. And it's funny because obviously the bigger concept of you need to try and claw games back versus Seattle, you need to try and claw games back just generally, and you don't want to continue to fall into a deeper hole in the AL West. All of that's at stake, but the biggest thing is Tetsuya Imai's on the bump.
Yeah, no, that is, and they tie together, like simply because if you can get something out of him and get the win, especially, but just good performance, be in a place where you can have a chance to win the game. You start to look at not just the division race with Seattle, of course, and the A's and other teams. Can't believe I'm still saying the A's, but and other teams in your division, Rangers, et cetera. It gives you a different look on that. But the Imai thing by itself is sort of just a gauge of what you really feel about it and his future with Houston. I think we're at a point where if it doesn't happen now, because you rushed him up, especially with the Astros, who are so deliberate about what they tell you with the injuries and certainly how they bring guys back and slow pacing, the returns from injuries. They brought him right back up. It's almost an act of desperation, but at the same time, if he's up here, it's going to be a big gauge of just how much confidence you have in him. And really, I think his future with Houston.
His first outing at AA Corpus versus Frisco, I believe. 2 innings of work, 6 hits, 5 earned runs. And he
it was
walked
2 innings. I gave him an extra inning.
2. And he walked 3. Now the last outing was with the Space Cowboys versus Albuquerque. In that instance, he got 3 innings. All of 3 innings of work. Only 1 hit, 1 earned run, but he walked 5, right? So we've seen all of the issues in various different iterations. Clearly what you hope is what? From Imai.
Just give me 5. Just give me 5 innings.
I'm trying to see. When was the
last? That is an enormous win. That is an enormous win for Tatsuya Imai.
The last time Tatsuya Imai, you want to know the date of the last time Tatsuya Imai went 5 innings?
When was it?
It was April 4th versus the A's in a 11-0 win, and he didn't even get through the 6th there either.
I mean, you have to realize realistic expectations here for him. I am of the opinion, and I get the contract, and I get that they have this commitment. It is a player option after this year,
which it would just be hard pressed for me, especially the way that it's going. That he declines the player option.
But because he wants to get paid. But what I'm saying,
maybe he just wants to go home and he's like, bump all that money. It's a lot of money though.
But what I'm saying is, if it is a bleep show today, again with Imai, I can't speak for everybody, of course, but I would have seen enough. I would have absolutely seen enough. I think that's a wrap.
It's hard for me to pull those two things together, though. If you're talking about they're bringing him up in desperation in a way that probably he would not be ready for and that they would not put him in.
But they're bringing him up.
If they had more options. To then hinge this as if he doesn't do well, then you're done with him feels like it's unfair on either side.
And it's not even if he doesn't do well. If it's bad, if it's bad, 2 innings, 5 walks, I don't need to see a whole lot more. It didn't work out.
But why wouldn't it be bad if you're looking at this as they're rushing him back?
What do you mean?
Right, because the idea is, okay, he did not show a level of settling in at the minor league level, and these supposed rehab starts from the, what are we calling it again? Arm fatigue?
Yeah, arm fatigue,
right.
yeah.
All right, so the arm fatigue did not resolve itself in a way that we would have imagined, at least showing the production at the minor league level. So why do we expect it to be different at the major league level? And
they're calling him up. They're saying he's ready.
Well, they're saying he's ready because they need to. They need dudes. Like that's the clear. So my point is, I'm not staking what he's going to be on this outing.
My point is, if you're bringing him up, knowing what the sentiment is around him, knowing what his feelings are about playing in the major league level, you better be right. You better make sure that you think he's ready. Because if he's not, then it's on you as much as anything.
But you said it. Like this is desperation, which means that you're less considering those things and it's more about need. I'm interested in what these guys think. D&M Auto Leasing gives us the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. Today, Luke Morrow in for Clint Stoerner. So it's Luke and Ron. Are you guys where are you guys falling on this Tatsuya Imai coming up and being on the bump, especially like how are you viewing the potential of what he gives you today and what that means for him in a long-term sense?
Yeah, I mean, I guess today is big if he goes out there and pitches well, but I'm already kind of tired of him. It's
hey, that's Luke.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think that's 8. No, I
don't think so either. Because I'm right there with you.
Yeah,
my man said they didn't serve dinner at the right time.
Right. Yeah, I'm tougher on him certainly than others because I mean he's only 5 outings, including his rehab appearances, into his career here. And yet, if he goes out there and doesn't pitch well again tonight, I've seen enough already, and it's sad. But I think that's where we are, and it's what I said earlier today to Ron, that it just reminds me of like George Costanza in Seinfeld, where he's at play now, and they're trying to force him out because he's not going to leave on his own. And it's similar here, where if I'm the Astros, depending on how things go these next few weeks, you should want to make things as difficult as possible to force him to opt out because he just doesn't want to stay in Houston anymore.
Realistically, we know he's going to want his money.
Yeah, of
course. And so I'm there with you. I'm 100% with you. If it's and hell, he might pitch well, and all of a sudden we're feeling pretty good about things. I wouldn't bet on it, but if it's really really bad, I've seen enough.
I'm scared to death to watch it tonight.
Yeah, you can't miss it though.
I have anxiety for him and Dana.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared to death. I cannot, and we'll talk about this later.
Mm-hmm.
I just cannot fathom that it's going to be good. Like it's like
that's
right.
Yeah.
Like I cannot, like, bro, you couldn't. not that you just couldn't really get AA and AAA guys out. Like, you couldn't throw strikes against them.
You couldn't get through 3 innings.
But now I'm supposed to believe, like, Cal Raleigh, he's going to break up out this street tonight, or he's just going to walk. Like, I feel like you about to run through Julio, Cal, Randy. Like, you're about to run through this when the hooks are seeing better starting pitching than what you're bringing to the table. I don't know, man, and it is hard to see how it goes well, and then the reaction from it. I think this is the one where people will be, all right, I'm out.
Which is funny because I think
And-
that both of those things together, I'm with you. I agree. I don't see the likelihood of it being good. If it is, thank God Almighty, and maybe there's something that you could build upon. Even if it's not, just give us a reprieve from feeling like it's all doom and gloom with Iman. But logically, and maybe this is where I go wrong, this is not a matter of logic. Logically, I go, how do you look at this and go, damn, I don't see the way that this goes well. And then when it doesn't go well, see, I'm done with them. Like, that feels like, this is the expectation.
Oh, but I think you could be like, all right, you're forcing him in front of us for the, what'd you say, sixth? This will be the sixth time he pitched. Like, nah, man, I'm out.
And I get Reggie's point of, like, you're desperate, and it is, and I call this an act of desperation, but I think we could easily be sitting here tomorrow saying, why'd you do that to that guy? Why'd you bring him up so quick? I get it. There had to have been another option. There had to have been another.
Yeah, I mean, hell, they
place.
can keep doing what the hell they've been doing.
Yeah. Like, I think there's an organizational possibility here that they look even worse.
Oh, I think this is Dana.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to get him up here now.
A lot of pressure on him too. When you lose a Peter Lambert start the night before, I mean, now you got to have a bounce
Pete
back.
going 7 innings for back.
How about that?
That's where we are here on May 12th. You can't lose a Peter Lambert start.
Yeah, man. Can't lose. They've lost to
Those
Pete
are the ones
and
you
Spencer.
check.
Yeah, exactly.
And Spencer and Getty starts. They've lost both of those back to back.
Correct. Mike Burrows gave you a really good outing this weekend, too.
Mike can kiss my ass.
Whoa! Where did that come from?
It's really not you, Mike. It
sounds like you lost money.
It's Dana. It's just Mike, Dana. I went to the Space Cowboys on Sunday, and I watched Weiss, whatever the hell his name is. I watched him give up a home run on the first pitch of the game. These are all of the Danas. I'll tell you right here now.
Oh, you saw that Kai Wei Tang, though.
Hey,
you saw that
Kai Wei Tang. We got this now. Hey, we got him ready here.
Incredible. All right.
They said he's going to be the number 2 starter.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. They had those people evaluated the Astros coming out in their rotation. They said, I don't think Spencer's a part of the 5.
Head my ass.
He's
Peter
not part of the 5. He's part. I get you, Peter.
Yeah.
But Spencer and Getty, they said, no, man, he's got to stay in
saving him for
AAA.
later.
He's got to stay in AAA, man. I think these 5 here are just a tad better. Ow. Who the hell's evaluating that?
That's a great question. Before we hand things off, I just want to make it abundantly clear. Luke Morrow is wearing a shirt that has his name on it that says Morrow Insurance, and I love it.
That's right.
It is gorgeous.
That is awesome.
It is incredible.
Yeah. From the WEEKDAY dynasties of the 90s. Morrow Insurance.
Look at that.
Basketball.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that's right.
Very nice.
That is it there.
I can't wait to see how that gets brought up during the 4 hours of the drive. Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow once we know some international games. How about that?
We will.
All right. Until then, you're listening to KILT-AM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Appreciation again to DNM Model EC for the crosstalk. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. As you heard him. Clint is out. Luke is in the building. We appreciate you there joining the show on the text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Tyler Milner in the building. And guess what, folks? It is day 2 of Joe's Gotta Go. The countdown of how long it is going to be for Joe Espada to be relieved of his duties. As I said, it's not all your fault, Joe. But we got runners with a flat-out base stealer at second base, stealing third, and no one covering.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
We're just unprepared all the time. They don't play for you. They're sleepwalking. Yordan doesn't even care anymore. He's just, I've not seen Yordan Alvarez strike out as much as he has the last 2 days and just keep it moving.
It's a long season, y'all.
So Joe's got to go. And, again, not all Joe. Dana can take a hike as well. But obviously you're not going to fire the entire front office staff, so maybe Dana can roll through and not make a trade. He can make maybe Nick Allen. He can make a Nick Allen trade. That's about it. But day 2, how many days you think we're getting up to, Tyler?
It's hard to say.
How many days you think we're gonna?
Hard to say.
We're gonna do it off the top of the show every day. Joe's got to go. Day 2.
The more they keep losing, like last night, though, becomes obviously a bit more likely.
Yeah, man. I feel like this thing may get up to about 30 days.
I'm trying to do the math. Yeah, so another month. I could see that. Yeah. I think it's going to be a little while. I know there's a lot made about this week. Yeah, and this is obviously a huge week. These 7 games at home, you have to play well. They got off to a bad start last night. I don't think that if they play poorly this week that he loses his job like on Monday. I still think we're
unless something
a little ways away.
At least something really bad happens. This guy at the Mets keeps holding on to his gig, so I don't get. That's rolling, but I don't know, boy. It just looks like this needs to come to an end. I feel like Joe will embrace it.
It's not ideal.
Probably. It's like, when we talked about this last time I was in with you, and I kept referencing Alex Cora, who had just lost his job at the time, but Cora texted all the reporters saying, I'm happy afterwards. I think Espada would probably be too. I'll go sit home and get paid the same to not deal with this train wreck right now with all these injuries and watch bad baseball for 3 hours.
Yeah, he has to watch it and then have to sit up there and try to figure out who he's going to go to next.
Yeah, and then answer questions about it after. It's like, I'll just pay me to go sit at home instead.
Hey, where y'all think Joe was when he found out, hey, guys, Carlos is doubled over in the in the cages, man? What are you talking about? Where is he just? Was he just in his office looking at, all right, God, what am I going to do with this bullpen? Somebody said, guys, man, Carlos is down he's down in the cages. It looks like it's serious. What? Another one?
Is that worse than the Jake Myers last year running out to center field?
No.
You still think that's
Jake's right. 713-572-4610. That's good, Luke. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. Over the last few years, what's been the worst of the injuries? What has been the worst of them all? Jake, to me, the reason why I put Jake at number 1.
I screwed it up.
Again, I think you can include Jordan stepping on home plate after being out all year and that thing being too slick because somebody put some Mr. Clean or something on the plate and he slid and rolled his ankle. That might be. But Jake was checked out by the training staff.
It's true.
He was checked out by the training. Like, this wasn't an injury that crept up. He was checked out. And I'll be damned, he did not make it past the mound trying to run to center.
Bistro's a lawyer.
To take his position. That one's the worst. This one here, this one, like, he's taking swings in the cages. All right, damn, that's a weird freak incident. But they gave the okay to Jake.
Yeah.
And Jake couldn't
even make it to his position.
The mound.
Khakis.
The mound, like, God, yeah, that's the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, that's fair.
To me, yeah. There was.
The difference, though, I will say, I agree with everything you just said, but the difference being, like, Correa's out for the rest of the year. Like, the severity of the injury, too, plays into it for me, where Jake, eventually did make his way back out there. But to have that bad of an injury where you have to get, surgery, and you're out 6 to 8 months from something that happened in the batting cage, I don't think I've ever heard of that before.
No, I've never heard of that. Just on a swing, man. I'm a first timer. Yeah, obviously someone texted in, come on, man. When they told us Jordan was 65% healed. Yeah, that again, that is, I don't know, that's a distant.
Well, this is not good.
That's a distant third to me. Someone, I forgot Chaz injured himself deadlifting. I forgot he hurt his back and had to go on the IL. Hitting that deadlift. Yeah, that was a rough one. It's been some rough ones. But yeah, Joe, man, it's day 2 on the countdown. And we'll see how long this thing rolls. All right. I watched the NBA playoffs last night, fellas, and it is now really scary how far away the Rockets are. Like, it is scary, Luke, to think how far away they are, to see the Lakers get swept. And listen, the Lakers competed I know the final scores, Tyler, are what, 18, 23, and 5.
Yeah, ass whoopings.
But
that 5.
but it was the series. If somehow a sweep that is one team winning by an average of 16 in all 4 games is tight. This is the tightest of those, right? The Lakers led at the half multiple times. Hell, yesterday they were up 5 with like 6 minutes left in the game, and had leads in the second half, and then the Thunder just put it on them at some point in the second half. The crazy thing is, OKC did that probably playing their B- game. They didn't have their second best player. Shea wasn't really great until last night in Game 4. They seemed to be just kind of sleepwalking. Like they weren't giving their A-game effort. And they swept the Lakers by average of 16. And this team really controlled the Rockets. This Lakers team that got swept really controlled the Rockets most of that series, even the one game that Kevin Durant played. They controlled them. And then on a closeout on your home court, they beat the hell out of you. You only scored 78 points. This is concerning to think like, wow, okay, they got to really regroup because they're not anywhere close to where they need to be competing the way that I feel like they thought they were going to be competing.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have as strong a reaction as you guys did last night, when the text came in. For one, the transitive property to me, it's kind of hard to say. I don't know, because you take what happened in one series and then what happened for another team in another series. But is this more of a Rockets thing or more of a Thunder thing, right? Because the Thunder are undefeated in the playoffs, and last night was the closest game they've had. They've won every other game by 9+. Is it more an indictment on the Rockets or just more about how good the Thunder, how far above the rest of the West, or at least everyone except the Spurs, that they are right now?
Well, yes, that is true. But also what is true is the Rockets were making moves like they're a champion, like they're trying to win a championship.
That's true.
Right? And they are not in the same stratosphere. Like they couldn't beat the Lakers.
I don't know what the hell is going on in each
right. They couldn't beat the Lakers. And this Lakers team that they couldn't solve without Luka, by the way, that they couldn't solve without Luka, just got bum rushed by the team that you got to get past. Like the team that you have to get past. Like this is like I'm just watching this yesterday, Luke, and listeners, you can jump in on this as well. They can't just make subtle moves if they're really looking to try to compete, right? Like they can't. Like I heard Rafael Stone say yesterday, "Hey man, we just need those 5 guys that started those last couple of games when KD was out to all take steps." Bro, that's not going to cut it.
Yeah, so I guess
first off, they're not all. Reed Shepherd's not going to turn into Austin Rivers or Austin Reeves. Reeves, not Rivers, right? You'd rather be Reeves. He's not going to just turn into Austin Reeves next year, right? Like they're like all 5 of them take steps. They can't just make minor moves and cross their fingers and hope that these guys take jumps. They're going to, if they're going to try to compete like that, like they're not close to the Spurs or the Timberwolves. And then we just see this with the Thunder, the team they just played, they can't do anything with. And that is, I mean, they have got to make significant moves, in my opinion. They've got to be involved in anything and everything if they're about that. If not, then you tear it down or do whatever you're going to do, and maybe you try to start over and find your Cade Cunningham or find your Wemby or find your SGA, because they don't have that right now. Or they've got to do something, because like that was eye-opening last night to me, that is a team that you should be past in the Lakers that you clearly weren't. And then the team that you were trying to get to, I mean, it's not even close. And they have got to Giannis, all those talks. I know some people are not into that, but they have got to be involved in everything, because what they have right now ain't working.
Yeah, it's fun. They're kind of like the Rockets this year are kind of like going on a cruise where by the end of it, like everyone just hates each other and you can't wait to get off the boat, and the vacation's not as fun as it was when it started. You think back to the start of the year, opening night, the Rockets almost beat the Thunder, and you're like, ooh, right, yeah, they're on this level. And then by the end of the season, if we were to have had a playoff series, I think it would have been, probably worse than what we saw from the Lakers. I think it would have been ugly. So it just shows kind of the different track the two teams went on. And the Rockets certainly are not on that level, and they need to figure out how to get on that level, whether it's going outside and bringing in someone like Giannis or trying to develop somebody else.
Well, what do you think it takes for them to get there?
I know, it's a good question, because I don't think Giannis is that guy, but I think that idea of going out and getting another big star, that whatever you have in-house evidently is not enough. Alperen Sengun did not take that step like a lot of people thought this year. He was ranked the most overrated player in the league at the end of the season. So you need to get somebody. I don't know if it's Giannis, and honestly, I don't know what the other options are out there in terms of like free agency or who might be on the block. But to your point, what they have in the building certainly is not enough. What intrigues me and the way I look at the playoffs, it's not so much the Thunder I'm looking at, it's the two other teams where the Spurs, if the Spurs were to get to that next round and compete with the Thunder, that would tick me off more because, boy, they blew past the Rockets in this development stage like Houston was tied to a post.
Come on, Luke. You know they've done that. You can see that.
I know, but it would be just
you don't need that series to tell you that.
But if they lost to the Timberwolves, I can take solace and maybe they're not quite that good just yet, but they're still certainly ahead of the Rockets. But then the other team on the other side of the conference is the Knicks, where I'm curious how this goes in the Eastern Conference because, look, the Knicks got here last year at Thibodeau, but they fired that defensive coach because they wanted more offense, and they brought in Mike Brown, an offensive coach. And to this point in the playoffs, it's been a lot smoother, and they're putting up big-time numbers offensively, and Jalen Brunson's looking great. If they can get to the finals, and especially if they can then compete with the Thunder, then, look, I'm an Ime guy. I've defended him on these airwaves for months. But as a Rockets fan, I would start thinking ooh, wait a minute. Look at what happened here at the Knicks simply by going from a defensive coach to an offensive coach. Didn't make any other big splash in the offseason. And for the Rockets, could just a subtle move like that result to big enough changes where you can try to draw closer to the Thunder if you bring in the right offensive mind?
Yeah, from YouTube, shout out to Cornbread. He's here with us every day. I shout out to you. Frank, I see you. Rob, Joseph, I see you. The Rhino, I see you. As you guys roll with us every day. Cornbread, man, the Rockets just need a point guard. Man, Cornbread, yeah. Who is this point guard? I mean, I can ride with they could use a point guard. Who are you telling me?
It's going to be Fred
VanVleet.
Are you
talking about Cade Cunningham? Is that yeah. Hell yeah, if they had Cade. Yeah, they'd be in it.
Yeah.
They're not like they could use a point guard. It's got to be like one of the top ones in the league. Like Fred is a good player. Fred is not jumping this. Oh, add Austin Reeves. Could he be your point guard? Okay, yeah, something like that. But no, I don't think Fred is jumping you up to that level. I think they do need a point guard. I will agree with you on that they wasted some of the development of Amen Thompson trying to put him in that role and making him play out of position. But come on, guys, watch the Timberwolves and the Spurs tonight, and watch the Thunder sleepwalk through that series against the Lakers and the one against the Suns. It's more than Fred VanVleet. It's more. Yeah, it's more like it's. They need another big time player to me, and that's why the Giannis thing to me makes sense. Jaylen Brown could be on the block now. I don't know. He was a 1 this year and is going to be an MVP candidate for what he did with Boston with Tatum being out and the stuff he's been saying lately. The word is he could be on the block, and maybe that's an option, but. They've got to bring another great player in and then try to figure out how to put stuff around them. There are 1,600 3-and-D players in the NBA, and somehow the Rockets just can't seem to find any of them. Somehow I look over here, the Rockets can't find shooting. Somehow I look over there, the Lakers have stumbled onto Luke Kennard.
Yeah.
And somehow they got Rui over there just knocking down shots. Dante DiVincenzo, White Dante finds himself on so many teams. All the time, can shoot. But the Rockets can't find shooting around potentially Giannis and KD. That's what the Whites used to do. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, Lakers have more shooting in their coaching staff than the Rockets roster. And you think how close the Rockets could have been, where you get the second pick, the third pick, the fourth pick, then the third pick in the draft, and you miss out on the aforementioned Cade Cunningham or Wembanyama or even Banchero, who's still a little up and down, but I would still
all
take
better
him.
than what you selected.
Right.
Yeah, this stuff. All right, coming up, this is going to be. I think it's going to be hard for Tyler. But this one is hard, I think, for Astros fans to kind of deal with and wrestle with. And if we didn't know it was the case, it is absolutely official. This is probably one of the biggest changes that we've seen in this golden era, and it has hit us right in the face with the Astros. Damn, that's a good tease. That's coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played one of 6.
crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got him. Threw him the changeup to strike out Jordan to end this game. Seattle wins the first game of this 4-game series. Final score 3-1. Astros out hit the Mariners 9-7, but dropped the opener.
We're gonna lose Todd Callis here soon. I think Todd's gonna lose it at some point.
What is going on?
It's getting lower and lower. Todd's a winner. This is not what Todd deals with. Todd, I could just tell Todd Callis is gonna lose it.
Well, this is not good.
He's gonna have to start calling up some of the Pirates guys.
Well, hey,
some of these guys who are used to calling losing baseball and having to hang in there every day.
Well, I'll tell you what, he was the original broadcast team of the Tampa Bay then Devil Rays.
Oh, was he? Yeah.
So don't forget where you came from, Todd.
It's
returning to your
roots. That's a long time
now.
to reach back, man.
Yeah.
You at least had Wade Boggs to deal with.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a lot to reach back.
Back to your Hal McRae days.
There you go. So they lose last night, and I don't know. Are we aware of this? That is 8 straight they have lost to the Seattle Mariners.
We sucked.
8 straight games, and this all started when they came down the stretch last year, and we were sitting there and we're like, all right, we all know the Astros, they were leading, and the Mariners were walking them down at the end of last season. They were leading, but we knew there was a big series against the Mariners. And it was like, that's really going to determine the West. Mind you, the Astros missed the playoffs by 1 game last year. And this is when this thing started, is when they got swept in that huge series towards the end of the year, and the Mariners took over the West. And then they have just dominated this thing. And now it is to the tune of 8 straight.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
And this is why I've said this on the other side. This is the part that is really hard, I think, for Astros fans to deal with. Luke, you've been around. Tyler, I know you've been around through this whole thing. Listeners as well. You remember when the Astros used to win some of these games before the game started? You remember the Astros used to be in just, like, there was a point there, the Yankees, they just, like, they got anxious. They were in the Yankees' heads before the game started.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
Chapman was out there in the bullpen hoping for blowouts and that he didn't have to come in high-pressure situations.
Really, really happy.
And everybody in the AL West, it was this way. I remember watching Scott Service just panic and piss himself in the in the dugout,
twist his face all up in anger.
Trying to make decisions and moves that all backfired. I remember when he just could not find a way to stop pitching to Yordan Alvarez in that playoff series that they just sent their asses home to. Man, that's gone. Like that mystique.
Damn it, wrong.
I'm just, and I don't know.
You're not wrong.
I'm not sure when it officially happened. Maybe it was last year. I don't know. Maybe it was when Tyler was in attendance. The Rangers just blew through them in a Game 7 in route because nobody's afraid to play the Astros anymore. Like nobody's in their head to play the Astros. The A's were like, please, hell, we'll play you in Sacramento. We'll play you at Joshua's Tree. We'll play you. We'll play you anywhere in California.
Come on down.
Oh, where are you going here? Redwood Park? We'll play your ass.
Sequoia National Forest. We'll play there.
That one. Like that, the fear factor, the concern factor, oh, God, late in games, here we go. They're going to make a play. They're going to do something. That is gone.
to the Astros.
They have completely lost that. And that kind of was a big piece for the Astros is you just knew at the end their guys would be the ones more likely to make plays. And the other team is probably going to do something to lose it for themselves. And that is shot right now, Luke.
Yeah, I think it started when Dana Brown took over.
Okay,
but more realistically, I think it was probably that playoff series of that first year though, 2024, because like you go back to 2024 and they started off pretty much like they did this year. They had almost an identical record at this point of the season, and then rallied to make the playoffs. And you thought like, oh yeah, here come these Astros. You can never count them out. And then they went into the playoffs, and an old friend, A.J. Hinch there in Detroit just swept them out of the playoffs, and it really changed things. They didn't make the playoffs last year. They're probably not going to make the playoffs this year. So it seemed like that was the beginning of the end. And then last year we were waiting for them to do that same thing of really turn on the afterburners and just be the same old Astros that it's still their division to lose. And that wasn't the case. And now you look up, and they're last in the American League this year. The worst record in the whole league. So, I do think it was when Dana Brown took over, but not that exact moment, obviously, of when he was hired. It happened during that first season where they lost that boogeyman appeal that Figgy always references.
Yes.
And now this team, what a difference 2.5 years makes. They are so far removed from that former great version.
But you're right, because I remember last year thinking, just get to that series. They're going to get to that series, and what's going to happen all the time is just like with every AL West team up until that point with the Rangers, just like every AL West team, the boogeyman is there, and they're going to try to do too much, and the Astros are going to come through like they have done throughout this run, and they didn't. No. Not only did they not, they have not beat these jokers since. Mm-hmm. Like 8 straight. Hell, now this is hard. It looks like the Astros are the ones thinking, here we go.
It sucks to suck.
What's gonna happen? Is Julio gonna hit one out? By my God, Julio, Jesus! I mean, he hit that off the back wall, and that thing came back past the track. The track. Like, my God, that was that Pujols one. But it is just mind-boggling how fast this happened. I do want to give a shout-out to old Pete Lambert. Pete Lambert, though, we'll see, because this is to me what this thing is turning into, fellas, is, all right, who do they have that can be an addition to maybe what they can be when they get everybody healthy for next year in the future? And Spencer Arrighetti, are you going to be able to keep doing this? Pete Lambert, who is now in 5 starts, 29 and a third innings, has a 2.76 ERA, 29 Ks to 12 walks. And his last two games, 14 innings, 7 innings apiece in there, 3 earned runs, 10 Ks to 5 walks. Is this something that they can continue to find? Will those be 2 guys along with Hunter Brown that can be in a rotation somewhere? Like that's what this thing is about. So shout out to Pete Lambert. I'm sorry you got no run support, Pete. But like that is promising. But this is, I mean, what Dave Chappelle say? Well, that life comes at you fast.
It's true.
So all of a sudden, the
red balls.
Watch it happen to my Chiefs.
That's not the one.
Yeah. I said it tongue in cheek in the open, but it is kind of true that you can't lose that start last night for Peter Lambert. That's one of your few guys. Because now you have Ime tonight, and then you have McCullers apparently tomorrow. It's like, okay, well, here goes, now we just start a losing streak because we couldn't get it done with Lambert.
McCullers was the second most trusted pitcher on this staff till you looked up and his ERA was above 7.
Bury me in the H.
And he's got 9 fingernails.
Yeah. Talk about bad injuries.
Yeah, about that. And they left him out there. What is going on? We got to talk about Jake. I'm just thinking about that. Jake, they sent Jake out there, and he was clearly still hurt because he didn't make it to his position. And then Tyler, you remember why Jake's on the IL now? He swung on the oblique. Remember, he swung and he was clearly injured.
Pulled the oblique.
They walked out there and checked him out, and then they let him go back up there and try to finish the at-bat. And he tried to check swing again, and he couldn't go. And they pulled him in the middle of the at-bat. What is maybe Jake's tricking them when they check his body, I'm assuming. because the first time it need multiple times to figure out what's going on.
I screwed up.
Speaking of the Astros, real quick, we talked about the Jordan trade stuff that I had no pleasure in talking about. But Luke says there's somebody they need to seriously look at trading, but it ain't Jordan. We'll tell you who that is coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like for them to move on from Şengün, but we got to get something in return. We ain't just getting out.
Political advertising paid for by Texans for Chip Roy.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to make it very clear I'd like some ice cream.
Ooh. That's one of the ones for my sweet tooth. I'm in.
And I'd like a waffle cone. I don't need any icing or anything around the waffle cone.
Great
Just
choice.
give me a waffle cone, maybe a butter pecan.
I was about to ask what flavor ice cream we talking. I'm not a butter pecan guy.
Maybe pistachio, but the green kind. Don't make that face. It is delicious.
I've tried it multiple times. I am not about that one. Ugh.
Disappointing.
Any toppings?
No toppings.
Shouldn't be a nut flavor.
You're going
ice.
toppings? Wow, I'm not going toppings.
I
try to think if I would put a mix in there, but I don't know.
Toppings.
Yeah, something like
hour.
fudge. See how some
Yeah,
syrup.
go with fudge. See, I would go more caramel if anything.
I'll do
the
that.
Caramel, yeah.
Yeah, I'm an old soul with my ice cream choices. I understand it. Butter pecan,
that's solid.
Pistachio.
I'd say that's. I don't know if is that old school.
Butter pecan, damn sure, definitely is.
Yeah, that's fair. But I don't know about
my grandpa used to eat black walnut.
What is with you and your family and eating nut flavored ice cream?
He liked black walnut. He was a big fan of it. I was always in the fridge.
Give me a cookies and cream on a waffle cone. I am set.
Really? Yeah. Yeah. No, I'd like to. I need more. I need more than the cookies and cream. Not a big fan of the cookie dough either.
Yeah.
Really?
A little overrated.
I mean, the ice cream cookie dough is okay, but man, I can eat a sleeve of Toll House cookie dough raw, like right now.
Yeah.
I love cookie dough. Homemade or
love it?
Toll House.
Really?
Yes.
I don't love it.
I will go in on a bowl of literally just the dough you're supposed to be baking up.
Yeah.
Any combination of peanut butter and chocolate.
Is that real gin?
Oh, yeah.
Solid.
But I'm not a cone. I don't do a cone. Put it in a cup for me. Make it easy.
I am most time too, but a good waffle.
It's good when you get to swirling around and you get it and you've done all the work early, and then you have that when it's stuffed in the bottom and you can get to. Yeah, that's it.
That'll
it's
bring
a
a
special
smile to
time,
your
man.
face.
It really is. It really does. Yeah. That's good talk, guys. Good talk.
Glad we can talk about things like that together.
I do. Yeah, I do. Yep. All right, Luke. You. I'm guessing you. The way you worded this, you're not about the Jordan trade stuff.
No,
you're not into
not
that.
at all.
Not at all. But
no,
you're not against trading what could feel like, maybe future or guys that could be a part of what this new core is right now. You're open to trading somebody.
For sure. Yeah, I think if this continues, the season continues on this track, I think you try to trade Christian Walker. I don't know if there'd be a lot of takers out there. I think Josh Hader's another obvious one that you try to trade if he's healthy and you're continuing on. Jordan, I would never move on from, no matter how bad things got. I know we're playing a promo where I think PC is saying like it's too early for that. There's never a time for that conversation. It never works. You never move on from a star like Jordan, no matter how bad you are.
Really? Ever?
Yeah, I say ever. It didn't work out when the Marlins traded Miguel Cabrera to try to rebuild. Didn't work out when the Red Sox got rid of Mookie Betts Hasn't worked out when they got rid of Rafael Devers.
Thank you, Luke.
Thank you. I'd keep a player like that.
I believe there's probably some out there that we can find that have worked.
Maybe. Text in. Let me know.
The best at
I thought you were going to get to Soto. We haven't seen a lot there, but
Yeah,
they've got
that's
some
another good one.
pieces. They've gotten some pieces, but yeah.
You might know how old he is.
Another fair question. So yeah, I would want Jordan to be Steve Carlton, where the Phillies lose, they win 50 games, and half of them came when Steve Carlton was on the mound. So that's what I would do with my star player. I'd never give up my star. Anyways, all that's to say, the guy I would consider trading, and this is only under the pretense that the Astros are not going to sign him to a long-term contract, which I don't think they're going to. But that's Jeremy Pena. If you're going to treat him like Kyle Tucker or even an Alex Bregman, well, then obviously, like Tucker, you might as well trade him and get something for him. But don't wait till this offseason. He'll be a free agent after next year. Trade him before the deadline this year, because you could get so much more if a team is acquiring him for a pennant race and has him for a year and a half instead of just 1 year next year. I would love to keep Pena here in Houston, but just based off of how the Astros have acted in recent years, my expectations is that they're not going to want to sign him to a long-term contract and give him the money that he would qualify for, or that he would be demanding. And so I would trade him, especially if this season is going to continue on the way it is. I would move on from him. You have too many infielders as is, and that's more of a short-term problem than a long-term problem because of a lot of those guys' ages. But still, you have a piece to move on the infield, and I would move Pena if the season continues to be such a mess, and try to get the best package you can for him if you're not going to sign him to a long-term deal.
Yeah, that's a premium position. You really don't have much lined up behind him. How much do you – that's my thing is, how much does Jeremy Pena get? You know what I mean? He's older than you think. Like, in terms of how long he's been rolling, I think Jeremy's – he's not that far from 30. And he's got to be 27, 28 that he's pushing, and he's going to want a new contract, and he's got to be getting close to that. I don't think there's that much club control left. So, I mean, I wonder how much he brings back. He had a really good season last year, and he had a really good playoff run the last year they won the title when he was the ALCS MVP and the World Series MVP. But outside of that, it has not been as consistent as it was last year. So I wonder how much he brings to the table. See, by your metric, would you do this with Hunter Brown too? Because I have concerns if he will sign Hunter Brown.
That's fair.
Because, I mean, Ema is not helping. Lance isn't helping. Any of these guys, Javier isn't helping. No. That he's giving money to. Like, is that a potential thing down the line? Is that the basis of if they're not going to sign them long term, then I ain't doing it, or maybe we need to move off of them because they're not going to sign them long term, and you don't want to get stuck. And the Astros have gotten stuck multiple times. Like, they didn't get anything for Bregman, and he left. They didn't get anything for Springer, and he left. They didn't get anything for Correa, and he left. They didn't get anything for Cole, and he left. Verlander, all the guys that they've left over time. So I don't know. I don't know if that'd be dangerous if that's what they're going to do with Hunter. If they're not going to pay Hunter Brown, should they get the most that they can get out of him?
Right, and that's what it's all based off of. If I'm the GM of the Astros and you tell me, hey, we're not going to pony up the money to sign Hunter Brown to his next contract, then yeah, I would trade him with a year and a half left of team control. I would not wait until that offseason. That's the whole thing. We've seen that in baseball where the package can be a lot different when you include the half of season before the offseason. So, yeah, that's the case. And that's the whole premise of this Jeremy Pena idea as well, that if you're having those conversations already in the front office and Jim Creighton is saying, like, yeah, you know what, I don't want to pay that much for a shortstop who's been inconsistent and is going to be 31 when he hits free agency, whatever it is, 30 years old. If you're telling me we're not going to sign him long-term, then I would trade him, and I would trade him. The right time to trade him is at this deadline. And same thing with Hunter Brown. I would love to keep both of them, especially Hunter Brown. He would be my Steve Carlton, keep him on this team for his entire career. But if I'm getting indications that he's going to be too expensive to keep around, then move him and do it with a year and a half left of team control to get the best possible deal.
Looking at the text line, I think somebody makes a really good point, which is hard for me when we discuss all of these things because the way it's trending, the Astros are trending to be involved in the trade market from a perspective we're not used to seeing them involved from the trade market when you have the worst record in the American League and you're now 10 games under. But this person here, I don't want Dana Brown making another important decision for this club, and I think that is a fair one.
Oh, yeah.
To me, any decisions like that, I think it is fair because those guys don't have contracts. They're going, him and Joe, and we're doing a countdown on Joe every day. Dana and them are going too. You can't let Dana make the Jeremy Pena decision or obviously Jordan, but you can't let him make any of those major decisions. That's got to be made by the guy coming in.
Right. Yeah. I know you have the countdown on Joe Espada, but I think Dana Brown should be first because of that reason. I don't want him making any decisions this summer on this team because he should not be here beyond this season. And also when you talk about a guy with an expiring contract who's set to be fired, he doesn't care about the future of this team anyways. So then you get a little more desperate. And I'm honestly surprised that we haven't seen Dana Brown try to pull anything just yet. But when you don't care, when you're trying to preserve your own job, who cares about the future and any prospects or this or that? You'll make a crazy move for the short term that doesn't help the long term to try to keep yourself around. And so for that reason alone, I wouldn't want him making any decisions the rest of the season. I think it's best to pull off the Band-Aid as soon as possible.
Yeah. All right, coming up, let's look at the Texans. And I think this one is an interesting conversation because it looks like the Texans have really put together a team they've wanted to put together. And it feels they are really happy with it. Do you feel like this is going to be the best team in the D'Amico era? Do you feel that way right now? This is year 4. We're seeing how this team is coming together. Do you feel like this is the best team that's most equipped to advance in the playoffs? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans' schedule is coming. We know who they'll be playing and where, but Thursday...
281-222-2222.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Clint Stoerner's out today, but Luke is in the building as he joins us, and you've heard him all over the place as he's on with us at times. He's on within the Loop, Payne and Pendergast, Area 45. You've heard Luke Morrow all over Sports Radio 610, and we are happy to have him. What is that again?
Like a bouse.
Okay. It just gets away from PC at night.
It really does. And I love it.
This came out of nowhere.
Like a mouse.
Like that was in reference to there. All right.
Luke, obviously.
Yeah.
Got clearly, I guess. Shout out to PC as listen to that. Right there, if you want to hear some more of that, Area 45 every night. 7 to 11, him and Sean Bijani. You might just get a Like a Boss out of nowhere right there for you. The best late-night sports show in all of Houston right there, Area 45.
Like a bouse.
There it is. It's all yours right there. Hot takes and Like a Boss.
What
right
possessed him to say it like that?
I'd like to know what reference we got there from PC. I'm sure it was something spectacular. All right. Probably made Colin feel nervous. All right. This is interesting to me because they have really, and I mean the Texans fellas have clearly put this team and built it. It seems like really the way they want. From the coaching staff, they've got Nick Caley in, and now they have moved most of the guys that didn't have a lot of New England ties out, and they've brought in more guys that understand, especially from the offensive side, the offense. And they have built this team into a defensive juggernaut led by D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke. And now this offense, they've wanted it to be a lot more physical. I'm not going to say that S word that they completely overuse, but they wanted it to be a more physical team, that their offense seemed to reflect closer to what their defense was. That's how it appears that they've wanted to build this thing. And now they're in year 4 of the program. They seem to have the type of running back they want. They seem to have the type of O-line they want. They seem to have the offense they want. We'll see if the quarterback is able to execute exactly what they want. But they seem like they are really happy the way this team is built. You think this is the best team they've had? This is the team that gives them the best chance to advance as far as they can in the postseason, the way this thing is set up?
I have a tough time with this question because, no, I don't think it's the best team. But I feel like I have the best feeling about this team. And maybe that's more so in regard to the rest of the league and what we saw last year. Maybe I'm being a prisoner of the moment with the whole Sam Darnold, Drake May thing and thinking that the Texans have a better chance of having that type of success than in years past. But like on paper, I still have too many questions about the offense and especially like the playmakers to want to say it's the best I've felt about the roster or best I felt on paper about this team. But yet, I still feel like if the plan comes together, at least they have an actual plan and they've built this team how they want and they know how they're going to attack. And if it works out, then maybe they do have the best chance to make a run in the playoffs this year than any of the years past. But I also think Vegas is a good barometer, and they've set the win total at the same 9.5 wins for now 3 straight years.
Haven't they? Yeah.
So in their eyes, this team has just kind of been the same, at least on paper, each of the last 3 years. So I don't know how much better they are on paper this year than they were in years past. And yet, with that said, if I can talk out of both sides of my mouth, I think I do feel more confident about them this year than maybe the others. And I think that might be more about the rest of the league, though.
Yeah, and I mean that in D'Amico's era, right? This is the 4th year. Someone texted and said, this is the best Texans team in the D'Amico era. I feel like the 24 team was more, in my mind, even though their offensive line was in shambles for most parts of the year, that was the Kenyon Green fiasco that then led to Kendrick Green, and then finally led to Titus Howard having to move over to left guard. So basically, by the end of it, when they were in the playoffs, they went Laramie Tunzel, who was a Pro Bowler, Titus Howard at guard. Who's the kid from Notre Dame, 54, the center guard. He was like a 6th-round pick that beat out Drew Scruggs. I can't remember his name right now. It'll come to me, or you guys will find it. He's been here a while. I'm concerned if he's going to make the team this year. But he was the center, and then it was obviously Shaq Mason who just fell apart, and then they ended up having to put Blake Fisher over there because there was so many struggles. But that was their offensive line. Their offensive line had problems, and they were injury. They had the injury issues with Tank obviously getting hurt in Kansas City late in the season, Stephon Diggs. But that team felt like it was more equipped. We'll see what David Montgomery was, but that was a really good Joe Mixon that year as he goes to the Pro Bowl, voted, not like an alternate, but he was voted to the Pro Bowl that year with Derrick Henry, and I forget who the other AFC running back was, but he was really good. That was one of Nico's best seasons. To me, you felt like you had even though CJ took a step back from year one because, sure, who wouldn't, and he was taking more chances. Like that was a much more confident CJ, and a CJ in which an offense under Bobby Slowick, even though a lot of people had issues with it, it felt like they were more equipped to win games differently. They could go and, put up 40 on the Cowboys. They could go and score big, against, better teams. They had a shootout against the Colts, to open up the season that year, 29-27. It just felt like they could do more offensively. And their defense was, now maybe not to the defense that we expected to be this year, but they were still a top 6 defense, one of the best teams in terms of sacks. Will Anderson is maybe not the player we expect him to be this year, but that was year 2. He was really good. Daniil was really good. Lassiter was great as a rookie. I think that was probably Stingley's best year where he was an all-pro for the first time. So Jarrett Patterson, that's who that was. Jarrett Patterson is who 54 was. That was a center. Thank you, text line. But I don't know. I felt like that team had more balance offensively and defensively. Even though the offense wasn't great, wasn't like it was a year before, but it was more balanced. They could run the football with only Joe, but they could run the football with Joe, and then they could throw the ball down the field if they needed, and their defense was good enough that year. So it feels like that team is more equipped now. The field may not be as good as that team had to face, but right now it feels like this Texans team doesn't have as many ways to win. Like it feels like they're going to, and I think they're going to win a lot of games this way, but they're going to defend their asses off. They're going to run the football, control the ball, if they get out in the shootouts, which they probably won't a lot with this defense, it makes you wonder if they can play in those games. But I think that team was a little bit more equipped than what this team looks like it is.
I do agree with that. And for some reason, I like I said, I still do feel more confident, I believe, in this squad. And I think, like I said, because of this perception that the league is moving in the direction of what the Texans are building as opposed to 2024. But on paper, yeah, I think that team was better in 2024. And for me, the big difference is just looking at that offense. I mean, Montgomery and Mixon, it can be comparable. But the wide receiving room, I think, is a big difference where you had a healthy Tank Dell at the time, at least before the big injury, and you had, like you said, Stephon Diggs, and you just don't have that same thing this year. And then even you had C.J. Stroud coming off that MVP-type season where now we have more questions about the quarterback. But you felt better about the team and the way they played in that first year, winning 10 games, and you figured they were going to take a next step in year 2. And this year, you're coming off that debacle in the playoffs where, just like the not hope. The vibes, I guess, are a little bit lower now based off what we saw in the playoffs than coming off of 2023 as well. But, yeah, the big thing for me is...
You felt a lot better about your quarterback.
Yeah, for sure. And the offense as a whole.
Yeah.
And I think part of that, too, is just on paper. Like, you go back to that wide receiver room. That's the big concern for me here is I think you're relying too much or they're putting too much hope on these young kids taking a big step in year 2 and or this whole Tank Dell thing. I mean, I heard the audio from Sam Monson and I'm trying to blank on his co-host with that 33rd GM podcast, the guy, the big tall guy. And they were talking about this offense. It's going to be different this year with Tank Dell. I just feel like maybe I'm way out of the loop. I feel like still you can't rely, like anything you get from Tank Dell is almost gravy. I think if you're making any plans for this offense that revolve around him, I would still be very weary of that before we see him actually get out there and see what he's like in real game. Look, the videos look great and the progress and all this sort of stuff, but how much can you rely on him throughout this season? So I still have questions about the playmakers on this offense. And to your point, if they're going to try to play a certain style where defensive coaches like to keep games low-scoring and close and just not make the mistakes and pull it out in the end, and obviously we know Caserio and the Patriots ties, the Super Bowls used to be a bore until Bill Belichick and the Patriots dynasty because Belichick always wanted to keep games close and just make enough plays to win. But my point in all this is if that's how the Texans want to play, then you might be asking a lot from this offense when you have questions about the quarterback and he doesn't have enough playmakers, pass catchers, to go out there and make the big plays when you need to most, and you're playing on such thin margins as a defensive team that's trying to play these close, low-scoring games that it could ultimately bite you.
Text line coming in, most talented of D'Amico's era. This is the first season you have hope at the offensive line. This team has the biggest upside. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I guess if you're looking at those young receivers you talked about as some upside, that's what I would look at this team is their floor is extremely high. I mean, I know Clinton and I, we've talked about that. Like, it is hard for me to see them just have – they don't have a lot of players in which you don't really know kind of exactly what you're going to get. Now, especially offensively, maybe those aren't stars outside of really Nico and maybe CJ when he's at his best. But, like, offensive line across, even though I believe there is more hope in this offensive line, like there's, besides maybe Ursery, there's not a lot of, like, boy, I feel like this guy is got a high ceiling there. We'll see about the rookie Rutledge, but there's not a lot of that. The receivers, I don't think so. I don't think there's like we got a guy laying in the weeds over there that's got a chance to be a potential star like in Higgins or Knoll. I just don't think the offense potentially will allow that the way that they want to run things. David Montgomery is a really, really good back, solid back, but I think there's not a lot of upside there. The defense is special. The defense is in a whole nother ball game, a whole nother level. But yeah, I don't know that I look at it as this team has a ton of upside. But the offensive line thing, the best thing to me about why you feel good about this is it is very clear that they know exactly what they want to do and want to be, and they have built this team to a T to what that is. Now, does that mean that this team gives them the best opportunity to go through some of the teams and get to where they're trying to get to? I don't know. But I do know they absolutely have a formula and know what they want to be, and they have the best team equipped that we've seen for them to be able to try to execute that. So I do think that is the case. It is just when you look at it, I don't know. You look at the Rams, you say, not only do they have a good team that's built the way they wanted to be built, you can look at that team and tell that is a team that has enough different ways that they could win and different pieces that is a team that is not only built the way they want to be, but they could win it all. And I don't know that this Texans team is that right now. So
I agree with you. Yeah. I think they do have to follow a specific script to be successful. And if you get off that script, what does that look like? And a lot of people do point to the Seahawks. I don't want to beat a dead horse with the whole playmakers in the wide receiver room, but a lot of people point to the Seahawks of last year and think the Texans could be like this year's Seahawks, but even like Seattle. I mean, obviously, Jackson Smith and Jigba can be compared to Nico Collins, but then you still had like Cooper Kupp, and you have two different running backs, and you had A.J. Barner as a tight end who had a good year. Like, I just don't know if it's comparable when you talk about the weapons offensively. The Texans are never going to be bad, to your point. They scored fewer than 21 points in half their games last year and still should have been in the Super Bowl.
And they can still win. Yeah.
Right. So their defense is always going to put them in every game, and it travels and all that sort of stuff. But can they be good enough? Can the offense be good enough to take them to that level? Because that was the problem last year. They should have been in the Super Bowl. The offense was just a nightmare. Is the offense going to be good enough to get them to that point this year where, admittedly, the AFC should be better this year than it was last year in the playoffs?
Text line, why would you not have faith in your second-round pick? Come on now. I didn't say I don't have faith in Higgins. I don't think that Higgins is a guy that has high upside. I think he's going to be a solid player. I don't think he has high upside. But it says, why are y'all so down on Higgins and Noel? Again, I don't think those guys have high upside, and I don't think that the offense is going to help them be able to. Yeah. Like, I think this offense is probably going to have enough for Nico Collins to be like a 1,000-yard receiver. And then probably their tight end is probably going to be a big thing. They're not going to spread this thing out. They're not going to roll out here in a way where Nico can be a star and Higgins can be a star. This isn't going to be the Bengals. This is going to be a team that's going to be run first and many times probably run second as well. All right, coming up, we do this on every Tuesday, a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if that statement is real or fake. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Like a bouse.
Area 45 with podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Before we get to a little real or fake, which we do every Tuesday, as we had our conversation and we came into the receivers of Noel and Higgins, I don't think they have a lot of upside on this team for a lot of reasons. A couple people text in. Higgins had 6 touchdowns as a rookie. Y'all tripping. Noel and Higgins will take a big step this year. You guys are wrong. No, okay. How many times do you think they're going to throw the ball this year? Like, how many times do you think going into games, you're seeing how they build this? They got a bunch of thanks, Cal. You know it. They got a bunch of let's put people on their ass and drive them back 5-10 yards type dudes. That's what they want. They have built this thing and went and got David Montgomery. And watch their quarterback. What I feel has something to do with it. Watch their quarterback put the ball on the ground multiple times or giving it to the other team multiple times in the postseason. They have shifted. If you go and look at virtually every one of those linemen that it looks like will start, like the part of the game that many people say they got to work on the most is the pass protection. But they are all put people on their ass and run the football. Man, this feels like, to me, this is about to be like Ben Roethlisberger's rookie year. I'm telling you, boy, I bet you D'Amico, Nick Caley, and company, they want to throw this puppy 25 times. I'll be honest with you, I think Higgins is just a solid receiver. I don't think there's anything special. I think the potential special thing for him is his size in the red zone. But that's it. I think there is potentially something with Noel. I just don't think they're in an offense that is going. They're not a quarterback centric offense. And so when you got Nico Collins, who better get touches. Like, it's just not – there's not going to be enough rolling around there. Someone texting play action passes run. Yeah, I know it. They're not going to run 40 of them. CJ led the league in passing yards his rookie year with 270-something. Folks, that's gone. That is long gone. This is not an aggressive team that's going to put it up enough. I'm not saying that they can't be a good offense. That's not what they want to be. Right? And I'm not saying those two suck, but this offense is just not going to showcase that to me with those two guys. So,
yeah. Also, I think Dalton Schultz would be like number 2 on the list of targets before them. Obviously, Nico's the star, and then I think Dalton will get more opportunities in this type of offense before you even get to these other receivers.
Yeah. So, listen, I hope they jump out. Again, I think there is something with Noel. I thought it was ridiculous that 2 for 20, Applebee's, Christian Kirk just kept getting on the field ahead of him. And I thought he should have. He showed things. He showed promise. The Niner game, the Seahawks game, and then they just relegated my man to a kickoff and punt return guy because of Christian. So I think there's something there with him. But, no, I just don't think this is an offense that is going to showcase those guys like that. This is not Mike McDaniel. I mean, you ain't got Waddle and Hill like being able to get, that many targets together.
Trash offense.
I don't think it's a trash offense. Right? That's not fair. That's not at all what I said. It's not a passing offense. All right, real or fake? Let's start with you, Luke. Real or fake? Amen Thompson can be a number 2 on a championship team. Real or fake?
No, I'm going to say fake. I just don't think he's well-rounded enough to be a number 2. I like Amen, I would put him more as a number 3 on a championship type of team. But I think the shooting or lack thereof is the big thing that would hold him back of being that true go-to number 2 type of guy. So I'll say that is not real.
All right. I think you're right. It's probably fake. I just don't know what he is yet. Yeah. From an offensive perspective. Because I look at it, and this is really year 2 of him really getting like big time and big minutes. And you look at it, and he is filling the stat sheet. Like he fills that puppy in a major way. And end up averaging closer to 20 this year. And what was Amin Thompson's averages? He averaged during the regular season 8 over 18 a game, over 5 assists, and almost 8 rebounds a game. Like those are steps up from last year where he really showed promise. And I don't think it's far-fetched to think that this guy's going to be a 20-point-a-game scorer. He was damn near close with Kevin Durant on the team and Şengün on the team. I don't think it's far-fetched to think he could be a 20-point scorer, and then when you add on everything else he brings to the table from a rebounding perspective and a defensive perspective, he impacts the game greatly. But, yeah, when I start thinking about 2s, can he be as effective as Jalen Williams from OKC? Can he be as effective as who's the 2 on Minnesota? Is that a championship team? Can he be as effective as a Julius Randle? Is it? It's a good question. It's a good thought. 3, you feel really good about.
Yeah.
But 2, the 1 would have to be really, really good offensively, and he would just have to have the right combination of guys on the floor with him that kind of shows his skills if his 3-point shooting doesn't jump up better.
Right. I don't think he can take over a game like that, a playoff game, down the stretch, almost like what Jaylen Brown would do many times as a number 2. And, yeah, like I said, the shooting. I think it's like a lesser version of Giannis. That was always the concern, and obviously Giannis eventually won a championship, but that was always the concern of him in the playoffs as well. And I think similar with the men, where just the shooting is not good enough to be that true number 2.
Yeah. All right, so that is Amin Thompson, real or fake. All right, Tyler, real or fake? It's a problem for the Texans if Jake Andrew wins the starting center job. Real or fake? It's a problem for the Texans if Jake Andrews is the one who wins the starting center job. Real or fake?
I'm going to go with real here. Now, if young Jake Andrews somehow found another gear in this offseason, he comes out and he's a beast and he's moving bodies and he's playing center, that's one thing, obviously, and it would be completely fake. But I think it's real. I mean, this is year 3 for this guy. We kind of know what he is to this point. You've got a lot riding on your first-round pick that you got this year in the big fellow, Big Red. So I'm going to say that's real. They need to find their actual everyday, every game center, and you already know what you got in Jake.
Yeah, I think it's real, Luke and Tyler. I'm with you, Tyler. If Jake Andrews cannot be beat out by Keelan Rutledge, who you moved up to go get, and if you got a guy you moved up to go get, when I still question and wonder who the hell was trying to go get Keelan Rutledge. And he doesn't start at center because we know that you don't want to put these guys that you actually invested good money in at guard on the bench. You don't want to put your first-round pick on the bench. If he's not good enough to beat out Jake Andrews, I'm talking right now. If he's not good enough to beat out Jake Andrews, this needs to be a Kamari Lassiter situation. Kamari Lassiter walked right in and beat all of those jokers out, all of those journeymen out. The C.J. Hendersons, the Jeff Okuda. I don't even think either one of their asses were even on the team halfway through the season. He, day one, beat them out and never gave up his spot. This is what this has to be. Jake Andrews cannot be a starter on this team.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm in line with both you guys. And in large part because of it just goes with that track record of the Texans with the offensive line, especially in the draft. And this can't be the latest example of, like you said, that first-round pick who you move up for and he can't win a starting spot on the team as a rookie. So you got to – this is a big pick for Nick Caserio and that offensive line, and you got to hit it, and hopefully that means him as your starting center as a rookie to begin the year.
Yeah, it's got to be. All right, one last one real quick. Tyler, next year will be the final season for LeBron James, real or fake?
I think that's real. He'll take the page out of Jeter's book for sure, do the tour as he should, and as the NBA will love, and it'll be an event at every away game for wherever LeBron's playing, for whoever he's playing for. But yeah, I think LeBron's done after next season.
Real or fake?
I'm going to say fake. I don't know. I can't see him ever retiring. I don't know when it's going to happen. Ever.
Ain't dead yet.
But I also think like Kevin Willis has the record for being oldest player in NBA history. I could see LeBron wanting to set that too, of being the oldest player ever, which would be he'd have to play till he's 45, and I could see that happening. And maybe even like Francis Ford Coppolaing his way with another kid, getting another son.
Get Bryce?
Yeah, forcing him into the NBA somehow, shoehorning him in so he could play with him too.
It might get his daughter in. Yeah. I think it's real. I think this is it. It feels like it is time. It is it. How long did Brady play? Maybe he's trying to match his age. Did Brady give us 45, 40-something? But Brady played pretty old. Maybe he's trying to match that, but I don't know. I'm with you, Tyler. I think this is it. I think it's done.
Yeah, Brady was 45.
45. God damn. That was football. Maybe he's thinking to himself, I got to get to 46. I can
set the record for the NBA too.
I just don't like. He's averaged over 20 points in every one of his 23 seasons. I need that. Like you can't dip underneath that. Chill out, man.
Second greatest player we've ever seen do it.
The falsehoods that are being just spewed on here on the drive today is ridiculous. Coming up,
third best.
I do want to touch something you said. It's not true either. I do want to touch something you said earlier that in passing, that I want to revisit about a piece on this Texans team. I want to get to that, and we had a real two America situation that happened last night, and it has happened here in Houston that we got to discuss, fellas. We have to discuss. We'll do that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, you know what time it is, and you know what season it is, and you better get on it because that season will close.
TexansGolfHof.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com and appliance.
Work.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There's a bit of a Two America situation that occurred with one of Tyler's most hated athletes. Guy who started I think he is the originator of the turd list.
Definitely a co-founder.
And the same thing that occurred at this Two America situation was a big thing a couple of years ago here with one of the top athletes. We'll get to that here in a second. But I wanted to bring up something you talked about that they were talking about Sam Munson. I used to like Sam. He used to catch me off guard when I used to have him on, and that accent comes out, and he's talking real hardcore about the NFL. But do you think they're actually banking on Tank Dell? Like, I would assume that they're looking at Tank Dell as like, man, whatever we get from Tank Dell is gravy. I would hope the Texans aren't looking at him with the expectations. Like, I think they're looking obviously at Nico with certain expectations and Dalton with certain expectations. Hell, I think Higgins with certain expectations this year. You know, I think they have got to be in let's just wait and see mode with Tank Dell. I would hope there is not a, hey, Tank Dell is expected to be this part of our offense. Now, if he forces his way into there, yes, that's one thing. But I would hope there's not a thought of we expect him to be this, like the previous years when he wasn't injured.
It's been what I've been saying all along since the injury happened. That, like, anything you get from him the rest of the way is that gravy. You can't count on it, and you can't bake him into any of your plans. You have to plan around him, and then if he's able to return and play, then it's just a nice bonus. But you can't make him part of your attack or your plan. But I heard that clip from Sam, and that was like a selling point for him with this offense of, hey, getting Tank Dell back. And I've heard other people say this too, like it's a guarantee that he's going to return here and be the version that he was early on in his career before the injury, 2023, 2024. And I think that's a big leap or a big assumption. And do the Texans feel this way? I don't know, maybe because, like, I would have loved to have added Jawan Jennings. He signed a 1-year deal, and he's a guy
up to $13 million.
Yeah, and he's somebody who's not only put up big numbers, but he's a very good pass blocker, or I should say blocker in the run game for a receiver, which would fit in perfectly with this team, what they want to do. And I think that's a good addition. Like, you're just missing that veteran presence. It's why they went out and got a Christian Kirk last year. So either they're banking on these receivers really taking that step forward, or banking on Tank Dell, and I'm worried about both of those. And
it's a fair thing, Luke, because they seem to be pretty comfortable with where they are.
Right.
Like in the draft, there wasn't a big notion to go get somebody that can really, help the team this year or compete this year. So they do seem to be very comfortable with their group, and that could include Tank Dell. I think we'll see a lot training camp if he is out there, banging it out with the ones, and you could see him out there running with Nico, or they're taking it slow with a guy. I think that'll be an indication. But boy, I don't know. They know his medicals and where he is a lot, obviously better than we do. But that just seemed like a catastrophic injury in which they haven't even been able to guarantee that he would go to OTAs. That's why I think they're just seeing what they have. They're like, well, we'll see. We're not trying to rush him back. That's what we've heard a lot of, and we'll see on it. But I don't think anybody can look at it and like, because if it was the Tank Dell, we remember that it completely changes the thought of this offense. Like, you got a clear 1-2 punch, because we've seen that clear 1-2 punch work well together in Nico and Tank, and then people would fall in their space, but they feel comfortable with their receiving group and didn't feel like they needed to add anything. And there were options, and there's still options out there if they want to. So I think it's a valid thought that they believe Tank could be an answer for them.
Yeah, and maybe it's more about those other guys in the room, like you're saying. Hey, either way, I don't feel good enough about the wide receiving room, and I certainly would not count on anything from Tank Dell. I look at him as almost like an RG3 or somebody like that, where they were just never the same. They were a fraction of themselves, and they were just kind of there. And RG3, could step in every once in a while, but he never really had another chance to be a starter, and he wasn't the same quarterback and couldn't do the same things. And I think it's similar. I think it's foolish if you think you're going to get the Tank Dell of old, and I don't think you can really consider him into any of your plans. But I've heard it from multiple people, not just the Sam Monson, but a lot of the national media when they're talking about this Texans offense, and they keep saying, you're going to get Tank Dell back this year. I don't know if you are, or if you are, I don't know how big of an impact that can have.
And the other part to me that it tells is, like, this team, receivers aren't as important to maybe other teams because of the style that they want to play.
Right.
So, maybe it's not as much as they need. Maybe in a Bobby Slowick offense, they're banking on more, and they need a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if they need that in this offense. All right. Luke and Tyler, there was a two Americas situation that occurred with James Harden. James Harden, after playing well again, tying that series up. That's fun one now. Cleveland and the Pistons tied up there.
Mm-hmm.
The Guardians are hosting the Anaheim Angels this week. That's who's in town playing the Guardians. And a reporter noticed that James Harden was wearing an Anaheim Angels hat. And the reporter asked him about the Angels cap. He said, are you wearing the Angels hat because they're in town this week? Are you an Angels fan? James said, I don't know who's playing. I don't know nothing. I wasn't watching TV or nothing. I just wake up and do the same thing every day. Practice every day.
I got to actually learn how to play basketball.
You remember CJ came out of that Seattle Mariners hat?
Indeed.
And that sent some people, I think Tyler too, in a bit of a tizzy.
Yeah, awareness rating 0.
I just wanted to say in both of these cases, because I'm sure there is a fan base that look at him. Hold on, is he wearing an Angels hat? That's what the damn Guardians are playing right now. Like, why didn't he have a Guardians hat?
Not smart in your market, bud.
Yep, black folks don't really care about.
Oh, come on! You can't compare turd ass James Harden in this one instance, and then roll with it for CJ.
I think both of them. Now, I'm with you. Quarterbacks should probably have more awareness, maybe.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you, like, there is no thought process of let me get up and understand what hat I'm wearing. I think they just like the hat.
Sure, when I was a teenager, I had unlimited 5950s of other baseball teams, but then I grew up.
But you think about it. You think about it, right? Like, I'm not going to catch you in a A's hat.
Hell nah.
But I got a Yankee hat out in the house. I got a White Sox hat that I wear sometimes.
Oh, you can't do that.
I got a Padres hat.
I'm feeling nauseous.
I just like the hat. I'm just telling you, black folks, they don't. Not all. Obviously, we're not all the same. But a lot of black folks not really giving a damn or thinking about,
I'd recommend,
the A's are in the division.
I'd recommend Stroud not following the steps of one turd, James Harden.
But CJ the same thing. I think CJ just liked the Seattle hat and threw it on, and it's a hat he liked. I bet he's probably got a Yankees hat that maybe thank God after that he saw how much that lost that maybe he not wear it, or maybe he will.
That's what I'm saying. He better have learned his lesson. I don't think we'll see that.
But I don't even learn his lesson. I don't think he it's just not even a thought process. I like the hat. I'm gonna roll with that.
It will be now.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I just I think that's why James was so taken. Man, I don't care about this. I don't know the hell they're playing. Like I don't give a rip. Hell, he'll wear a Reds one.
He doesn't give a rip about a lot though.
Yeah, it's not for me. It's not the Harden one's not so bad. I need better decision making though from my quarterback.
Oh,
yes,
especially when it's the Mariner. Like if he was wearing a Tigers hat, not as bad. Or maybe not the Tigers with their former.
What about a
Astros.
Dodgers hat? Where he's from? That would have been a tough one out for you. Yeah,
at least where he's from, sure. But the Mariners in Houston, come on.
Yeah, text line coming in. Exactly. The hat is fly. You wear it. Yep.
But like for me, Luke, too, like I think it's a totally different situation with the CJ Stroud thing and the Mariners hat. If, say, it's like the off season, like it's the middle of January or something, and you cannot be doing that whenever that team is in action and they're having like an in-division battle and the fans are into it. They're heated. They're wanting to pull for him, pull through, be on the top of their division once again. And then you see your quarterback wearing an AL West Mariners hat.
Bro, I'm telling you, he has never in his life thought about wearing a baseball hat.
No, I'm not saying I never thought he put the Mariners hat on like, oh, I'm going to piss some people off today. No, I didn't think that. That's how I thought it went down, but you got to have better awareness. You got to have better awareness with as impassioned as fans are. Fan stands for fanatic, people.
Yeah. Or nah. Or fans could say, oh, he just likes the hat.
Oh, but we both know it's not going to happen because
is that the start of the turn on CJ? Is that the start of the turn on CJ when he came out there in that Mariners hat?
No,
I don't think he played particularly.
Texans fans are particularly not pleased with his play on the field, and then that kind of was a supplementary factor to the thing.
All right, coming up. A little Dirty's Daily, and fellas, I am really nervous for tonight. Ime pitches tonight. I am really, really nervous for him. I am concerned. They have thrown him into this lineup. Is it Care Bears night tonight? They have thrown
yeah.
They have thrown him in this lineup, and I don't think he's ready at all, and I feel like it's going to get really bad for him if he pitches poorly. We'll discuss that coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Hughley has came in the game.
The Texans' schedule is coming. We know who they'll be. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Let's do a little Dirties Daily as Clint is out today, but Luke is in the building, and we're in good hands as he is well equipped to hang out with us here on The Drive. Tyler's in the building as well. We appreciate you all, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch for jumping in. Text line coming in. It's a damn hat. Thank you, show. I have every MLB hat, and I'm a Astros fan. It ain't that serious. Derwin, CJ is young enough to know when to read the room. The Mariners hat was not his first controversy.
Who said it was serious?
There were some people who were real serious about that, man. That hat, that when CJ pulled out that Mariners hat, there was a...
I mean, I thought it was a stupid move on CJ's part. I wasn't a fan of it, but I don't think I was... and Raven.
I don't think you were. There were some people who were mad about that.
Also,
big mad.
There's a difference between Dexter sitting on his couch wearing a Padres hat and C.J. Stroud representing the Texans going in front of the media wearing a Mariners hat. There's a difference there, too.
Yeah, I like, and I said this to you in the break, I like the thought of, because I'm with you, I'd like my quarterback to have awareness of things. I just genuinely believe that was not anything that the thinking of to be aware of. I don't think he'd wear a Seahawks hat in. Don't make that face. He would not wear another football team's hat in. I'm certain he would not do that.
Might wear the Gamblers.
Yeah, maybe the Gamblers. But no, hell, I don't even think he'd wear the Gamblers. Nope, not even the Cougs, none of it. Right? But I'm with you on awareness. I literally believe to him that was like, all right, this is the shirt I want to wear today. So this is a cool hat. Like it, like the hat, like the look of it. This is what I wore today. I just don't think now. I don't think Davis Mills thinking that same way. Davis Mills burned all of his Georgia stuff. All of his. I bet he's got some Braves hats. I bet he burned them all. Let him ride. I just don't. I don't think it was an on purpose thing. All right. It is Care Bears night at the Daikin, so that is fun. Lineup is out. It is Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Paredes. Alvarez is the DH tonight. Walker, Cam Smith, Zach DeZenzo, Shoemaker's in the lineup again at shortstop. Bryce Matthews is in the lineup as Christian Vasquez is catching tonight. So that is the lineup. But the game is really about the starting pitcher on the mound. The game is really about the starting pitcher on the mound. And Imai has been called up after 2 minor league starts. And if I'll remind you, his major league season, Luke, is 8 2/3, 7.27 ERA.
Holy mother of God!
13 Ks against 11 walks in 3 starts. He then made 2 minor league starts after. What do you have? Dead arm?
Yeah, tired arm.
That and Mills at the wrong time. Yeah,
tired arm at around April 7th or something. It's interesting, but his 2 minor league starts, 2 games, 5 innings, 10.80 ERA, 7 hits, 6 earned, 8 walks, 5 Ks. And after that performance of back-to-back starts, he then is called up to face the Seattle Mariners.
Welcome home.
Yeah, ready to go.
I am not going to lie. I am nervous and scared to watch what's going to happen in this. Because I think people are going to lose their minds. I think people are on edge anyway with how he has handled things, how he has become a bit of an explanation / excuse maker
Makes us all nervous.
From things of the weather to the firmness of the mound to the timing of when he should eat to the game plan. Get on the mound, to how they game plan, to the rest.
Pitch clock,
that's another one. Like, he's had a lot of those in there, and his performance has stunk. And I am concerned and nervous for him because I think the noise will get louder. And it is hard for me. I hope I am getting proven wrong, but it is hard for me to see what he has done and his inability to be able to get through innings, get guys out, and not walk AA and AAA guys to think he's going to walk up here and put it on the Seattle Mariners. I just feel like this is probably going to go very similar to what it has been for him.
You can't find the strike zone, man.
I know it. And when he does, he finds it. And he gets tattooed. And I just, like, I am nervous, Luke and Tyler, to watch him tonight.
As you should be.
Because I don't think it's going to get good. And there is a part of me that feels bad for him because I know that I would imagine the transition is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get the feels he's probably going to come out with an excuse afterwards if the game isn't up to where he wants it to be. But I don't feel good at all about this, and I think a lot of people are going to look bad. I don't think he should be pitching up here based off what he has shown.
Yeah, maybe you should be worried or afraid for like Dana Brown, because if things don't go well, I wonder what the excuse will be, and if it is pointed towards like being rushed back or what am I doing here. I'm more intrigued than anything, curious to see how it goes and if there is any difference after some time away and a couple of rehab starts. But remember, the last time we saw him in the big leagues was against this Mariners team, and he walked 5 of 7 batters he faced. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe there's, he was just getting warmed up against those guys. Now he's going to be ready to go.
No.
But, it's not great. It's intriguing to see.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's intriguing to see how he does. How much worse can it get? And is there some improvement tonight after this time away? He's been gone from the big league roster for about a month. Pitched twice in rehab, like you said. Those were disasters. So it's kind of like a train wreck. I don't know. Like, let's see what we get tonight.
I feel like they're forcing him into this.
Find you a few more excuses.
I'm sorry. I don't, maybe, and they know more than I do. I don't think he was down there just working on stuff. And this is what it led to. Because the manager, Joe Espada, said before his start in AAA, hey, man, we're looking for him to go 4 or 5 innings, and we want to see him throw strikes. That was literally what he asked of him.
That was a no-brainer for me.
And he did not. He could not. He continued to walk people. He continued to. It was wild. He threw 27 strikes off of 63 pitches in that game. Like, I don't know, man. And what makes me feel bad, because I feel like this would push even closer to this, is he is so comparable of the 2026 Houston Astros to me, in which I know it's early. I know it is. I know it's early with the Astros. And I heard the promo from our guy, Patrick Creighton, Area 45, every night, 7 to 11, where he said, it's just silly to start talking about packing things up and going, well, no, I don't. I've got a few suitcases, and I got a few things to get ready to pack.
It's a long season, y'all.
Like, I look at this team, man. I know it's early. I know it's just May 12th, and I know they've made comebacks in 2005 to make the World Series and what they did the first year of Espada. But you can look at this team, guys. Right, Hunter Brown's feels like a month away. We'll see, how long some of these other guys are. Like, this is, it's early, but you can look and see the way this team is playing.
It's not getting any better.
They're not. This is not a team that's about to go on a huge run to get themselves into playoff contention. And just like I know it's early, Luke, it is hard. It is hard to look at this kid and think, not just on the field and his performance, but everything that's around it and how he is so uncomfortable and how he is struggling so much with not just on the field stuff, but off the field stuff. It feels like a long shot that he is going to become the successful pitcher that they looked and thought he could be. And his numbers were amazing in Japan, but it like, I know it's early, but it feels like, man, and I know it's just been 3 starts at the major league level and 5 total, but this don't look like he is going to get himself comfortable enough to make this thing swing.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was on the air the day that he did sign, and PC earlier in the day had said he was his pick. PC had said he's going to be the rookie of the year or whatever. But
I got away from it.
I said to curb the enthusiasm because it is a big transition. And for me, the concern wasn't so much the on the field stuff or on the mound, but it is that transition of coming up. It's so different for these pitchers, and he just hasn't seemed to acclimate well or handle any of this stuff. And the big thing in Japan is, Bobby Valentine, who managed there for a long time, said that these pitchers strive for full counts. And that's why a lot of the hitters that come over, you see, have these great eyes, because the pitchers are used to nibbling and using all of their pitches. They only pitch once a week. They don't throw in between outings, and the seasons are shorter, so they can throw a lot more pitches, and they can take their time and use the counts, and it's just the whole philosophy over there. And for him, I think it's been a big problem where he just hasn't been aggressive enough or hasn't been in the strike zone enough and walking too many guys. You can see some of that ability. He did have that one good start where he had 9 strikeouts, no walks. You can see that he has that ability there. It's just all these complaints and all this other stuff. He doesn't seem to have the toughness. This is hard for me to say just sitting here, but to have the toughness to get through this big change of coming to another country, not knowing the language. It's essentially a different type of the sport. We handle it differently here. Throwing in between starts, all this different stuff. He just hasn't seemed to be able to handle it, and I don't know if that's going to get any better.
Yeah.
You're not worried so much about the arsenal, but can he handle all this other stuff off the field? And it's why I said in crosstalk, it's like, I would treat it, I say this tongue-in-cheek, but if I'm the Astros, I would pretend like I'm play now in Seinfeld where they couldn't fire George Costanzo, so they were trying to make it as awful as possible for George to just quit. And if I'm the Astros, I look at this and I think like, oh man, we have him for 3 years, but he can opt out at the end of this year. Yeah, opt out or in. Let's try to make things so miserable on him that he doesn't want to be in Houston any longer, and he'll opt out to try to go somewhere else after just 1 year, because this could, and I know it's only been a month, but this is turning out like this could be a disaster over 3 years. This could be a Hideki Arabu situation.
That's what I'm saying. I know it's early, but it just could not be going any worse in terms of your thinking of he's going to spin this thing around.
Right.
Like it could not be going any worse from that situation. So we'll see. He gets the ball tonight, but I'm not feeling 100% great about this anyway. Other news, Jeremy Pena, he and Jake Myers will begin minor league rehab assignments tonight at Double-A Corpus.
Yeah.
They will be joined by left-handed reliever and closer Josh Hader, who has had a rehab assignment in Corpus as well. So those 3 are huge pieces that they could get back soon, although I'd like to see Bryce continue to play in center field. But those are 3 that are big pieces they could get back soon. Jeremy Pena, Jake Myers, and Josh Hader are all in Double-A Corpus. And we'll see if they rush them up here like they're doing EMI. Text line coming in. It's early. Gives you enough time just to right the ship. Man, you could. I hope he does. I do. I hope we come in here and he steps up and he pitches. I don't even need a gym, but like what did Lopez say earlier? Boy, can you give me 5?
Well, the over-under on his outs is set at 13.5.
Boy.
So that would be, 3 1/3 innings?
Yeah, I'd push the button on 5 right now.
4 innings. That'd be 4 1/3 innings, right?
Push the button on him right now.
On the over-under. You think he's going to make it through the 5th?
Well, I'm saying if you could guarantee me, I'd push the button right now on them 13 outs.
Get on the mound, little fuck.
No, I don't. I think he's going to throw 47 pitches in the first 2 innings.
Makes us all nervous.
35 of them out of the strike zone.
He's going to
It sucks to suck.
And I would imagine the Mariners understand what it is. Hell, they watched him. What'd you say? He walked 5 of the first 7 batters.
Yeah.
So they've experienced him. So I feel bad, man. I feel like he's being thrown to the wolves because he's a guy that they have got to make work, and I just don't see how he is ready to perform right now the way that he is performing. I mean, I think he needs 2-3 more outings. Like, you got to at least get me down to 2 walks before we go ahead and throw you to the wolves. So we'll see what happens.
Didn't have more than 63 pitches in those rehab outings.
Oh, they couldn't keep going. My man
can't find the strike zone, and this guy's starting a major league game. Wake up!
My man threw 59 pitches in those 2 innings that first rehab start against those AA players because he could not get the ball in the strike zone, and they couldn't let him go longer.
Seems like a prereq you should probably have.
All right, a couple of things happened over the last couple of days in the NBA playoffs that really, really jumps out to how far away the Rockets are and potential things that they may need to do different that other teams have done to improve themselves. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Let's go, Rockets.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played 1 of 6 months.
analysis, and your thoughts on the game immediately after the final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Bay's Power on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Get the f*** out of bed, bitch. Go.
Oh, my. That's an attack there.
Let's go.
I know who that is.
Mr. Reblet.
That is, man.
Songbird of our generation.
Did you guys ever see the video of him getting the iPhone?
No.
He was the first person to buy an iPhone.
Was he?
Before anyone knew who he was. There's a video. He was first in line, I think in Dallas. I think he's from Texas originally.
Yeah.
And a lady offered him thousands of dollars to get his spot in line to be able to buy the first iPhone. And then when she got in there, she came with a bunch of cash. She was going to buy all these iPhones to be able to sell them. But when she got in the store, they limited it to 2 per customer. So she just paid Mark all this money to get his spot when she could only get 2 anyways. And they did a news story on it back before, obviously, he became what he's become. He was in high school. And he camped out overnight to get the first spot in line when they were selling the iPhones for the first time.
I'm going to watch that after the show.
He's got that great voice. Yeah, he's got that great voice still. It's like an 18-year-old, whatever he was.
Mm-hmm. Hit maker.
He is, man. He wants that butt.
Looking at it. I want to see that ass.
Yeah, man. He's a talented.
Turn around. Let me get a look at that ass, girl. I see
nice
you.
harmonies.
We should take it on the road.
Yeah, you
Just
guys
take it to a restaurant down here.
harmonize well.
We really I feel like we felt each other in that moment. We were really feeling that moment. We were harmonizing quite well.
I can go down. First off, Luke just said Mark like on a personal level the way he said it, and they get Mark here, and he
Yeah. Well, it's easier than saying Rebele, whatever his last name is. Just Mark.
just straight Mark.
He is an animated character.
Yeah, he's something else, man. Very talented gentleman.
Bring that ass to that air.
Yeah, bring it. Also,
the
the New York Knicks, they brought that Philadelphia 76ers ass to daddy and tore him up in a sweep. And they're back in the Eastern Conference Finals for the second straight year. But interesting enough, last year, Luke, they fired Tom Thibodeau.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they had gotten to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 20-something years. They fired. You remember they were changing street name signs. They had changed one of the streets was Carl Anthony Towns Way, and they were they were that excited about them making it to the Eastern Conference Finals. But they fired Tibbs, and then they brought in Mike Brown, and a lot of people were like, okay, all right, that's interesting. We'll see. I think people understood it. But I know you're seeing that situation, and there is a clear correlation that you see between that situation and where the Rockets actually sit right now.
Yeah, because I'm curious if the Rockets should keep an eye on that. I hated that move when it happened. I'm a Tibbs guy, similar to how I'm an Ime guy, I suppose.
You like defensive guys, okay?
I guess so.
Clearly,
yeah. I just like that hard-nosed, no-nonsense attitude. Plus, Tibbs is from not far from where I grew up, so I had a kinship towards him. And I did not like that move. And I thought it was silly with the job that he had done. But then fast forward, they figured, well, we need an offensive guy. That's what has hurt us in the playoffs. We play great defense. We play hard, yada, yada, yada. We still need enough playmakers in the big spots. And so they went and they got an offensive coach. And now to this point, look, they haven't gotten any further than they did last year with Tibbs. But it does look different so far this postseason for the Knicks, which is why they're all optimistic.
They're arguably the most impressive. I know that the Thunder have won all their games. They're 8-0. But the way that the Knicks have looked at these closeout games, they beat the hell out of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, hell out of the Hawks and the Sixers.
Yeah.
But it looks different, and it does. as you said, feel like the Knicks are more equipped to win a championship.
Right.
Now, I don't know if anybody's beating the Thunder, but they do seem more equipped to be able to do it, and their offense is completely shifted. And you looked at that team, and they had Brunson, they had some guys, but you look at them, and it was like they're not scoring enough. They can't hang with the Pacers right now. They're not scoring enough. And there is a fair thought that you look at the Rockets the same way. I mean, hell, they just put up 78 points in their final game of the regular season, had their worst game ever. The offense, there are people who were wondering and posing the question, Luke, of, do these guys practice? These guys, coach, like teams for 3 months ran a simple, we're just going to double team Kevin Durant, and it just gave them fits for 2-3 straight months.
Talking about practice?
Something. But I could see the thought of like, yo, is there an offensive mind out there that can do a similar shift that Mike Brown just did with the Knicks?
Right.
That's a fair thought.
Yeah, because if you look at the Knicks, we talk about what the Rockets need to do this offseason to get towards that level of the Thunder and go bring another star. The only player the Knicks brought in, I believe, was Jordan Clarkson, and he started one game. He came off the bench. He played an average of like 18 minutes per game this year, so it wasn't a huge addition. That's really the only change they made other than Mike Brown, and yet they won more games this year than last. They scored more points this year than last, and so far in the playoffs, they've had an easier path to the conference finals so far and are the heavy favorites to win the Eastern Conference, which would be different than last year. So I've always been an Ime guy, but then I have to admit, I look over the Knicks, I see that one simple change, and I wonder, could that be all?
It's not a simple change,
I guess
right?
not, but it's just like, one change instead of like adjusting the whole roster. Could the Rockets be just that one move away that you bring in, I don't know, pick your favorite offensive mind. You bring in somebody, and that could be the key that unlocks the potential of this team that helps elevate them at least closer to the Thunder.
Well, I think it's really fair when you dig into it of like, to me, I am a proponent of go and right now you see the landscape of the league and the Western Conference specifically. You can see the landscape if you're the Rockets. You got Kevin Durant, which means your time is short with him, and you need to give yourself the best chance to win it all. And my thought is, yeah, they should be involved in, the Giannis's, the Brown, any of the players. I would move away from Kawhi, but any of the players that are potentially going to move, that are high-profile star players, they should be involved in it. But to the point that you're making is, man, I don't know. I don't know if this staff will be able to get and figure out the best way to employ a Kevin Durant and Giannis together.
Yeah, that too.
With Amin Thompson. Like, I don't know if like this group, you may be able to get the talent here. But again, like we watch them, they got the talent. They added Kevin Durant, and somehow their offense appeared to look even worse at times. So they can bring in pieces that can help them and have a better overall roster. But will this group be able to get the best out of them? That's it, because we saw a change in mindset. Mike Brown coming over from from Golden State all those years, and picking up that offense that Steve Kerr and Steph and them ran, and then bringing what he has known over there, that is a completely different shift and change than what Tibbs was bringing. And you just saw with not a lot of player change, their offense really flourish. And something's got to happen with this offense, and it is not just player driven. Something's got to happen with scheme and them being able to figure out how to get the best out of their guys.
Everybody has a ceiling, and maybe for Ime, as much as I love him, maybe he does have a ceiling that keeps you from reaching that ultimate goal, that he's the guy to build up the team, kind of like he did with the Celtics, and then you hand it off to somebody else who can take them the rest of the way to go win a championship. And maybe it's similar here, where he has built up this organization to a point where we're talking about having championship aspirations, but maybe he's not the guy to finish the job, and he's kind of like that Good Luck Chuck. Was that the terrible movie? Yeah, where they'd be engaged to him, and then they get married. The women would always marry their next boyfriend after him, and maybe that's the case where you have to go find that next person to now take them to that championship level. Maybe it's bringing Mike D'Antoni back.
Is that Kevin James?
I think it was like a Dane Cook product
Good
back
Luck
in the
Chuck?
day.
Was Dane Cook, yep.
Good
Was
luck,
that
Chuck.
Dane Cook? What am I thinking of with Kevin James?
Hitch?
No.
Paul Blart.
Paul Blart.
No, there's a comedy that
Giving power
feels
to
like
mall
it's like
cops
that,
everywhere.
where he was him and just something with Chuck. There's something that he is in with Chuck.
Oh, I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry
Yeah,
with Adam
okay, there we
Sandler.
go. Him and
It's
Adam,
a great
okay,
one.
way
Such
off.
an underrated movie.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
I love that movie. It's hilarious.
It's probably Sandler's best movie of the last 25 years. Post Big Daddy.
I've got to go through the.
Post Big Daddy.
Okay, I got to go through the last 25 years to look at that.
It's good, but I don't know if it's
gotta-
up there for me with Sandler as a whole.
I don't know, man, because Rain on Me was really good.
Well, that's great too. I don't consider that a Sandler movie, though.
That is a Sandler movie. It's him. He's just literally
It's
him and
not
Don
a prototypical Sandler movie.
You're talking about comedy? Is that what you meant? Rain on Me? Was
Yeah, like
really
a
good?
Happy Madison production. I don't think Rain Over Me was.
I don't think
was
I even
great.
have that movie.
Rain on Me. Oh, it
good.
was such a serious role. He plays it, man. Kind of like Rue on Euphoria. She really embraces that character. He really embraces that character.
He's a good actor.
Don Cheadle.
He's good too.
He's an underrated actor. He is.
Which one? Adam or
Both
Don?
of them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Sloppy Joe, sloppy.
Coming up, the Astros, they're losing maybe one of the biggest things that they had at their advantage during this entire run. It seems like it is gone, shot. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Say goodnight to the Astros.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like for them to move on from Şengün, but we got to get something in return. We ain't just getting out of the business.
Yeah.
I think you can win with Şengün with the right system, with the right people around him. I think Şengün's a good player, but I don't look at it and go, yeah, this is what we're going. This is the run we're going to make is behind this dude right here.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
If you're dealing with allergy, sinus, sleep problems, snoring, your significant other snoring like a freight train, you got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well, y'all. And let Dr. Matoran help you put it all back together, man. If you're one of these people, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Dr. Matoran takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office procedures. He'll get you back to sleeping your best nights, which ultimately mean what? You're going to be able to live your best life. Give him a call right now, 713-665-8887, 713-665-8887, or you can always check him out online at drmatoran.com. That's drmatorin.com.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713-CALL-LEE. Your traffic report is sponsored by AmericanStandardAir.com. 288 the South Freeway, southbound before Reed Road. It's an accident blocking a left lane and a left shoulder. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
This is Nolan Ryan. Be ready and stay cool this summer. Go with American Standard Air. It's where high tech and high performance come together. Reliability when it matters most. AmericanStandardAir.com. Comfort the way you like it.
Take part in the Lincoln American Value Offer and lease a new certified pre-owned 2026 Lincoln Nautilus at West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. Right now, with employee pricing and $9,000 off, this low-mileage vehicle can be yours just $442 a month for 24 months. Find it today at West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. That's on the Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection. $7,001 due at signing, 5,000 miles per year with approved credit, tax, title, license, extra, stock number S6P023. Offer expires May 31st, 2026.
Get a free estimate from Generator Super.
seats.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, that's a real false. 51st dates happen after Big Daddy. I mean, that's...
I take Chuck and Larry over 51st dates.
God, come on, man.
Those are pretty close for me, those two.
50. Oh, get out of here. That's not it's not don't mess with the zone end. Not that.
Underrated film.
I might watch that tonight. It's been years.
Just go with it strong too.
But sand gray boobies. What was her name? Decker?
Brooklyn Decker.
Yeah. That's her.
She's no Aniston, but
she fizzled out quick.
She is. Yeah, she did.
Reek Willis.
Yeah, she did. I think she was. Who was she with? Wasn't she with somebody?
She with Andy Roddick?
That might be right.
Wow.
You may
I just remember Mandy Moore and Andy Roddick. That's what I remember.
Oh man,
that's when he won that U.S. Open in '99. I remember Andy Roddick and Mandy Moore.
It was either him or Andre Agassi.
It wasn't Andre. Don't put that on him. Steffi's crazy now, I've heard.
Yeah, she's been married to Roddick since 2009.
Really?
Hell of a pull, Luke.
Both of them fell off.
But I forget those boobies.
He's probably got some sponsors and stuff.
Those boobies will have you remembering their spells.
I do want to get to the Astros real quick and what they've lost. But someone texted in. They love the show. I wanted to say that. But they said, I'm simply saying it's too early to say that Tank's injury was career-altering. If the Texans and Tank manage it properly, it doesn't have to be. Significant, yes. Career-altering. Let's wait and see before assuming the worst.
Tired of hearing too early with all this Astros, Texans.
I don't know if it's. Did you say you must? It could be career. I mean, it was career altering. I mean, he's missed a year plus.
I was about to say we're going on 2 years. It ain't too early.
He's missed a year plus. Yeah, I mean, this is a situation. I mean, the Texans are going to do everything they can, and I'm sure have done everything right with this situation. It is probably. And I think I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Luke, but I think it's probably more likely that he is not the same dude that he was. And his game was predicated on such quickness and in and out of breaks, which was his superpower as a receiver. And we'll see if it comes back. We have seen some nasty injuries and guys, play a certain level. I mean, age has something to do with it, but I mean, I think Nick Chubb is the one that comes to mind of how gruesome it was, and clearly he has lost a step, but you could argue age is in there too. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair wonder if he is going to be close to what he was.
I think so. Yeah. Some listeners were pushing back. I think it was the same listener that you referenced who earlier was pushing back on my RG3 comparison that I said earlier, and that's the idea of what you just laid out. They're not the same injuries. I'm not even talking about how the teams are handling it. Washington might not have handled RG3 the best, but I'm talking about how the players are impacted by those injuries, where RG3, a big part of his game was being mobile and quick and running around. Then you suffer a big injury like that, and it takes away that strength. And that would be a concern for me, too, with Tank Dell, that it alters the best part about his game. And I think it's a safe bet to bet on things being different after this injury than him coming back and being completely the same. And I get, being hopeful and wanting the best for him. I want the best for him too, but I'm also trying to be realistic that Cecil Short said he suffered a similar injury and it ended his career. So not everyone comes back from this injury, let alone just returns to 100% of their normal production. As I've been saying all along, whatever you get from him, I think is gravy, and I don't think you should have any sort of expectations for him after this injury. I hope I'm proven wrong and he plays to a Pro Bowl level, but I think it's crazy to believe that he's going to come back and be this big-time receiver after all this.
Yeah, I miss talking to Cecil Shorts.
Me too. He was a great guest, great friend.
He's good.
Great to talk football with.
Shout out to him. Led me to my barber. Shout out to Cecil.
It's a shame.
It's a shame.
Almost led me to my church. I went a different direction though.
No, not the barber, Luke. I'll tell you later.
I feel like maybe I could have worded it differently. Went a different direction on the church. Sorry about that, Cecil, if you're listening.
Congrats on the gig, Coach.
It is, yeah, head coach. When did this happen, fellas? When did the Astros lose their boogeyman advantage they had? When did that occur? Because I don't want to push it this far, Tyler. But the Seattle Mariners are getting real close to the we are their daddies situation right now. You know, last night, that was 8 straight. 8 straight. 8 straight times the Mariners have beaten the Astros, including the large series at the end of last year that really propelled the Mariners into winning the AL West last year and getting to the postseason. But they've won 8 straight, and it seemed like all the teams in the AL West, like, kind of cowered to the Astros. There were times, Luke and Tyler, I felt like they beat the Rangers before the game started. I just felt like they were like the Rangers. Oh, God, they're so tense, and they lose. And it felt like it was that way with the A's, the Angels. They haven't even really been playing baseball, but it felt like that it was that way with the Mariners too. In the postseason, it was that way. You could tell, man, they cannot solve this team, and bad things happen when they play the Mariners. Or the Astros. I think the Yankees were in that too, as well, over the last half decade plus. But man, it seems like that's gone. Luke, it does not seem like teams are concerned with having, oh, here come the big bad Astros. Like the aura of the Astros are gone. Now, I don't think people want to pitch to Jordan, but I feel like the aura of the Astros. I think it has flipped so much, guys. The Mariners tonight, when they go and play, now they may not have to because they may get walked 7 times, but when they go out and play today, they are more inclined to think, all right, we know we're going to figure this out. We know at some point in the later innings we're going to find ourselves to the lead. We just don't know how it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. I don't think that used to be the thought process, and that used to be one of the biggest advantages the Astros had over the years is, oh, man, they just find ways. They just find ways and just frustrate teams, and teams play differently because they're so amped up to have to figure it out with this team, and they just couldn't solve them. But that is completely gone to me now.
It is. You're right. That's gone, and so is the whole pitching lab. I mean, they have the second worst starters ERA in the league, only better than the Rockies, who have to deal with that ballpark. So this whole idea, too, of they're always going to get a good pitching performance no matter who's on the mound, whoever they're throwing out there, even Jason Alexander last year, it's not happening this year. And now as an opponent, you look forward to playing this team because you get to face Imai tonight and Lance McCullers Jr. tomorrow.
I just don't like the way you just said that. I mean, that was just Imai tonight and Lance McCullers Jr.
It's brutal.
Somebody texted and said this happened when the Astros lost Bregman.
I think it was before that. I think it's when they lost to the Tigers in the playoffs in 2024. Because 2024, they started out similarly to this year. They had almost an identical record as they currently do this season on this date. And then they did turn it around and they made the playoffs. And you thought, okay, this is still the same old Astros. Not as good as previous seasons, but still that boogeyman and that team you can never count out. But then they got to the playoffs, and they were swept in the first round at home by their old friend A.J. Hinch. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. This doesn't look like the same Astros team. And then last year wasn't the same Astros team. And they didn't make the run down the stretch. In fact, they did the opposite, to your point, losing those big games to the Mariners and missing the postseason. And the A's beat them in the season series last year. And the Mariners have now won 8 in a row. And then you look at how this season started out, and this is the worst team in the American League based off of winning percentage. So for me, I would say the postseason there in 2024, where it was like when the bully finally got knocked over, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, maybe he's not as tough as he portrays. Yeah. He's vulnerable now. I think it's that point. That's the real answer, but you could also say, as I said earlier, and clearly I've made it known I'm not a fan, I think it's when you hire Dana Brown, because that's what then played into everything that has transpired since, where this team went from being the team you did not want to face to now the team that you're licking your chops when you face because they got nobody out there right now.
Yeah, text line coming in, great point. you didn't even feel like Munoz was dead in the water versus Jordan last night. And if you look at the ninth inning, it was a 2-run lead, and Altuve got on. 3 hits last night from Altuve. He got on again in front of Jordan, and at that point, years past, like there would be nerves and concern for Munoz, the Mariners. There would be an uneasy feeling with, oh my God, this son of a bitch is coming up with the as the tying run.
Well,
like this dude is up. Nope, didn't even think about it. And it struck his ass out.
Just get this out and head to the casa.
And the ball wasn't even close to the strike zone. They struck him out, but there was no fear from the Mariners. And Jordan is probably the one guy in the lineup that you're like, all right, man, we ain't going. There was no fear. He went right after him with a chance to tie the game, and he didn't, because that boogeyman thing is just gone for the Astros. And I'm telling you, we sat here, we covered this team. We watched this team go to World Series. We watched this team win World Series. We watched this team go to countless ALCSs. Like, there were certain teams where you could just see it. Oh, they're not going to make the plays. They're not going to make enough plays. The Astros are going to make the plays, and they're intimidated right off the top. That is gone now. That is absolutely gone now. Yep.
It sucks to suck.
Somebody said James Click left, and the boogeyman went with him.
That was me. That was my moment, was whenever they forced James Click out and Dana Brown became the GM. That's whenever it all...
That's what you both said. Dana Brown, huh?
Yep.
Dana Brown is the marking. You're right. That Tiger series, boy, I just kept feeling like they were gonna find their way to win one of those games, and they just did not. Did not. We'll see. All right, coming up here, a little 5 o'clock fire as we continue here. Some really, really terrible news coming out of the NBA. One has been lost in the NBA family. We'll tell you the latest on that. Also, we'll get you set and ready for a huge game tonight for a particular player, Imai, for the Astros. He gets his first start since going on the IL with dead arm. We'll get you ready for that, get you the lineups out for that as well, and other news on injured players with the Astros. We'll take a look at the NBA playoffs tonight. Another big one in a really tightly contested series between Minnesota and San Antonio. Will the Timberwolves retaliate? Will they take out Wemby, who for some reason did get suspended? A lot going on tonight in the sports world, and we will keep you updated on that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Texans' schedule is coming. We know who they'll be playing and where, but Thursday.
apply.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Flip all these burgers.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Luke Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, had the latest. The latest is Clint is out today. Should be back in tomorrow. But Luke has been holding it down for us today. And some really, really sad news coming out of the NBA. Grizzlies forward Brandon Clark passed away at the age of 29. He played at Gonzaga in college basketball and San Jose State before that. And he had been in the league, I'd say, eight or 9 years he had played in the league. And he passed away. There has been speculation on the reasoning, but nothing official that I've seen that I feel comfortable passing along. But sad news. Many people in the NBA family, including former coaches, teammates, John Morant, spoke out about it. Adam Silver spoken about it. Just a sad situation for somebody so young to lose their life in the NBA family.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, they're investigating a certain cause. We'll see what the autopsy and everything says. But yeah, it's regardless of the cause. It's sad for somebody at that age and with that ability and that talent. It's not often, fortunately, that we see current athletes pass away in the middle of their career like this. So it was shocking to get the news, and it's certainly sad. And so thoughts and prayers go out to his friends and family.
Absolutely. So sad news. The Minnesota Timberwolves and the Memphis Grizzlies and their family having to deal with this and struggle with this. So prayers up to them and to the Brandon Clark family.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros, they get themselves set at the Daikin, and as you mentioned earlier, this is a big 7-game homestand, and I truly believe that as we do a countdown to Joe's Got to Go, that could be on the line, depending on how this thing looks. And I think the season could slip away further and further if they don't have a good enough performance in this 7-game streak. As we said, they have got to put themselves in a situation where it even matters for the reinforcements to get back. It matters for all those guys, Hunter Brown, Hader, Pena, and company, to get back. More on them in a second. But that's got to matter. But they're taking on a good, or at least before the season started, a good Seattle team that's potentially starting to surge a little bit. But Imai is the story. He is making his first start since coming off the IL with that dead arm situation. He has made multiple starts in AA and AAA, and it did not fare well. His ERA is above 10, and he seemed to struggle big time with his control, walking a ton of people, but also just throwing a lot of balls and a lot of high counts, which didn't allow him to pitch very much. He just pitched 5 innings in those 2 games. But he is the big story tonight, and they need this to – Dana needs this to work. They need this to work, which feels like a reason why, Luke, it seems like they're kind of trying to push him into this start where I don't think his performance warrants that he's ready to pitch right now.
No, I'm with you. He hasn't shown anything that would give you confidence to put him out there, but it's a big spot because you lost last night with one of your few good pitchers on the mound, and then as you said, I mean, this is just a big week of games to try to keep your season alive this early. And you have Lance McCullers tomorrow. So, these are 2 big games today and tomorrow because, at worst, you got to split this series at this point. So you got to win 2 of these next 3. You get Arrighetti, who you feel pretty good about in the finale, but you got to find a way to win at least one of these next 2 where there's a lot of questions about these starting pitchers. So what are you going to get from him tonight? Yeah. The last time we saw him on the mound in the big leagues was against this Mariners team. He faced 7 batters before coming out, and he walked 5 of the 7. So hopefully tonight goes a little bit better. It can't get much worse than what we've seen, and hopefully he bounces back tonight.
Around the horn, both of you. Do you think we get good, okay, bad, or ugly from him tonight?
Okay. I was going to say, like, decent. I think maybe like 2 runs, 4 innings, something that – nothing special.
I'll take that right.
Yeah, but something you come away thinking like, okay, there's some progress here, something to be a little excited about.
Good, bad, or good, okay, bad, or ugly?
I wish I could say anything other than bad. I mean, this guy cannot find the strike zone, and he's starting a Major League Baseball game tonight. So I hope I'm wrong, but I think it has the potential to be disastrous.
Yeah. It does. It does have that potential.
It absolutely does. Like, yeah, I would say bad. I do think you brought it up. His last performance against Seattle was ugly. That it fit he got 1 out, gave up 3 earned, walked 4, and had to come on out the game.
Yeah, and hit a guy.
And only got 1 out. That constitutes as ugly. I don't think it will be that way, but I'm with you, Tyler. I just cannot – I can't see how this is anything but bad just going into it, unless, like, we start to learn a lot about him and he finds himself and he really steps up to the plate. I mean, he just struggled not just to get guys out in AA and AAA, but to just throw strikes. That was like he did not have confidence to throw strikes to those guys. So – that'll be it here. The lineup tonight on Care Bears night, so good luck for all those out there. Hope you get what you're looking for. Jose Altuve leads off at second. DH is Alvarez. And then Paredes, Walker, Smith, DeZenzo in the lineup. Shoemake, Bryce Matthews, and then Christian Vasquez. That rounds out the lineup. So, as you said, we'll see if they can even up this series tonight at 2 because they are really struggling right now.
5 o'clock fire.
Real quick, roster moves on the other side. A couple of the stars and reinforcements are finding themselves to AA Corpus. Jeremy Pena, who's had the right hamstring, and center fielder Jake Matthews with the oblique strain will begin minor league rehab assignments tonight at AA Corpus. And they'll be joined by left-handed pitcher, their closer, Josh Hader, who has been out since hell last year. Who had his rehab assignment transferred to Corpus as well. So those are 3 big reinforcements. Obviously, I think Hunter Brown's the big one. When you look at what the starting pitching issues have been thus far, they're forcing Imai in right now because they're tapped out. But Jeremy Pena, Hader, and Jake Myers getting rehab assignments hopefully is a sign that they're close because 2 out of the 3 of them they really need.
Yeah, they're all big.
Jake.
Yeah, I know. They're all big. I mean, you've seen what has changed with this offense as the injuries have piled up. This offense, outside of 2 games, has become non-existent the last 2 weeks. So you'd like to get those 2 bats back, and then obviously Hader. I mean, the back end of the bullpen really could benefit from him, and then maybe figure out Abreu and you get back to that nice 1-2 punch at the back end of the bullpen. But that's been a weakness for them too, is just the strength in that bullpen. So all 3 of those guys are big. Anyone you could get back at this point would be big. It's better than what you're running out there. They have so many injuries that hopefully you start to get some of these guys back and can fill more of a major league lineup and major league team.
Yeah, so there it is. They're hopefully to get these guys back. But Pena at the top of the lineup, Hader at the back end. We know that their bullpen has struggled. Those would be huge, huge additions. The Astros just have to win games so those additions matter. If they go down here and get swept by the Mariners right now, like, it's just not even going to matter as much.
My buff boy, Hunter Brown.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, NBA playoffs last night and tonight. The James Harden and the Cleveland Cavs, really, Donovan Mitchell was insane last night. Had 45, like 30-something in the second half. They even up that series against the 1 seed Detroit Pistons, and that is really big for the Knicks because that series is going to go longer, which means OG is who is injured with that hamstring gives him even more time to rest that up. But that is becoming an interesting series. We saw another one in last night. No surprise, as I said before the series started, I don't think they're going to win a game, and the Lakers get swept by a Thunder team that wasn't playing its best ball, to be honest with you. Kind of just walked their way right through that, and they sweep the Lakers. Closer game last night, 5-point victory, and the first one under 9 points in these playoffs for the Thunder. LeBron, after the game, said it's time to recalibrate, and he is going to weigh his NBA future with his family. You think there's any chance at all that he retires?
No.
Yeah, I don't either. Not next year. Yeah.
No, he wouldn't do it like this. No. Like Tyler said earlier, I think he'll do the whole season-long tour.
Yeah, this is John Cena, baby. I'll come out here and do 1 year retirement, baby.
Yeah.
Have all the dates, baby.
Yeah.
That's right.
So he'll be back somewhere next year.
Yep. And then tonight, there's only one game, and that is the T-Wolves and the Spurs. The Spurs are a 10.5-point favorite. Series is tied at 2 right now. And this one, there is a lot to be into this one. One, it's just been a competitive series to begin with. Both teams have won games on the road. But I'm really intrigued to see if the Timberwolves are going to retaliate at all against Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama was ejected from Game 4 due to a vicious elbow. A vicious elbow. And I said this yesterday, and I know some people call me soft. I said it yesterday. Like I thought his actions meant a suspension. I thought, like, the danger of what he did and how this was no accident. This was I looked at you, lined you up, and laced you. That, to me, an elbow that he swung that hard that's damn near a punch. To be on, to damn sure, to be honest, with his sharp ass skinny elbows, that probably could have really taken somebody out, like it did. I wasn't surprised they didn't suspend him, but I felt like it was warranted. But then we hear guys like Draymond who said, "All right, you're the Timberwolves. They didn't fine him. They didn't fine him. They didn't suspend him. Then you take matters into your own hands." And I wonder if there's going to be a big receipt tonight from the Timberwolves. I'm intrigued to watch that because they got a couple of idiots over there, I think, who are very welcome to do it.
Yeah, that would be the thing.
Julius Randle leading off.
I wouldn't, if I was him, I wouldn't have him do it. If you have like Christian Laettner still on that roster, then throw him out there and do it. You have to get some scrub out there to beat up Wemby, but I wouldn't risk anybody of importance because, as you said, 10.5-point underdogs. You lose this game, you're down 3-2. You can't risk any sort of punishment for Game 6 with your season on the line. So put the last man on the bench in the game just to beat up Wemby a little bit if you want, but don't have anybody of importance.
Yeah, I think Kyle Anderson might be a guy that's – I just like Naz Reid. That would be hard for me to roll out there. No notes because Naz Reid's got to be saying to himself, had I done that, I'm getting suspended. Had I done that to Wemby, I'm getting suspended. Rudy's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Like, he's crazy enough to go and do something, even though that's his countryman, and I think they do have a really good relationship. The only thing that may stop it. But, if White Dante didn't have the Achilles situation, I think he'd be a prime candidate.
That's what the Whites used to do.
That is. I just say that, man. You look at that name. When I first saw the spelling of his name, of Dante, and then I saw him, I thought, that's not what I thought I was going to be getting involved in. Then I saw his haircut, and I said, I could see a little twist and turn in that just a bit there. But, no, that has been an entertaining series, and I know they've been physical with Wemby in anyway, and I would assume they will continue to do that.
We have a liftoff.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the NFL schedule release is out, and more games are out. 49ers Rams in Melbourne, Australia. We learned yesterday the first Sunday night football game between the Cowboys and the Giants. Thanksgiving, Eagles and Cowboys. And then the latest that we've witnessed is the opener for Monday Night Football. It would be an AFC West battle, Broncos and Chiefs. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a bit surprised that Monday Night Football went for this one, because I just felt like obviously the Chiefs are going to have a bunch of primetime games because outside of the Cowboys, there's no other team that draws more, that people watch. in the NFL. But I thought we would see a lot of their big games or primetime games maybe pushed back a few weeks with not understanding or the guarantee that Patrick Mahomes will be available, because nobody wants to see Justin Fields on national television, which is what they're looking at. Now, I don't know, maybe they have a good feeling and they've talked to the Chiefs and think that he's going to be ready. I don't know. He tore his ACL in, November or whatever that was. But this is a sign that maybe there's a feeling that the league will have a healthy Patrick Mahomes, because, again, nobody is going Bo Nix versus Justin Fields. Monday Night Football to open this thing. Take it, Troy. Take it, Joe. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's...
Yeah, I'm with you, which is why I buy into the conspiracy theories that, like, the NFL knows Mahomes will be fine for week 1, apparently, because otherwise this is an odd choice for week 1. If you want to bury it on any other Monday night, that's fine. It's not as big of a deal. But opening weekend, and this is your choice, it seems weird.
They announced it on Good Morning America.
Yeah,
but
weird.
Joe, but like this is serious. This is serious business right here. So I'd assume they have intel that Mahomes is going to be recovered and he's going to play week 1. Because there's no other reason why you would do so. All right, guys, back in the green again on a Monday. Mondays have been tough for Tyler, but he is back in the green again on a Monday. We'll see if he can put things together again to try to get a little bit more cash for you. So T-Mill's best bets coming up here next segment to win you some money. And Luke says he wouldn't trade Yordan Alvarez under any condition, but there is a former All-Star and star on this team for the Astros that Luke would be open to trade. We'll let you know who that is and hear his reasonings why coming up next.
I'm just sexual, man.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played 1 of 6 months of baseball. 1. And we'll just pack it up. Like,
podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. I can't believe show isn't itching for Justin Fields versus Jarrett Stidham on Monday Night Football. I forgot. Hell, Bo Nix may not be there. I forgot about Bo Nix. I'm still blown away. I'm still blown away by the fact that Bo Nix did that post-game interview with Tracy Wolfson, and then next thing you know, they just, out of nowhere, like 20 minutes later, announced that he's out for the rest of the season with a broken ankle. And I said, hold on, he was standing there doing an interview. I thought it was fake.
Let's ride.
Sean Payton had to come back out there with his outfit on and say it. Damn. But you're right. There's no way it wouldn't do that. I forgot about the Bo Nix portions of things.
I can't wait to see this Week 1 schedule because there must be terrible games that are available. I don't know why that would be the game you would choose of Justin Fields against who was the backup?
Jarrett Stidham?
Oh, Jarrett Stidham, right, yeah.
But clearly Mahomes is Mahomes, they have some kind of belief that Mahomes is going to play.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still ballsy. I mean, it's May. I mean, I know he's a fast healer, but damn. We'll see. But again, I was surprised. Maybe they're just really going to try to hone in on the Kelsey and.
Oh, it's even worse. I'd rather watch Justin Fields and Jarrett Stidham
than Kelsey and Taylor.
Oh yeah. I thought you were just talking about like the whole Jason Kelsey.
No. I'm talking about Travis, and maybe they're honing in on that.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they'll at least get the Swifties to tune in. They don't care who the quarterback is.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they'll take whoever's out there. All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up again, guys. Green Monday. That's back-to-back Green Mondays, right? 9 for 15 last, 9 for 16 last week, 66%. He's had 2 big-time weeks, all right? Stay with him. Stay with him. T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit as he is rolling, and you got to jump on when it gets hot, and he's hot right now, so stay tuned for that. All right, Luke, I think we all stand in the same space, and I think most Astros fans stand in this space and not wanting to. I think some are more quicker to at least have the conversation. I think we all stand in the same spot of like, nah, man, I'm not ready, prepared to trade Yordan Alvarez with that contract and what he can do, his age and everything. Nope, can't do that yet. And for me, my reasoning is I don't think with the parts they have here that they're that far away from being able to be a contender again soon. But for you, someone out of that core, you would potentially look at moving as early as this trade deadline. You would look at moving to try to get something back for.
Yeah, the person I would look to move would be Jeremy Pena, assuming he's healthy and assuming he plays well enough. He is rehabbing tonight, so if he comes back soon and plays well enough between now and the deadline to, actually have a market at the trade deadline, that would be the piece I would move. It would never be Yordan, no matter the year, but Jeremy Pena would be somebody I would look to trade this year, only under the assumption that the Astros would not re-sign him to a long-term deal. His contract is up at the end of next season, and it's the whole school of thought in baseball that the best offer you'll get isn't in the offseason before that player leaves, a la Kyle Tucker, but it's actually the trade deadline before that where the acquiring team gets a year and a half of that player. So this would be the time to trade Jeremy Pena at this deadline. And again, that's under the assumption that the Astros wouldn't have plans of keeping him around beyond next season. Then you might as well get something for him. And you'll get the better package now than you would in the offseason like you did with the whole Kyle Tucker thing. And obviously you don't want to just let him walk like you did with Springer and Bregman.
A whole host of people, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be the idea.
Only because you still believe Pena can be a really good, productive player over the next several years. It is just all predicated on you don't believe that he's going to be the one that they pay.
Right.
Unless he takes some sort of Jordan discount like they tried to do with Kyle Tucker and everybody else that none of them took. And I don't think he does because he's 28. This is his chance to really hit big right now.
Yeah,
so it's not
Scott Boras client now, right?
Scott Boras. Yeah, so it's not his play. It's just the thought of if you're not going – they do need to stop the, hey, we've got really good pieces that we're not going to pay, and we know we're not going to make serious offers to make. Like they didn't make serious offers to Carlos like the first time. They didn't make – I don't even know if they made an offer to George Springer. Some of these guys, they didn't make serious offers. Bregman, too. They didn't make serious offers. But they do, at least with some of those guys, this farm system, and maybe there are guys that could be waiting to jump up like they've had in the past, like with Kyle Tucker, who was ready to come on, and Payne, who was ready to come on. Had at least with a couple of those guys, they got something in return for letting them go. Mm-hmm. And if they don't do this with Pena, and I know they were competing in those years and they didn't want to do it, but if they don't with Pena, like this would be more years in a row that they're not getting anything out of these guys that they let go. They're just letting them walk. They're not getting anything. And I'll be honest with you, their payroll doesn't scream it, but there is clearly an adjustment of they operate like at the very least a mid-level team.
Mm-hmm.
Like they operate that way. This would be a way of operating fully like a mid-level team is, all right, see the writing on the wall. No, he is not going to be in the plans to repay.
Right.
No, he's probably not going to accept the offer that we would give him. Let's make sure we get something to replenish him leaving and bringing something back.
Yeah, it'd be like the Tampa Bay. That's what the Tampa Bay Rays do.
All the time.
Yeah.
Cleveland does it.
Right. So it would be a shame, but I wouldn't put it past them based on how they've acted in recent years. And I've been comparing them for years to the Red Sox, and not in a good way. The Red Sox have done that too, and that's why they got rid of Mookie, and that's why they got rid of Rafael Devers to not pay those guys. And that would be equivalent to getting rid of Jordan, would be on that level.
Yeah.
And so I would hope the Astros wouldn't get to that level of like, let's trade Jordan. We'll save the money in the meantime, and we'll get some other pieces and try to rebuild. That would be a disaster. But Jeremy Pena is the guy that if they're not going to pay, then move on from him. But to what you were saying, yeah, if Jim Crane came to me and said, if I'm the GM and he said, I'll have a blank check for Jeremy Pena, then I would keep him around. It's why I didn't want to bring Carlos Correa back last year because I don't think there's a spot for him. I want Jeremy Pena there at short. So I would prefer to have him, but if you're going to tell me that you don't want to get into a bidding war for him after next season, then you might as well trade him, and this would be the time to trade him now instead of waiting any longer.
I'm curious, is that your thought process on all of these guys that are high-profile guys? If you're not going to pay them, move them. Hunter Brown is the one that comes to mind. Is that your theory with all of those guys?
At this point, yeah. I would do it a year and a half in advance. And so I think it works well with Pena because you're not competing right now anyways. Whenever Hunter Brown's contract's going to be up, maybe they'll be in a different spot. I think he has, at least an extra year on Pena? I don't know for sure. But yeah, in general, if you're not competitive anyways, and you have a player that you're not going to re-sign, you might as well trade him a year and a half before his contract expires so that you get the best package for him and get something for him instead of just letting him walk.
Yeah, that is frustrating. To me, if you're going to operate that way, like not operating like a large market team would be paying these guys. They're not doing that.
No.
Like not and even just some of them. They're not. They let them just virtually almost all walk unless they take a big discount the way that Jordan did.
And people point to their payroll, which, like you alluded to, which is true. But you look back in these 3 years under Dana Brown, and I think it's part of the reason why they brought in Dana Brown because of his whole scouting and minor league thing. It hasn't worked, but the idea was going to be like we were going to win on the margins. They haven't. But if you look at the payroll, they went from 3rd to, I believe, 7th to like 11th. Like they're going in the wrong direction. Yeah, they're still spending a lot of money, but it's not like they were doing it just a few years ago when they were actually competing for World Series. They are slashing payroll, and that's not what you want to see from a team like this. They should be towards the top of the league in spending every year because I look at them as a big market team, not as a mid-market.
I sure still do. All right, let's head to T-Mill's best bets. If you need to find those, at T-Mill Real Deal, and he will hold it down for you. Like you said, Green Monday, where you at tonight?
I am doing a little switcheroo. We are red hot. We've been killing these picks for the NBA playoffs. We'll give them a little break from the heater.
Okay.
Going to switch over to baseball tonight because there is an Astros bet I do like. I like it often. Jordan, over 1.5 total bases. I think he probably gets that in his first at bat tonight. He can do it in one swing, that's for sure.
So. Let's get this strikeout stuff out of the business.
No doubt. Jordan over 1.5 total bases against the Mariners tonight. That is your first best bet and my favorite of the evening. And then a couple of money line bets. The Mets money line at -145 odds as they host the Detroit Tigers. And then the Reds money line at -135 odds as they host the Washington Nationals. So Mets to win, Reds to win, Jordan to get a double or more. Those are your 3 best bets. Keep the heater going, baby. You know we're hot when we're 21 for 24, but you really know we're hot whenever we're hitting green numbers on a Monday.
I just think you're hot.
Thanks, man. Let's sing together after the show.
Betting, not. I mean, you're an attractive young man, but I didn't.
Okay. Well, I guess I should have figured you weren't saying that, but I mean, I am hot in multiple ways.
Yep. Stop watching DTF St. Louis, man. All right.
I need to start that.
Oh, you might not. All right, coming up as we continue. This is something that I don't know if the Texans see them doing it this way, but it does kind of jump off the page of how they're attempting to win coming up. We'll discuss that as we continue right here live on The Drive. But let me tell you about this. If you want to lower your property,
occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
I'm an elite cuddler. Big spoon or little spoon.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fun time with you today, Luke. Luke is in today for Clint Stoerner. Should be back with us tomorrow on a Wednesday. But good time hanging with you, Luke.
I appreciate it. It's always good to be here with you guys.
It is. And don't worry, we're live and local after we get done here, and you can still hang out and listen right here on Sports Radio 610. Right when we get done, we hand that thing off. Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. There is another candidate to play center for the Texans that no one is thinking or talking about. Look at that. Jeez. Come on, Vandy. Come on, John. Woo! Stay tuned for that. Hell, I'll be listening to that. I'll play that. We'll play that tomorrow right there, baby. Who's this center they're talking about? Who is it? Well, stay tuned for that. Area 45 coming up. Live and local, as they will hold it down to 11. You can listen to a little post game as they hopefully the Astros can get a dub over the Mariners tonight, and that like a boss there doesn't have to just. I mean, if he stinks it up like he has done, like Patrick's got to come off of that Rookie of the Year. Like there's something like at this point, if I'm Patrick, I'm losing it on him. You did. I've stepped out, put my reputation on the line, said you was going to win Rookie of the Year. You come out here and pitch like this.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
It could be a meltdown for Patrick Creighton on EMI. This could be the last. I'm just saying, this could be the last straw.
Like a bouse.
And we might see the balls come out. So stay tuned for that. Area 45.
You're such a pro. Well done.
Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Colin in the building. They'll hold it down till 11 o'clock tonight. So stay tuned for that. All right. I was wondering, and you could jump in on this 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch, if coming into the year, the way they have set this team up, is this their best team under DeMeco Ryans? This will be year 4. We're looking at this team. We see how this team is taking shape. And I will say, this is probably the team in which they knew they wanted to be the best, and they were able to bring in pieces that really match that as well as they have done any of the years that they're here. But I found it interesting, your response to this being, Luke, that you think they're playing with fire with the way that they are constructing this team and how they're choosing to attack games.
Yeah, it is. Because my biggest concern with this team is the offense. And I think the lack of firepower or playmakers, specifically on offense, more so than the offensive line. And you can lump the quarterback into this as well. And my point with all this is typically when you have these defensive head coaches, and we're seeing how the Texans are being built where it's about defense, of course, and then being able to run the football and have a balanced attack on offense. But when you look at these defensive head coaches, they typically want to play low-scoring, tight, close games and just be the team that doesn't make the mistakes
it's weird.
to lose it.
It turns them on.
It does. And it's very frustrating as a fan. Like, I grew up a fan of the Minnesota Vikings. And Mike Zimmer was the coach 7 years, defensive coach, and it happened all the time. And the amount of one-score games they lost, it's very frustrating.
I'm sorry, Tyler. How? How did you, you're from Connecticut.
Yeah.
You're from up east. How did the Minnesota Vikings drag you in? Gio from WFAN in the mornings with Boomer and Gio, he is a Vikings fan, and I believe he's an East Coast guy. Yeah. How in the hell did you sit there? I'm trying to think of the years you were coming up. Is this Is this Randy? Is that what drew you in? How the hell did you become in Connecticut a Minnesota Vikings fan?
Yeah, it was a family thing. I have to blame my father.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. All right. There we go.
Yeah. He's from Connecticut as well, but he had an older brother who was a Giants fan, New York Giants, so my dad couldn't pick the Giants. The Jets were still in the AFL, and the Patriots were terrible. So he jumped on the Vikings bandwagon. They were the purple people eaters then, going to Super Bowls, and he liked the purple. So he became a Vikings fan and stuck with them and raised
that makes sense
us to be Vikings fans, for better or worse. For worse.
All right, carry on.
Yeah, so anyways, with these defensive coaches, we saw it with Belichick. I referenced this earlier. But, the Super Bowls always used to be blowouts until the Patriots dynasty, and in large part because Belichick always wanted to keep the games close and just be that better executing team to pull out the wins. And my concern with all of this, for the Texans specifically, is I don't know if they have the skill set on offense to be able to win enough of those games in the biggest spots. They'll win plenty of games this year. They'll be a good team. They should be in the playoffs. But can you go win a Super Bowl playing that style when you look at this offense and still have questions about the quarterback? And in my opinion, just a lack of playmakers. I worry about that wide receiving room. I worry about receiving targets for C.J. Stroud and this offense and explosiveness. You referenced an S word that they like to use with this team. There's a different S word, and that's I don't think it's going to be part of this offense that could be missing, and that would be something like splashy for an offense. I just don't think it's there. So when you're playing these close games and you have to be so good on the margins, if you can have an explosive offense, I think that really helps. But when you're stagnant offensively and you're playing all these close games where one mistake can cost you a game on offense or defense, that's where I think they get in trouble, where I don't know if they have the offensive firepower to make up for some mistakes that might occur in a game and win in a big spot.
Yeah, and I want to make that clear, just in case people think that S word is another S word. It is. I will say it is swarm. Just not a big fan of it. So I don't think they're in the other S word offense. The swarm.
Not the slang for Dookie.
Yeah,
Nope.
yeah. I want to make that clear.
Good distinction.
Because with me, there are people who will take that and run with that one.
Get it? Good distinction.
Yeah. I do like this thought, though. I think one of the things with the Texans, they are not giving them, it feels like, we'll see what the season starts, but it looks like they are minimizing their different ways to win, right? And they're trying to little thing you a lot in how they win, right? And that can work. Like you said, Belichick, they would do that. They would wait. That was kind of one of their models in New England. Let's just wait until this other team beats themselves.
Right, exactly.
Most teams will do it. Let's play good, sound defense, offense, and I think that works. But Tom could also always make plays.
Right.
Right. And then especially at one point where he kind of took over the offense and kind of ran it the way he wanted to run. But there are a lot of little things that they're going to win. As you said, win on the margins. A lot of little things that they're trying to bank on and hope on to win. And it's just, to me, like we saw them against Seattle last year, the time that they got punched in the mouth, where Seattle came out and they put up points. How are they able to adjust to that? Are they able to adjust their game? Can they win other ways? Can they win with themselves being maybe it's not how they live all the time, but themselves being a quarterback-driven team? See, what you said there, that was why there was so excitement and belief after year one of Stroud, because you had a defensive-minded coach, and you're right, even the greatest one, Belichick, but Tomlin lives like that. I don't know why this name comes to mind, but Jack Del Rio lived like that as a head coach. I watched Marty Schottenheimer live like that for years as a head coach. Like that is kind of the style and the mindset. Lovie Smith living that as a head coach in his heyday, especially with the Bears. Tony Dungy, even with the Bucks. But the excitement was, you knew that you had D'Amico over there, and it appeared that he was extremely open to having that type of offense and putting it behind CJ, and CJ back there. You had You had the defensive-minded head coach who was one of the top defensive minds in the sport, and he still is, matched up with seemingly being okay with, hey, man, this dude's out here damn near throwing for 300 yards a game. I don't care, man. Light it up. In week 2 against the Colts, they flipped their entire team and turned it into a CJ-centric offense. Now it does seem like he has started to move himself back to what we see from defensive coaches, and that is, let's ground and pound. Let's run the football. Let's be a physical team, and let's do it all the way around. And I think you can win that way. We've seen teams win Super Bowls that way, but I do think it lowers your margin for error.
Exactly.
In a